The new virus that is spreading around the world is just the beginning. After the vast majority of people are infected, the virus begins to mutate in the human body like a program-controlled process. Within half a month, 99% of infected life forms have transformed into uncontrollable monsters. Shao Ming, studying in the UK, received news that there is still an uninfected safe zone in his distant hometown. Now he must cross the entire Eurasian continent to find that last piece of pure land. Without a system, without superhuman physiques, and without evolution, the only thing he can rely on is the weapon in his hand and a train running on the tracks. Traversing the wasteland, we have lost not only our friends and family, but also our humanity. Gather supplies, pick up survivors, upgrade the train, reinforce the carriages, and follow the protagonist step by step to fight their way out and rush towards that last pure land. Limited ammunition, damaged weapons, and the true power of modern firearms bring you the most realistic survival journey in the wasteland. After leaving the University of Manchester, Shao Ming and Li Long walked into a restaurant. The restaurant isn't very large, and there is only a chubby owner inside, but due to the delicious Thai food, it is very popular among students. Fortunately, the two had few classes this morning. Otherwise, there would likely be no seats available. How did yesterday's financial risk exam go? Li Long asked as soon as they sat down. No. Shao Ming threw his bag on the table and said, "How did you guess?" Li Long chuckled. "Hearing you say that makes me feel relieved. I'll sit next to you during the exam next semester. Come on, you're going to copy me even if you have to retake the course?" The owner came to their table and handed them the menu. "Hi, Johnny," Li Long greeted the owner. "Hi, Chinese boys." Shao Ming glanced at the menu and said, "1 portion of cod fish and chips, 2 portions of pork chops, a Thai stir-fried rice noodle dish, 2 fried eggs, and 2 glasses of orange juice. Same as usual, right?" The owner picked up the menu. "It'll be ready soon." Li Long looked at Shao Ming and said, "Your British accent is getting better and better." Shao Ming raised his eyebrows. "You should learn from me. Get lost." Shao Ming tilted his head and looked around. Usually, the couple runs the restaurant together, but today he didn't see the owner's wife. "I didn't see his wife today." "I didn't tell you," Li Long said. "I heard she got worse soon after recovering. Just last week, she was lying at home. Why not go to the hospital?" "Hospital? There are quite a few people with severe aftereffects recently. You can't get in without waiting in line." Shao Ming pouted. "Fortunately, he didn't get infected during the pandemic," Li Long continued. "It's strange. It's been half a year since the last pandemic, and now there are aftereffects again." "Then you should be careful," Shao Ming reminded him, recalling that Li Long had been infected half a year ago. "Don't worry about me." Li Long patted his chest. "Look at my physique." Shao Ming looked at Li Long's build. "This guy has been into weightlifting and fitness back home, and he's quite strong." "That's true. If you mutate, you could be an elite monster." A customer who was dining picked up the remote and turned up the volume on the TV. 3 days ago, the first case of severe aftereffects from the virus infection began to circulate with more and more videos online. People started to suspect whether the aftereffects of the virus infection could turn people into a zombie-like state. Currently, the authorities have not responded to the relevant videos, but rumors say that the virus's activity has not been eliminated after the infection ended, and it is producing further mutations in the infected individuals. The virus itself is already outrageous, and now it's mutating into zombies, your food. The owner placed the stir-fried noodles and pork chops in front of them. He turned around and switched the TV to the sports channel. "I think after the infection, it's no big deal." The two exchanged glances and didn't say anything. After lunch, they walked towards their off-campus apartment. Although it was off-campus, it was only separated from the school by a road, and like the student apartments, it also had 2 bedrooms and a living room. They spent a little more money, but the social apartment had larger rooms, independent bathrooms, and washing machines, making it quite comfortable to live in. The apartment has 6 floors, with only 1 old elevator. Alongside the elevator, there is a winding staircase, and next to the stairs are the doors to each apartment. It is said that this building was constructed before World War I and miraculously survived the bombing by the German army in World War I. As they climbed the stairs, Shao Ming asked Li Long. "Wilson said he's going to the shooting range this weekend. Are you going?" "You guys are going again?" Li Long rummaged through his bag for a while and pulled out a key. "If I have that money, I might as well go find my sister. Is there anything in your brain besides women?" "Fitness." Arriving at the apartment door on the 3rd floor, Li Long was just about to put the key in the lock when they heard a series of annoying footsteps from downstairs. "Quick, open the door," Shao Ming urged. Li Long hurriedly opened the door, and as they entered the room, before the door was fully closed, a man's roar came from the hallway. "Asian, why don't you get lost?" "Get lost, white pig," Li Long retorted from behind the door. Hey, open the door." The door was being violently knocked on, and Shao Ming was genuinely worried that the door might be knocked down, not because he was afraid of the man outside, but because he didn't want to add another expense to the bills. The man outside was a middle-aged white man living across from them named Bryden, who was single, hot-tempered, and spent all day drinking at home while harboring severe racist tendencies that if this man were in America, he would surely be one of the Texas rednecks, and for the two of them, he certainly couldn't be called a good neighbor. Son of a bitch. Li Long picked up a baseball bat from beside the door, ready to confront him. Hey, Shao Ming quickly grabbed Li Long. Is this your first day dealing with him? Just ignore him. He'll leave on his own. I said we should have moved somewhere else. Li Long threw the baseball bat aside, and the two could only pretend they didn't hear the sounds coming from the door. After less than 2 minutes, the noise outside indeed disappeared. Shao Ming lay on the sofa and took out his phone to open YouTube. The screen was flooded with news about aftereffects from the infection. Some vloggers were introducing the mutation mechanisms of the virus. Some had uploaded symptoms of people around them worsening aftereffects, and others were teaching everyone how to prepare for a biochemical crisis. This virus is such a hassle, Shao Ming sighed. Li Long took a can of cola from the fridge and said, "It's done by Americans. I said from the start that it's a man-made virus." Shao Ming put down his phone, glanced at Li Long, and picked up his phone again to click on a video about preparing for a biochemical crisis. In this episode, we have doomsday preparation expert Jack, who will introduce how to stockpile supplies and survive during a zombie crisis. If there really is a biochemical crisis, Li Long tossed the cola to Shao Ming. We won't have to take the exam. Just as the two of them were lying on the sofa playing on their phones, a loud crashing sound came from downstairs. Chapter 2. The accident downstairs. Oh my. Li Long almost jumped up from the sofa and rushed to the window to look down. Shao Ming quickly followed him to the window, wanting to see what was happening downstairs. Below, a sedan had crashed into the back of a small truck, with the entire hood crushed under the truck's cargo area. The driver's cabin was completely deformed, and the two of them could see that the driver's upper body seemed to be severed. My God! Li Long turned around, unable to look any longer. The sudden collision startled everyone around. Some pedestrians had just reached a safe place and were preparing to call for help, while a few strong individuals rushed over to check the situation. Quick, save him. He's still moving. The driver is still moving. Move the truck. The truck driver downstairs finally snapped out of his shock and moved the vehicle forward a bit at the urging of bystanders. Since the sedan had hit the truck on the right rear, the driver's cabin was relatively intact, but the passenger seat was a bloody mess. Cough. Although Shao Ming had seen his fair share of gory movies, seeing such a scene in real life for the first time made his stomach churn. A few pedestrians downstairs started to vomit by the roadside. Cries and wails filled the street, and some students from nearby schools stopped to watch. A few people were working together to try to free the driver from the car when they suddenly heard a scream. There's someone else in the back. One of the rescuers shouted. It's a child. It's a child. Several others ran over, and fortunately, the rear door had not been deformed. So they quickly pulled the child out. Shao Ming looked over and saw a baby, seemingly only 8 or 9 months old, staring blankly to the side. There's a child. He turned back to say, My God. Li Long, standing inside, gasped. This child's psychological trauma would last a lifetime. Shao Ming was not someone who easily empathized, but he couldn't help but think that the person in the front seat was likely the child's parent. Oh, damn it, let go. The shouting outside caught Shao Ming's attention. He didn't expect the recently rescued child to actually bite the person holding him. Surrounding people were clearly startled again. No one had anticipated that so many changes would occur in less than 10 minutes. Damn it. Someone come and get him off. Just as the baby was about to tear a chunk of flesh from the bystander's neck, a woman, presumably the bystander's girlfriend, rushed over to try to pull the baby away. Unexpectedly, this action only assisted the baby in biting the bystander's neck. The baby was indeed pulled away. But Shao Ming watched helplessly from above as the baby tore a piece of flesh from the bystander's neck and chewed on it. The baby's 2 small teeth were also yanked out in the process, but he didn't take care, only staring at his prey with blood-red eyes. This is bad. It's really a zombie crisis now. The bystander's girlfriend was also dumbfounded. Scared, she let go, and the baby fell to the ground. My God. The baby seemed to feel no pain from the fall, flipped over, and crawled towards the woman using all fours. Shao Ming and the surrounding pedestrians were equally confused. On the left side of the road was a completely deformed sedan and a small truck covered in blood, while on the right was a bizarre baby crawling towards others while chewing on human flesh. Zombie! Zombie! Someone shouted, and the surrounding pedestrians began to scatter, including those who were helping the driver. Except for a few brave souls on the school grounds and windowsills, the once bustling street suddenly became deserted. However, there were many more onlookers at both ends of the street. Li Long returned to the window. Although he felt sick, He was genuinely curious about what was happening downstairs. The strange baby, seeing its food fleeing, let out a roar towards the sky. The baby's tender throat produced such an eerie sound that everyone present shuddered. "Where's my phone?" Li Long pulled his phone out of his pocket and opened the camera. The baby turned its head and saw the two watching from above, grinning at them. Normally, Shao Ming would have teased Li Long, saying, "You understand, Tito," but now he was so shocked he couldn't speak. Several patrol officers ran out from the crowd, with 2 police officers rushing towards the baby at the roadside. "Officers!" Several university students from the campus shouted. "Stay away from him. He bites." The officers exchanged glances and frowned. "Officers, don't go near." On the other side of the intersection, the injured man's girlfriend shouted as well. Shao Ming followed the sound and noticed that the surrounding pedestrians had instinctively given the couple enough space, while the man, with the help of another officer, was applying pressure to his wound. Just then, the baby also spotted the officers behind him, opening its bloody mouth and crawling towards them. Its once innocent eyes now filled with bloodlust. Now, the officers didn't need anyone to remind them that this baby was not right. The 2 officers had never encountered such a situation. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond and could only retreat repeatedly. A few others who had been helping the driver heard the commotion and sent someone over. Shao Ming saw 2 officers exchange a few brief words. One officer started moving to the right, while the other 3 surrounded the bizarre baby. "Step back." The only officer still in front of the baby placed his hand on his taser, while another officer pulled out handcuffs. "Grab him." It was unclear which officer shouted. The officer behind the baby suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the baby by its clothing and lifting it up. The baby screamed continuously, its blood-soaked little hands flailing in the air. "Calm down, calm down." Another officer quickly stepped forward to cuff the baby's feet, but the baby kept struggling and twisting, trying to bite the 2 officers behind it. The sound of sirens could be heard approaching from afar, and the surrounding onlookers quickly made way for a path. An ambulance took the injured away, and with the police's assistance, they controlled the mutated child. The crowd of onlookers gathered again, wanting to get an explanation from the officers. "This is an isolated case." A seemingly higher-ranking officer shouted to the crowd, "Everyone stay calm and go home." A massive number of isolated cases were unfolding throughout the city of Manchester. Chapter 3. Strange events continue due to the incredible scene that unfolded downstairs at noon. Shao Ming and Li Long skipped their afternoon classes. After a phone call with their families, Shao Ming spent the entire afternoon on the sofa browsing all the news about possible aftereffects online, and the more he read, the more furrowed his brows became. Meanwhile, Li Long began to hit the gym furiously, as if only exercising could calm his emotions. Gradually, Shao Ming not only read related information online, but also took out several sheets of paper to start documenting everything. 1 or 2 hours later, the street began to grow noisy, with many people pouring out of their homes to rush to the supermarket to stock up on supplies. Just as the 2 hesitated about whether to join the crowd in grabbing some things, an old man suddenly collapsed on the ground in the street. The old man was already in poor condition, and the elderly woman who had planned to support him to the hospital cried helplessly, but no one dared to approach. Instead, people moved further away from them, with some even choosing to detour entirely to avoid that path. Sure enough, not long after, the old man, who had spent a lifetime with his beloved partner, bit into the neck of the woman he loved. However, the chaos didn't last long. The public service system was still operational, and police and doctors quickly arrived at the scene to control yet another mutated individual. Such incidents have already occurred in most communities of the city, in most cities of the country, and in most countries around the world. However, this time, it completely scared the 2 guys upstairs. They unanimously agreed that it was better not to leave the apartment for the time being. Time passed to evening, and the sunset's afterglow spilled into the room through the window. Since this afternoon until now, there had been a total of 48 police sirens outside. Li Long put down the barbell in his hand and said, "Come look at this." Shao Ming stood up, dragged out a long and used whiteboard from the corner of the living room, placed it in the middle of the living room, and wrote a date on it with a marker, 35. 3 days ago, that is, March 5th, the first video spread online. Shao Ming showed the phone to Li Long. In the video, a man with bloodshot eyes was wildly chasing his family inside a residential house, and there were still quite a few bloodstains around his mouth. When the video was first released, many people thought it was special effects or some kind of microfilm. After the video finished playing, Shao Ming continued. So it didn't cause much of a stir online. Yesterday, Shao Ming wrote 36 on the whiteboard, and then said, "Similar videos have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. But yesterday we were preparing for the exam this morning and stayed in the library without checking our phones, so we missed this information." Li Long took the phone and browsed through it. Shao Ming's afternoon viewing history had at least hundreds of videos from different locations and different protagonists. But they all shared one common feature. Their eyes were covered in blood-red color, with neither pupils nor sclera visible, just like the baby they saw this afternoon. And today? Shao Ming wrote today's date on the board. Tens of thousands of related videos have appeared worldwide. The place with the most concentrated outbreak is the UK. Damn. Are these zombies? Li Long asked. Shao Ming shrugged and said, the problem is these people become like this about half a month after sudden infection sequelae. Of course some, especially young people, mutate in a very short time. Li Long's face turned pale. If this is related to the pandemic, he can't run away either. Seeing Li Long's expression, Shao Ming comforted him. There's no direct evidence yet. What Shao Ming didn't say was that a blogger had already compiled the locations of various videos, basically consistent with the pandemic trend from 6 months ago. And many people with sequelae relapse experience rapid deterioration in the last few days, or even hours, showing symptoms like blindness and internal bleeding. Although there is no record yet of how exactly people transform into such a terrifying state, it seems inevitable that these sequelae are related to becoming zombies. Hopefully. Li Long slumped on the sofa. If that's true, I don't want to become like that. Don't think like that. Shao Ming patted Li Long's shoulder and said, it's not certain that 100 of those infected 6 months ago will relapse recently. Nor that relapse sequelae will definitely cause mutation. Before Shao Ming finished speaking, a roaring noise came from outside the window. The two followed the sound and saw a black shadow rapidly falling from the sky. A few seconds later, they saw clearly. It was a large passenger plane. The plane crashed into the skyscrapers downtown, followed by a violent explosion. Damn, the two exchanged glances. Looks like the apocalypse really has come. Half an hour later, breathless, the two had gathered all useful items in the apartment. 2 boxes of instant food, 2 buckets of bottled water, several apples, 16 bottles of beer, 6 bottles of cola, 1 frozen pork chop and 1 lamb chop, some vegetables, some seasoning, about a dozen packs of various snacks, hundreds of masks and gloves stockpiled during the pandemic, a baseball bat, and a kitchen knife. Conservatively estimated, this was just enough food for 2 people for 1 week. Should we go out and take a look? Li Long asked. We don't have much left at home. Shao Ming wasn't sure whether to go out. Setting aside whether they could still find anything in the supermarket now, if what those bloggers said online was true, then you don't even know if people outside have already relapsed with sequelae and might turn into zombies at any moment. Shao Ming looked at Li Long beside him. At least this guy was still safe now, but he was also afraid that his companion might become one of the zombies at any time. He knew. And Li Long knew too. They were just avoiding the topic. I should have listened to my mom, Shao Ming said bitterly. My parents warned me to stock up at home during the pandemic 6 months ago, but I didn't listen. I suffered losses but didn't learn. Now the problem was, would they starve to death staying at home, or get randomly bitten if they went out? Chapter 4 Hardware Store. After much thought, the two decided to go out and scavenge before the sun set. First, although the government was still functioning, whether they could really control the situation as claimed was questionable. They couldn't just sit and wait for death. Second, even if the government was still working, it looked like it was about to collapse. If they waited until the military entered and imposed a full lockdown on the city, there was no guarantee of living supplies. The city's various sirens never stopped. And after the plane crash, rescue and security forces were on the verge of collapse. Just like at the start of the pandemic, within 72 hours, public order would be broken. But unlike the start of the pandemic, when people feared virus infection, now people didn't know if they would start to show relapse sequelae symptoms the next second. If things continued like this, the number of mutants would increase day by day, and the government would definitely lock down the city. Those who turned into zombies would have to do so at home. Also, since it was already nearly night, many people who had looted supplies had gone home, so they could avoid violent crowds. Each carried a backpack. Before leaving, Li Long clenched the baseball bat in his hand, and Shao Ming tucked the kitchen knife behind his waist. Li Long glanced back at Shao Ming and opened the door to step outside, descending the stairs to the street. There were still a few pedestrians carrying big and small bags hurrying along. Apart from the black smoke rising in the distance and several bloodstains on the road not yet cleaned, it didn't feel much different from usual. Not far from the apartment was a fresh produce supermarket. The two decided to try their luck there first. The supermarket was still open, but the shelves were a mess. An employee was standing at the door sweeping the floor. Seeing the two approaching, the clerk waved his hand and said, "There's nothing left. Aren't you going home?" Shao Ming asked. "I'm working." The clerk glanced at Shao Ming and continued sweeping. Shao Ming didn't know what to say and could only leave with Li Long. Most of the shops downstairs were already empty or had their doors tightly shut. The two could only explore further away. Roar. A hoarse roar came from the house across the street, followed by a woman's scream and a child's crying. The healthy people holding supplies downstairs heard this, and all avoided the area, fleeing as if escaping. Shao Ming glanced at Li Long, whose face looked terrifyingly bad. "You okay?" Shao Ming asked. No, I'm fine," Li Long said. "I don't have sequelae symptoms now. I'm fine, really. If you have any symptoms, tell me, okay?" Shao Ming placed his hand on Li Long's shoulder and said, "If I change, remember to hit my head." Li Long almost cried. "Tell my mom I love her." Shao Ming shook Li Long and said, "At least you're alive now. Have you forgotten what you often tell me? Your attitude towards life? Even if you die tomorrow. Live well today?" Li Long couldn't hide his fear, but still nodded and said, "Okay, live well." They left the neighborhood and came to the main road, which was blocked with vehicles stranded due to traffic control. Many people have already abandoned their cars and started walking away. At least, it still seems like there are many living people around. If you go further north along the main road, there's a commercial district, Shao Ming said. Li Long nodded. That area has quite a few bars and nightclubs, as well as many shops. We'd better hurry. Li Long looked around. Many people carrying bags like them were heading toward downtown. The further they went, the more chaotic the streets became. People running, blaring car horns, shattered glass in front of shops. Near the commercial district, chaos was an understatement. Hundreds, even thousands, were looting shops. Some were even banging on police cars trying to pull the officers out. The two circled around to another side, planning to enter through a locked alleyway. It was the back alley of the commercial street, used for shop deliveries. Most shop warehouses opened onto this side. Shao Ming pulled on the iron gate. It was locked and wouldn't open. Li Long looked at both sides of the gate. It appeared about 1.9 meters tall. He patted Shao Ming and said, "Not too high. We should be able to climb over." After a short search, they spotted a shop with the warehouse back door open. With a try-it-out attitude, they entered the warehouse. A few people were squatting by the shelves, unpacking boxes and stuffing packaged food into their bags. When the two walked in, those people only glanced at them and kept stuffing their bags. The two quickly joined in collecting supplies, breaking open large boxes on the shelves and stuffing contents into their backpacks. Outside near the door to the shop, a noisy commotion broke out, followed by someone banging on the warehouse door. Several people had already rushed inside. The rest were preparing to flee. This warehouse wasn't large. If those outside forced their way in, they weren't sure if they could hold on to what they had. "How much have you got?" Shao Ming asked. "Almost enough," Li Long said, slinging his backpack on and grabbing another box of biscuits from the shelf, holding it in his arms. Seeing this, Shao Ming grabbed the closest box as well. The two hurriedly left the warehouse, climbed over the iron gate, and returned to the main road. "Look over there." Shao Ming gestured for Li Long to look across the street, where there happened to be a hardware store. "Let's get some weapons." As they were about to cross, they saw the hardware store owner pulling down the rolling shutter. Shao Ming rushed over, threw the box in his arms to the side, and held up the shutter with his hands. "No, we're closing. No more sales," the owner said, trying to press the shutter down. Li Long arrived and helped Shao Ming hold it up. "We can trade with you," Shao Ming said. "I want a chainsaw." The owner hesitated, then asked, "What will you trade me for it?" Shao Ming felt the owner's force on the shutter weaken significantly. He and Li Long pushed the shutter open about half a meter and slipped inside. Shao Ming kicked his box of food in front of the owner and said, "Is this enough?" The owner looked at them, then glanced at another box behind Li Long. 300. "Both boxes for a chainsaw," he said. Shao Ming was about to ask Li Long's opinion, but saw him raise a baseball bat. The next moment, the owner's head was smashed, blood flowing, and he collapsed unconscious. Chapter 5. Evacuation news. Blending into the crowd and returning home, the two gathered the looted goods with what they already had. A box of biscuits, a box of instant fried chicken cutlets, some nuts, lots of bread, and, of course, a chainsaw and 2 cans of mixed engine oil. Shao Ming put the last pack of biscuits into the cupboard and said, "These supplies should last about 2 weeks if we ration them." Li Long leaned his head against the sofa silently, picked up the remote, and turned on the TV. Since the first case of human rabies appeared a few days ago, similar incidents have been reported worldwide. As of this report, over 1 million such cases have been confirmed. Renowned athlete Mei Dong was reported to have a relapse of flu complications and is now bedridden. In the U.S., tens of thousands gathered in front of the White House demanding government response to the zombie outbreaks. Over 100 were arrested during the protest, switching channels several times. All the news was about zombies. Li Long switched to the local drama channel, which should have aired a soap opera at this time. But the screen only showed a blue background white text notice with a monotone voiceover. Following the plane crash this afternoon, the Manchester city government has announced a curfew starting at 10 p.m. tonight. Citizens are requested to stay indoors and secure doors and windows. If your family, friends, Or neighbors exhibit symptoms such as limb weakness, vision loss, or loss of taste, please isolate them immediately and contact authorities. If high fever or bleeding occurs, seek medical attention promptly. Please note, the situation is under control and all patients will be properly treated. Do not panic or rush to supermarkets to hoard supplies. For more information, follow the city's official Twitter account. Shao Ming sat down just as the broadcast aired and picked up his phone to check Twitter. The comments under the city government's post had exploded. Some accused the government of lying. Some said their family members had mutated. Some reported their own symptoms. Some prayed for divine protection, and some claimed the apocalypse had come. Ignoring the nonsense, he noticed someone had created a Manchester survivors topic for information exchange. Curious. Shao Ming clicked in. Most posts were accounts of symptoms experienced by themselves or those around them. He put down his phone, and saw Li Long was also looking at his phone. He asked, "Any news?" In the overseas students' WeChat group, someone said there might be an evacuation organized in a couple of days. When the last pandemic started, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly carried out a large-scale evacuation operation. Shao Ming had left the UK then. Otherwise, he might have been infected too. That's good news. Shao Ming sat up straight. The sooner we get home, the better. Li Long nodded. His expression relaxed considerably. If these mutants are really related to the big outbreak 6 months ago, no matter how good the medical care is here or back home, I don't want to die in a foreign land. Let us call home, Li Long said. Standing and walking into his bedroom, Shao Ming watched Li Long leave, wanting to say something but unsure what to advise. When the video connected, he saw his mother's anxious face. "I was about to call you. I heard a plane crash near your area. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Shao Ming said, patting his chest. A plane did crash, but it's at least 10 kilometers away, so the impact wasn't too bad. The city has started a curfew, though. Are you short of food, water, or supplies? Medicine? Do you have any left? If not, get some quickly. Shao Ming smiled bitterly. Right now, it's not buying. Everyone's just taking stuff off the streets. But not wanting to worry his mother, he replied without hesitation, "We have enough. Li Long and I just went out and bought a bunch of things today. Don't worry. That's good. I also saw some videos. Those foreigners look like monsters. Just like you told me this morning. We still don't know what's really going on," she continued. "Some say it's related to the pandemic, but no official statement yet." After asking a few more questions about home, Shao Ming asked, "How's the situation back home?" His mother replied, "I haven't heard much. But several cities have been locked down again since yesterday, since the outbreak started on a large scale in the country first. If these mutations are really related to the pandemic, then it must have started back home at least a couple of weeks ago. About a week ago, it seemed that cities in the country had begun to lock down again, with the official statement being that a second wave of infections was hitting." Shao Ming quickly opened Twitter to check the news regarding the country, and several cities that had been severely affected during the major outbreak had entered lockdown. Ambulances and police cars were constantly moving through the city, but the impact on the daily lives of normal people didn't seem very significant. There were no further updates. The most severely affected cities only had tens of thousands infected, spread across a city of millions, and it really might not be as serious as abroad. "What's wrong?" his mother asked when she saw Shao Ming was silent. "It's nothing," Shao Ming said. "You all should stock up on some supplies at home." After chatting with his mother for a while, Shao Ming hung up the phone. Li Long was still in his bedroom and hadn't come out. Shao Ming thought about going in to check, but decided against it. Maybe spending more time with family would lift his spirits? Shao Ming walked to the window, intending to get some fresh air, but he heard intermittent howls and screams, along with the continuous wailing of police sirens, so he had to close the window again. He picked up his phone and entered the WeChat group. The international students in the group were already in an uproar over the possible evacuation news. Li Long came out at that moment, looking much better. Just as the group was buzzing about the evacuation, a message suddenly appeared, interrupting everyone's conversation. "I think I'm starting to show symptoms of after effects." Shao Ming put down his phone and said to Li Long, who was also checking the news, "Let us stop looking at it. Do you want to eat something?" Chapter 6. Situation deteriorates. Shao Ming heated oil in a pan and tore open a bag of thawed frozen steak, throwing it into the frying pan. The pan made a sizzling sound, drowning out the noise from outside. Li Long switched TV channels, but after searching for a while, he couldn't find anything satisfactory. "Let us watch a few episodes of a drama," Shao Ming said, flipping the steak in the pan. "If the world really ends in a couple of days, we should at least have some entertainment." "You're right." Li Long turned off the TV and went into the bedroom to get his tablet. "How about The Walking Dead?" "No way. We might soon be living in a real version of it, so let us not watch the fake one." The two laughed, and the aroma of the steak gradually filled the room. Time quickly passed to 10 o'clock, and with the police broadcasts and sporadic gunfire, it gradually became quieter outside. Shao Ming and Li Long looked at each other, trying not to imagine what was happening outside. We should check the pharmacy tomorrow, Shao Ming said. We still need to stock up on some essential medicines. If we can successfully evacuate back home, we won't need them, Li Long said. Better to be prepared. Shao Ming paused, and then said, at worst, we can just open the door and whoever finds it can take it. Hopefully, the evacuation will succeed. Li Long took out his phone again. The international student group had quieted down, and there was no new information. Let us sleep. Shao Ming stood up, patted Li Long, and went into his own bedroom. Shao Ming lay in bed, unable to sleep at all. Too much had happened today. He had been taking exams in the morning, and by the afternoon, the city was already in a state of riot. Monsters, car accidents, planes crashing. The blood-red eyes of that baby were deeply etched in Shao Ming's heart. Just like when the pandemic first started, it came too suddenly, even more so than before. The pandemic at least gave a month before it spread worldwide. Did the hospitals accept so many patients with aftereffects without any news? Was the government completely unaware? Or were they trying to avoid panic by withholding information? Or rather, what if the aftereffects were related to mutations? Could the survivors of the pandemic be lucky enough to avoid this crisis? He didn't know how long he had been lost in thought before he finally fell asleep. He didn't know how long it was before he was awakened by the noise outside. Groggily, he checked his phone. It was already 9 in the morning. Opening the door, he saw Li Long, who also had dark circles under his eyes. The two went to the window to look outside, where a large parade was marching down the main road. They could vaguely see some people holding signs that said things like, "We want the truth," and "What happened to my family?" Some marchers were also carrying various weapons, ranging from sticks to firearms. Shao Ming ruffled his hair, left the window, and went to the cupboard to grab 2 bags of cookies. With cola and the noise from outside, the two sat at the dining table to have breakfast. Should we fill up on water? Li Long asked. I don't know. Shao Ming shook his head. If the city has completely collapsed, we should prepare for a sudden water stoppage one day. But now it seems that the city's public services are still functioning. Just to be safe, they filled all the containers they could with water. Now we have food, water, basic medicine, and weapons, Shao Ming said, but we might still need some antibiotics and painkillers. Given the current situation, it's better not to go out. Li Long opened his phone and continued to browse evacuation news. The two stayed in the room for a while, planning to wait for the parade to disperse before going out to take a chance, but the noise from the parade outside grew louder, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Now it's gone from a protest to a civil war. You know, this is actually a good thing, Shao Ming said to Li Long. At least so many people can still come out to protest. Maybe, Li Long replied, or it could prove that the government is still functioning. And the police are still working. Just a few minutes earlier on the street, protesters were throwing bricks and homemade Molotov cocktails at riot police, who were responding with beanbag guns and tear gas. Just when everyone's attention was focused on the front of the parade, a man sitting on the side of the street suddenly collapsed in pain. Originally, there were already quite a few people hit by tear gas, so the man on the ground didn't draw anyone's attention. After a few seconds, the man got up, and his eyes had turned blood red. The parade, which had been pushed back by the police, saw this man charge directly at the wall of riot police. Engage! A riot police shouted. His teammates immediately extended their beanbag guns from the shield wall and fired at the man. However, the man, who should have fallen, charged even more frantically towards the police line. The man's body slammed into the riot shield wall, and several police officers rushed over to shoot him with stun guns. The man's muscles instantly convulsed, and he fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Seeing that the man had lost his ability to move, one officer immediately pulled out handcuffs and pressed them onto the man. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly burst forth with unimaginable strength, breaking free from the police's grip and biting down on the officer's hand. Ah, damn it, I've been bitten. The bitten officer struck the man's head. But the man not only didn't let go but bit down even harder. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, an officer in the back raised his rifle and shot the man in the head. Finally, this had some effect. The man fell to the ground and stopped moving. Several teammates hurriedly helped the bitten officer to the back of the line. The police killed someone. Someone shouted. In the parade, someone immediately drew their pistol and fired at the police upon hearing this. The ordinary riot shield made of acrylic could not stop the bullet. A 9mm round pierced through one riot officer's shield and shot directly into his neck. The officer is injured. Someone fell down. Medical help. Where are the doctors? Then, another bullet shot out from the crowd. Return fire. Return fire. A senior officer shouted. Who do we shoot at? An officer asked. Several bullets came flying again, and the two policemen in the front row fell down. Everyone, can you see all the people with guns? Chapter 7. Pharmacy horror. An hour later, the street gradually quieted down. The police began clearing the bodies on the ground. since the hospital had become a hotspot for mutants. Many gunshot victims could not receive any treatment and could only lie by the roadside waiting for their blood to dry. Meanwhile, the two people hiding in the apartment kept updated on the situation on the street several hundred meters away through videos online. Under normal circumstances, videos of clashes between protesters and riot police firing deadly shots at each other would definitely ignite global public opinion. But today, all major social media platforms were filled with videos of conflicts and riots from various places. Some people rushed into the streets because their family members had mutated nearby. Some hoped the government would reveal the truth. Some had symptoms of after effects and rushed out. Some wanted to blend into the crowds to loot supplies. Shao Ming clicked on a video where a doctor was desperately hiding in an office, bidding farewell to his family. I don't know what to do with my patients. All of them have mutated. They're mad. Please, don't come to the hospital anymore. My colleagues and I have done our best. The after effects are related to mutation. Really related. But some people have symptoms but haven't mutated yet. However, they were bitten to death, bitten alive. Some normal people have already gone mad. Alexia, sorry. Dad can't come home to celebrate your birthday. The doctor cried helplessly, and the video ended there. Shao Ming exited the video, feeling a mix of emotions. It wasn't until noon that the streets returned to normal. Some residents had left their homes to search for supplies. It's time to go. Li Long slung his backpack on his back and handed another bag to Shao Ming. The place with the most pharmacies was near the Royal Manchester Hospital, the closest to the apartment. Although the situation inside the hospital was still unclear, videos from others showed that the police had taken control of the hospital. This hospital, established in the 18th century, was now completely sealed off by the police, since patrol officers had all been reassigned to maintain public order. The police sealing the hospital were all fully armed SWAT officers. Of course, it was also possible that ordinary police firepower was insufficient to deal with a hospital breach. Several armored vehicles surrounded the hospital gates, and the SWAT team aimed their guns inside. Some people, apparently relatives of patients, gathered on one side, begging the SWAT team to rush in and save their loved ones. Others excitedly demanded an immediate sweep of the entire hospital. The SWAT commander kept explaining that most major hospitals nationwide were in similar situations and that the orders from above were only to seal off the hospital, with no further action permitted. Through the hospital's glass doors, Shao Ming saw the tragic scene inside. Endless mutants crowded at the doors trying to break out. Some doctors in white coats were already torn apart. Fortunately, the hospital gates had been reinforced with steel bars by the police, and it seemed the mutants inside could not break out for now. Let us go, Shao Ming said. Let us try our luck near the hospital. On the main road, the situation was even more grim than yesterday. Almost every few steps there was a bloodstain. Abandoned vehicles were either smashed or covered with scattered slogans. Crossing the street, the two finally reached the first pharmacy. From here, they could already see the main building of Royal Manchester Hospital. Through the tightly closed doors, Shao Ming only saw empty shelves. The two had to continue approaching the hospital. Shao Ming was uneasy. If mutants broke through the police blockade, it would be a huge loss to be bitten to death for a few bottles of antibiotics. Let me check the situation. Shao Ming signaled Li Long to stop, then jumped on top of a small car to look ahead. The police had indeed set up a cordon at the hospital entrance, and the hospital gates were sealed shut. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the problem was not too serious for now. Next to the blood donation center, directly opposite the hospital entrance, was a fairly large pharmacy. The two ran into it, perhaps because of the morning riots, or because there were thousands of mutants in the hospital across the street. The pharmacy was not very crowded. The pharmacy's order was still normal, perhaps because the SWAT team was right across the street. Customers obediently selected and paid in front of the shelves. As soon as they entered, Shao Ming saw the owner leaning on the counter with his head down. Shao Ming said to Li Long in Chinese, "The owner, doesn't he look well?" Li Long nodded, took the baseball bat off his hiking bag, and gripped it tightly. "I'll look for medicine." Shao Ming opened his backpack and went to the back shelves to find antibiotics. "Shao Ming!" Li Long shouted loudly, calling him back, just as Shao Ming was stuffing the hard-to-find antibiotics into his bag. Shao Ming hurried back to the counter and saw the owner had collapsed unconscious on the counter. "He just fell down," Li Long said to the arriving Shao Ming. "Are you okay?" A bold black man reached out to pat the owner. But unexpectedly, the owner suddenly opened his mouth and bit the man's hand. "Damn, hit him." "No need," Shao Ming shouted. But Li Long had already swung the baseball bat down on the mutated owner's head. The mutated owner seemed stunned. The black man quickly withdrew his hand and scrambled out of the pharmacy. The owner angrily roared at Li Long and Shao Ming, then pushed himself off the counter with both hands and jumped down. His smooth movement was completely unlike the zombies in movies or TV shows. Li Long rushed forward in one step and struck the mutated owner's head hard with the bat. The owner staggered back 2 steps, then charged again. Damn! Li Long hurriedly crossed the bat horizontally. The mutated owner fiercely bit down on the bat. Shao Ming took a kitchen knife from his waist and circled behind the owner from the shelves. Li Long was forced to retreat step by the owner, knocking down medicines from the shelves on both sides. Shao Ming slashed the owner's neck fiercely. The cut severed half the owner's neck. The owner's body lost control, stepped forward 2 steps due to momentum, and fell to the ground. Chapter 8. Marchillo lined the mutated owner's head was still connected to his body by some flesh. His bloodshot eyes stared at the ground, and his mouth moved weakly to bite. Damn thing. Li Long raised the baseball bat and struck the owner's head hard. Again and again, smashing the owner's forehead inward. Young man, put down your weapons. 2 SWAT officers appeared at the pharmacy door, shouting at Li Long and Shao Ming. Li Long didn't stop and used all his strength to deliver the last strike. Bang! The owner's head was smashed like a watermelon and exploded. Li Long finally stopped, panting heavily and holding the bat. The bloody smell irritated Shao Ming's nose. He hurried to pick up the backpack from the ground, but saw 2 policemen raising their weapons. Hey! Shao Ming quickly raised his hands and signaled Li Long to drop the bat. We need to arrest you, sir, one officer said to Li Long. Shao Ming quickly stepped in front of Li Long and asked, why? What did he do? He killed someone. The answer surprised Shao Ming. How could that thing on the ground still be considered human? Those are monsters. Don't you know? Shao Ming asked. No, orders from above are to treat them as patients. Like how you shot people on the street today? The sound of glass breaking came from the hospital direction, interrupting their conversation. The 4 looked toward the sound, only to see the upstairs windows shattered by mutants crashing through, and 1 mutant fell directly down from the upper floor. Immediately after, the 2nd, 3rd, and more mutated beings rushed out from the 4th floor. Some fell headfirst and died instantly, while more staggered to their feet, heading towards the Special Police's defense line. The reinforced steel barricade at the door had become useless. Fortunately, the 4th floor was high enough that many of the mutated beings broke their legs in the fall and could only advance with a limp. Oh no! The Special Police captain quickly ordered, open fire. Block them. Instantly, gunfire erupted. Those slow-moving mutated beings were no match for submachine guns and rifles. The ones that had just rushed down fell like grass being mowed. The 2 Special Police officers blocking Li Long and Shao Ming also abandoned them and immediately returned to their positions. What are you looking at? Hurry and run. Shao Ming grabbed the dazed Li Long and took off running, just as the 2 of them hadn't gone far. One of the Special Police officers broke the glass of the main door. Now, the mutated beings crazily squeezed through the steel bars, rushing towards the Special Police. Several officers quickly turned their guns to try to block the gap at the door. However, many mutated beings had already squeezed out and were charging towards the officers. Reload. The Special Police alternated their fire, yet more and more mutated beings poured out of the hospital. Block the door. Use a vehicle, quick. Block the door. The Special Police captain shouted. One officer closest to the armored vehicle jumped onto it without thinking, started the engine, and charged at the door. The armored vehicle crushed several mutated beings and slammed against the door. The temporarily welded steel bars bent upon impact, and 2 vertical bars were broken. But this successfully blocked the door for the time being. The driving officer quickly crawled to the back of the vehicle, opened the rear door, and intended to jump out. However, as he pushed open the rear door, a mutated being jumped down from above and landed on the roof of the vehicle. The mutated being crawled through the open firing port on the roof and grabbed the officer's foot. The officer drew his handgun and fired several shots at the mutated being's head. Just as he turned to escape, several mutated beings had already blocked the door. The magazine of his handgun quickly ran out, and a few mutated beings crawled into the armored vehicle. The officer's heroic sacrifice seemed to have stalled the advance of the mutated beings. Many Special Police officers had drawn their handguns and started shooting, while more mutated beings continued to pour out from upstairs. Before the large-scale mutation occurred, there had been at least thousands of people stacked inside the hospital, and now most of them had mutated. Amid the fierce battle, no one noticed that the 9-ton armored vehicle was actually being pushed by hundreds of mutated beings piled up on the 1st floor. One mutated being squeezed through the gap and charged at the Special Police officers. I'm out of bullets. I have 2 left. The officers watched as the mutated beings drew closer, some already pulling out batons and knives. Get in the vehicle, retreat. Tell Team B and Team C that the door has been breached. Retreat immediately. The Special Police captain jumped into a police car and shouted to the remaining officers. Hurry and retreat. Contact headquarters. The Royal Hospital has been breached. Seal off this area. The Special Police quickly entered the nearest police cars. and the remaining armored vehicle floored the accelerator, crashing through the vehicles blocking the road and fleeing with the remaining police cars. Without the special police blocking them, the mutated beings surged out of the hospital, frantically running through the streets in search of food. Those who couldn't run fast enough all became a feast for the mutated beings. At this moment, Li Long and Shao Ming had just reached the bottom of their apartment building. Hearing the gunfire stop, Shao Ming could only think of the worst. The hospital must have been breached. The two quickly ran back home and locked the door. Shao Ming didn't even take off his backpack and immediately ran to the window to look outside. About a dozen mutated beings ran past on the street, and a person just happened to dash into the street below their apartment. Seeing Shao Ming looking out, he hurriedly shouted, "Help me! Help me!" Shao Ming glanced behind him and saw several mutated beings chasing after the man. Without thinking, Shao Ming shut the window. Saving him now might cost him his life. All he could do was silently apologize to the man. I hope he wasn't just looking at me, Shao Ming thought. What's wrong? Li Long asked, noticing Shao Ming's expression. Nothing, Shao Ming replied, taking off his backpack, feeling his hands trembling. Li Long sat down on the sofa. Maybe it was the sudden calm that triggered his body's stress response. His breathing became rapid, his heart raced, and he clutched the baseball bat tightly. Seeing Li Long like this, Shao Ming quickly supported him and asked, "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Li Long waved his hand, breathing heavily. Just a bit anxious. Maybe it's just the tension from earlier. I'll go get you a bottle of water, Shao Ming said. Li Long nodded, trying to adjust his breathing. After drinking the water that Shao Ming brought, Li Long rested for a while. His body seemed to be fine. He threw his backpack onto the sofa and walked into the bathroom with the bloodied baseball bat. Shao Ming watched as Li Long gradually became silent and then looked at his own hands. In just a day or two, it seemed both of them had been completely changed. Chapter 9. Missing the evacuation due to the sudden situation at the pharmacy. The two had only brought back a few bottles of antibiotics. Shao Ming returned to the window and saw several mutated beings crouched together, gnawing on a corpse. He couldn't tell if it was the person who had called for help earlier. Shao Ming shook his head, hoping it wasn't he. But he felt a voice in his heart blaming him. Perhaps if he had seen a similar video online, he would have firmly believed he would rush out to save someone. Yet when the event happened right before his eyes, he instinctively chose to flee, both physically and psychologically. Today was the first time the two had such close contact with the mutated beings. Unlike the zombies in traditional cultural works, these mutated beings were exceptionally agile and quick. In some respects, they even seemed to be slightly superior to humans. Fortunately, after seeing enough bloody scenes in reality and online over the past 2 days, Shao Ming didn't throw up in the pharmacy. Li Long sat on the sofa, staring blankly at his baseball bat. Shao Ming took a can of beer from the fridge and handed it to Li Long, who took the beer and poured it straight into his mouth. Drink slowly. Cough. Cough. Li Long spat out some beer and wiped his mouth. The two didn't speak again. Shao Ming pulled out his phone and checked the messages in the international student group. The group was flooded with messages. But this time they were all about packing and arranging transportation. Shao Ming hurriedly scrolled through the messages, and a message they both eagerly anticipated appeared before his eyes. The embassy in the UK announced that it would soon initiate an evacuation plan to remove Chinese citizens in the shortest time possible. Look at this. Shao Ming excitedly said to Li Long, "We can go home." What? Li Long quickly grabbed his phone to check the message alongside Shao Ming. They opened the embassy's message. Searching for evacuation details related to Manchester. Chinese citizens in Liverpool, Manchester, and Leeds, please head to Manchester Airport by 1 p.m. local time tomorrow. It's time to set off, Shao Ming said, unable to hide his excitement. Did you see? We need to be at the airport by 1 p.m. tomorrow. Li Long finally regained some spirit, nodding with joy. No matter when, going home was always a happy thing. Shao Ming checked the time. It was already 5 o'clock. We'll set off early tomorrow morning, he said. The two quickly began packing their things. Shao Ming stuffed some food and drink into his backpack and picked up the chainsaw next to the sofa. The distance from their apartment to Manchester Airport was about 15 kilometers, and no one could guarantee that they wouldn't encounter other mutated beings along the way. Various messages on the internet, and what we saw with our own eyes today indicate that normal people and mutants are now mixed together in the city. And as time goes on, there are fewer normal people and more mutants. 15 kilometers, it will take at least 3 hours at the fastest, Li Long said. We'll set off at 7 o'clock, and if all goes well, we'll definitely reach the airport before noon. Leave at 6 o'clock, Shao Ming said. The two spent the night with excitement, even preparing a big meal. Going out to find medicine was really a mistake, Li Long said. Shao Ming recalled how Li Long had smashed the shop owner's head and could only say, "We'll be home soon." After a hearty meal and a phone call with their families, the two went to bed early. It seemed as if everything that had happened in the past 2 days was just a dream, with all the horror, panic, and anxiety thrown out of their minds. Shao Ming finally had a peaceful sleep, but during the night, faint rumbling and gunshots could be heard. Early the next morning, the two got ready and set off. Shao Ming opened the window for a glance. Downstairs, only a mutilated corpse remained, and the mutants from yesterday had long disappeared. They cautiously walked onto the street. The entire street was very quiet, as if everyone was hiding at home, afraid to come out. However, when they reached the main road, they saw a desperate scene. Hundreds of mutants were wandering the street, obviously the batch that had broken through yesterday. Further away was a barricade made from heavy truck containers and police buses. Since Manchester Royal Hospital was breached yesterday, the entire neighborhood around the hospital was completely sealed off. The police no longer had enough manpower to clear the numerous mutants. Not only had many officers died in riot control and lockdown duties, but many others were experiencing relapses of aftereffects. The police could only isolate all areas around major hospitals, as these hospitals were concentrated mutant zones, because the lockdown was carried out overnight. The two did not check the news after waking and had no idea they were already inside a sealed area. More importantly, the Manchester city government had not issued any notice before the lockdown. Only some sleepless netizens and residents near the blockade witnessed and photographed the lockdown process. The starving mutants saw two fools walking onto the street and all charged toward them wildly. The two immediately turned and ran back to the apartment, completely unaware that the situation on the street had deteriorated to this extent. They rushed into the apartment and locked the main door on the first floor. A few of the fastest mutants directly slammed against the door, opening their bloody mouths and roaring at the two inside the stairwell. Seeing that the door temporarily held back the mutants, the two hurried to their home. Back inside, they pushed furniture against the door, while dozens of mutants had already gathered downstairs. Li Long anxiously said, "Call the Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly." Shao Ming trembled as he fumbled for his phone in his pocket. After several attempts, he finally dialed the correct number and connected to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But all he heard was a cold female voice. Shao Ming hung up in disbelief and redialed. But no matter how many times he called, it was always that cold voice. "Always busy," Shao Ming said tremblingly. Li Long collapsed desperately onto the floor and slowly said, "We can't leave." Chapter 10 Neighbor Shao Ming said, "Cheer up, it's still early, and it's not completely hopeless." Li Long almost screamed with tears. "Hope? Go ask the dozens of zombies downstairs if there's hope." Shao Ming looked at the time. It was only 6:30. "Maybe they'll disperse soon?" Shao Ming said. "Impossible," Li Long muttered, lowering his head. "I don't want to die. We can't go back. I don't want to die. There are so many international students around the school. What about inside the school? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs wouldn't just abandon us, right? The embassy will find a way, right?" Li Long shouted at Shao Ming. "Don't you understand the situation? Even if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had enormous power, could they send an entire division to escort us out? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs can't do anything, so we have to rely on ourselves. There must be a way." Li Long suddenly stood up and shouted at Shao Ming. "The police have sealed off our area. You saw it yourself. Even if we could break through hundreds of zombies, how do you plan to climb over the high walls built by the police?" Shao Ming was startled but continued. "There must be a gap. There must be. There are so many alleys nearby. How could the police block every single one in one night? I don't believe it." Shao Ming continued. "If you don't want to die, find a way. If you want to go home, find a way. What is the use of being negative here?" Bang, bang, bang. The door was being hammered violently. The two immediately fell silent. Shao Ming cautiously approached the door, leaning on the sofa blocking it, peering through the peephole. Outside the door wasn't zombies, but Berdon, the neighbor next door. "Asian pigs, open the door quickly. What have you done? I know it was you." Berdon angrily pounded the door. Shao Ming saw him step back 2 steps and pull out a black object from his waist. Shao Ming looked carefully. It was a pistol. "He has a gun," Shao Ming said to Li Long. Berdon outside continued shouting, "Open the door. I know you're inside. Don't hide in there silently. If you have the guts to attract zombies, why can't you open the door?" Shao Ming saw Berdon raise his gun, aiming at the door. He quickly stepped back 2 steps, away from the door. "Open the door. I'll throw you down to feed the zombies." Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced through the wooden door, entering the house. Both were startled. They didn't expect Berdon to actually shoot. Calm down. Calm down," Shao Ming shouted outside. "Let us talk this out." "What to talk about?" "I want you two to get down now and clear the zombies at the door," Berdon responded. "Or I'll come in myself and force you down." After saying that, he charged at the door again. This old door could not withstand continuous pounding and gunfire. If he kept this up, the door would be completely broken in minutes. "Put down the gun first," Shao Ming shouted. Put down the gun and then talk. Open the door. Verdun knocked again. If I don't force you out with a gun, you'll keep hiding in there forever. Just then, another bullet shot through. Open the door and come out, or I guarantee I'll smash this rotten door. Meanwhile, the mutants' roars outside grew louder. More and more mutants gathered around the building after hearing the gunshots. Hey, I'm going to open the door, Shao Ming said to Li Long. Are you crazy? Li Long said. Opening the door lets him in to kill us? If we don't open the door, he'll keep shooting and attract more zombies, Shao Ming retorted. Opening the door gives us a chance. Not opening it means this madman will keep shooting inside. As if confirming Shao Ming's words, 2 more bullets were fired inside. Shao Ming's only thought now was that face-to-face was the only chance. What do you want to do? Li Long asked. I don't know, Shao Ming answered. But I think he doesn't mean to kill us. If he doesn't kill us, we can clear the zombies downstairs. How do you know? Li Long asked. You open the door, he shoots, and we're done for. Listen, Shao Ming said, there's no other way. Open the door. You hide in the dark and take him out. If you don't open it, he'll break the door or attract more zombies, and everyone is doomed. The two looked at the shaky old door as the mutants' roars continued outside. It seems that apart from opening the door to gain a little advantage for himself, there is no other way. Li Long shook his head in disbelief, picked up the baseball bat, and stood behind the door. Hey, Shao Ming shouted at the door. Don't shoot yet. I'll open the door, and we'll go deal with the problem downstairs. Then hurry up and open it. Buliden shouted, and then get your ass downstairs. It would be best if you rolled out of the apartment after cleaning it up. The gunfire outside indeed stopped, and Shao Ming glanced at Li Long before pushing the sofa at the door aside. His mind was blank, completely unprepared for what was about to happen. Shao Ming held his breath and opened the door, only to have Buliden immediately point his gun at him. Looking down the dark barrel, Shao Ming felt his legs shaking. Now, Buliden waved his gun and said, go deal with all the zombies downstairs with your friend. Okay. Shao Ming raised his hands and took 2 steps back. You have to let us grab some gear, right? Seeing Shao Ming retreat, Buliden stepped forward. What about your friend? Tell him to come out too. Just as Buliden took 2 steps forward, his hand reached inside the door. Li Long seized the opportunity and swung the bat down. Your dad is here. Buliden was caught off guard by the sudden blow to his back, but the pain didn't make him let go of his gun. In Shao Ming's mind flashed countless action movie scenes. His instinctive reaction was not to dodge, but to rush forward and grab the gun from Buliden's hand. Buliden was already stunned from the hit, and since the distance was not far, by the time he came to his senses, Shao Ming had already pushed the gun to the side. Buliden gritted his teeth in pain and fiercely held onto the gun, but Shao Ming suddenly pulled back, dragging Buliden into the room. Seeing this, Li Long raised the baseball bat and swung it at Buliden's head. Buliden took a heavy blow to the head, and in a reflexive action, he pulled the trigger, firing a bullet. The bullet hit the wall, shattering, and a fragment ricocheted at an angle, hitting Li Long in the thigh. Chapter 11. Gun injury. Buliden covered his bloodied head and staggered back, collapsing to the ground. Dog bastard, Li Long cursed. Just as he was about to walk over and kick Buliden, his legs gave out, and he fell. Shao Ming quickly supported Li Long and looked down, only to find blood flowing out of Li Long's leg. Due to the adrenaline rush, Li Long didn't even realize he had been shot. You've been shot. Shao Ming hurriedly helped Li Long to sit on the nearby sofa, and blood had already soaked a large area of Li Long's pants. Damn it, how did I get hit? Li Long said, the pain swelling up. He felt like his left leg, where he had been shot, was no longer his own. Don't talk. Just lie down. Shao Ming quickly went to find a bandage. Fortunately, he had organized things over the past 2 days, and the medical supplies were neatly stored in the cabinet. Shao Ming took out a roll of bandage, a bottle of alcohol, and some painkillers. For now, he had to make do with emergency measures. Pants off, Shao Ming told Li Long. Seeing Li Long like that, he had no choice but to do it himself. It hurts. Hang in there, Shao Ming said as he pulled Li Long's pants down a bit, revealing a conspicuous wound. You need to bear with it. I have to disinfect the wound. Seeing Li Long sweating profusely, Shao Ming grabbed a pillow from the sofa and handed it to him, saying, bite down on this. It will be over soon. Shao Ming opened the alcohol spray. He didn't know if this was the right way to handle it, but he felt it couldn't be much different from treating a sports injury. Moreover, he couldn't remove the bullet from the wound. Shao Ming sprayed alcohol directly onto the wound. The intense pain almost made Li Long faint, but thankfully, it only lasted a few seconds. Shao Ming then dampened the tissue with alcohol and cleaned around the wound. Lucky. It didn't hit an artery, Shao Ming said. Although the wound on Li Long's leg was alarming, it looked like the bleeding wasn't from an artery. However, the blood loss was still considerable. Shao Ming took the bandage and wrapped it around Li Long's wound. Blood continued to seep out, but it seemed to have stopped for the most part. Aren't you going to remove the bullet? Li Long asked with difficulty. I can't take it out, Shao Ming sighed. Setting the bandage aside. If the bullet is embedded in the flesh and pressing against other blood vessels, hastily removing it could do you more harm. I'm afraid there will be some rejection reaction. Removing the bullet is mainly for cleaning the wound, not just to take the bullet out. Don't worry. I will find you better medical conditions. Just lie still and keep an eye on the wound, Shao Ming instructed Li Long. I'll go check the situation downstairs. Shao Ming went to the window and looked down. There were even more mutated bodies gathered together, thanks to Buliden firing those few shots. Whether the door downstairs would hold was now questionable. He turned around and found Buliden still lying at the door. Of course, after taking a blow to the head. He wouldn't be going anywhere. Almost forgot about you, Shao Ming said as he walked over and picked up the gun. Earlier, Li Long getting shot had completely drawn both their attention. Compared to the drunken man lying on the ground, Li Long's bloody wound needed more urgent care. Shao Ming recognized it as a Sig Sauer P320 handgun, with a 9x19mm caliber, a standard 15-round magazine. Although Shao Ming had never shot at a range, the weight of it in his hand was substantial. However, according to UK law, this was definitely not a weapon that could be legally obtained. He switched off the safety and tucked the gun into his waistband. Shao Ming grabbed the unconscious Buliden and dragged him into his room. After laying down the heavy body, he looked around Buliden's room. It was very messy, with clothes and liquor bottles everywhere. The most eye-catching thing was a photo placed in the center of the room. In the photo, a young Buliden was smiling while hugging a black girl, and there was a very young black child between them. Well, Shao Ming said to the still unconscious Buliden, looks like your ex-wife hurt you pretty badly. He looked at Buliden lying on the ground, listening to the continuous wails of the mutated bodies outside, and felt like throwing him out of the window. If it weren't for this madman, there might have been more opportunities, and Li Long wouldn't have been injured. Damn it, Shao Ming kicked him, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to throw a living person out to feed the mutated bodies. He hadn't thought about killing anyone yet, even though society was slowly collapsing. Order still existed. Throwing Buliden out would be no different from the mutated bodies or this madman. Moving an unconscious person was far more difficult than Shao Ming had imagined. After finally getting Buliden onto the bed, he found a rope and simply tied his hands to the headboard. Once everything was done, his gaze fell on 2 magazines and a box of bullets on Buliden's bedside. Well, thank you. I'll take this as repayment, Shao Ming said as he stuffed the magazines and bullets into his pocket. Before going home, Shao Ming locked his neighbor's door, holding the handgun as he made his way down the hallway to the first floor. The main door was not fully closed. The upper half had a hollow design. The mutated bodies outside became more agitated upon seeing a living person approaching. Fortunately, the old building's door was still sturdy and hadn't warped from the pressure of the mutated bodies. Just to be safe, Shao Ming dragged over some trash and wedged it against the door. After doing all this, he returned home and locked the door securely. Where did you go? Li Long asked. I brought back some gifts, Shao Ming said, tossing the magazines and bullets from his bag onto the table. Now go lie down on the bed. Shao Ming helped Li Long into the room and lay him down. Li Long wiped the sweat from his face and said to Shao Ming, do you think I'm close to dying? Shao Ming sat beside Li Long, took out the gun from his waist and held it in his hand, replying, why do you keep saying such negative things? It didn't hit any of your vital organs. Shao Ming pulled the slide back and ejected the bullet from the chamber. In this situation, let's not talk about whether I will turn into one of those monsters outside. My leg is injured, and I can't leave here. And I don't even know if I might die from this little wound. Shao Ming smiled and said, are you doubting my bandaging skills, or are you doubting yourself? Li Long also smiled but didn't say anything. Shao Ming pulled back the blanket to take a look. The bleeding should have stopped. I realized I can't let you sit idle. Why do you start thinking wildly when you have nothing to do? Li Long chuckled and said, isn't that how people are? Just idle. Shao Ming shook his head, took out the bullets from the magazine, and started loading them into the clip. I want to call home, Li Long said. Shao Ming looked up at Li Long's pale face and said, I suggest you wait a bit longer to call. Or should I help you call? Li Long shook his head. Although he hadn't seen his own face, it must look terrible. And he didn't want to worry his family too much. No need, let us talk later. Shao Ming nodded and said, the bullet is still in your leg. We need to get it out. Chapter 12. The patient on the rooftop. Shao Ming inserted the loaded magazine into the handgun. He had to think about what to do in the coming days. Li Long was injured. The neighborhood was sealed off. There was a group of starving mutants downstairs. And there was an unfriendly neighbor living across the hall. We will get home, Shao Ming said to Li Long. There's always a way. You just need to rest well for now. Where are you going? Li Long asked as he saw Shao Ming getting up to leave. To check the situation. Shao Ming replied. or to see if I can find a way to get you to the airport? Li Long didn't know what to say. He nodded and replied, I'll keep trying to contact the embassy and see if they have any solutions. All right, Shao Ming said, tucking the gun into his waist. I'll first check the front door, then go to the rooftop. As Shao Ming reached the door, he turned back to Li Long and said, I will take the keys, and I will be back soon. If anyone else knocks on the door, message me. Be careful, Li Long said. I don't want you to die before I do. You won't die, and I won't either, Shao Ming said. We will go home together. Leaving Li Long's bedroom, Shao Ming took out his phone to check the time. It was almost 7:30. He quickly thought about how to get to the airport. Given Li Long's current condition, some form of transportation was necessary. But even if they had transportation, was the road really safe for vehicles? Additionally, he had to figure out how to deal with the group of monsters downstairs. Should he lure them away or find a way to eliminate them all? More importantly, how to accomplish all this within the remaining 6 hours? Shao Ming felt like his head was about to explode. As he carefully descended the stairs to the second floor, he cautiously peered around the corner. The mutants were still gathered outside the main door, banging against it. Fortunately, the door remained intact. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated back upstairs. Upon reaching the top floor, he found that the door leading to the rooftop, which should have been tightly locked, was slightly ajar. The keys to the rooftop were supposed to be kept by the building manager, but since the manager was often absent, the rooftop keys were locked in the guard's room on the first floor. Under normal circumstances, he might not have paid attention to this small detail, but in these times, he couldn't afford to be careless. Shao Ming lowered his footsteps, pulling out the handgun from his waist. Although he had Li Long's baseball bat, he still felt that the gun was more effective. Holding the baseball bat in his left hand and the handgun in his right, he cautiously made his way toward the rooftop. Slowly pushing open the rooftop door, Shao Ming was met with an unexpected scene. A makeshift shelter had been built on the rooftop, with various daily necessities like pots, bowls, and bedding placed underneath it. A man was kneeling beside the makeshift bed, tightly holding the hand of a woman lying on it. The man seemed completely focused on the woman in front of him and was unaware of Shao Ming's arrival. Hey! Shao Ming called out. The man was startled and quickly shielded the woman behind him, asking, Who are you? How did you get in here? The man's face was haggard, and Shao Ming glanced at the woman behind him, who appeared to be very ill, her face pale, as she struggled to breathe. Seeing Shao Ming looking at the woman, the man quickly said, She's fine, she's fine, she's just a bit uncomfortable. Why are you here? Shao Ming asked. He initially thought they were homeless or something, but their clothes were relatively clean, and their belongings didn't seem like they were scavenged from the streets. The man seemed a bit at a loss for words. He changed the subject. You answer my question first. Who are you, and how did you get up here? I live downstairs. Why can't I come up? Shao Ming replied. Now it's your turn to answer me. The man saw the gun in Shao Ming's hand and stammered. She's sick. We were kicked out. Roommates? Shao Ming asked. They are my parents. What is wrong with her? Shao Ming inquired. The man hurriedly explained in a panic. She's fine. It's nothing, really. Before Shao Ming could speak, the man suddenly knelt down. Please, don't kill her. I heard gunshots. You were killing people downstairs. Please don't kill her. I'll give you anything. Shao Ming looked at the gun in his hand, realizing the man had misunderstood him. He paused for a moment and said to the man, I heard the gunshots too. I just came out to check and make sure everyone is okay. All right. The man said, I hope everyone is fine. Do you mind if I take a look? Shao Ming asked. With two people suddenly appearing on the rooftop, he was both curious and wanted to know if they would interfere with his plans. No, I mind. The man suddenly remembered something and added, Just don't look at her. Do you need help? Shao Ming asked, but his grip on the gun tightened. This was originally a customary polite question, but the world had changed in the past 2 days, and it was no longer a civilized society. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. If they really needed help, he wouldn't know how to respond. She's sick. I told you she's sick. The man suddenly shouted, then immediately spoke softly. I'm sorry. It's just that she's sick. I can take care of her. It's fine. I can take care of her. Although he didn't know what illness the woman had, Shao Ming could only prepare for the worst. The woman could very likely be suffering from after effects. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, to pull out his gun and shoot the woman. Shao Ming shook his head, pushing that thought out of his mind. At least the woman was still alive for now. Moreover, the man, who seemed madly devoted, posed no immediate threat. If he were to harm his loved one, it would likely create an enemy who would fight to the death against him. The man hunched back down to the makeshift shelter, staring blankly at his beloved, his body swaying slightly, as if he were soothing a child. Shao Ming walked toward the edge of the rooftop. Across the street, the once bustling campus was now eerily silent, and the distant city was filled with billowing smoke, with intermittent gunfire echoing in the air. However, he realized that he could climb from the rooftop to the roof of another building, allowing him to move directly to another building's rooftop. Walking on the roof is definitely safer than trying to get through the pile of zombies on the ground. Chapter 13. Consul Wong. Shao Ming threw the baseball bat onto the roof and tucked the handgun into his waistband, preparing to see if he could climb up to the roof. He glanced back at the man, who had squatted down next to the woman. After confirming that the man wouldn't suddenly jump up and stab him from behind, Shao Ming shook his head and grabbed the edge of the roof. He pulled himself up with force, stepping on the wall to climb onto the roof. Due to the different architectural styles of the two buildings, the roof was level with the rooftop of the adjacent building. Shao Ming flipped onto the neighboring building, which also had a rooftop terrace. He walked to the edge of the terrace. There was only a 2-meter-wide alley separating it from the next building. If he continued along this path, he could reach the street. However, it was a bit awkward that their row of apartment buildings was separated from the others. Even if there was a way to get to the street, they would need to figure out how to cross a road to get to the rooftops closer to the main road. Shao Ming shook his head. This route definitely wouldn't work. He wandered around the terrace and suddenly noticed that there was an external fire escape on the backside of the building, which could lead directly down to the parking lot behind the building. After all, the apartment only had one exit, so going from the roof to the neighboring building and then down was not a bad escape method. The premise was how to get the injured Li Long up here. Shao Ming returned to his own rooftop, picked up the baseball bat, and climbed down. The woman lying on the bed turned her head to look at Shao Ming, her eyes seemingly pleading. "In my life." Shao Ming's mind flashed with the thought of getting rid of this woman, and if necessary, the man too. If the woman was a residual effect, there might still be 2 infected people on the terrace when it was time to leave the roof. But he couldn't do that. He didn't know what disease the woman had, and he couldn't bring himself to harm a living person. As soon as he opened the door, Li Long's voice came through. "Ming, it's you, right? Come over and take a look at this." "It's me." Shao Ming turned around to lock the door and pushed the sofa over to block the entrance. In the bedroom, Li Long was tapping on a laptop. "What is up?" Shao Ming asked. "The embassy has sent news." Shao Ming quickly asked, "News? What did they say?" "About 1/5 of people in our situation are trapped. Today's flight will still take off on time, but they are contacting the UK to see how they can get us out." "I told you. There would definitely be a way," Shao Ming said excitedly. "The embassy won't abandon us. There has to be some hope, right?" Li Long said, "I envy your mindset." "Envy, huh?" Shao Ming said with a smile. "Learn from it. Get lost." Shao Ming looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock. "Do you want to eat something?" "Anything is fine." Shao Ming flipped through the cod and fries in the pan. He just wanted to get home quickly. Regardless, even if the embassy didn't come to get them, he had to go home. After making breakfast, Shao Ming took out his phone and sent a few messages to his family. It was noon Beijing time, but his family hadn't replied. Maybe they didn't see it. Shao Ming comforted himself. He brought breakfast into Li Long's room and sat down beside him. "The embassy sent me a message." Li Long turned the computer to show Shao Ming. "They said if we have any problems, we should email Consul Wong at the Manchester consulate." "Consul Wong," Shao Ming said. "I'll email him later and explain our situation in detail." Li Long nodded, set the computer aside, and began eating breakfast. "Is there any other news?" Shao Ming asked. "There are a lot of messages. The internet is flooded, but they're mostly bad news." Li Long paused before continuing. "It seems that order in the city has collapsed. There are hardly any doctors left, and many police and firefighters are starting to get sick. The government is calling on everyone to take up arms to protect themselves. Countries like the UK, France, Germany, the US, Russia, and Canada are basically in the same situation." "What about back home?" Shao Ming asked. "What is the situation there?" "Much better than ours," Li Long said. "Most places are reporting mutated beings, but they can basically control it. We have to go back no matter what," Shao Ming sighed. "I haven't shown any symptoms of aftereffects," Li Long said, chewing on his fries. "Maybe aftereffects aren't related to everyone? There's no evidence that proves a direct relation between the two. Most of it is just speculation," Shao Ming said half in comfort. Unsure whether he was comforting Li Long or himself, Shao Ming grabbed a piece of cod and stuffed it into his mouth, then pulled out his phone to open the international student group chat. There were significantly fewer people talking compared to a few days ago, and those still speaking were mostly those preparing to go to the airport outside the quarantine zone. A few students were discussing how to get to the airport, but he had no idea which area they lived in. "I really should have switched to a different apartment." Exiting the WeChat group, he opened Twitter and clicked on the topic of Manchester survivors. The comments were even more chaotic. It seemed that after the events of the past 2 days, many people were facing mental breakdowns. Some were begging for help, claiming they were showing symptoms, while others were live streaming naked parties. However, the most popular post was one called "Survivors Today." Shao Ming looked closely. It seemed to say that those still alive without symptoms should reply in the comments. There were already 120,000 comments below, which was quite a lot. Usually, a topic about the city would get only a few dozen replies. So it seemed there were still quite a few survivors. Shao Ming thought for a moment and decided to reply with a 1. Suddenly, a sound of shattering glass came from outside, sounding very close. Chapter 14 The Jumper. Shao Ming hurried to the window to check the situation and saw a person on the opposite building breaking the glass and standing on the windowsill. The person looked quite young, barely an adult. Before Shao Ming could react, the person jumped directly, leaping from the 7th floor. Thud! The person landed on the ground with a muffled sound, struggling for a moment before going still. The woman's cries came from the building, and following the sound, Shao Ming saw a middle-aged couple in agony, crying out by the window. Shortly after, a group of mutated beings crawled in from the alley and pounced on the person, starting to devour him. Shao Ming took a couple of steps back, although he had seen this kind of scene over the past 2 days. Watching someone being eaten alive still made him feel nauseous. What happened? Li Long asked. Someone jumped off, Shao Ming replied. Zombies? Li Long recalled what he had seen in the hospital yesterday and asked. From the looks of it, the person is still normal. Shao Ming shook his head. I don't know what the situation really is. Maybe they couldn't take it anymore. Feeling that everything wasn't real, Li Long said. Shao Ming looked out the window again. Everything did feel so unreal. On the opposite building, the woman was still crying incessantly, while the man was struggling to persuade her to come back inside. Judging by their age, they might be the parents of the person who just jumped. The mutated beings downstairs were enjoying their meal, showing no interest in the cries from above. The woman, who was likely the mother, suddenly broke free from her husband's embrace and jumped down without a second thought. The mutated beings were feasting, and now they had another meal delivered from above. Oh my God, Shao Ming was stunned. What now? Li Long asked. He jumped down too. Li Long sighed. How has the world come to this? The man upstairs knelt down in despair, and Shao Ming found it hard to imagine his feelings. Losing his wife and child in a matter of minutes must have been overwhelming. There have been too many sudden partings of life and death these days. The man shook as he stood up and turned to walk back into the house. Shao Ming stood by the window, watching the mutants gnawing on the corpses of the mother and child. The bloody smell attracted more mutants. And what surprised Shao Ming even more was that some mutants even came out from nearby buildings. However, less than a minute later, the man's figure appeared at the entrance of the corridor. He held a wooden stick in his left hand and a kitchen knife in his right, roaring as he charged at the mutants feasting on his wife and child's bodies. He swung his weapons like a god of war, seeing someone interrupt their feast. The mutants surged toward the man. He knocked one mutant away with a stick, and the kitchen knife struck directly onto another mutant's head. The mutant that was hit lost half its face and fell to the ground, motionless. The man struck another mutant on the shoulder with his knife, but it got stuck in the mutant's flesh. Just as he was trying to pull the knife out, more mutants surged forward. Shao Ming closed the window, and the man's screams pierced through the glass into their ears. Li Long opened his mouth, but even without asking, he could guess what had happened. Switched it up, Shao Ming said, not too much of a loss. The two fell silent again. 2 hours passed like this, and Shao Ming leaned back in his chair, refreshing Twitter again and again, hoping to find some useful news. I've finished writing, Li Long said, handing the computer to Shao Ming. Shao Ming took a look. It was an email to Consul Wang. He skimmed through it and found no major issues. Send it to the consul, Shao Ming said, hoping for good news. But to be honest, both of them had already lost hope that the consulate could help. Li Long took back the laptop, double-checked the email address a few times, and clicked send. Outside, it had started to rain lightly, and the weather gradually turned gloomy. Shao Ming stood up and went to the window. All that was left at the bottom of the opposite building were a pile of bones and bloodstains. The mutants seemed to have wandered off to who knows where. Shao Ming walked over to the living room window to survey the street. Only 1 or 2 mutants were still wandering around. Maybe the mutants don't like the rain, Shao Ming thought. Then they came to the wrong country. With nothing to do at home, Shao Ming started rummaging around, hoping to find something useful. Li Long sat on the bed, browsing news online and occasionally checking for emails. Outside, accompanied by the patter of the rain, the mutants staggered into the shops by the street. Gunshots, fighting sounds, and cries occasionally echoed from some buildings, while the surviving people hid in their homes, praying that they or their family members wouldn't turn into monsters in the next moment. The city was desolate, the roads filled with abandoned vehicles, and in some places, fires rose up, producing thick smoke as no one was around to put them out. Shao Ming weighed the clothes-drying rod in his hand, pondering how he could turn this thing into a usable weapon. He fetched a kitchen knife to measure it against, but it didn't seem very easy to wield. Perhaps it was best suited to be made into a spear. Shao Ming remembered how he used to love pretending the drying rod was a spear when he was a child. This drying rod was sent from home by his mother. Even though Shao Ming tried to stop her, first, because few people abroad dry clothes outside, and second, because there was a dryer downstairs in the apartment, making it unnecessary. His mother had two reasons. First, that the public dryer was charged and not cleaned, and second, that clothes drying in the sun had a special fragrance. Although it was very troublesome to send, his mother still sent him the drying rod. Shao Ming turned the hometown drying rod upside down and found that if he sharpened the wooden handle, it could also serve as a sharp, long-handled weapon. Chapter 15. The army's arrival. Before transforming the drying rod into a spear, Shao Ming needed to pull off the drying head. After all, he didn't want to accidentally cut himself or Li Long before stabbing a mutant. Shao Ming recalled how his mother had even gone through water transport to send him this drying rod, with the shipping cost being several times higher than the rod itself. He wondered how things were back home today. Shao Ming took out his phone. His mother still hadn't replied to his message. He set the drying rod aside and called her. No one answered. Shao Ming made several calls in a row, but they all went unanswered. It had been over 2 hours since he last messaged his mother. Why was no one picking up? Shao Ming couldn't help but feel worried. He placed his phone on the table. It was already 7 p.m. Beijing time, and logically, his mother shouldn't have gone out. He picked up the drying rod again and twisted the head of it hard. Fortunately, after several minutes, his mother's call finally came back. There was nothing wrong at home. They had all gone out to collect living supplies. His mother's phone had just run out of battery, and she hadn't taken it with her. Putting down the phone, Shao Ming let out a sigh of relief. He took a small knife from the cupboard and began to sharpen the drying rod. Hey, look at this, Li Long's voice came from the room, followed by a notification on Shao Ming's phone indicating he had received a share. Clicking the link, it was an announcement from the British government. To all citizens, we are experiencing unimaginable calamities alongside other countries in the world. The basic order of life has collapsed, and cities have suffered devastating blows. Parliament has passed a special bill authorizing the military to enter our cities. We will identify the cause of the disease and restore order in the shortest possible time. The announcement was lengthy, but in short, it indicated that the military was about to take over the cities. What does this mean? Shao Ming walked into Li Long's bedroom. Is it good news or bad news? Li Long shrugged. Probably good news. Shao Ming clicked on the related news. Someone had filmed that the first batch of troops had already entered the suburbs of Manchester in the south of the city. I have a question, Shao Ming said. How many soldiers are in the British Army? I don't know, maybe 100,000? Li Long replied. 100,000? How can they manage the entire cities of Britain? Even in big cities, like one area in London, one in Birmingham, and we in Liverpool count as one area. That's only 30,000 per area. Are you saying the military might not be able to control the situation? A reasonable guess, Shao Ming said. No one knows how many living people are out there. Li Long suddenly thought of something and laughed. Schrodinger's living people. You never know if there are living people or zombies behind the door until you open it. Shao Ming laughed along. That was indeed a question. Even if the military came, how would he distinguish which people would turn into zombies and which wouldn't he? That's not what we should be worried about, Li Long said. I'm more concerned about how the consul is going to come pick us up. No news yet? Shao Ming asked. Li Long shook his head. No? Maybe they can't even handle the emails. It's time to change your bandages, Shao Ming said. Shao Ming's worries about the British Army were justified. The British military couldn't even lock down the cities, let alone enter them to clear the mutants and restore social order. The British Army was gathering outside various major cities on standby, but their orders were not to enter the cities, but to go in and clean up after the cities had completely fallen. The military cannot distinguish between the uninfected and the infected in a short period of time. If they rescue the infected and mix them with uninfected refugees, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, they adopted the simplest and most direct method. Wait for 1 or 2 months. Those who are still alive will definitely not mutate again. Although the mutated beings have lost their sense of pain, they are still flesh and blood. Not to mention 105mm howitzers. Even a 50 caliber machine gun could turn the mutants into a pile of mush. Not to mention the main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and armored vehicles equipped with heavy armor. But all of this is predicated on the military not being affected by the mutation. The situation within the military is not optimistic. Many soldiers and officers have begun to show symptoms of after effects. Many soldiers are already on duty while being ill, and only a few report to their superiors because many soldiers who reported have been taken away and never returned. After Shao Ming finished changing the bandages for Li Long and made lunch, he finally sat down to start watching videos. In fact, life over the past 2 days, aside from not going out, hasn't seemed very different. Tito is filled with the most abstract performance art humans can create in the face of the apocalypse. Shao Ming didn't even feel nauseous looking at the corpses downstairs, but almost threw up watching a TikTok. He came across some videos showing that the military had advanced into the suburbs of various cities, but strangely, the military did not seem to intend to push forward. Instead, they began to camp after clearing out a safe zone in the suburbs. Were there infected among the troops? What exactly was the military's purpose? In a moment, various conspiracy theories began to ferment in the comments section. Some people came out to explain that a large number of people in the military had not been infected during the initial outbreak, while others said they believed the military would not disobey orders. But clearly, the current environment does not require such rational understanding. These people's responses received no likes and were instead attacked fiercely. Shao Ming scrolled to another video, where the King of the United Kingdom was authorizing the British Army to adopt the title of royal. Shao Ming found it hard to understand why the king, at such a critical moment, did not come out to comfort the public, but instead chose to give the British Army a title. Looking at the lively comments section, Shao Ming realized that there were still many survivors. He scrolled down to another video, where a soldier was hiding in a dilapidated wooden room, his young face filled with fear. They were not there to save people. Their plan was to slaughter everyone. Chapter 16. Going out again. The rain outside was getting heavier, and the gloomy clouds covered the entire sky. Shao Ming finally sharpened a point on the clothes-drying pole and tried to swing it. It would be quite good for emergencies. After all, a chainsaw requires fuel. A handgun needs bullets. A baseball bat might not be able to kill in one hit, but a long-handled weapon has lethality and a certain margin for error. Shao Ming set this makeshift spear aside, thinking it would be great to have an iron spearhead. As he waited idly, it was already 6 in the afternoon. The rain outside continued to fall, adding a strange atmosphere to the desolate city. Shao Ming stood by the window and looked outside. Many houses still had their lights on. After dinner, both of them found themselves at a loss for things to do. Shao Ming even cleaned the house, intending to watch TV. But he couldn't focus at all, as he was anxiously waiting for news from the consulate. The consulate has sent news, Li Long said. You can take a look for yourself. Shao Ming took the computer, and seeing Li Long's expression, he knew it was not good news. Sure enough, the British side could not cooperate with the evacuation operation and also prohibited the Chinese side from organizing a convoy into the lockdown area. The only good news was that the embassy and consulates would not evacuate for the time being. I'll ask if anyone in the group is in the same situation as us, Shao Ming said. There's no use in asking, Li Long said dejectedly. What can they do if I ask? And with my leg, how can I get to the consulate? The consulate isn't far. It's just past those roadblocks we piled up. Shao Ming opened his phone and was surprised to find that the situation in the student group was worse than Li Long had thought. Those university students who hadn't left were in chaos in the group. Forget it. I'll rely on myself, he said. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Li Long said. Shao Ming helped Li Long lie down, exited the room, and closed the door. Back in his own room, Shao Ming hugged his phone and looked at the map again. He decided to go out tomorrow. First, to see where the roadblocks were located, and second, to check if there were any alleys nearby that the police had overlooked. Of course, finding a usable vehicle would also be an extra gain. He didn't believe that such a complex urban road could be sealed off particularly tightly. Until midnight, Shao Ming still had no sleepiness. He lay on the bed and dozed off for a while, only to be awakened by the sound of gunfire. There had been sporadic gunfire at night over the past 2 days, but this time it was clearly right downstairs. Shao Ming looked at the time. It was now 4 in the morning. He went to the window and only saw a shadow running into the building next door, followed by several mutated beings rushing in as well. A few more gunshots rang out, followed by a series of screams. This scene made Shao Ming reconsider. It was not a wise decision to stroll outside alone. But if he didn't go, what if the current openings were blocked in a couple of days? Or if there were even more mutants in a couple of days? Wouldn't that make it even harder to return home? Shao Ming comforted himself in his mind. As long as he could find a way out of the lockdown area and to the consulate, everything would be fine. He decided to get a good night's sleep and still planned to go out tomorrow. At 8 in the morning, Shao Ming packed all his things and prepared to go out. He attached a gun to his waist, slung a baseball bat over his back, and held the clothes-drying pole spear in his hand. Just to be safe, he also put on a backpack. Shao Ming used tape to bind 2 thicker textbooks to his arms as makeshift arm guards, not expecting that the textbooks he had hated a few days ago might now be life-saving items. He did not plan to wake Li Long. After sending a message to him, Shao Ming moved away from the sofa and left. The downstairs door had been blocked by a pile of garbage that Shao Ming had piled up himself, so to go out, he could only use the rooftop he discovered yesterday. It was just in time to check on the situation of the couple on the roof. Shao Ming cautiously walked to the rooftop. This time the door was still ajar, but Shao Ming clearly remembered that he had closed the door when he went downstairs yesterday. Although it couldn't be locked without a key, it was indeed closed. He set down the spear in his hand and used it to push open the door. This time, what Shao Ming saw was even more shocking than last time. The woman's headless corpse lay on the bed, while her head was cradled in the man's arms. The man was already in a daze when he saw Shao Ming approach. He merely glanced at him coldly and continued softly talking to the woman's head. Shao Ming didn't know what to say. Rainwater dripped on the man's head, and the trembling man tightly embraced the woman in his arms. She just got sick, the man spoke slowly. She passed out, and then she bit me. As he spoke, the man raised his arm. Shao Ming hadn't seen it clearly before because it was blocked by the woman's head. But now he could see that although it had been simply bandaged, it was clear that a large chunk of flesh was missing from the man's arm. I had no choice. I had to use a knife. I didn't want to. Blood mixed with rainwater flowed down the man's face. Shao Ming pointed the spear at the man. He had already been bitten, and Shao Ming didn't know how long it would be before he would also turn into a mutant. Seeing Shao Ming lower the spear towards him, the man said nothing, only lowered his head and continued to hold the woman, crying. My parents kicked me out, and the woman I loved turned into a monster. Please give me a quick end, the man said to Shao Ming. Shao Ming retracted his spear and drew his pistol from his waist. He couldn't guarantee that the spear or baseball bat would take the man out in one strike. He didn't want to inflict more pain on this man. Holding the gun in his hand, Shao Ming had been to shooting ranges many times, but today he felt he couldn't hold the gun. Please, the man pleaded. Shao Ming closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. The man fell to the ground with a thud, but he didn't let go of his hands. Chapter 17. Heading to the park, Shao Ming trembled as he put down the pistol and walked over to the man. The bodies of the man and woman couldn't be left here, but Shao Ming didn't want to throw them to feed the mutants. He suppressed his nausea and dismantled the makeshift rain shelter, wrapping the two bodies together with a waterproof cloth. Shao Ming glanced at the woman's severed neck. The cut was jagged, indicating the man had struck her many times. But that glance made Shao Ming unable to bear it anymore. The close contact with a headless corpse, especially one with signs of decomposition, made his stomach churn, and he ran aside to vomit. After regaining his composure, Shao Ming wrapped the bodies in layers of bedding and tied them up with rope before dragging them to the side. Just as he was about to cover the bodies, the roar of a mutant echoed nearby. Shao Ming quickly picked up the spear and climbed to the rooftop. The sound was coming from the neighboring building. It must have been a mutant that had entered the building last night after hearing the gunfire. Shao Ming reached the rooftop of the neighboring building and looked down along the edge of the rooftop, through the gaps in the fire escape stairs. He made eye contact with a mutant that was twisting its head upward. The mutant immediately began to roar and climbed out the window, rushing up the fire escape. Luckily, Shao Ming was on the rooftop, and the fire escape couldn't directly reach the rooftop. He steadied his spear and prepared himself. As expected, when the first mutant charged up, it couldn't climb onto the rooftop and could only raise its hands to try to drag Shao Ming down. Shao Ming thrust his spear forward, piercing the mutant's eye dead on. The mutant's body went limp and fell, but the makeshift spear remained stuck in its eye. He lost his balance and fell onto the fire escape. Fortunately, it was only a story high, and Shao Ming felt pain in his face. He quickly got up and pulled the spear out. A second mutant rushed up, but the fire escape was narrow enough that only one mutant could charge up at a time. Shao Ming thrusted his spear just before the mutant reached the top, but it didn't penetrate the mutant's skull as he had imagined. The spear tip broke off. The hardness of the human skull exceeded Shao Ming's expectations, and the makeshift sharpened spear clearly lacked enough penetration power. The mutant staggered but rushed onto the rooftop platform. Shao Ming discarded the clothes-drying pole in his hand, pulled out a baseball bat from behind him, and swung horizontally at the mutant's head. The mutant swayed and leaned against the wall. However, this blow didn't completely incapacitate the mutant, so Shao Ming quickly followed up with a kick, sending the mutant to the edge of the railing. He raised the baseball bat horizontally and struck down hard at the mutant's head. This hit didn't explode the mutant's head, but it lost its balance and fell down the stairs. Shao Ming didn't have time to check whether the mutant that fell was dead because a third mutant was charging up. He couldn't change his grip in time and could only raise the baseball bat and swing it. The third mutant rolled down from above, and while it was still getting up, Shao Ming quickly readied the baseball bat. The mutant charged up again, and Shao Ming swung the bat, hitting the mutant hard on the head, deforming its face against the railing. However, this didn't kill the mutant. It lunged at Shao Ming and pinned him to the ground. Seeing the mutant open its mouth to bite, Shao Ming hurriedly raised his left hand to block. The mutant bit down on the book strapped to his hand, Although its bite force was immense, it couldn't penetrate the thick book. Shao Ming swung his right fist, repeatedly striking the mutant's head. Fortunately, the previous hit had shattered the mutant's skull, and with several more heavy blows, bone fragments embedded themselves into the mutant's brain. The mutant's mouth gradually loosened, and it stopped moving. Shao Ming pushed aside the mutant's corpse, spat at it, and looked at the book in his hand with 2 torn pages, saying, "The power of knowledge, cultivated." Getting back on his feet, Shao Ming confirmed there were no other mutants nearby and began to descend the fire escape. Most of the windows in the neighboring building were tightly closed, and the curtains were drawn tight. One household on the 4th floor had even boarded up all their windows. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he noticed a broken window, and a strong smell of blood wafted out from inside. Shao Ming peered in. Despite the rain and poor lighting, he could still see half a body lying inside. It seemed this was the unfortunate person from last night. Shao Ming took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The scene inside the room was utterly horrific. With the light from his phone, he saw a body that was only the upper half remaining. The room was smeared with blood, and some internal organs and severed limbs were thrown aside. Shao Ming gasped, but clearly, being in this blood-soaked place wasn't a wise move. He suppressed the urge to vomit and pulled the curtains shut. As he descended the final flight of stairs, the old fire escape made a loud noise. Shao Ming held his breath and drew his pistol. Fortunately, it seemed no mutants were drawn to the noise. He cautiously climbed down the stairs and reached the ground. He mentally reviewed the map. Heading left onto the main road was not feasible, as the hospital and roadblocks were in that direction. However, if he continued forward, crossing through Manchester University would lead him to the vicinity of Whiteworth Park. The school should be safer than the streets after the curfew. Shao Ming and the others had received a notice that classes were suspended, so most of the classrooms should be safe. After all, mutations don't happen instantly. Many students should still be locked in their dorms, and there should be quite a few who haven't mutated hiding in the school. Confirming his route, Shao Ming crossed the alley and arrived on the main street. There were hardly any signs of mutants on the street, but he still saw a few swaying figures in the shops across the street. Shao Ming quickly crouched down, using the cover of parked vehicles to reach the roadside. Chapter 18. Student dormitory. Since there were many interconnected places inside and outside the school, Shao Ming easily entered the campus. The school was quite desolate, but the bloodstains on the arcade floor told a story of past horrors. Shao Ming crouched as he crossed the square, keeping close to several teaching buildings, hoping to reach the road on the west side of the school quickly. Just as Shao Ming had thought, most of the classrooms were empty, with neither living people nor mutants inside. Upon arriving on the main road on the west side, the situation was similar to that near the apartments. The road was filled with chaotic vehicles, and the mutants were nowhere to be seen. However, if he continued south along this road, he would still reach the vicinity of the hospital. If he didn't take this road, he would need to pass through the student dormitory buildings to get to the park. The situation in the dormitory was unclear, with a large number of students piled inside. And if there were mutants, one could imagine the horrors within. But with the thousands of mutants in the hospital now unaccounted for, if they were still gathered near the hospital, it was clearly beyond Shao Ming's ability to handle. Shao Ming climbed onto a sedan and looked toward the hospital. The road seemed clear of mutants, but the situation inside the hospital was uncertain. After much contemplation, Shao Ming decided to enter the park through the back door of the hospital. First, many of the mutants that had been drawn out of the hospital in the past couple of days had already been attracted outside. Second, at least he could advance from across the street. If 2 mutants emerged from the 1st floor of the student dormitory, he would hardly have time to react. Shao Ming pressed himself against the vehicles by the road, cautiously feeling his way forward. He could already see the hospital and the park across from it. Not far ahead, there was an abandoned police car left by the roadside. Shao Ming tightly gripped the baseball bat as he approached the police car. The glass of the police car had been shattered, and the trunk and the passenger door had been pried open. Shao Ming propped himself up to take a look. There was only a pool of blood left on the seat. Looking through the car window, it seemed there were a few scattered mutants inside the back door of the hospital. Shao Ming pulled back, hid the baseball bat behind him, and stealthily slipped into the police car through the open door. The guns inside the police car had been taken, and the interior was littered with shell casings. He carefully opened the glove compartment of the passenger seat, which contained only a pile of disorganized documents. Shao Ming pulled out the documents to examine them. Aside from a paper map, he found nothing useful. Unfolding the map, he saw several red circles drawn on it, with the Royal Manchester Hospital being one of them. There were 8 such red circles, all indicating large hospitals within the city. Shao Ming opened the center compartment, which contained some miscellaneous items and a pair of handcuffs. Taking advantage of the sound of the rain, he stuffed the handcuffs into his pocket. just as Shao Ming was about to leave the police car. A loud crash came from behind the police car. Shao Ming drew his gun, watching vigilantly outside. In front of the car, one mutant was gnawing on a severed arm, while another mutant was trying to snatch it away. The two mutants crashed into a nearby car during their struggle, causing the noise, and as they continued to fight, they approached the police car. Shao Ming quickly held his breath and aimed his gun at one of the mutants' heads. One mutant was biting down on the severed arm and wouldn't let go, while the other was frantically reaching out to grab it. If it weren't for the human arm in their mouths, they looked just like two psychiatric patients in hospital gowns. What surprised Shao Ming was that these two mutants were not making loud cries, as if they didn't want to attract more mutants. However, it was evident that their intelligence wasn't that high. The two mutants crashed into another car during their tug-of-war. Immediately after, the alarm of that car went off. Shao Ming felt darkness close in on him. He kicked the car door open and tried to escape. The mutant that had not managed to grab the arm saw a living person darting out and eagerly lunged at him. Shao Ming instinctively raised his hand to block, and the power of knowledge saved his life once again. Although it didn't bite through the thick book, it still knocked Shao Ming down onto a nearby car. He glanced and saw dozens of mutants rushing out from the hospital. At that sprinting speed, it would take only a few seconds for them to cross the floorbead and reach the middle of the road. With no time to think, Shao Ming drew his gun and shot one of the mutants in the temple. The mutant's brain matter and blood splattered out the other side, and Shao Ming quickly pushed the mutant's body away and turned to flee toward the student dormitory. To his surprise, there were indeed mutants emerging from the student dormitory. Now, the two worst possibilities had piled up together. There was still some distance from the park, and the park was wide open. He could only grit his teeth and run back into the school, hoping to find a building with fewer mutants to escape to. Shao Ming pulled the baseball bat from behind him, gripping it in one hand, while raising his gun with the other to shoot at an oncoming mutant. Although he had been to the shooting range a few times, Shao Ming had not undergone systematic shooting training, and his hit rate with a handgun at 10 meters while moving was practically zero. The bullet missed the mutant, and as it was about to pounce on him, Shao Ming quickly dodged to create distance and shot it in the head. The roadblock fell to the ground, and Shao Ming didn't have time to think further and continued running forward. The mutants behind him were also sprinting at full speed, now less than 50 meters away from him. Another mutant emerged in front of him, but fortunately, Shao Ming managed to run away before it could get up. At the end of this dormitory building, Shao Ming made a sharp turn into the road on the right, but this did not shake off the mutants. They turned right along with him. Due to the commotion along the way, more and more mutants were emerging from the windows or doorways of the dormitory. Shao Ming could see the road at the end of the path, but even if he reached the road, there would likely be nowhere to hide. Just as his pace began to slow, the dormitory door on his left suddenly swung open. Run over here. Chapter 1. Collision of Blood and Fire Suburbs of London. 15 days after the first mutation. Half a year ago, London was hit hardest during the Great Infection, with nearly 10 million people in the city affected, except for a few royal members and government officials who received good protection. By the time of the Great Mutation, nearly all of these 10 million had turned into mutants. The last 5,000 uninfected members of the British Army were gathered in the suburbs of London, tasked with rescuing the royal members and government leaders sheltering beneath Buckingham Palace. AHC-3 helicopter flew over the London Eye, heading toward Buckingham Palace. The helicopter pilot looked down at the ground, where countless mutants were crowded near the city center. Moonbase 1, the landing area is packed with people. It's even more crowded than on Christmas Eve. Received. Moonbase 1, the rescue team has entered the area. Please proceed to the intersection of Pulley Avenue No. 3, 250 meters ahead. They have encountered some resistance. Received. Moonbase 1 proceeding to the intersection of Pulley Avenue No. 3, 250 meters ahead, over. The helicopter turned its nose and flew southward, leaving behind the mutants waving their arms on the ground. Meanwhile, the main force was engaged in fierce battles with the mutants in the northeast corner of the city at Windsor Park. About a 500-strong unit was slowly advancing forward, with bodies and limbs piled up from the city edge to near Windsor Park. The Challenger 2 main battle tank at the front of the line had run out of all its main ammunition, but the coaxial and roof-mounted machine guns were still firing at the endless stream of mutants. A dozen warrior infantry fighting vehicles roared with their 30mm cannons, shredding all the mutants in front of them with high-explosive shrapnel. Another dozen infantry fighting vehicles were resting a few meters back, reloading ammunition and changing barrels. Combat engineers dug up the land of the park, setting up a command center with blast walls nearby, planning to transform Windsor Park into a transit base within the city. 2 foxhounds, accompanied by several supply trucks, dashed into the defensive position, although the route had been cleared once. The blood on the front of the vehicles still indicated the situation on the road. Dozens of combat vehicles formed a circle, using bullets and shells to create an inaccessible barrier. Several 81mm mortar shells fell from the sky, blasting dozens of piled-up mutants into a heap of flesh. A few Apache attack helicopters circled in the sky, and each round from the 30mm cannon could shred several mutants, if a poor soul was directly hit. All that remained was a cloud of blood mist. Several kilometers away at a military base, for M270 rocket launchers were fully loaded, with the commander's order. The whistling rocket launchers sent all the mutants in front of the frontline troops flying into the sky. Immediately afterwards, 15 M777 howitzer shells fell from the sky, and the buildings with decades or even 100 years of history, along with the nearby mutants, all went to meet their maker. No flesh could withstand the firepower of a modern army, not even 100,000, in just a few hours. Not to mention the elimination of hundreds of thousands of mutants. Over 100,000 mutants had met their demise. The mutants in the entire northern region continued to surge in, but as long as the ammunition was sufficient and logistical support was not an issue, this unit could continue fighting here until all the mutants in London disappeared. These mutants did not hide, had no tactics, and only rushed forward in a mass. For the human army, it was merely about the volume of ammunition fired. Furthermore, the officers in the base had received the highest authorization, allowing them to override the control of all non-nuclear forces at other missile bases if necessary, to assist in the cleanup of mutants. Helicopters flew towards the southern part of the city, and the convoy was not hard to find. There were only a dozen vehicles still moving on the entire road, and the noise created by the convoy was simply too loud. A Challenger tank equipped with an old-fashioned chain mine-clearing device led the way, its flying chains shredding any mutants in front of it to pieces. A military engineering bulldozer followed behind the tank. If any vehicles crushed by the tank blocked the way, it would be responsible for clearing the path for the subsequent convoy. 2 Rafale jets flew over the convoy, releasing 8 GBU-12s that exploded on the ground. A tall building collapsed with a roar, burying the mutants inside and below in the rubble. Mars 1, this is Moon 1. The helicopter pilot saw the mutants densely packed on the main road several kilometers away, surging like a tide. There are tens of thousands of targets approaching about 2 kilometers ahead, approximately a kilometer long. The tank at the head of the convoy stopped, and its mine-clearing device ceased rotation. The tank turret slowly turned to face the front, its barrel aimed directly at the road ahead. The bulldozer, originally in second place, began to reverse, and an Ajax armored vehicle took its place, the 40mm overhead weapon already loaded. Soon, a dark mass of mutants appeared on the road filled with vehicles. They surged from the middle of the road and the rooftops like a tide. The tank's main gun fired, raising a cloud of dust. High explosive warheads landed in the front group of mutants, blowing apart over 60 of them. The helicopters circling above also descended, and the machine guns on either side of the cabin began to sweep the corpse tide. The mutants packed the streets so tightly that there was no need to worry about accuracy. As long as they fired, mutants would definitely fall. Some soldiers left their vehicles. Their task was not to deal with the corpse tide ahead, but to watch for any stragglers on the roadside that might attack the convoy. After several minutes, the tide of over 10,000 mutants was reduced to just a few lucky ones dragging themselves along the ground. The infantry quickly boarded the vehicles, and the convoy started moving again. The Ajax rolled over a sedan, allowing the bulldozer to return to its second position. The poor sedan was directly flattened by the 50-ton infantry fighting vehicle. The tank's mine-clearing device began to rotate again, the spinning chains pounding the ground like demons. Chapter 19. Survivors in the dormitory building. Shao Ming rushed through the dormitory door, and the person behind quickly shut the door. However, a mutant's hand reached in and got stuck in the door. Without thinking, Shao Ming fired a shot at its head. The door was finally closed, and Shao Ming leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. He was just a step away from being caught by the mutant. He looked up and saw about 10 people standing on the stairs. I told you not to let him in. Now look. Hundreds of zombies are piled up at the door. If he doesn't help us, we're all done for. One person quietly said to another who appeared to be the leader, and then went upstairs. The apparent leader asked, "Do you need anything?" "No, I don't need anything." Shao Ming adjusted his mindset and stood up to reply. A few people ran down the stairs, hurriedly bringing things to block the door. "I'm Gary," the leader said, extending his hand to Shao Ming. Shao Ming tucked his pistol into his waistband, reached out to shake Gary's hand, but noticed his hand was trembling uncontrollably. Shao Ming gripped Gary's hand tightly to steady it. "It's a race against time," Gary said. "Now is not a good time to wander outside alone." Shao Ming shrugged and said, "Just came out to see if there was a way to leave here." From the hospital side? Gary laughed. Forget it. This area is the most tightly sealed. You should head north. What about the park? Shao Ming asked. Not possible either. A few of us came from the dormitories near the park, and after the police fought with the zombies a couple of days ago, the other side of the park was sealed off. How did they manage that? Shao Ming asked. Many mutants haven't reached the other side of the park yet. The government has shown remarkable efficiency. They sealed off the south side of the park with iron walls. Gary paused and added, but I think it's futile. Those iron walls can't stop hundreds of zombies, not even dozens. Gary led Shao Ming to the second floor, where the 10 or so people had disappeared. So you were students too? Shao Ming asked. Of course, Gary replied. Otherwise, why would we be here? I thought the situation in the dormitory would be terrible. Shao Ming said. It is terrible. This building has mutated the least, which is why we are here, Gary replied. Since entering, Shao Ming had only seen those 10 people. So he asked, why are there only so few of you? This building housed over 400 people, originally more than 90 of whom had not mutated. But as more and more mutated, now only these few are still able to move. And over 30 have already shown symptoms and are locked in the dormitory on the 4th floor. What is this after effect all about? Did you lose your internet connection? The internet says the after effects are related to mutation, Gary said, and recently we've found that the time for after effects to appear is getting shorter and shorter. Some people even show symptoms in the morning and mutate by night. Arriving at the 4th floor, Shao Ming could hear the roars of mutants. Several people were gathered at a dormitory door, holding various weapons and waiting. We've discovered some more things. Gary continued to lead Shao Ming upwards. These zombies are not perpetual motion machines, but they can enter a state similar to hibernation at any time, lowering their metabolic levels to extremely low. Shao Ming asked. So theoretically, won't they starve to death after a while? Do you know about dormice? Gary said. These animals hibernate for half the year. You mean they can maintain a hibernation state for a long time? Shao Ming asked. Gary shook his head and replied. There aren't enough samples yet. We've only had these 2 days, and we can't conduct more research. What was your major before? Shao Ming asked. Biological sciences research. Arriving at the 5th floor, it appeared to be quite livable. There was even an induction cooker in the hallway. The person who had previously been unwilling to let Shao Ming in turned around and entered the dormitory upon seeing the two come up. Please don't mind, Gary said. That is my boyfriend. All right, Shao Ming thought. No wonder he is a true Brit. It's fine, Shao Ming said. Living in the same dormitory is quite convenient. What? Gary asked. Nothing. Gary didn't press further and corrected his attitude, saying, we hope you can go to the lab. In Lab 2. On the right side of the table, there is a 2000x metallographic microscope, and there are some petri dishes and reagents in the cabinet next to it. Gary's request surprised Shao Ming. He had thought this group of students was just messing around, never expecting they were actually going to study the mutants. Perhaps sensing Shao Ming's doubt, Gary said, it's unbelievable for humans that these creatures can maintain long-lasting life and mobility by consuming just a little. Moreover, it's hard to imagine how the virus left behind by the Great Infection can have such a huge impact on people. Shao Ming admired that while facing the apocalypse, these people weren't just thinking about survival, but were actually focusing on studying mutants. However, Shao Ming also doubted that these people would live long enough to produce any meaningful research results. Besides, could anything really be researched in the dormitory environment? Even if they did achieve something, would the world still need it? How do you want me to help you? Shao Ming asked. We saved you, Gary said. And you have a gun, we don't. What if I run away? Shao Ming asked. If you come back, we'll tell you how to get out. Assuming you have the ability to leave, Gary replied. If you don't return, then find your own way north. He added, but next time, you might not be so lucky. Chapter 20. Through the teaching building you can leave through the window on the other side, Gary said. When there were many zombies in the school before, we used that way, but only one person can go down at a time to find supplies. Shao Ming couldn't help but ask, what can you study with just a microscope? A microscope can reveal many things, Gary answered, basic tissue structures, virus operation methods, and so on. Besides, I can't have you carry those 100-pound or ton-heavy instruments out of the lab. Gary's eyes lit up whenever he talked about research. Well, good luck to you, Shao Ming said. You'd better really know how to get out of the quarantine zone. He then leaned close to Gary's ear and whispered, otherwise, you won't just have your microscope, you might also get a bullet. After saying this, Shao Ming thought he was incredibly cool. However, Gary didn't seem threatened. He replied, no, it's true, and it's definitely 100 times safer than you trying to find safety on your own. Take me down, Shao Ming said. Following Gary down to the 2nd floor, the mutants' howls came from below. Some people were throwing things outside the main gate, making huge noises that agitated the mutants. Shao Ming took out his phone. It was 10 o'clock now. Li Long hadn't replied yet, probably still asleep. "I'm at school," he sent. After sending the message, Shao Ming went to the windowsill. Two people had already opened the window and lowered a rope made from bed sheets and curtains. Regardless of what these students were thinking, if they really knew the way out, Shao Ming didn't care what they wanted to take. Suddenly, he felt like a mercenary. After waiting a few minutes and seeing that the mutants on this side had been attracted to the front, Shao Ming grabbed the rope and climbed down. He cautiously peeked from behind a wall. Hundreds of mutants were gathered at the main gate, with things occasionally thrown down to distract them. Using the dormitory building as cover, Shao Ming quickly left. He looked back. Luckily, no mutants followed. Because the dorm residents had made a lot of noise, many mutants were drawn away, allowing Shao Ming to safely reach near the road. The laboratory building was in the campus across the street, which was an open campus. To get to the lab, one had to cross this road. Shao Ming prepared his baseball bat and crouched behind a double-decker bus. The bus door was open, and there was a trail of blood on the stairs. He looked around carefully. Two mutants stood on the street. One was directly across from the bus, back turned, seemingly unaware of Shao Ming behind the bus. However, the mutant's position was right at the teaching building entrance, and to enter the campus with the lab, one had to go through this main gate and pass the teaching building. Inside the teaching building across the street, a few mutants stood with their heads down. It looked like offices, and the mutants were probably teachers. There weren't many cars on the road, so crossing using many abandoned cars like on the main road wasn't realistic. While thinking, Shao Ming saw a shoulder bag inside the bus. The bag's opening was unzipped, with some cosmetic bottles and jars spilled outside. Shao Ming got an idea. He grabbed a bottle of cosmetics. Then, he leaned out and threw the bottle with all his strength. The bottle hit the wall across the street and shattered on the ground. The mutants heard the noise, stood up, and walked toward where the bottle fell. Taking advantage of their distraction, Shao Ming quietly crossed the road and reached the teaching building entrance. The teaching building's main door was ajar. Shao Ming carefully pushed it open. Unexpectedly, the old and heavy door made a loud noise immediately. Although it was drizzling, the rain sound couldn't cover the door's noise. The mutants who had been attracted by the cosmetics immediately turned around and saw Shao Ming sneaking outside the door. Shao Ming quickly pushed the door and slipped inside the teaching building. But before he could catch his breath, two mutants rushed out from an office ahead. Shao Ming swung his baseball bat and knocked one mutant to the ground. He then lifted his leg and kicked another mutant behind, who stumbled back and fell. The first down mutant flipped over and grabbed Shao Ming's leg. Shao Ming instinctively tried to pull his leg free, but the mutant's strength was astonishingly strong, holding on tightly. Seeing the mutant about to bite him, Shao Ming raised his bat and hit with all his might again. The tremendous impact nearly cracked Shao Ming's hand, but it crushed the mutant's head instantly. Another mutant got up. Shao Ming pulled free his leg and kicked the mutant's chin. The mutant who had just stood got knocked down again. The door behind was pushed open as two street mutants charged in. Shao Ming didn't have time to finish them off and dashed toward the exit. Bursting out of the teaching building, he hurriedly turned and closed the door behind him. The mutants slammed into the door, but luckily it opened inward, and their intelligence was too low to realize this. Safely passing through the teaching building, Shao Ming finally saw the laboratory building. Shao Ming was originally a finance major and wasn't familiar with this lab area. Lab 2, Lab 2. Shao Ming was stunned near the labs. There were several different lab buildings. Who knew which one housed Lab 2? He really should have left a phone number just now. Now he couldn't even ask Gary's group. But the good news was that several lab buildings and the teaching building surrounded this square, so mutants couldn't enter yet, giving him plenty of time to figure it out. Chapter 21. Laboratory building. Shao Ming leaned on the nearest window and glanced inside. It looked like a chemistry lab. The instruments didn't seem suited for biological research. He reached the main door, which indeed had a sign saying chemistry laboratory. At the next building, Shao Ming immediately saw portraits of Newton and Galileo hanging inside. This was definitely the physics lab. After searching around several buildings, Shao Ming finally found the biology research building. The door was tightly shut. Shao Ming tried pushing it, but couldn't open it. He then went to the side and tried the window, which also wouldn't budge. He couldn't just smash the window. It was as if he was afraid the mutants wouldn't know he was there. Shao Ming thought about what he could use to open the window or the door. Suddenly, he remembered he had a few bank cards in his bag. The school's windows weren't designed to be complicated, and these experimental buildings that were expanded 20 years ago weren't exactly cutting edge either. Shao Ming took out a bank card, which still had 200 of last year's scholarship left on it. He found it amusing that he had been reluctant to use the scholarship, and now it was completely useless. Shao Ming slid the bank card into the gap of the window and tried to move it a few times. To his surprise, the lock actually shifted. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Shao Ming hurriedly increased his efforts. With a click, the window really opened. He grabbed the windowsill and climbed into the experimental building. The room looked like an archive room. Shao Ming felt around the door and pushed it open a crack. The lights in the experimental building were off, and it was drizzling outside, making the corridor pitch dark. He couldn't see anything. Using the emergency exit lights, Shao Ming didn't notice any movement in the hallway. He slowly pushed open the archive room door and stepped into the empty corridor. The emergency exit lights emitted a ghostly green glow, even though it was broad daylight. Shao Ming felt an eerie chill. He took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and approached the sign in the hallway. He searched for Laboratory No. 2 and finally found it on the second floor. Using his phone as a guide, he made his way up the stairs to the second floor. He turned off the flashlight and peeked out, glancing left and right. Fortunately, this floor seemed relatively safe. However, as he passed by a laboratory, he saw a shadow through the window. He couldn't understand these people. Why, after a curfew had been issued, they didn't go home or back to their dorms, but chose to stay outside and turn into mutants, making survival harder for others. Shao Ming noticed that this was laboratory number 2. Well, it seemed that anyone who could enter this lab was bound to be a top student. Even this slacker was going to make some noise today. He readied his baseball bat, took a deep breath, and pushed open the laboratory door. The mutant inside suddenly turned around and lunged at Shao Ming. To his shock, he saw the mutant was wielding a small knife. As expected of a top university ranked among the best in the world, even the students who had mutated were holding scalpel knives. The mutant swung the scalpel at Shao Ming, who quickly dodged to the side. Although he avoided the mutant's stabbing knife, he ran into a table, causing a bunch of bottles and jars that Shao Ming couldn't name to crash to the floor. Shao Ming was startled and quickly noticed a microscope on the opposite table. Thankfully, he hadn't broken the microscope. He swiftly turned around and kicked the lunging mutant to the ground. Stepping forward, he swung the baseball bat at the mutant's head. Just as he was about to deliver a finishing blow, he heard movement behind him. Shao Ming quickly turned around and saw another mutant appearing behind him. This was bad. He realized that he hadn't noticed there were actually 2 mutants inside when he entered. Since he had already caused such a ruckus by knocking over so many bottles and jars, Shao Ming decided to break the pot and smash it, freeing his right hand to pull out his gun and shoot. The mutant coming from behind was incredibly unlucky. Its head bumped right into the gun's muzzle. The mutant with the knife also got up from the ground, but Shao Ming wouldn't give it a chance to stand again, kicking the first mutant back down. He tucked the gun back into his waist and swung the baseball bat down at the mutant on the ground. He struck the mutant's head several times until it stopped moving before finally pausing to catch his breath. Shao Ming realized he really needed a dagger. He couldn't keep using the gun as a melee weapon. However, there was no time to think. He hurriedly opened his backpack and stuffed the microscope inside. A roar from a mutant came from downstairs, and Shao Ming thought about how sharp the hearing of these creatures was. Finally having secured the microscope, he quickly slung the backpack over his shoulder and ran towards the door. Retracing his steps was definitely not an option. He didn't know how many mutants were still locked inside on his way here, and many had gathered outside. He could only run towards the end of the experimental building. After descending the stairs at the end of the experimental building to the first floor, Shao Ming was dumbfounded. There was no way back to the plaza between the buildings. Only a large door leading outside. Now there were only 2 options: bravely go onto the road or return to the plaza and exit from another building. Shao Ming decided to take a bold chance. The mutants had been attracted to the middle of the experimental building by the earlier commotion, and it might be a good opportunity to escape through the side door. He approached the lab next to the side door and looked outside, noticing a few mutants running across the road. After waiting a short while and seeing that most of the mutants on the street had gathered, Shao Ming readied his gun and pushed open the side door. As expected, most of the mutants had been drawn to the middle of the experimental building, and there were only about 10 left. After all, while this was a public road, it was still within the school, and not many people remained inside after the curfew was issued. Shao Ming quickly moved, running towards the dormitory building. Chapter 22. Aftermath. Walking back along this road. After turning left, he reached the teaching building he had entered when he first approached the experimental buildings. The double-decker bus was still parked there, but it seemed that all the mutants had been attracted to the teaching building. If there was any difficulty, Shao Ming felt it was like being in a beginner's village now. He swiftly crossed the road. The number of mutants within the school was indeed low, and he jogged towards the apartment where Gary and the others were. As he approached, he heard the roars of mutants coming from the direction of the apartment. Shao Ming hid behind a dormitory building and peeked out. Now he understood why he had felt like he was in a beginner's village just moments ago. There were more mutants gathered below the apartment than before, more than doubled. It seemed that the mutants from the surrounding dormitories had all concentrated under the dormitory where Gary and the others were. Shao Ming quickly pulled his head back. The number of mutants was simply too many, estimated to be around 600 to 700 surrounding the dormitory. He retreated along the back of the dormitory and returned to the side of the double-decker bus. Compared to the chaos below the dormitory, this place was eerily quiet. He crouched behind the bus and quickly made a decision. He couldn't worry about it anymore. He would just have to find a way out by himself. Finding a way out alone could be dangerous, but handing the microscope over to Gary would mean diving straight into the horde, and besides, no one knew if what Gary said was true. Although Shao Ming felt a bit guilty, after all, Gary and the others had just saved him. And most of the mutants downstairs were brought there by him. His body had already stood up, and his legs were moving towards the exit of the school. To hell with it, it would be foolish to go back. Gary and the others hiding in the dormitory might not necessarily die, but he would undoubtedly die if he went back. Shao Ming returned to the main road, and the mutants at the hospital entrance had disappeared. He realized a basic principle. The more mutants gathered in one place, the louder their roars would be. The louder the roars, the more mutants would gather. Shao Ming passed through abandoned vehicles and reached the hospital entrance. Taking advantage of the fact that the mutants had been drawn away, he planned to see if there was anything useful on the police and ambulance vehicles at the entrance. On the sidewalk, there was an armored vehicle, and some body fragments wrapped in police uniforms were scattered nearby, emitting a terrible stench. Shao Ming held his breath, stepped over the body parts, and approached the open back door of the police armored vehicle. Inside the vehicle, there was a long trail of blood, indicating that the owner of the blood had crawled into the armored vehicle before being dragged out again, becoming part of the scattered human remains on the ground. As for the other parts, they were surely inside the belly of the mutant. Shao Ming climbed into the armored vehicle, and next to a row of seats was a cabinet with its drawer pulled open. He walked over and felt around in the drawer, pulling out a flashlight and 2 tourniquets. Shao Ming pressed up against the door connecting the cabin and the front of the vehicle to look inside, only to find a dead SWAT officer sitting in the driver's seat, apparently having committed suicide by gunshot. Shao Ming fought back the nausea and tried to open the small door at the connection point. The stench of the corpse hit him, and he hurriedly pushed open the side door and began to vomit. There was nothing in his stomach to throw up. So Shao Ming grabbed the SWAT officer's body and dragged it from the driver's seat to the floor of the cabin. Looking at the bloated, foul-smelling corpse with a hole in its head, Shao Ming quickly stripped off the tactical vest and put it on himself. Judging by the weight, the vest contained ballistic plates, and there was still one standard 5.56 by 45 NATO magazine left in the pouch on his chest, which was clearly for a G36 assault rifle. "Where's your rifle?" Shao Ming searched inside the vehicle. Since there was a magazine, there must be a gun. The cabin was empty, clearly indicating that the SWAT team would keep an armory in the vehicle. Shao Ming climbed into the driver's cabin and found a G36 assault rifle quietly lying on the floor. He was overjoyed. This was a good find. He picked up the G36, removed the magazine to check, and saw it still had bullets. Shao Ming slung the rifle over his back and jumped out of the armored vehicle. Luckily, the outside was empty. The mutants hadn't returned to the hospital yet. It was just a pity that the armored vehicle didn't have a key. Just as Shao Ming was about to check the ambulance parked nearby, he heard knocking sounds coming from inside it. He raised his baseball bat and cautiously approached the back of the ambulance. He propped himself up and looked through the window, but didn't see anything inside. Carefully, Shao Ming opened the door. A mutant suddenly lunged out, aiming for Shao Ming's thigh. Though he was mentally prepared, it still startled him, causing him to back away repeatedly, which just happened to let him dodge the mutant's attack. This mutant that crawled out of the vehicle was missing its lower half, with its spine and intestines exposed. The mutant dragged its intestines along the ground, trying to grab the delicious meal in front of it. "You can't even eat shit hot," Shao Ming cursed, swinging his bat and hitting the mutant on the head. After taking care of this mutant, Shao Ming crawled into the cabin of the ambulance. After searching around, he found only a pile of bandages and a defibrillator, nothing useful, or at least he didn't know if anything was useful. Shao Ming didn't dare to explore the hospital further. The rain hadn't stopped, and if there were a few mutants hiding inside the large hospital, it would be quite dangerous. Taking advantage of the lull while hiding in the ambulance, Shao Ming pulled out his phone to check for messages. It was already past 12, and Li Long still hadn't replied. His parents had called him numerous times. Shao Ming quickly sent a message to his parents to let them know he was safe. He then called Li Long. He thought, "I hope nothing happened at home." The call connected, but Li Long's voice didn't come through. "Li Long, hello?" Shao Ming asked. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, followed by Li Long sobbing. "What's wrong with you?" Shao Ming asked. "What happened?" "I have symptoms." Chapter 23 returned to the apartment, putting down the phone. Shao Ming found it hard to accept the news. Although he had been telling himself, and had told Li Long, that there was no authoritative information linking after effects and mutations directly, the reality seemed to be right in front of him. He had always hoped Li Long was an exception, but he didn't expect what was inevitable to finally arrive. In any case, the urgent task was to return to the apartment. Shao Ming jumped out of the ambulance and made his way toward the apartment. There were fewer mutants on the main road, indicating that the mutants he had just drawn away were indeed quite a number. Thinking back, Shao Ming still felt a sense of dread. If that group of people hadn't been in the dormitory building, he would have lost his life. It seemed he needed to be more cautious in the future. Speaking of which, he really owed them an apology. But there was no time to dwell on that now. Shao Ming navigated through the abandoned vehicles on the main road, and it was only about a 10-minute journey back to the apartment. The sound of helicopter rotors echoed in the sky, and Shao Ming quickly stopped and looked back. A formation of helicopters was approaching from the suburban direction, flying toward the city center. 2 helicopters broke away from the formation and began to slow down. Judging by their deceleration, the landing site seemed to be near Manchester University. Shao Ming hurried his pace toward the apartment building, whether he wanted to signal the helicopters for help or observe their purpose. The roof of the apartment building offered a far greater advantage than the tops of cars on the main road. The sound of the helicopters undoubtedly stirred the anger of the mutants, and numerous mutant howls came from within the buildings along the road. As he initially suspected, most people had mutated at home, which made the streets considerably safer. Shao Ming quickened his steps. It would be bad if 2 mutants fell from the sky and blocked his path. Using the wrecked cars to avoid several mutants, Shao Ming safely returned to the front of the apartment building and quickly climbed up the fire escape. Upon reaching the rooftop, one of the helicopters had already landed. Due to the obstruction of the buildings, Shao Ming could only hear the sound of the rotor from one of the helicopters and could not see where it had landed. The other helicopter seemed to be hovering over a rooftop, and from the direction, it looked very much like the area where Gary and the others were. A series of rapid gunshots rang out, indicating that there was a firefight near the helicopter landing zone. To Shao Ming's surprise, the helicopter closer to him took off first, trailing black smoke. This clearly wasn't the work of mutants. It was the effect of someone shooting at the helicopter's engine. What had happened in those few minutes while he rushed back to the rooftop? The helicopter that took off with black smoke flew away, and intense gunfire and mutant howls continued to sound from the ground. But soon the gunfire ceased, leaving only the sounds of the mutants. The other helicopter had not yet taken off. Shao Ming removed the rifle from his back and looked toward the helicopter's direction with the rifle's scope. This G-36C was equipped with an additional ACOG sight, which could provide magnification from 1.5 to 6 times depending on the submodel. Shao Ming raised the rifle, aiming the scope at the direction of the helicopter noise. Due to the obstruction of the buildings, he could only see the helicopter's main rotor and could not make out who boarded the helicopter. However, based on its paint job and silhouette, Shao Ming could still determine that it belonged to the British military. Before long, the other helicopter also flew away. Shao Ming put down the rifle. Just as he was about to return to his apartment on the rooftop, he heard shouting from below. He quickly looked down and saw a woman running wildly toward the direction of the helicopter. "Wait for me! Help! Wait for me!" she yelled as she ran forward. But obviously, the helicopter couldn't hear her cries for help. However, the mutants on the street heard her loud and clear, and they surged forward, tearing the woman apart. So stupid, Shao Ming thought. He didn't look any further. He jumped onto the rooftop and returned to his apartment. There was noise coming from the corridor. Shao Ming leaned against the stairs and looked down. Someone was running up. He raised his rifle, confirming that the safety was off. The person running up was none other than Baldin, who lived across from him. Clearly, with his red eyes and gaping mouth, he had already mutated. The distance around the corner of the stairs was just a few seconds for someone charging up. Shao Ming did not have time to aim and hurriedly pulled the trigger, firing several bullets into Baldin's chest, but it did not stop him. Baldin lunged at him, and Shao Ming quickly turned the rifle sideways to block Baldin's attacking mouth. Shao Ming was pinned against the wall, watching as Baldin bit down hard on the rifle. His bite strength was incredible. The front rail of the rifle was almost about to crack. Shao Ming kicked Baldin's abdomen repeatedly and finally managed to kick him away. Baldin staggered back, stepping off the edge of the stairs and rolling down. Without thinking, Shao Ming raised his rifle and shot Baldin in the head. The bullet hit precisely, and Baldin fell to the ground, no longer moving. Stepping over Baldin's corpse, Shao Ming quickly reached his apartment door. Although he remained relatively calm internally, adrenaline surged through him. After experiencing a life-and-death moment, his hands were still trembling. After a struggle, he finally inserted the key and opened the door, feeling as if he had been away for several days, even though he had only been gone for a morning. Shao Ming locked the door and hurried into Li Long's room. Li Long was lying in bed, pale, with red, swollen eyes, clearly having cried for a long time. "What is wrong with you?" Shao Ming put the rifle aside and approached Li Long's bedside. I feel terrible, Li Long said weakly. Shao Ming touched Li Long's forehead. It was burning hot. You have a fever. Shao Ming stood up to get a thermometer. I feel so uncomfortable, Li Long said. Don't worry, Shao Ming replied. I remember that the after effects don't include fever symptoms. Chapter 24. Former comrades. After checking Li Long's temperature, Shao Ming found it was nearly 40 degrees Celsius. Was it a wound infection, sepsis, after effects of a major infection, or just a simple cold? Shao Ming wasn't a doctor. He could only try to figure out the cause. He unwrapped the bandage on Li Long's leg, and there seemed to be no signs of infection or necrosis. If it were a wound infection, it should have been pus-filled, but the wound looked relatively clean. If it were sepsis, he had disinfected and bandaged Li Long immediately, and had changed the bandage over the past 2 days, so there shouldn't have been any bacteria entering the bloodstream. Shao Ming sighed, and picked up a nearby alcohol spray. Put that down, I don't want it. Li Long said quickly when he saw Shao Ming pick up the alcohol spray. Don't make me suffer anymore. Don't think like that, Shao Ming said. I think it's probably just a cold. You don't understand, Li Long said in a low voice. They say people can sense when they're about to die. I can feel it. Shao Ming wanted to jump up and scold Li Long for wanting to give up without knowing the cause of his illness. First take some fever-reducing medicine, Shao Ming said, handing Li Long the medicine he had just brought in. Li Long swallowed the pill, and Shao Ming re-wrapped the wound with a new bandage, helping him lie back down and covering him with a blanket. Li Long said nothing. He just stared blankly at the ceiling. Shao Ming didn't know what he was thinking. What does a person think when they know their death is imminent? If it were him, he might not be any better off. Shao Ming shook his head. Li Long might not necessarily be dying. He couldn't think that way. I'll go make something to eat, Shao Ming said. He placed the lunch he had prepared on the bedside, but Li Long didn't move, only glancing at him. Shao Ming said nothing and exited the room, closing the door behind him. After moving all morning, he felt muscle soreness all over his body as he rested. The rain outside gradually stopped, and the dark clouds were slowly dissipating. He scrolled through his phone. There was still internet access, and many survivors were uploading their current situations. Compared to the chaos and panic of the previous days, all the photos and videos now gave a sense of desolation and despair. More and more people had turned into bloodthirsty mutants, while those who had not yet mutated were struggling to survive under the watchful eyes of the mutants. The military, which should have maintained order in the city, was already beginning to collapse from within, and many had mutated before they even got a chance to fight. From wealthy celebrities to beggars, this disaster affected everyone. He browsed online again about the after effects and mutations, which were similar to the previous days, filled with speculation and theories. Shao Ming didn't want to think about it. He hoped that Li Long was just suffering from a cold. He entered the room with the cold medicine. The lunch he had placed on the bedside earlier remained untouched by Li Long. Drink some medicine, he said, handing the prepared cold medicine to Li Long, who took the bowl and sipped from it. The cold medicine, which should have tasted bitter, had no flavor at all to Li Long, almost like drinking plain water. Li Long realized that his sense of taste had disappeared. This has no taste, he said suddenly, as if in anger, and smashed the bowl away. Shao Ming quickly advised, don't do that. It's definitely not the after effects. A cold can cause a fever too. Li Long interrupted him, saying, you don't need to convince me anymore. I can really feel it. It's not a cold. It's different. His voice cracked, and tears streamed down his cheeks. If I'm going to mutate, just kill me. I don't want to become a monster. Shao Ming shouted at Li Long, I want to kill you. You're still a person. You might not necessarily become a zombie. Li Long sobbed in response, I want to go home. This young man in his 20s, full of muscles, was still just a child at heart. He wanted his mom. He wanted his dad. Everything he and Shao Ming had done was not just to survive, but to be able to return home. Now that wish felt as impossible as reaching the sky. Shao Ming looked at this companion with whom he had studied abroad for 2 years, and suddenly realized that this person might really be leaving. Li Long might be strong, but when death truly loomed over him, his strength crumbled. We will go home. Shao Ming couldn't bear to look any longer and left the room. He returned to the living room to search for all relevant information, but the more he read, the more he was convinced that Li Long was experiencing after effects, and even that his symptoms were quite complete. Most people only exhibited 1 or 2 symptoms before mutating. Inside the room, Li Long had calmed down again. He lay on the bed silently crying. He didn't know how much time passed before a noise came from Li Long's room. Shao Ming rushed in to check, but the sight before him shocked him. The room was filled with a horrible stench that almost made Shao Ming vomit. It was even more unbearable than the smell of a corpse. In the room, Li Long lay weakly on the bed, looking even more frail than he had a few hours earlier. Li Long had lost control of his bowels. His face was pale as he lay motionless. What he had expelled was not normal waste but blood. Shao Ming remembered what Gary had said earlier that morning. The time for mutation had now shortened to 1 to 2 days. Seeing Shao Ming enter, Li Long reached out his hand weakly and said, "Home." Shao Ming took Li Long's hand, replying, "Home, home, we will go home." Li Long's eyes gradually closed, and his grip on Shao Ming's hand weakened. Shao Ming gently released Li Long's hand and took a step back, drawing his pistol from his waist. He couldn't bring himself to do it. He remembered the first day he met Li Long when the kid had come up to him, throwing an arm around his shoulder as if they had known each other for ages. He remembered attending classes together, experiencing the local customs of a foreign land, and complaining that British food was truly terrible. He recalled the chaos after the mutation occurred, when Li Long and he navigated through the tumultuous crowd, scavenging items from stores and subduing the unrecognizable. A tear slid down Shao Ming's cheek as he aimed at Li Long's head and pulled the trigger. Chapter 25. Power outage. Shao Ming wrapped Li Long's body in a clean bedsheet and dragged it to the rooftop to place it alongside the bodies of the young couple. As for the dirty bedsheets, he simply threw them down from the building. Standing on the rooftop, he gazed into the distance towards the city center. The clouds had dissipated, and visibility was decent enough to see near Manchester train station. The sun was slowly setting, and the city still appeared to be ablaze with lights, though it was uncertain whether the beings under the dazzling lights were mutated creatures or humans. Shao Ming raised the rifle in his hands and peered through the scope into the distance. Since there were helicopters, there must still be military or other organized forces surviving. The apartment was in the city center, making it quite difficult to see what was happening outside the city. He didn't necessarily need to see anything. He just felt a sense of chaos inside him. Putting down the rifle, Shao Ming resisted the urge to look at Li Long's body. For this roommate of 2 years, the loss felt more unacceptable than sorrowful. Perhaps the inability to accept his death was a form of grief in itself. Shao Ming left the rooftop, and before closing the door, he took one last glance at Li Long's body. While tidying up Li Long's room, Shao Ming found a letter wrapped in an envelope in the nightstand. It appeared to have been written a couple of days ago. Li Long must have penned the letter when he first realized that the after effects were related to the mutation. The envelope bore a note. "Ming, if I die, please give this to my parents." Shao Ming didn't open the envelope, but instead placed it in his backpack. Looking at Li Long's empty bed, Shao Ming felt as if he were dreaming. Just yesterday, Li Long was lying in bed, still lively except for his injured leg, and even spoke to him in the afternoon. Now, by evening, he had become a body wrapped in a blanket. He had to survive and return home, if only to deliver Li Long's letter. Moreover, his own parents were waiting for him to come back. Shao Ming took out his phone to reassure his family that he was safe, but he didn't mention anything about Li Long. From his parents' messages, it seemed that the country had also entered a tumultuous period, but overall, it was still under control, in stark contrast to the apocalyptic scenes abroad. For both emotional and rational reasons, he had to find a way to return home. The sun outside had completely set, and Shao Ming had no appetite for dinner. He pulled out his phone and browsed the internet. Someone had uploaded a video from a military assembly area in the suburbs, showing hundreds of mutated beings in military uniforms standing inside, with thick armored tanks and vehicles turned into heaps of scrap metal before they could be activated. The Twitter thread about Manchester survivors had seen a significant drop in replies, with only a few hundred still responding. Shao Ming noticed that those people seemed to be trying to save themselves. A few residents from the North Indian area had met up and were preparing transportation to flee to the suburbs. In the Brindle area, dozens of survivors had cleared out a community. They used debris and abandoned vehicles to block roads and began boarding up doors and windows. He had to prepare to leave this place as well. Although Li Long was gone, the food could last a few more days. But staying in the apartment was merely waiting for death. However, these places were not his destination. His first stop was the consulate. If it fell, he would seek other means of transportation, planes, ships, cars. There had to be a way to get home. Shao Ming took Li Long's notebook, opened his email, but the consulate had not replied. Given the current situation, the chances of the consulate surviving were slim. Nevertheless, he still decided to check it out before leaving. Shao Ming glanced at the international student group chat, but no one had spoken since yesterday. He didn't know if everyone had safely returned home or if they had unfortunately transformed. Just as he was planning his route, the lights in the room suddenly went out. The power indicator on the notebook lit up, showing that the power had been cut off. Shao Ming set down his notebook and went to the window to check. It wasn't just his unit. The entire city had plunged into endless darkness. A power outage. The blackout came much earlier than Shao Ming had anticipated, but it wasn't surprising. The mutations were accelerating, making it difficult to ascertain how many people were still alive, let alone whether the power plant workers could maintain electricity. In fact, the workers at the power plant fought until the last moment. A small number of workers did not leave their posts. Perhaps it was because their families had all transformed into mutated beings, or perhaps because their homes were in a quarantine zone. A dozen workers stayed at the power plant, maintaining the city's electricity in hopes of buying more time for others until they too transformed or were torn apart by the mutated creatures. Shao Ming took out his phone to check. The network signal was still intact. The power outage had cut off electricity, and it was uncertain how long the batteries in the signal base station would last. Shao Ming quickly took out his tablet and connected it to a power bank. He needed to start downloading electronic maps of the world. Electricity was easy to find. Starting a car could power electronic devices, and diesel generators or wind turbines could also maintain power, but no one was maintaining them. How long could the internet endure? Besides maps, he also searched online for survival guides to download. In addition to basic water and food procurement, there were numerous books on vehicle repairs, firearm maintenance, and more. Li Long had previously downloaded a series, and Shao Ming continued to download several more. Now, he was extremely grateful that he had bought a tablet. It was finally serving its purpose. However, for Shao Ming now, electricity was a scarce resource that dwindled with each use. There were a few issues. First, after the power outage, electricity would likely not return. Any frozen meat in the refrigerator would spoil quickly if not consumed in the next couple of days. Second, there were no emergency lighting tools like candles at home. The only flashlight was one Shao Ming scavenged in the morning. Chapter 26. The apocalypse. After the power supply was cut off, the city fell into an unprecedented darkness. Perhaps for centuries, even millennia, this region had not experienced such wild darkness at night. Until now, the darkness enveloped not only the city, it extinguished more than just the lights. In past nights, it was a time of family joy. Even the homeless would return to their little nests to count their day's spoils. Now, the night felt more like a joke played by death on human civilization. The mutated beings paused to sense the rustling of the wind around them, while the survivors hid in their homes, praying to survive. In the UK, France, Germany, Russia, and the USA, the same scenes played out in every country. Astronauts on the International Space Station might see the darkness as the curtain falling on human civilization, provided they hadn't been eaten by their mutated companions. Some national leaders had received vaccinations in advance and had not been infected during the pandemic 6 months ago. Now they hid in doomsday bunkers, barely surviving. A small number of governments and military forces in certain areas were still operational. They established safe zones, gathered survivors, and tried to maintain the remaining social order. In the distant eastern superpower, even though the major infection 6 months ago was controlled well, over 10 million people had still transformed into mutated beings. Although the situation was temporarily under control, it seemed to be heading towards chaos. Survivors who have not turned into mutated food fled the city, hoping to find a place to settle in areas seldom trodden by humans. If there is any country that has survived intact, it might be the mysterious nation in the northern part of the Korean peninsula. As a single player in the game of Earth, the pandemic has caused them almost no harm. And now they are gathering their armies to unify the peninsula while their southern neighbors have all turned into mutants. Shao Ming looked out the window. The moonlight spread across the deserted streets of the city, and a sense of desolation surged in his heart. The ancients said that the bright moon evokes homesickness, and Shao Ming now thoroughly understood this. Without electricity and unwilling to use it, he lay in bed and fell into a daze. Early the next morning, Shao Ming woke up by himself. He had never woken up naturally this early, perhaps because he had never gone to bed so early when he had a phone. The sun had already risen, and when Shao Ming checked his watch, it was just past 7. Unable to sleep anymore, he got up and began sorting the supplies at home. Although the refrigerator had no power, the ice in the freezer had not melted yet, and it looked like the chicken fillets could last a while longer. There were still plenty of biscuits left, enough to last a month if eaten sparingly. All the containers in the house that could hold water were filled to the brim. It was uncertain how long the tap water would last. Even if the water pressure remained normal for a month or two, the tap water without any workers to manage it would become very dirty. Fortunately, this was the UK, and rainwater would not be scarce, making drinking water not a major issue. Rainwater, free from human industrial pollution, was quite suitable for drinking. There were also quite a few medicines left. Although he didn't bring much back from the pharmacy, he had plenty of first aid supplies like alcohol, disinfectants, and bandages, along with a bottle of antibiotics and several boxes of common cold and anti-inflammatory medications. Shao Ming reorganized the magazines for his G36 rifle, which had 46 rounds and 2 magazines. His P320 had 2 fully loaded magazines with 30 rounds, plus an extra 58 rounds in a box. Li Long's baseball bat had been cleaned, and there was also a fruit knife in the house that could be used. Shao Ming picked a book to use as an arm guard, replacing the one that had been bitten and ruined by the mutant. The tactical vest he had taken from a SWAT officer still had a few cable ties for glow sticks and a police radio inside. He pulled out the bulletproof insert, thought for a moment, and then put it back. It was a foolish notion that this thing could block a mutant's mouth. But considering the zombie literature he had read and the helicopter spewing black smoke yesterday, Shao Ming felt that protecting himself from human firearms was equally important. Shao Ming fiddled with the radio for a while. It turned on, but only received static. He tossed the radio aside and looked at the neatly stacked supplies in front of him. If he had no intention of staying long-term, these supplies would be more than enough. Shao Ming packed up the food and water he could take, along with bullets, his tablet, and a power bank into his backpack. After organizing his backpack, Shao Ming began planning his route to the consulate. Using the map he had found in a police car, he decided to head east this time, as it would allow him to leave the lockdown area along the main road, and there were more residential buildings in this area, likely with more possible exits. If what Gary and the others said was true, the route from the school to the park was not reliable. However, starting from the residential buildings meant he would have to take a longer detour after leaving the lockdown zone to get back to the consulate. And compared to leaving south from the school, there was also a greater risk in navigating through the residential buildings. Shao Ming decided to have breakfast first and wait for the sun to rise a little higher before setting out. He didn't want to be caught off guard by some lurking mutant. Shao Ming took 2 chicken fillets from the refrigerator and tossed them into the frying pan. If all went well, this should be the last meal he would eat in this small apartment. The taste of the frozen chicken fillets was not great, but thinking that he might not even be able to have frozen chicken fillets in a few days, Shao Ming swallowed them down with some beer. As for the remaining beer, he had found a good use for it. He would take a few with him to make Molotov cocktails if necessary. Shao Ming took his last shower, which was also the first shower in several days, changed into clean sweatpants and work pants, put on his tactical vest, strapped on his backpack, tucked the baseball bat behind him, and secured his handgun at his waist. Shao Ming picked up his rifle and pushed open the door to his home. Now it was time to head home. The sun had risen, and sunlight poured onto this desolate land. Chapter 27. Leaving the apartment. Stepping outside, Shao Ming decided to leave the apartment from the first floor. Li Long's body still lay on the rooftop, and he couldn't bear to leave from there. Unexpectedly, as he reached the second floor, he heard a sudden crash from the door on his left, followed by the roar of a mutant. Shao Ming quickly slowed his pace and crouched down to continue his descent to the first floor. He stealthily made his way down, moving aside the garbage piled at the entrance. Peering carefully over the top of the railing, Shao Ming cautiously looked outside. Fortunately, the recent roar of the mutant had not attracted more of them, and he did not see any signs of mutants downstairs. They were probably all drawn away by the helicopter from the previous evening. Opening the main door, the street was eerily silent. To avoid making too much noise, Shao Ming slung his rifle on his back, but chose to use the baseball bat as his primary weapon. Unlike his previous exits, this time Shao Ming decided to turn right and walked away from the main road along a row of residential buildings. Most of the shops along the street were empty, primarily coffee shops and small grocery stores, and he had no interest in scavenging inside. It was best to leave the city as quickly as possible. After walking a short distance, Shao Ming saw containers piled up on the street. He couldn't help but admire the government's impressive execution. How could they not have implemented such lockdown measures during the pandemic 6 months ago? Climbing directly onto the containers wasn't realistic. But if he could enter the residential buildings on either side of the street, it wouldn't be impossible to jump across from an upper window. Of course, it would be best if the back of the residential buildings was not sealed off. Behind the containers blocking the street was a church. Passing the intersection where the church was located would allow him to head south toward the consulate. Turning right in front of the containers, Shao Ming entered a cluster of residential buildings. This was an open space surrounded by buildings, with some playground equipment in the middle and a sandpit nearby. The exit to the left led to the church, but was blocked off, while the entrance to the building ahead was uncertain whether it was locked. If he could get into that building, he could jump from the upper window onto the containers. On the backside of the street, the ground floor of one house had its window wide open, and through it, Shao Ming saw 2 mutants staring out the window. Shao Ming was startled. He froze and dared not move, his heart racing. However, the mutants seemed not to notice him. Perhaps their eyesight was poor or they had lost their vision altogether. Shao Ming cautiously stepped forward, and the 2 mutants still showed no signs of movement. Perhaps this was what Gary referred to as a hibernation state. To be safe, he leaned against the side of the opposite building, keeping his distance from the window. At this moment, Shao Ming was on high alert, needing to control his noise levels. Watch for movements inside the window, and stay vigilant for any other mutants in the other buildings. As Shao Ming carefully crept forward, a sudden muffled sound erupted behind him. A mutant crashed against the window behind him. Already on edge, he was startled and couldn't help but shout, "What the hell?" This shout immediately awakened the sleeping mutants around him, and by the time Shao Ming tried to stop himself, it was already too late. Two mutated creatures rushed out first from the building with the open window. Shao Ming swung his baseball bat and struck the one in front, knocking it over onto the ground. Before he could regain his stance, another mutated creature lunged at him. With no time to react, Shao Ming raised one hand to block. The creature bit down on the book tied to his right hand, and the force caused him to stumble backward. He saw the first creature that had fallen already getting back up, while he was still unable to escape. Shao Ming quickly pulled a fruit knife from the side of his backpack with his free left hand and stabbed it into the creature's head. Although the fruit knife wasn't particularly sharp, he aimed precisely and drove it into the creature's temple. As he felt the blade penetrate the creature's brain, he twisted it forcefully, turning the creature's head into mush. Finally, one was taken care of, but mutated figures began appearing at the windows of the surrounding buildings, banging on the glass. Shao Ming knew he couldn't stay here, so he pushed the corpse in front of him towards the incoming creature and turned to run. The creature that had just gotten up crashed headfirst into its fallen companion's body. Shao Ming reached the entrance of the nearby building, and fortunately, the door was not locked. A twist was all it took to open it. However, upon opening the door, he gasped at the sight before him. Dozens of mutated creatures were packed in the corridor of the building. These creatures had been awakened by the sounds of the recent fight and were searching for the source of the noise. Without a second thought, Shao Ming immediately shut the door. Now, the only way forward was to go right through the alley into another residential area. He hoped there would be a way out over there. Shao Ming hurried into the alley, while the mutated creatures behind him burst out from windows all around. The alley wasn't long, and in the middle of it, there was a large garbage bin pushed right beneath the fire escape. Just high enough for an adult to climb up. Shao Ming realized someone had gone out this way. He quickly glanced back and saw some mutated creatures that had climbed out of the windows, possibly with broken legs, staggering toward him. Meanwhile, a few others that had charged out from the first floor were unharmed and coming at him at high speed. Raising his rifle, Shao Ming quickly aimed at the leading mutated creatures. Stay calm, he told himself while trying to steady the rifle. The opportunity to shoot was fleeting, and the mutated creatures weren't too far away. However, the benefit was that their movement wasn't too great either. His basic shooting training came into play as Shao Ming pulled the trigger, and bullets flew from the barrel. Two mutated creatures fell to the ground, and he quickly adjusted the gun to shoot at the two behind them. Seeing that the fastest ones had been taken down, Shao Ming hurriedly climbed onto the garbage bin. Chapter 28. Climbing over the quarantine wall before more mutated creatures could swarm in, Shao Ming climbed up the fire escape to the upper floor. He glanced back and saw at least a dozen mutated creatures surrounding the staircase below. Some of them had begun trying to climb up the garbage bin. Shao Ming was relieved that he had taken down the first few with intact limbs. The ones that climbed out from the second or even third floors had either broken legs or arms. Shao Ming recalled the height of the container. It seemed to be just a bit shorter than the second floor windowsill. The police weren't foolish enough to place the containers directly beneath the windows, but it was still a height that could be jumped over. Arriving at the second floor window, he kicked the glass, only to find that it merely shook without breaking as he had imagined. Fine, he thought, pulling out the baseball bat. If the mutated creatures could push open the windows, why couldn't he? With a hit from the bat, the glass shattered entirely from the impact point. Although Shao Ming was in a hurry, he couldn't rush. After the glass broke, some sharp shards remained on the window frame, and he didn't want to scrape off 2 chunks of flesh while climbing through. After clearing away the exposed sharp glass, he climbed into the second floor corridor. Sounds of mutated creatures came from the rooms on either side, and the doors were being pounded on, seeming like a horde would burst out at any moment. Shao Ming ran toward the end of the corridor, where a street-facing window was ahead. He reached the window and looked outside, only to find it was still quite a distance to the container. About 5 to 6 meters away. If he could get into the room, he might be able to jump from the room's window. Shao Ming tried to twist the door handle of the adjacent room, but it wouldn't open. He kicked the door with his leg, but it remained unmoved. Damn it! Shao Ming cursed in his mind. Why was his path to survival different from others? Didn't those doors in TV shows open with a kick? Shooting the lock was a similar principle, and not to mention that wasting a bullet might not even break the lock. But the ricochet from such close-range shooting could be deadly. Shao Ming's mind raced. By convention, the storage room on the first floor usually had spare keys for the whole building. And if he didn't look for the keys on the first floor, he would have to climb over the wall along the street side. The second option was clearly unrealistic. So he quickly made his way to the first floor. The mutated creatures in the room were still banging on the door, and every time he passed a doorway, he could hear the creatures inside pounding even harder. He could only pray that these doors were sturdy enough not to be broken open by one or two creatures. It felt like running naked on the street without pants. The front door on the first floor was tightly closed, but through the transparent window of the storage room, Shao Ming saw the already mutated manager, who had a keychain hanging from his waist. The door to the storage room was also locked. Not because Shao Ming was particularly observant, but because a thick iron chain was hanging on the door. As soon as the manager saw Shao Ming, he lunged at the glass, trying to bite him with his wide-open mouth. Without thinking, Shao Ming pulled out his handgun and fired 2 shots at the manager's head. The first bullet shattered the glass and entered the manager's skull from the forehead, while the second shot went in from the chin. The manager's body fell backward and stopped moving. Shao Ming climbed through the window and yanked the keychain from the manager's waist. Returning to the second floor, Shao Ming inserted the key into the lock of the room at the end of the corridor. Although there was no sound from inside, he still drew his gun just in case. Turning the key, the door gently opened. Shao Ming took out the fruit knife with his left hand and steadied his handgun with his right hand. Fortunately, the room was relatively quiet, and there were no mutated creatures inside. He quickly went to the window. From this room's windowsill, he could jump directly onto the container, and the distance wasn't too far. He first tossed his backpack over, and it rolled twice before landing accurately on the container. Shao Ming climbed onto the windowsill and jumped with all his might. Thankfully, the distance of just over 2 meters wasn't too far, and he landed steadily on the container. Picking up his backpack, Shao Ming looked out beyond the quarantine wall. Next to the church, there was an 8-wheeled Scania truck, and like a gift from the sky, there was a mutated creature sitting inside the driver's seat. Just as Shao Ming was about to jump off the container and rush towards the truck's front, he didn't expect the mutated driver to grip the steering wheel tightly, yelling at him while stepping on the gas. Thanks to the starting system, the driver revved the engine back to life. What the hell? Before Shao Ming could react, the truck was already charging toward him. He quickly ducked down and grabbed the edge of the container. The truck slammed into the container, pushing and deforming it. Fortunately, the police had placed many heavy objects inside the container, preventing it from tipping over completely. A violent collision nearly threw Shao Ming off, but he tightly grasped the edge of the container to steady himself. The truck pushed the container aside and sped forward, knocking over several cars before crashing into a building and finally coming to a stop. The mutated driver continued to slam on the gas. Shao Ming stood up, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. How could a zombie drive? He quickly climbed down from the container. The noise from the truck was too loud, and Shao Ming could already see several mutated beings crawling out from the windows on both sides of the street. If he walked a bit further along the church, he could reach another main road, which could also lead him to the consulate. Taking advantage of the mutated beings being distracted by the truck's collision, Shao Ming hurriedly retreated along the road in the opposite direction of the quarantine zone. Although it was called a quarantine zone, there wasn't much difference between inside and outside the walls. If anything, there were probably fewer mutated beings on the road outside the quarantine zone. After all, the reason for the quarantine was that the mutated beings had broken out of the hospital. Shao Ming moved quickly, jogging towards the consulate. Chapter 29. The consulate. Shao Ming advanced toward the consulate as quickly as possible without making too much noise. As expected, due to the length of time the mutations had been occurring, there weren't many mutated beings on the street. Most people either couldn't go out because they showed symptoms themselves or were hiding at home out of fear. Half an hour later, Shao Ming finally reached the front of the consulate. The consulate was housed in a traditional European-style building, and the fluttering national flag gave Shao Ming a sense of belonging. However, the scene beneath the flag was far from beautiful. The entrance of the consulate was piled high with luggage, and blood and body parts were scattered everywhere. 2 buses were parked on the side road of the consulate, indicating that the consulate had organized an evacuation, but they had been attacked before they could leave. A strong smell of blood filled the air, but after smelling it so much over the past few days, Shao Ming had become desensitized. Strangely, there were no signs of mutated beings near the consulate. Shao Ming glanced back at the buses and saw no mutated beings in the empty street. Logically, just a couple of days ago, he could see scattered mutated beings on the street. Could it be that the number of mutated beings outside was really so low? Looking at the horrific scene in front of him, it didn't seem like it could have been caused by just 1 or 2 mutated beings. Perhaps they had all wandered off? Shao Ming thought to himself, but remained vigilant and raised the baseball bat in his hand. Cautiously approaching the entrance of the consulate, he saw an old man squatting on the ground, eating a piece of flesh from a corpse. The old man hadn't noticed Shao Ming approaching from behind and was still enjoying his spoils. Shao Ming put down the baseball bat and pulled out a fruit knife from his backpack. He looked around to confirm that there were no other mutated beings in the hall before quietly approaching the mutated being from behind. Shao Ming felt his heart racing. He had rehearsed 1,000 scenarios in his mind. What if the knife didn't go in? What if he didn't kill it with one stab? What if he alerted other mutated beings? But he couldn't think about that now. He plunged the knife into the back of the mutated being's neck. The mutated being let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Shao Ming sighed in relief and pulled out the fruit knife. It seemed that quietly taking out mutated beings was indeed feasible. Although there were several floors in the consulate, given the hellish scene on this floor, it was likely that there were no survivors left inside. However, Shao Ming's purpose for this trip wasn't to find survivors. The fall of the consulate was expected. More importantly, he hoped to find documents related to the evacuation, and it would be even better if he could contact the organization. After all, the resources available at the consulate were much more than what he could find at home. Shao Ming found the consul general's office listed on the sign and headed upstairs. One side of the consulate was adjacent to other buildings and had no windows. Since the power was already out, the stairwell was completely dark. Shao Ming took out his flashlight and turned it on. The stairwell was not just eerie, it was downright terrifying. He raised the flashlight and shone it up through the gaps. It seemed there were no mutated beings in the corridor. Following the stairwell up to the floor where the consul general's office was located, Shao Ming peeked his head out to look down the corridor. It was deathly silent here, except for a room with an open door that had a pool of blood dragged from it. Shao Ming put away the flashlight, raised the baseball bat, and walked toward the doorway. As he approached, he heard movement coming from within the room. Shao Ming held his breath and readied the baseball bat. A mutated being stumbled out from inside the door. It had been in a dormant state after eating its fill, but Shao Ming's footsteps had awakened it. Seeing the mutated being emerge, Shao Ming swung the bat and struck it down. The mutated being fell to the ground, and before it could open its mouth to scream, Shao Ming swung again. In a few moments, the mutated being lay still on the ground. Inside the consulate office, a corpse lay on the floor, to be precise. Only a skeleton and a pile of incomplete flesh remained, as everything else had been consumed by this mutated being. Shao Ming picked up a name tag from the pile of flesh, which read Consul Wang Wenhua. It seemed this was the consul who had been responsible for contacting Shao Ming and the others not long ago. Although Consul Wang hadn't had time to respond to their email. Arriving at Wang's desk, Shao Ming rummaged through the documents on the table. On the right side of the desk, the most prominent item was a registry. Shao Ming opened the registry, which recorded the phone numbers of Chinese nationals living in Manchester. A large portion had been crossed out, indicating they had either evacuated or met with misfortune. Shao Ming flipped through a couple of pages and found his and Li Long's phone numbers. Thinking of Li Long, who was now a corpse lying on the rooftop, Shao Ming seemed to see the expression in his eyes before he died. He quickly shook his head. He would rather face the pool of flesh on the ground. Sitting in the office, Shao Ming began to call each person listed in the registry. The power had been out since last night, and it hadn't even been 24 hours. If he was lucky, most cell towers should still be functioning. After several consecutive calls, he either encountered shut-off phones or no one answering, and he began to doubt whether he was wasting his phone's precious battery. However, he still held on to a bit of hope. There were dozens of pages and thousands of phone numbers in the registry, and he didn't believe that all these people were dead. He just wanted to find a fellow countryman in this apocalyptic foreign land. Shao Ming dialed the next number. Unexpectedly, the ringtone came from the mutated being he had just knocked down. All right, Shao Ming dialed the next number. After nearly dozens of calls with no answers, Shao Ming decided to make a few more attempts. If he couldn't find a survivor, then so be it. After all, although he currently had all the time in the world, his phone wouldn't last forever. If it died, he would lose all contact with home. 1, 2, 3. Shao Ming continued to dial, and just as he was about to give up, one call surprisingly connected. Chapter 2. The evacuation operation. Wang Wenhua had already made hundreds of calls in his office, but he still had hundreds of emails to process. The office was filled with various documents and files, standing in stark contrast to the neatly trimmed green plants on his windowsill. Yes, I am Wang Wenhua. Okay, please make sure to prepare the planes. All right, good. Wang Wenhua hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. The evacuation planes had finally been arranged. Through various negotiations, he had managed to secure 2 Air China 737s to take off tomorrow. Now, it wasn't just a matter of the airlines. The pilots didn't want to stay on British soil for another second. To be precise, if given the choice, pilots would prefer to stay in the air indefinitely without landing. Consul Wang, the office door of Wang Wenhua was knocked on, and the secretary walked in with a phone in hand. There was an elderly couple on vacation at the Diamond Hotel who hoped we could send a car to pick them up. One of the elderly people was disabled and had difficulty moving. Do we have any cars left? Wang Wenhua asked. No, the last one just left with Mr. Yang and his wife to the airport, the secretary replied. Wang Wenhua closed his eyes and thought for a moment. then said, "The Diamond Hotel. Tony is closest to there. Ask him if he can go to the Diamond Hotel after picking up the people from Denton." "Okay, I'll contact him right away." The secretary nodded and quickly left the room. Wang Wenhua sat back down at his computer. There were still hundreds of emails left unanswered. Although his staff had already returned many calls and emails, messages from the public kept coming in. There were emails from local survivors and relatives from the mainland. Since the outbreak of the mutation, Wang Wenhua hadn't had a good night's sleep. He had organized the return of over 3,000 people yesterday. And today it was conservatively estimated that there were still 1,000 or 2,000 who had not been evacuated, and this only included those with Chinese nationality. The scene today was more chaotic than in the past 2 days. In the morning, there were already mutated individuals chasing after living people in the streets. The situation on the streets hadn't been this severe before. There had mostly been riots and disturbances, with police cars and ambulances racing down the streets. The situation inside the consulate was also grim. Several staff members had shown symptoms and taken leave to return to their dormitories or go home. The remaining staff at the consulate were already few, and many were trapped in the quarantine area waiting to be evacuated home. The police responsible for security downstairs had fired their weapons several times today as the number of mutated individuals was increasing, and it wouldn't be long before their numbers surpassed those of the living. Wang Wenhua knew that the longer he stayed there, the less safe it became. Home. These two simple words felt incredibly heavy at that moment. The British government could no longer be relied upon. They were too busy taking care of their own citizens, let alone having the energy to escort foreign nationals. Wang Wenhua dialed the transportation company again, realizing that getting so many people to the airport far exceeded the consulate's capacity. Consul Wang. He was still in contact with the transportation company. And this was already the third one he had found. The first two had no staff on duty. Just then, the secretary rushed in. "Consul, the British police responsible for security at the door have left. They said the police force in the city is about to collapse, and they can no longer stay here." Wang Wenhua followed the secretary downstairs. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw the police car speeding away. "They run really fast," the secretary remarked, looking at the departing police car. "Close the main door." Wang Wenhua turned to the secretary and said, "Everyone go find something useful for defense. Don't leave anyone on the first floor." "Aren't we going to block the door?" the secretary asked. "No blocking. What if someone comes to us for help?" "We can't block it. Just keep an eye on the situation downstairs from the stairway." The others on the first floor heard this and scattered to find weapons. "Shao Li," Wang Wenhua turned to the secretary, "I've arranged for 2 buses to evacuate this afternoon, which can take 120 people. You take a few senior colleagues from the consulate and leave first." "I'm not leaving," the secretary said. "If you don't leave, I won't leave either. I need you to go to the airport and assist them with boarding for evacuation." Wang Wenhua looked outside the door and said, "With the current situation, who knows if I'll be able to come back if I go? Someone has to stay here to make decisions." The secretary wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Wang Wenhua. "Send out a notice to inform those outside the quarantine area who didn't manage to evacuate. Let them come to the consulate by 5 this afternoon. Those who live nearby and have transportation should go directly to the airport." "What about those inside the quarantine area?" the secretary asked. "Contact them one by one. I've been in touch with the embassy. The situation inside the quarantine area is complicated, and we will hold out for another week to prepare for their return home." Wang Wenhua paused and said, "The situation is getting worse every day." A commotion erupted outside the consulate, and Wang Wenhua and the secretary looked out to see a group of people rushing past the consulate door, fighting for supplies. A young staff member quickly ran to the door, trying to pull it shut and lock it. Suddenly, the consulate's door was smashed open, and a mutated individual burst in, charging towards the young person trying to close the door. Wang Wenhua reacted immediately, stepping forward to push the stunned young person aside. The mutated individual lunged at Wang Wenhua, and he instinctively raised his hand to block it, but the mutated creature bit down hard on his arm. "Consul Wang." People around quickly rushed over, grabbing various weapons and striking the mutated individual on the head. Although the mutated creature was hit, it still clung tightly to Wang Wenhua, even tearing a chunk of flesh from his arm. Someone landed a heavy blow to the creature's head, and it finally stopped moving. The crowd hastily moved the mutated body aside and rescued the fallen Wang Wenhua. "I never expected my old body could move so fast," Wang Wenhua said, covering his arm as blood flowed between his fingers. Chapter 30. Fellow countrymen. The appearance of the female protagonist is somewhat forced and unreasonable. This plot will be revised in the future. That is, this chapter and chapter 31. "Hello?" A weak female voice came from the other end of the phone. Shao Ming had never felt excited over a simple hello in his entire life. "Hello?" Shao Ming composed himself and glanced at the list on the table. The The caller's surname was Feng, given name Yusheng. Is this Feng Yusheng? The voice on the other end became more excited, the girl's voice trembling uncontrollably. Yes, I am. I am Feng Yusheng. Shao Ming then asked, are you currently living at 28B, Everett Road, Manchester? That's incorrect. I'm not at home. I'm in a compartment on the rooftop. From the phone, it was clear Feng Yusheng was trying to control her emotions. Are you here to rescue us? Are you from the consulate? Shao Ming glanced at the now bloody body of Consul Wang and could only say, I can say I am. The consulate has lost hope. And now we can only find a way to get out of the city ourselves. The voice on the other end paused for a moment before slowly asking. So we can't go back? Not exactly, Shao Ming replied. There will always be a way back by plane or boat. We just have to rely on ourselves now. The other end fell silent for a moment before saying, I want to go back. My family is still waiting for me at home. Do you have any plans? To be honest, Shao Ming still didn't have a specific plan. He only knew he wanted to go home, where his family was living well. He didn't want to die here or live in the UK. After thinking for a moment, he replied, first go to the airport. If there are no evacuation flights at the airport, we can change course to Birmingham and look for a boat to drift back. All right, okay. Can you take me with you? The caller asked. Do you have a car? Shao Ming suddenly remembered to ask. No, I don't. Shao Ming quickly considered whether to bring this person along and how to do it. Taking one person might not necessarily increase his chances of survival. But he couldn't just leave someone here to wait for death. If he were to take her, she had no means of transportation and would need to find a way to get to him. I will find a way to come and get you. Shao Ming glanced at the time. It was noon. If he walked, it would take until tomorrow to arrive. I need to find a means of transportation first. You stay put and pack your things. I will contact you again. Okay. Are you alone? Shao Ming asked. Are you injured or infected? Yes, I'm alone. Feng Yusheng replied. I'm not injured and I haven't been infected. After hanging up the phone, Shao Ming originally planned to make a few more calls from the list, but his phone's battery was already below half. Moreover, after this call ended, more problems lay ahead of him. He decided to take it one step at a time, not considering how he would return to his homeland thousands of miles away, nor how he would meet his compatriots after making contact with them. Shao Ming organized his thoughts. The urgent task was to find a means of transportation, whether to the airport, Birmingham, or to search for other survivors. Without a vehicle, nothing would work. Going home also posed many problems. He had no professional skills, certainly couldn't pilot a plane, and was completely clueless about sailing. The only option left was to drive back. Well, it seemed that the dream of a global journey had come much sooner than he had imagined. As Shao Ming pondered where he could find a means of transportation, he turned his head and saw a bus parked downstairs. He had noticed the bus with its doors wide open next to the consulate before coming upstairs. Why not go down and take a look? Shao Ming folded the phone registration book and put it in his bag, grabbing a baseball bat as he headed downstairs. Back on the street, Shao Ming looked around. On the left side of the street, he noticed 2 or 3 mutants wandering about. He quickly crouched down and made his way to the bus door. Once on the bus, Shao Ming felt that he was really lucky today. The bus key was quietly inserted in the ignition, and with a simple turn, he could start the engine. He placed his backpack and rifle aside, sat in the driver's seat, and glanced at the fuel gauge. It was half full, quite sufficient. There was a switch on the left control panel with a door icon, and Shao Ming tried pressing it. The door made a sound and slowly closed. He turned the key, and the bus made some noise, but it didn't start. And the key popped back out. The noise from the bus alerted the mutants on the street, and they began to approach the consulate. He tried to turn the key and hold it for a while longer, but the bus still wouldn't start. While Shao Ming was examining the bus, a mutant slowly crawled up from behind one of the seats. This mutant had a broken leg, and the bones in its hands were exposed. Limping toward the front of the bus, hearing the movement behind him, Shao Ming quickly turned around. The mutant reached out its hands and let out a howl. Since this mutant was already injured, it moved very slowly. Shao Ming stood up, took out a fruit knife, and approached the mutant, stabbing it in the chin. The mutant's head was completely pierced, and it collapsed to the ground. Shao Ming pulled out the fruit knife and checked the cabin, confirming that there were no other mutants inside the bus. This small incident didn't cause Shao Ming any harm, but several mutants rushed in from outside. With a bang, one mutant crashed directly into the windshield. Growling, 6 mutants surrounded the front of the bus, angrily banging on the windows, trying to break in and tear Shao Ming apart. Shao Ming cursed under his breath and hurried back to the driver's seat. This time, he pressed the brake and turned the key, finally starting the bus. He pressed the clutch and shifted into first gear. Just as he was about to move, the engine stalled. He was too anxious and released the clutch too quickly, causing the engine to shut off. Shao Ming was about to curse, with mutants right in front of him, separated only by a sheet of glass. Chapter 31. The joy of driving, Shao Ming finally managed to engage first gear, pressing down on the accelerator, and the two mutants in front were swept under the bus. Although Shao Ming had never driven such a large vehicle before, the current situation didn't require him to consider traffic rules or accidents. As long as he could drive away, that was enough. The bus made a right turn and entered the main road. While holding the steering wheel, Shao Ming took out his phone, entering the address, 28B, Everett Road. It would take at least 10 minutes to get there on the main road, especially since there was no traffic and no stoplights. The road conditions were excellent. He opened the call log and dialed Feng Yusheng. I found a vehicle. I'll be there in 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Feng Yusheng replied repeatedly. I'll get my things ready right away. Shao Ming put the phone aside and glanced at the center console. There was a USB port, but no compatible charger. He had only thought about finding transportation to charge his phone and forgot to bring a charger. At that moment, Shao Ming wanted to slap himself. At least in the last 2 days, while the base station was still working, his phone was more than just a brick. Moreover, he hadn't had the chance to reassure his family yet. Coincidentally, he hadn't driven far when a phone accessory store appeared by the roadside. Unfortunately, 2 mutants heard the noise of the bus and rushed out of the store. Without thinking, Shao Ming swerved the bus onto the sidewalk and directly crashed into the 2 mutants. As the 2 mutants were crushed beneath the bus, it jolted slightly and came to a stop. Pulling the handbrake, Shao Ming opened the bus door. The accessory store was right next door. Although there were no signs of mutants on the street, he could hear their growls coming from upstairs. By the sound of it, everyone in that building had likely mutated. Shao Ming quickly jumped off the bus, dashed into the store, and grabbed 2 boxes of chargers off the shelf before running back to the bus. The whole process was smooth and took less than a minute before he sat back in the driver's seat. Just as he was about to start the bus, a muffled thud came from the roof. Suddenly, a mutant dropped down right in front of him, followed by a second, then a third. Shao Ming realized how foolish it was to stop the bus and run into the nearby store. All the mutants trapped inside the building had been startled by the roar of the bus. Those with open windows jumped down, while those without were frantically banging against the glass, not wanting to miss this rare party. Just a couple of days ago, he had told himself not to act impulsively. Yet here he was, behaving like a reckless fool. Shao Ming slammed down on the accelerator, knocking over a trash can on the roadside, and speeding back onto the street. In the rearview mirror, over a dozen mutants were jumping down from the building. Just when Shao Ming thought he was safe, more noise came from the roof of the bus. At that moment, a mutant was clinging tightly to the roof and crawling forward. Although the bus was still moving, it wasn't enough to throw the mutant off. The mutant crawled to the sunroof and squeezed its head in through the slightly open window. Shao Ming turned to look and saw the mutant desperately trying to get inside the bus. He quickly took out his handgun, steadying the steering wheel while shooting backward. Leaning back to shoot was already difficult, and this position made it hard for Shao Ming to control the recoil of the handgun, not to mention navigating the narrow street outside the bus. After firing several empty shots, he decided to slam on the brakes, stopping the bus in the middle of an intersection. The inertia actually helped the mutant, allowing it to squeeze through the sunroof. The mutant fell heavily to the ground, and before it could get up, Shao Ming shot it in the head. After neutralizing the threat on the roof, Shao Ming quickly restarted the vehicle. He was now very close to Feng Yusheng's location. The navigation finally displayed that he had arrived at his destination. Shao Ming stopped the bus and took out his phone. Before he could dial, a girl ran out from the adjacent building. This must be Feng Yusheng. She looked to be in her 20s, with a high ponytail, appearing quite capable and not the fragile type. Opening the bus door, Feng Yusheng rushed in, panting. She hadn't even caught her breath when she saw the 2 corpses on the floor. If you feel like vomiting, Shao Ming said. It's okay. Feng Yusheng patted his chest, took off his backpack, and placed it on the seat beside him. I've taken down a few myself. Shao Ming closed the car door, set the navigation destination to Manchester Airport, and restarted the car. Thank you, Feng Yusheng said. I still don't know your name. My name is Shao Ming. Shao Ming replied. Oh, thank you. Feng Yusheng sat down and asked, are there no other survivors? Shao Ming lifted his backpack to the side and said to Feng Yusheng, speaking of which, there's a contact list I got from the consulate inside the bag. You can try calling others while their S still signal. Okay, I'll try. Feng Yusheng took the backpack and found the list inside. She noticed the vest Shao Ming was wearing and asked, are you a police officer? Do police speak Chinese so fluently? Shao Ming found the question a bit amusing. I'm an international student at the University of Manchester. Feng Yusheng probably felt her question was a bit silly and chuckled. Sorry. I haven't talked to anyone for a while. Pushing aside 2 small cars crowded in the middle of the road, Shao Ming pressed the accelerator again. A mutant was hit and flew, leaving only a bloodstain on the windshield. Shao Ming turned on the wipers and cleaned the glass. For a while, Shao Ming asked, The mutation started only about a week ago, right? I was sick before, stayed at home for nearly half a month. Just as I recovered, the world turned like this. Hearing sick, Shao Ming immediately frowned and became alert. Seeing Shao Ming's expression change, Feng Yusheng quickly explained, "It's not a sequela, just a bit of arthritis." Chapter 32. The zombie-tide arthritis. Shao Ming thought, that must be serious to be bedridden for half a month. Rheumatism? That was the first thing Shao Ming thought of. Ha ha ha. Feng Yusheng laughed. "It's traumatic. I fell down. The doctor said it was dislocated, causing joint wear. That must hurt a lot." Shao Ming glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "It's okay." The bus drove out of the neighborhood and returned to the main road. The two chatted casually in the car. Feng Yusheng's demeanor on the phone was different. Shao Ming thought she would be more panicked. But now the atmosphere in the car felt more like two locals going on a spring outing. On the right side of the road, there was a sizable hospital. But its first floor was completely sealed off, making it impossible to see inside. But there was no need to look, as the bus passed. The deafening howls from inside said it all. Shao Ming stepped on the accelerator hard to quickly leave the place. The bus turned onto the city's expressway. On the main road, many cars were scattered and stopped, but the closer to the airport, the more cars there were. Near an overpass 2 kilometers outside the airport, Shao Ming saw thousands of cars blocking the airport direction. He stopped the bus on the overpass and looked ahead. The road from the city to the airport was jammed with cars. Some mutants stood dormant among the vehicles, and more people had abandoned their cars and disappeared. Further away at the airport, only a few planes were parked on the tarmac, and thick smoke billowed from the terminal. Feng Yusheng also saw the scene and stood up from her seat, walking to the front. Shao Ming said, "Looks like we can't go back to the airport." "What now?" Feng Yusheng said, "I've called about 10 people, but no one answered." Shao Ming pulled out his phone, searching the map for other routes. "Let us go to Liverpool," Shao Ming said. "It's the nearest port city. Maybe we can find a ship there?" "A ship?" Feng Yusheng murmured. "How long would it take to sail back?" "That's assuming we can sail back," Shao Ming said. "If you think that's unlikely, I can take you to a less populated place outside the city, like a village or the mountains, which is safer." Feng Yusheng thought for a moment and said, "Let us try going there." The bus stopped on the overpass. There were no mutants nearby, so Shao Ming decided to rest and send a message home. It was 3 in the afternoon, and Shao Ming hadn't eaten since leaving. He took out 2 bags of biscuits from his backpack and handed one to Feng Yusheng. She took the biscuits and pulled out a beef jerky from her bag, handing it to Shao Ming. "Thanks," Feng Yusheng said. "I like this. I have plenty more." "Thank you." Shao Ming took the beef jerky and stepped outside the car to call home. His family was doing fine, although many people nearby had mutated. Basic social order was still functioning. Except for 1 or 2 cities completely overrun by mutants, other areas were relatively safe. Halfway through the call with his parents, the network signal suddenly became choppy, and Shao Ming watched helplessly as the signal disappeared. "Why now?" Shao Ming raised his phone and turned around. There really was no signal here. He quickly switched back to the map. Fortunately, the planned route was still displayed. After a simple lunch, Shao Ming restarted the car and drove off the overpass. The bus weaved through the city. If all went well, they would soon leave the city and head toward Birmingham. However, not long after driving out, they saw a scene even more despairing than the abandoned airport. The street was densely packed with mutants, estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Well, at least now they knew where all those empty cars on the airport expressway had gone. Feng Yusheng, who had been standing beside him, was so frightened she sat down heavily on the seat. The tens of thousands of mutants heard the bus moving and all raised their heads to look over. Shao Ming slammed the steering wheel, but it was too late. The bus almost tilted over. Shao Ming quickly turned the wheel back to stabilize the vehicle. The mutants surged like a tide from the end of the street, forcing Shao Ming to steer off the navigation route. What made it worse was the deafening howls of the tens of thousands of mutants, their cries like calling friends, attracting even more mutants. Mutants on both sides of the road rushed out of buildings. Shao Ming crashed into several mutants consecutively and noticed the bus's bumper had been knocked off. Dozens more mutants rushed down from the building on the left. Shao Ming hurriedly steered right onto the sidewalk to avoid them. The bus sped along the sidewalk, smashing many piled-up obstacles. The side of the bus scraped against building walls, sparking. Looking back through the remaining rearview mirror, the dense mutants were still chasing the bus, even pushing some parked small cars on the roadside. However, the distance between them and the bus was widening. Shao Ming accelerated again, making several turns in a row. The mutants seemed to have been shaken off. After all, no matter how fast mutants run, they can't outrun wheels. Both breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had a vehicle to quickly shake off the zombie tide. Shao Ming checked the map. They needed to return to the main road ahead. The bus turned another corner, unexpectedly encountering a small car in the middle of the road. The bus heavily crashed into the abandoned small car beside it. Shao Ming reacted quickly and slammed the steering wheel. But the bus lost control and rushed into a nearby plaza. Shao Ming hit the brakes, and the bus stopped in the middle of the plaza. Unexpectedly, as soon as the bus stopped, the engine in the rear emitted a puff of white smoke. Shao Ming turned the key. The bus let out a groan and then went silent. "The car is broken," Shao Ming said. Feng Yusheng ignored him and just patted Shao Ming's shoulder because she seemed to see many mutants rushing over. Chapter 33. The airport. Shao Ming turned his head, about to ask Feng Yusheng what was wrong, and saw several mutants charging from nearby. "Don't just stand there, let us go." Shao Ming quickly stood up and shouldered his backpack. He noticed that Feng Yusheng seemed to have no weapons, so he handed her the pistol from his waist. "I have this." Feng Yusheng pulled a kitchen knife from her bag, "and I don't know how to use a gun." "Just pull the trigger when a zombie charges at you," Shao Ming said, opening the car door and jumping out, seeing 5 or 6 mutated creatures rushing towards him, along with more emerging from the houses further away. Shao Ming continued, "A kitchen knife won't be enough, due to the pursuing horde of zombies." The bus kept weaving through the city near the airport, going in circles until it actually returned close to the airport. A few of the mutated creatures in the front were now less than 100 meters away. Shao Ming raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Shooting the charging mutated creatures wasn't difficult at all. They were quickly taken down. As Shao Ming aimed to shoot at the further mutated creatures, Feng Yusheng hurriedly patted him and said anxiously, "Let us go. More are coming." Shao Ming lowered his rifle and glanced back. It seemed he could still hear the sounds of the horde in the distance. He nodded, and they both started running backward. Behind them, crossing the road, was Terminal 3 of Manchester Airport, and it seemed all the mutated creatures were concentrated in the outside horde, with not many inside the airport. The two ran to the vicinity of the terminal, where many vehicles were parked in the lot outside, and numerous pieces of luggage were scattered around, indicating that many people had rushed to the airport a few days ago. At the entrance of the airport, there was a temporary checkpoint and barricades set up by the police, with some checkpoints showing splatters of dried blood. They hurriedly crossed the obstacles and quickly reached the entrance. The airport was eerily empty, and before they could catch their breath, the mutated creatures had already caught up with them. "Hurry," Shao Ming said, adjusting his backpack and pulling Feng Yusheng, who was about to stop, to run. The mutated creatures were clearly not skilled at overcoming obstacles, and a pile of debris at the entrance tripped up quite a few of them. Taking advantage of the delay, the two quickly ran into the terminal. Inside the terminal, there were still many pieces of luggage and bloodstains, with numerous shell casings scattered on the ground. However, unlike what Shao Ming had seen 2 days ago, there were no bodies here, not even bones left behind. But the scraps of clothing and the dried blood on the ground told a grim story. A few days ago, Manchester Airport had been filled with people trying to escape by plane, among whom were many who were about to mutate. Once the mutated creatures bit the infected individuals, these people would mutate in a very short time and go on to bite more people. In just half an hour, Manchester Airport had fallen, with no one managing to escape, and those who were still alive had already been torn to pieces and swallowed by the mutated creatures. The two did not witness this tragic scene. They only saw the bloodstains on the ground. Walking further into the terminal, compared to the situation outside filled with mutated creatures, the inside was hauntingly quiet. Noticing that the mutated creatures behind them had not caught up, their pace gradually slowed. Carrying a heavy backpack made sprinting quite difficult. Shao Ming held his rifle cautiously, surveying the surroundings. The disordered souvenir shops, shattered windows, scattered luggage, and the bloodstains on the ground all testified to the terrible events that had occurred here. The sounds of the horde echoed from the nearby city, prompting the two to quickly move away from the terminal's large glass windows and hide behind rows of shops. Through the windows closer to the runway, they saw the source of the black smoke rising from the airport. 2 planes had collided on the runway, and further away, the fuel depot was left with only a large pit. "What should we do now?" Feng Yusheng asked. Staying at the airport was definitely not an option. They needed to find a way to get to Liverpool. As long as they could find a boat, there was a chance to get home. "Do you really think we can go home?" Feng Yusheng looked at the crashed passenger plane, where she could faintly discern the logo of China Southern Airlines. "Of course," Shao Ming replied. "My family is still waiting for us." The two continued walking along the terminal, with the side door not far ahead. "So where is your hometown?" Shao Ming asked. "Sichuan, and you?" "I'm from Shanxi," Shao Ming replied. "Sichuan, I was planning to travel there after studying abroad." "Come on," Feng Yusheng said, "you come over. I'll treat you to a meal, hot pot, and rabbit heads. I love rabbit heads, they're so delicious." "Sure," Shao Ming said, "you should come to Shanxi too. I'll treat you to knife-cut noodles." "We have knife-cut noodles too," Feng Yusheng said. "Not the same," Not the same. Shao Ming quickly shook his head. Then I'll treat you to a bowl of tuo. You must not have had that before. As they were chatting, the sounds of mutated creatures came from behind. The creatures at the entrance had finally caught up. Shao Ming turned around and saw at least 20 mutated creatures charging towards them. Run! Shao Ming shouted as he turned to raise his rifle. Feng Yusheng hurriedly ran towards the side door, but upon reaching it, she found that it was locked. Shao Ming fired at the mutated creatures behind them, taking down several of them in quick succession. What's going on? He asked while retreating. It's locked, I can't open it. Feng Yusheng anxiously pulled at the door handle, but the middle of the side door was chained shut, impossible for an ordinary girl to break free. Shao Ming glanced back and was relieved to see that the side door was made of glass. Break the door. He instructed Feng Yusheng. Use your pistol. Feng Yusheng quickly raised her handgun, closed her eyes, aimed at the glass door, and pulled the trigger. As the bullet pierced through, many cracks appeared on the glass door. Shao Ming managed to take down 2 more mutated creatures, but there were still over 10 rapidly approaching. Feng Yusheng kicked the glass door, shattering it into pieces. Hurry! She shouted at Shao Ming. Chapter 34. The airport station. The two squeezed through the glass door and ran towards the tarmac. Since Feng Yusheng only broke the lower part of the glass door, the pursuing mutated creatures all crashed into the upper half of the door. To the right of the tarmac was Terminal 2, while the two had just run out of Terminal 1, which was connected to Terminal 3. Just as they were about to run towards Terminal 2, several mutated creatures wearing ground crew uniforms charged out from the garage inside Terminal 2. They quickly changed direction and ran between the two terminals, but ahead of them were only 2 fuel tanks and a locked small building, along with the airport's high wall. Shao Ming turned around and shot at the few mutated creatures rushing out of Terminal 2. After several missed shots, he finally took down 1 mutated creature. But at that moment, the dozen or so mutated creatures that had been chasing them also emerged from Terminal 1, rushing towards them. Run! Feng Yusheng shouted. Seeing that Shao Ming was still hesitating, Shao Ming put away his rifle. If he had known it would come to this, he would have spent more time at the shooting range. The airport's wall was about 2 stories high, but aside from the 2-meter gap at the bottom, the rest was made of barbed wire. The two ran to the wall, and Shao Ming noticed that the concrete base of the wall was wide enough for a person to stand on. Can you climb the wall? Shao Ming asked. Not now. I don't think I can, Feng Yusheng replied, putting away her pistol. Shao Ming crouched down, allowing Feng Yusheng to step on his shoulders to reach the barbed wire. At his height of 185 meters, he could probably grab the barbed wire with a jump, but Feng Yusheng, at 16 meters, couldn't he do the same? The mutated creatures were still some distance away, but they only had 30 seconds left. Feng Yusheng stepped on Shao Ming's shoulders and grabbed the barbed wire, while Shao Ming stood up with all his strength, lifting her up to the top of the wall. You go first. Seeing Feng Yusheng wanting to pull herself back, Shao Ming quickly said to her. Feng Yusheng didn't say much, starting to climb up the barbed wire. The nearest mutated creatures were already rushing to the edge of the wall, but Shao Ming was still confident at this distance. He pulled the trigger and took down several mutated creatures, clearing a space for himself. Shao Ming took 2 steps forward, turned around to run, and jumped onto the wall. Reaching for the barbed wire, a mutated creature rushed up and reached out, barely missing Shao Ming's foot. The two of them climbed over the wall, leaving behind a dozen mutated creatures roaring angrily on the other side. After finally getting outside the wall, a bigger problem arose. Although they were forced into the airport by a small group of mutated creatures, it didn't mean that the zombie tide had retreated. In the urban area behind the highway not far away, tens of thousands of mutated creatures were rushing towards them. Originally, the zombie tide had been confused by the bus, but the continuous gunfire was too disrespectful to them. Over there, Feng Yusheng pointed to a building not far ahead, which seemed to be the only place to hide nearby. The two supported each other and ran towards that building, which was the train station connected to the airport. The entrance hall of the train station was similar to that of the airport terminal, filled with clutter and luggage. However, the train station was quite spacious, and the nearby shops had almost no doors blocking them, so hiding here couldn't even be considered hiding. The two ran deeper into the train station and soon saw the platform and 2 trains parked next to it. One train was empty, but the other train close to them had quite a few mutated creatures inside. Upon seeing 2 living people running onto the platform, the mutated creatures in the train became agitated, with a few climbing out of the broken windows and charging towards them. We're done for. This is a dead end, Shao Ming thought, putting down his rifle and pulling out a baseball bat from behind. He swung the bat and knocked down the nearest mutated creature, quickly thinking about where to go next. There were a few obstacles in front that were manageable, but there were even more mutated creatures trying to squeeze out of the windows, and the zombie tide was closing in on the train station. Although Feng Yusheng was a girl, She fought fiercely. After all, mutated creatures didn't care whether you were male or female, old or young. To them, everyone was just food. The two fought their way towards the empty train, with Shao Ming's baseball bat proving very useful, sweeping it across to stop several mutated creatures from advancing. Feng Yusheng slashed her knife at a mutated creature coming towards her, splitting its scalp and exposing the skull inside. However, this did not stop the mutated creature from advancing. It pounced on Feng Yusheng, ready to bite. She suppressed the impulse to scream and curse, quickly using her right hand to grip the mutated creature's neck to prevent it from biting her, while her left hand raised the pistol and fired several shots at its body. Aim for the head, Shao Ming shouted to Feng Yusheng. Shao Ming's reminder helped her calm down. She aimed her pistol at the mutated creature's temple and pulled the trigger, its brain matter splattering out. Although this gunshot saved Feng Yusheng's life, the loud sound provided an exact coordinate to the zombie tide, which quickly surged towards the train station. Shao Ming turned his head and could already see many mutated creatures charging towards the train tracks. The two finally reached the side of the empty train, and Shao Ming swung the baseball bat to shatter the window, grabbing Feng Yusheng, who hadn't reacted yet, and shoved her into the train. She was almost thrown into the train, seeing the mutated creatures rushing over. Shao Ming raised his rifle and shot at the nearest mutated creature without taking the time to aim. Luckily, he had good fortune, taking down two mutated creatures that were already close to him, giving him the time to jump into the carriage. The two ran along the train carriage away from the shattered window at the rear. The intercity train wasn't too long, and they quickly dashed into the driver's cabin and locked the door. Shao Ming removed the magazine and stuffed it into his vest, then took out another magazine to load into his gun. Hundreds of mutated creatures belonging to the zombie tide rushed into the train station, violently slamming against the train. And the two could only hide under the control panel, not daring to move, praying that the zombie tide hadn't discovered them. Chapter 35. Drone. More and more mutated creatures surged up, blindly searching around the train and the train station, with a few even climbing into the carriage. But they didn't find the two hiding in the driver's cabin. The height of the train made it difficult to see inside the cabin, and the control panel just blocked their figures. The mutated creatures, unable to find anyone, grew even angrier. They had just seen signs of human presence, and now their food had vanished without a trace, making them feel like they'd run for nothing. The mutated creatures frantically pounded on the carriage, and the two hid under the control panel, not daring to breathe. Feng Yusheng finally couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down her face. If there were only a dozen or 20, it would be manageable. At worst, they would feel disgusted at the sight of corpses. But now there might be tens of thousands of mutated creatures piling up nearby, and the only thing protecting them was the thin iron skin of the train and a layer of glass. The threat of death was imminent, and anyone would be afraid. Shao Ming carefully adjusted his position, wrapping his arms around Feng Yusheng. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Shao Ming recognized that she was a very strong girl, and besides, he didn't just want to comfort her. He was also feeling scared himself. If they were discovered, the zombie tide might tear the train apart. Feng Yusheng didn't refuse Shao Ming's embrace, burying her head in his chest and quietly sobbing. She didn't blame Shao Ming for bringing her along. After all, in this world, nothing could be predicted. They didn't know how long it had been. But the two leaned against the control panel and fell asleep in a stiff position. Shao Ming suddenly woke up, glancing at his watch. It was already 3 a.m., and it had been 1 a.m. before he fell asleep. Not sure if it was from running most of the day yesterday or sleeping under the control panel all night. Shao Ming felt sore all over. It had started to drizzle outside again. It seemed that the mutated creatures indeed disliked rain, as many of them had dispersed near the front of the train. Shao Ming gently pulled his arm out from behind the sleeping Feng Yusheng and shook it, feeling numb. He slowly straightened up and looked outside. In the dim moonlight, he could still see a few mutated creatures standing on the platform, looking just like passengers waiting for a train home at midnight. Shao Ming withdrew, gently taking the pistol from Feng Yusheng's hand. He felt scared just thinking about how she had fallen asleep with a loaded gun last night. He replaced the magazine with a new one, switched off the safety, and placed the pistol on his backpack. During the latter half of the night, Shao Ming didn't sleep well. He dozed off for a while, only to wake up startled in his dreams. It wasn't until the next morning that Feng Yusheng woke up and saw Shao Ming sitting on the floor with dark circles under his eyes. Feng Yusheng quietly asked, "Couldn't sleep?" Shao Ming shook his head. "I slept a bit. There are a lot fewer zombies outside now." Feng Yusheng recalled what happened last night and shyly said to Shao Ming, "I'm sorry for losing control last night." No, Shao Ming quickly said, "You did great. I was scared too." The two fell silent, and Shao Ming pulled out a bag of cookies from his backpack and handed it to Feng Yusheng. To be precise, only cookie crumbs were left. He didn't know when all the cookies had been crushed into powder. Feng Yusheng took the cookies and said thank you. No need to be polite, Shao Ming said. Just treat me to a big bowl of spicy hot pot when you get back. Feng Yusheng laughed. Although she couldn't be considered a modern internet celebrity beauty with an oval face and big eyes, she had more of the charm of Hong Kong stars from the 80s and 90s. Her smile was especially infectious and very beautiful. She reached into her backpack, pulled out a can, and placed it between the two of them. She said, I'll treat you when we get back, but for now, I have this. Shao Ming opened the can, and a pineapple fragrance filled the cabin. Actually, it was more sour than sweet. Shao Ming originally didn't like eating fruit, but now the sweet and sour taste of pineapple stimulated his taste buds. Compared to the bland compressed biscuits, it was like the taste of heaven. The rain outside intensified, washing the city and clearing the bloodstains on the streets, but it couldn't cleanse the evil within the city. With the rain masking their voices, the two finally dared to speak a bit louder. How old are you? Feng Yusheng asked. Me? 21, Shao Ming answered. And you? Don't you know a woman's age is a secret? Feng Yusheng replied with a smile, but you have to call me sister now. 24? Shao Ming ventured. A surprised expression flashed across Feng Yusheng's face, but she quickly said, I'm not telling you. All right, sister, Shao Ming teased, calling, sister. Feng Yusheng chuckled softly and agreed. Hey, why did you come to the UK? Shao Ming asked. I was sent by my company for an exchange study. Feng Yusheng replied, but shortly after arriving, I fell and injured my meniscus. Oh, sorry, Shao Ming quickly said. You're really promising at a young age. You're not bad either. Feng Yusheng said, a top student at the University of Manchester. Suddenly, they launched into mutual compliments. They talked from their hometowns to the UK, from hobbies to life before the apocalypse. The more they talked, the more they clicked, feeling like they had met too late. Until the afternoon, the rain finally stopped. The weather gradually cleared, and sunshine reclaimed the earth. A buzzing sound like mosquitoes came from outside the car. Shao Ming quickly signaled Feng Yusheng to be quiet. He peeked out and saw it was a drone. Shao Ming quickly scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of mutants. The drone obviously knew the two were hiding in the train, circled the front of the train once, and finally hovered right in front of the locomotive. Feng Yusheng also peeked half her head from behind the control panel and saw the hovering drone. Is there still a living person? Feng Yusheng whispered. Chapter 36 Rescue Plan. The drone hovered for a while and then flew away from the front of the train. Shao Ming quickly opened the door, grabbed his rifle, and chased after it. Seeing Feng Yusheng trying to follow, he stopped her and gestured for her to wait inside the train. The drone seemed to be guiding Shao Ming forward, flying a bit ahead and then stopping. When Shao Ming caught up, the drone flew forward again. The drone flew along the railway, heading in the direction from which the zombie hordes surged yesterday, though today it was unclear where the zombies had wandered. Shao Ming followed the drone up the grassy area beside the tracks, and an independent office building appeared before him. On the first floor of the office building, there seemed to be many mutants resting, and outside the building, several mutants looked up at the drone. Shao Ming quickly crouched behind some grass. The drone ascended and stopped on the rooftop, where a person leaned over the railing. Shao Ming hadn't expected there to be living people nearby, and so close, only about 400 to 500 meters from the train station. In fact, Feng Yusheng could vaguely see Shao Ming inside the train. The person waved excitedly toward Shao Ming, who raised a hand in greeting from behind the grass. It seemed that the person was trapped upstairs, and downstairs there were at least 100 mutants. Between the railway and the office building was a lawn, very open with no cover. Anyone stepping out would surely be seen by the mutants. The man on the roof retreated and became silent. After a while Shao Ming was observing, the drone flew out again. Whether the mutants were uninterested in the drone or just too lazy to move, they only watched as the drone flew twice and didn't follow it. This was a strange phenomenon. Mutants were very sensitive to car and gun noises, but it was as if they knew there was no one on the drone. The drone flew over Shao Ming's head and dropped a crumpled piece of paper onto the tracks. Shao Ming left the grass, returned to the tracks, picked up the paper, and unfolded it. There was a line written on it. Please save me. I have been trapped here for several days. Food and water are running out. I need to get out. On the back was another line. Last night the large zombie horde headed toward the city. Shao Ming wanted to rescue this person, but there were too many mutants downstairs. Even if they were just 100 locked up pigs, with the firepower he had, it would take a long time to kill them. Not to mention 100 quick-moving mutants. Shao Ming looked up. The drone hovered above him, its camera pointed at him. After thinking it over, the only thing he could do was replicate yesterday's tactic of leading the zombie horde away with the car and use the vehicle to draw the mutants downstairs away. Shao Ming decided to return to the train to discuss this with Feng Yusheng. The drone, seeing Shao Ming leave, hurriedly followed like a little follower hovering above him. Feng Yusheng saw Shao Ming come back and quickly opened the door for him. What's going on? Feng Yusheng asked, handing Shao Ming a bottle of water. Someone is trapped on the roof, Shao Ming said, twisting the cap and taking a sip. Their water supply was running low. The drone is mine. He hopes I can rescue him. Feng Yusheng glanced at the drone outside the window and asked, is that feasible? Not really, Shao Ming shook his head. There are zombies all downstairs. What do you want to do? Need my help? Feng Yusheng asked. Shao Ming thought it better to handle this alone, maybe sensing his hesitation. Feng Yusheng quickly added, I won't hold you back. I know how to deal with zombies. No, I won't let you go, Shao Ming said, recalling that yesterday they both ended up in extreme danger. Besides, even if they rescued him, someone needed to stay on the train to open the door. Then what do you want to do? Feng Yusheng asked. Like yesterday afternoon, use the car to lure the mutants away. Do you have a car? What about the zombie horde? What if you attract the horde? Shao Ming scratched his head, having no better plan. Although this office building was similar to others on the street, it was a standalone building with no way to escape via the roof. Using a car was indeed a good idea, but he didn't know where the big horde was now. Driving toward the city might trap them inside, while heading toward the airport could attract mutants. Shao Ming thought about giving up. The horde wasn't around now, and the airport was far from the suburbs. Why risk their lives for a stranger? Then he had a sudden idea. Attracting the mutants was right, but why drive around? What if he found a parking lot across the street, kicked a car to trigger its alarm, and ran? The car alarm could attract mutants. The streets were so quiet now that a car alarm a few hundred meters away would carry over. If the person on the roof could safely come down from the side opposite the mutants, wouldn't that work? Okay, I might have an idea, Shao Ming said, pulling out his tablet. Luckily, he had downloaded maps, and there were quite a few car rental centers along the railway ahead. I went to several car rental centers. We don't need to drive around honking to attract zombies. A car alarm would work just as well, and that way the horde won't follow us like they did yesterday. After listening, Feng Yusheng said worriedly, what about you? When the alarm goes off, the zombies will definitely swarm over. I circled back from the airport direction, where there are more obstacles and cover. He opened the doodle feature on his tablet and wrote a few words about the alarm going off and running this way. The drone lowered its height, took a look, then turned and flew away. Chapter 37. Railway engineer Shao Ming picked up a handgun beside him, disengaged the safety, and handed it to Feng Yusheng. He then pulled out another magazine from his pouch and placed it on the control panel. Are you sure? Feng Yusheng asked one last time. If we can save him, let's do it, Shao Ming said as he opened the door. Wait for me to come back. Feng Yusheng didn't say much. Since Shao Ming had made up his mind, she wouldn't stop him. To get to the parking lot of the rental car company, the most direct way was to follow the railway, using the cover of the slopes on both sides of the railway to reach the road near the airport. Shao Ming stepped on the sleepers, trying to avoid making too much noise while crossing the tracks. The drone had disappeared, probably flying back to the rooftop. Unlike the railway leading to the office building, the rental car company was next to another railway, and the distance to the station and office building formed more of a triangle, using the bushes on the railway slope for cover. Shao Ming safely arrived at the rental car company next door. He climbed up the slope and saw the parking lot filled with vehicles. There was a barbed wire fence blocking one side of the parking lot near the railway, but the gate on the roadside was wide open. He didn't see any mutated creatures in the parking lot, probably having wandered off with the horde. Although there was an overpass, railway, and trees blocking the view, Shao Ming could still see the rooftop of the office building from the parking lot. The person he was looking for was not on the rooftop, and it was hard to see the mutated creatures below. Shao Ming didn't directly enter the parking lot, but first walked around the area to plan an escape route. From the entrance of the rental car company's parking lot, he could directly reach the road across, where there were 2, 3, or 4-story parking garages that would block the view of any mutated creatures coming from the office building direction. Shao Ming casually picked a car and kicked it to the side. As expected, the car immediately let out a loud alarm. To be safe, he quickly moved to another car, using the butt of the gun to smash the window. The first hit didn't break it, so he struck again, and the window finally shattered into a pile of glass shards. After doing all this, Shao Ming quickly left the parking lot and ran towards the parking garage. He didn't head towards the station, but first slipped into the parking garage. The parking garage was not fully enclosed, through the half-height walls. He could see the situation outside. The mutated creatures indeed took the bait, rushing towards the parking lot as soon as they heard the car alarm. Now Shao Ming could only pray that there weren't too hard-of-hearing ones left in the office building. Seeing that the distraction was effective, Shao Ming then left towards the station. He jogged along the railway slope until he turned the corner and could no longer see the large group of mutated creatures in the parking lot. Only then did he feel relieved and ran towards the train station. Standing by the train was a typical British man wolfing down food. dressed in a uniform with the Arriva Trains Wales logo, carrying a large black backpack, and with a blood-stained tool set tied around his waist, which seemed to include wrenches, crowbars, and flashlights. Feng Yusheng was standing beside him, and when she saw Shao Ming return safely, her tense expression finally relaxed. As Shao Ming approached, the man quickly set down his water and biscuits, stepped forward to shake Shao Ming's hand, and repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you so much. I've been trapped on the rooftop for almost a week, living off 2 bags of chips and rainwater." "Just a small effort," Shao Ming replied. "But we need to leave here. The zombies will be wandering around now that they've been disturbed from their slumber." Hearing that they were leaving, the man quickly said, "We can leave by train." "Train?" Shao Ming looked at Feng Yusheng beside him, who was looking around with her big eyes. Not sure what she was looking at, sometimes glancing at the end of the tracks for mutated creatures, and other times at the things hanging from the man they had just rescued. A train could indeed be a solution. It was fast and safer than a car when facing attacks from mutated creatures. "Can you drive a train?" Shao Ming asked. "Of course I can," the man replied excitedly, patting the badge on his chest. "I'm a railway engineer." "Can a railway engineer drive a train?" Feng Yusheng turned around to ask. Shao Ming also wanted to ask. Although he didn't know exactly what a railway engineer did, it must be different from a train driver. The man seemed caught off guard and shyly said, "I haven't actually driven one, but I've handled the real thing and played quite a few train simulation games." Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng exchanged glances, both thinking a big question mark in their minds. "Let's hurry," the man said, stuffing the last bit of biscuit into his mouth and taking a big gulp of water. "There's a Class 43 train on the platform that hasn't left yet. The keys should be inside if all goes well." After saying that, the man walked towards the platform by himself. It seemed he had been planning this for a long time. "This guy is a bit strange," Feng Yusheng whispered to Shao Ming in Chinese. "What?" The man turned back and asked. "Ah," Shao Ming quickly replied, "We still don't know your name." Sorry. The man stopped and replied, "My name is Lambert." Following Lambert to the other side of the platform, they saw the Class 43 train. It was indeed a classic old train, and Shao Ming felt he had seen it somewhere before. Lambert climbed onto the platform, opened the train door, and got inside. Great, Lambert said excitedly to the two. "I knew it. I saw the train driver run out from inside that day, and sure enough, the keys are here." "Can you be quieter?" Shao Ming said. Did this guy not realize he was still surrounded by over 100 mutated creatures? Shao Ming was observing the distance when he unexpectedly made eye contact with one of the mutated creatures. The creature howled towards the sky, followed by more and more mutated creatures rushing over from afar. "You better get this big thing moving quickly," Shao Ming said, raising his rifle. Chapter 38. Long whistle. The mutated creatures rushed towards the train station, and Shao Ming didn't understand why some of them attracted their companions while others did not. But clearly, this was not something he should be thinking about right now. Shao Ming crouched down, firmly bracing the rifle against his shoulder, holding his breath, and aiming at the head of the mutated creature running in the forefront. Several mutated creatures' heads were pierced by bullets and fell to the ground. Feng Yusheng behind him wasn't just a bystander. Although she couldn't use a gun, she was ready with her knife to watch Shao Ming's back. As for the railway engineer beside him, Shao Ming couldn't help but wonder if he was just a train enthusiast realizing his dream of driving a real train in the apocalypse. Seeing more and more mutated creatures, Shao Ming shouted, "Are you really going to make this work?" The train powered up, lights turning on. Lambert shouted excitedly, "It's working! It's working! Get in!" Shao Ming shouted to Feng Yusheng. The two jumped into the train car and pulled the door shut. Lambert turned a control lever and released the brakes, pushing another lever forward. The train really started to move, slowly inching forward. The mutants rushed to the front of the train, and before they could steady themselves, they were crushed into a puddle of meat. The 43 type train had a wedge-shaped front, almost like a dedicated platform designed to roll the mutants in. Lambert didn't rush to accelerate. Instead, he let the train slowly roll over the mutants. Thanks to the design of the train head, not much blood splattered onto the windshield. Shao Ming turned his head and saw Feng Yusheng sitting in the passenger seat. He asked her in Chinese, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Feng Yusheng replied. "What's wrong with me?" "Why aren't you speaking?" Shao Ming said. "Oh, you're talking about this." Feng Yusheng smiled and glanced at Lambert standing beside them. "But there's not much to say right now." "Okay." As the number of mutants in front of the train gradually decreased, Lambert began to slowly accelerate. "I have a question," Shao Ming asked. "Where does this railway lead?" Lambert thought for a moment and said, "Logically speaking, this route goes from Manchester to Birmingham." "Birmingham," Shao Ming said, "but we want to go to Liverpool." "What do you want to do in Liverpool?" Lambert asked. "The information I've gathered is that Liverpool fell earlier than Manchester." Feng Yusheng chimed in. "We want to find a boat." "You don't mean..." Lambert looked at the two of them and said, Oh my God. You don't want to float back to China? Or Japan? China. We are Chinese, Shao Ming replied. Oh, sorry, Lambert continued. Do you have any sailing experience? Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng shook their heads. My God, Lambert said, you Chinese are so adventurous. Do you know how to navigate at sea? Can you find a route? What will you do if you encounter a storm? Seeing their expressions, Lambert realized they knew nothing about it. They were completely clueless. The train turned a bend on the tracks, and there were no houses visible outside anymore. Do you have any suggestions? Shao Ming asked. Lambert thought for a moment and said, if you want to go back to China, I have a suggestion, the China-Europe Railway Express. China-Europe Railway Express. Shao Ming seemed to be awakened, wondering why he hadn't considered this. Trains are safer and faster than cars. But there are still a lot of, issues, Lambert continued. For example, you need to know where to change tracks to avoid going the wrong way, and the track gauge in Russia is different from that in Europe. So you need to make some adjustments to the train. Of course, you also need a train driver. Shao Ming glanced back at Feng Yusheng, who had no objection. He turned back to Lambert and asked, would you be willing to go to China with us? I have no problem with that. To Shao Ming's surprise, Lambert answered decisively. I have no family, and besides, driving from the UK all the way to China, crossing the entire Eurasian continent, would be so cool. Shao Ming asked, may I ask about your family? I'm an orphan, Lambert said, so I have no family. But the orphanage I grew up in is next to a railway, and I've always dreamed of having my own train. As Lambert said this, Shao Ming noticed a spark in his eyes. He never expected someone could realize their dreams and achieve their life values in such an apocalyptic scenario. The train roared past, passing a small platform. Okay, Shao Ming said. So how will we know where to change tracks? I'm very familiar with the railways around here, Lambert said. My job is to patrol and maintain the railway we're on. But once we leave here, we need to find track maps at some stations. Just like that? Shao Ming asked. Of course, there is no electricity now, so we can't directly control it from the console. We need to manually change the tracks, but there aren't too many places on the railway that require track changes. What do you think? Shao Ming turned back to ask Feng Yusheng. I don't have any objections, Feng Yusheng said. The railway is also relatively fast, and there won't be too many obstacles on the way. Then let's do it. The train passed through a green area, and buildings appeared ahead. The mutants in the building complex had long heard the sound of the train and rushed towards its direction. But unfortunately, their flesh and blood bodies were simply too fragile. After about 10 minutes, the train had already passed 2 stations, heading towards the outskirts. Lambert was carefully watching the tracks ahead, while Feng Yusheng and Shao Ming were counting the remaining supplies. This 8-car intercity train was speeding towards Birmingham with the 3 of them aboard. Chapter 39. Arriving at the stop thanks to the ban issued by the government when the mutations first began. Most trains that should have been on the road were parked at the main station, not obstructing Shao Ming and his companions. Even so, Lambert kept the train at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, allowing him to brake instantly if any issues arose, and preventing the mutants from catching up. It must be said that although he had only driven trains in video games, he had at least handled the real thing as a railway engineer, making him quite adept at driving. Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng counted the remaining supplies among the 3 of them. They had only 10 packs of crushed crackers, a few packs of compressed biscuits, and dozens of packs of jerky. To Shao Ming's surprise, Feng Yusheng had managed to carry a small backpack containing 6 different flavors of canned fruit and 2 bags of gummy candies. As for water, the situation was even worse. With only 2 bottles of mineral water and half a bottle from Feng Yusheng left, Lambert's backpack was not to be relied upon. If he hadn't been starving and thirsty, he wouldn't have sought help from Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng. They were also running low on bullets, especially for the long guns, with only about half a magazine left. Shao Ming looked at the tablet and saw that traveling from Manchester to Birmingham would pass through a city called Stoke-on-Trent. But there would definitely be more mutants in a big city, making it difficult to gather supplies. What do you think? Shao Ming handed the tablet to Feng Yusheng and asked. I think. Feng Yusheng scrolled through the screen and stopped at a small town. We should go here. The station is a bit far from the town, and although the town isn't big, it should have enough food for the 3 of us. Shao Ming looked at the map, nodded, and explained the plan to Lambert. I know the town of Goostrey. It's not far ahead. I can stop the train 1 or 2 kilometers outside the station. Shao Ming checked the time. There were still 2 or 3 hours until sunset, and he wasn't sure if that would be enough. How long until we arrive? Shao Ming asked. Lambert didn't rush to answer. After confirming a roadside sign, he told Shao Ming, about 15 minutes. Shao Ming nodded and said, okay. Then we'll go to this town for supplies and return to the train before sunset. I'll stay here to watch the train. Before Shao Ming could continue, Lambert proactively said, someone has to keep an eye on the train. No, Shao Ming said without thinking. 3 people can carry more stuff, and it's safer to look out for each other. Lambert looked very troubled. It wasn't that he was afraid of the mutants, but he was worried about the train he had just acquired. Perhaps realizing that his concern was somewhat ridiculous, given the circumstances, it was nearly impossible for anyone to drive away his train. Lambert thought for a moment and finally agreed. Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng had no way of knowing Lambert's thoughts. They could only interpret it as him being afraid of the mutants outside the train. However, since he agreed, the two of them didn't say much more. The train gradually slowed down and finally stopped in a wooded area. Wait a second. Shao Ming didn't rush to open the door and get off the train. Instead, he waited for a few minutes to confirm that no mutants were approaching before opening the door. He was the first to jump off the train, then immediately turned around to help Feng Yusheng down. Thank you, Feng Yusheng said. Let me take this. Lambert jumped off the train and took down his drone. This little guy can still fly for half an hour. The three of them walked along the railway toward the town. Shao Ming held a pistol and a baseball bat. Walking at the front, Feng Yusheng still held a kitchen knife closely behind Shao Ming, and Lambert followed at the back with a wrench and the drone bag. Do you really think we can go back along the route of the China-Europe freight train? Seeing that the surroundings were relatively safe, Shao Ming asked Feng Yusheng. I think it's at least more realistic than trying to find a boat or a plane ourselves, Feng Yusheng replied, but I still feel it's quite difficult. Yeah. Shao Ming sighed. It really feels hard to go home now. I should have never gone abroad, Feng Yusheng muttered, but then added. Though I do believe we can get back. You seemed suddenly unwilling to talk just now, Shao Ming said to Feng Yusheng. Maybe because there's a stranger here. I'm not that familiar, Feng Yusheng answered. Huh. I thought you were the kind of person who gets along easily with anyone. Not really, Feng Yusheng said. I think the person behind us is even more outgoing. Can you guys speak English? Lambert, walking at the back, asked. Not far ahead. The three saw the train station platform in the distance, and there seemed to be a few mutants lurking on the platform. We can turn right here. Lambert pointed to the wheat field on the right. Crossing this field will get us to the town. The wheat field was very quiet, with only a combined harvester parked in the center. Reaching the edge of the field, Lambert crouched down and launched his drone. The drone rose quickly and flew over the town. Through the drone's camera, the three saw the town's empty streets. Apart from a bunch of disorderly parked vehicles, there was no sign of mutants. Lambert tried to lower the drone's altitude and indeed saw many mutants inside the houses. Turning the camera as the drone flew forward, it seemed the town's residents had all stayed at home and turned into mutants without leaving. The drone flew through several streets and came to a commercial street. Like the city's devastation, the town's South Commercial Street was also in ruins, with shelves long since emptied. Turning the drone's camera, the three saw nothing useful. At the end of the commercial street were the town's police station and a bakery. The police station's door was locked tight, without any lighting. They couldn't see inside, only spotting a mutant in a police uniform by the door. Raise the drone a little higher, Shao Ming said. Lambert made the drone ascend, revealing the whole town. It was a neatly arranged town. The residential buildings and commercial street the drone had just passed were located along the main road crossing the town, with small houses lining the side roads. There were very few mutants visible on the streets. Most were hiding inside houses. It wouldn't be easy to pass through the residential areas on the sides to get to the shops on the main road. Here, Shao Ming pointed to the alleys behind 2 rows of houses. We can sneak through this back alley to get to the main road. Looks like there's nothing left. Lambert said. Do we still want to go in? Shao Ming said. Let us check the police station. Maybe there's still something left in other shops. After Lambert packed up the drone, the three continued forward. Passing through a small grove, the houses on the edge of the town appeared before them. Shao Ming raised his rifle and scoped inside. Maybe luck was on their side. There were no mutants inside. Shao Ming was the first to climb over into the family's yard. He turned back, opened the door, and let Feng Yusheng and Lambert in. Shao Ming hung the rifle at his waist, took out the baseball bat, and approached the half-open door of the house. He gently pushed the door open. The living room was empty of mutants. It seemed the family had hurriedly left when the mutation began. The house was very messy, with various items scattered on the floor. Shao Ming went to the window facing the street and looked outside. The street was eerily quiet, not even a bird call. Across the street, there seemed to be 3 mutants in a house, likely a family. Lambert also came to the window and looked out. He pointed to a gap across the street. From there, you can get to that alley you mentioned. Unlike the 2 men, Feng Yusheng went into the kitchen to check the cupboards and found 2 unfinished boxes of cereal, which she stuffed into her bag. So how do we get into that alley without the family across the street noticing us? Shao Ming whispered. Lambert shrugged, indicating he had no idea. Shao Ming carefully examined the street. Although there were some abandoned vehicles, there was still a large open space from the front door to the street edge. If they tried to use a distraction, throwing something outside, it would only cause mutants to rush out onto the main street, Which wouldn't he help? Looks like this won't work, Shao Ming said, stepping away from the window. He went to the kitchen, pulled out a fruit knife, and said, "Let us find another way." The three left that house and went to the one next door. This house faced the small alley directly across the street and could partly avoid the mutant's line of sight on the other side. Shao Ming was still the first to reach the door. Inside stood a mutant dazed. Shao Ming took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open, praying it wouldn't make a sound. The door opened, and the mutant slowly turned its head. Shao Ming leapt forward, the fruit knife in his hand piercing precisely under the mutant's chin and straight into its skull. The mutant didn't have time to make a sound before its body went limp. Shao Ming quickly supported its body and gently laid it on the sofa. He wiped the fruit knife on the sofa, holding the knife in one hand and the gun in the other, scanning the room. After confirming it was safe, he signaled the two outside to come in. The three crouched by the window. The front door of this house indeed faced the alley across the street. "We can use that garbage truck to get across." Lambert pointed to the garbage truck parked at the door. The huge vehicle blocked the view on the right side. "I'll go first." Shao Ming approached the door and pushed it open a crack. The sunset's glow slipped through the gap. Shao Ming tried to push the door open a bit more. No sounds came from across the street. Observing the situation, Shao Ming dashed behind the garbage truck. Inside, Lambert gave Shao Ming a thumbs up, signaling all was safe. Shao Ming peeked out from behind the garbage truck, assessing the right side street. It looked slightly better. Unlike the left side room, where three mutants were clearly visible. Mentally prepared, Lambert ran to the garbage truck, just as Feng Yusheng ran out. The door opposite suddenly burst open, and two mutants wandered out. Feng Yusheng was on the lawn by the door, with nowhere to hide. The two mutants spotted her immediately, howled twice, and charged toward her. Feng Yusheng was startled by the sudden change. Although she was ready with her kitchen knife, she hadn't assumed a fighting stance. Seeing the situation worsen, Shao Ming pulled out his pistol and aimed at one mutant. Lambert leapt out and kicked one mutant down. Seeing that the mutant's howls hadn't attracted more mutants, Shao Ming quickly holstered his pistol, grabbed the baseball bat, and charged forward. Suddenly, two mutated creatures changed their target angrily towards Lambert as they appeared out of nowhere. Another mutated creature also charged out from inside the room, and the three of them realized it was actually a child. Now it was 3 against 3. Lambert swung the wrench at the mutated creature in front of him. Although the first creature stumbled from the hit, the second one lunged at him. Seeing that Lambert couldn't withdraw in time, Shao Ming hurriedly swung his baseball bat towards the head of the second mutated creature. At that moment, Feng Yusheng also rushed over and slashed at the neck of the mutated creature that Lambert had hit. The kitchen knife, having been used several times, was no longer very sharp and got stuck in the creature's throat. Blood immediately gushed out, splattering Lambert's face. Ugh! Both Lambert and Feng Yusheng stepped back 2 paces. The mutated creature, surprisingly, attempted to cover its neck with its hand, but fell helplessly to the ground. Shao Ming still hadn't dealt with his creature. Although it didn't continue to pounce on Lambert, it also didn't fall down, but staggered forward a couple of steps. Lambert kicked it again, knocking it over. Chapter 41. Surrounded. Seeing that Lambert had controlled the downed mutated creature, Shao Ming raised his baseball bat and drew a beautiful arc, directly knocking the small mutated creature that was running over out of the way. Before the three of them could catch their breath, more mutated creatures had emerged from around the room. Upon seeing the three of them in the middle of the path, they charged at them frantically. "Run!" Although Shao Ming shouted in Chinese instinctively, Lambert immediately took off running. Shao Ming drew his gun and shot down the nearest mutated creature, covering the retreat of the two. He fired several shots at the oncoming creatures. "Hurry up!" Feng Yusheng yelled at Shao Ming while crouching by the door. Shao Ming turned and ran into the room, while Feng Yusheng quickly pushed the door shut. A mutated creature slammed into the door, causing her to stumble back a few steps. There was no time to hesitate. The group ran towards the back door. Shao Ming ran last, pushing over some cabinets against the wall, praying they would slow down the creature's advance. Just as the three of them ran out the back door, the front door and windows were simultaneously smashed open, and countless mutated creatures poured in from outside. Shao Ming turned back and fired 2 more shots. The bullets hit a mutated creature in the chest, but had no effect. The three jumped into the field, with the mutated creatures hot on their heels. Normal people cannot sprint at full speed without any assistance for long, but the mutated creatures could. Before the three of them crossed the wheat field, their speed began to slow down. Shao Ming turned his head to shoot again, but he found the mutated creatures in the field were too scattered and moved too quickly. Even stopping wouldn't guarantee a hit. "Over there!" Lambert shouted, pointing towards a warehouse at the train station. Shao Ming glanced over and indeed saw a corner of a white warehouse peeking out from behind the trees at the end of the field. Compared to a full sprint back to the train 2 kilometers away, Temporarily hiding in the warehouse was clearly a better choice. Are you sure we can get in? Feng Yusheng asked, panting. Usually, Lambert replied while running, that warehouse is always open. Shao Ming looked back. The mutated creatures were getting closer. The three climbed up the field ridge, and the mutated creatures were right behind them. Shao Ming stopped and turned around, firing his gun repeatedly to take down several creatures that had climbed up to the ridge. The distance between the mutated creatures and the gun barrel was only a meter or two, making it easy to shoot without much aiming. Just as he continued to pull the trigger, his handgun clicked empty. He quickly swapped for a new magazine, chambered around, and shot down another charging mutated creature. There was a road next to the field, and across the road was the warehouse Lambert mentioned. Seeing that the nearby mutated creatures had been mostly cleared, Shao Ming hurried to catch up with his companions and ran towards the warehouse. The warehouse's main door was indeed open, just as Lambert had said. But Shao Ming also understood why it was usually left open. These were two 5-centimeter thick, over 3-meter tall iron doors, which were simply too troublesome to close. Lambert was the first to reach the iron door. He pushed against it with all his might, trying to close the heavy door, even with wheels at the bottom. The door moved painfully slowly, and the other door could only be closed by pulling from the inside, or else the three would lock themselves outside. Feng Yusheng also ran to the other side to help pull the door, while Shao Ming did not join them because the mutated creatures had already climbed up the ridge. There was still some distance on the road, so Shao Ming tried to regain his focus and steady his breath. He took down 3 creatures that had climbed up, but 6 more followed. These mutated creatures seemed endless, continuously rushing up, and soon another magazine was empty. Shao Ming loaded his last magazine, but heard Feng Yusheng's voice coming from the side. Shao Ming, watch out behind you. He turned around and saw a mutated creature charging out from behind the warehouse, heading straight for him. Without thinking, he fired a shot, but it missed. The bullet grazed the creature's scalp, and the consequence was Shao Ming being knocked to the ground. The book in his hand saved him again, but his handgun fell out. With no time to think, he pulled out a small knife from his waist and stabbed it into the creature's temple. He quickly flipped over and grabbed his handgun. There was no time to stand up, so Shao Ming lay on the ground and fired several shots, taking down more mutated creatures. Lambert finally closed the door on one side and hurried to the other side to help Feng Yusheng pull the door closed. Shao Ming cursed in his heart, clearly. He needed help more on this side. He got up from the ground and continued shooting at the mutated creatures. The bullets quickly ran out, and Shao Ming raised his rifle to keep shooting. Just as he was about to throw down the empty rifle and pull out his baseball bat, the warehouse door was finally about to close. Without needing the other two to remind him, Shao Ming had already run into the warehouse. Just as the big door was about to close, a mutated creature rushed in and got stuck at the entrance. Get out of the way. Shao Ming raised his baseball bat and swung, knocking the creature's head out. The door finally closed, and the warehouse fell dark. Sounds of banging and the roars of mutated creatures could be heard outside the iron door, but they were now helpless against the 3 inside. Shao Ming pulled out a flashlight and turned it on, sweeping the beam across the massive shelves, finally landing on a room on the 2nd floor. Let's go there, Shao Ming said. The warehouse was filled with mechanical building materials, and Shao Ming pulled out a 1-meter-long iron rod from a large box and handed it to Feng Yusheng. Feng Yusheng took the iron rod and leaned on it like a crutch. Shao Ming intended to tell her it was meant to be a weapon, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. It wasn't unusable as a crutch. The 3 climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor, which was more of a small room along one side of the warehouse wall. This room served as the warehouse's office, with several windows facing the center of the warehouse, allowing them to see the situation inside. Once inside, Shao Ming took off his backpack and threw it on the table. Each of the 3 found a chair to sit in, and nobody said a word. The earlier urgent situation had raised their adrenaline, but now they all felt their bodies aching. If their physical condition had been any worse, they might have lost their lives. Shao Ming shone the flashlight around. Surprisingly, there was a water cooler filled with water in this small office. The 3 of them each drank a bit of water and took a short break. They hadn't brought much food on this trip, and now being trapped in the warehouse left them with no food at all. Feng Yusheng stayed in the office to look for useful items, while Shao Ming went downstairs with Lambert. Chapter 3 Noah's Ark in the Central Pacific Ocean. 254 nautical miles south of the Hawaiian Islands, the USS Ronald Reagan, a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the U.S. Navy, floats alone on the sea. Lieutenant Rod is piloting an FA-18E, circling near the Reagan, preparing to land. Black smoke billows from the back of his aircraft, and the engine seems to have been sucked into something. However, the flight is relatively stable and hasn't been significantly affected. A few hours earlier, Lieutenant Rod received a message from the Reagan at the Air Force Base in Hawaii. Excited, He rushed from his hiding place in the control tower to the tarmac and took off in his F-18 fighter jet. However, during takeoff, an unfortunate mutated creature was sucked into the engine, causing the right engine to fail shortly after liftoff. Nevertheless, thanks to his superb flying skills, Rod managed to fly steadily to the area where the Reagan is located and established contact with them. Looking around, the Reagan is the only aircraft carrier floating alone in the vast sea, while its escort ships have disappeared without a trace. The forward section of the Reagan S island is piled high with various supplies, and many personnel are using elevators to transport these supplies into the ship's hold. The small elevator, originally used for transporting bombs and missiles, is now filled with food and medicine. A large Hornet is pushed off the deck and falls into the sea, splashing water everywhere. There are only a few aircraft left on the deck. Most of the fighters have been pushed into the ocean, leaving only a few helicopters securely parked on the deck. Lieutenant Rod maneuvers his damaged aircraft, with one engine out, towards the landing runway and lowers the arrestor hook. The aircraft hooks onto the arrestor wire smoothly and comes to a stop on the deck. Tugs and ground crew quickly rush over to help the pilot exit the battered aircraft. Lieutenant Rod climbs down from his recently landed aircraft and several officers approach him. "Sir." Rod salutes. "Welcome aboard the Reagan." The captain replies, "I'm Captain Kirk. Tell me about the situation in Hawaii." "Hawaii has fallen." Rod shakes his head. "It's a disaster. Many people turned into monsters before they even had a chance to pick up weapons. I think I'm the only one who made it out alive." Just as Rod said, Hawaii, like most cities in the world, has become a hell on earth. Even with U.S. military presence in Hawaii, it hasn't made much difference because the military itself mutated and bites harder than ordinary people. If the military had survived, Hawaii would have been cleared out in less than half a day, but unfortunately, the mutations began at the military base. "We're about the same here," Kirk says. "Many people in the fleet have been infected. We only managed to clear this ship, and the others have become ghost ships." Rod looks around and sees that there are still quite a few people active on the deck. "Your situation here is much better than in Hawaii," Rod says. "I heard you want to go back to Hawaii, but my advice is to stay as far away from there as possible." "We have nowhere else to go," Kirk replies. "With all due respect, sir," Rod says, "this ship is your only option now. You should go rest." Kirk instructs an aide to take Rod away while he and the remaining commanders head towards the island. "Sir, it seems we can't go back to Hawaii," the first officer says. As expected, sunlight glints off the metals on Kirk's chest. "But our remaining supplies are insufficient to return to the mainland. Even if we get back to the mainland, the situation won't be any better," the captain of a Arleigh Burke-class destroyer says. "There are over 1 million people in the Hawaiian Islands. Even if we only count those in the port area, that's already 100,000. How can we clear them out?" Kirk looks at the several F-18s parked not far away and says, "I believe we still have quite a few aircraft and munitions. Are you planning to bomb Hawaii?" An aide asks. "There are over 500 people on board now, exceeding capacity. You know better than I do whether the supplies salvaged from the supply ship are sufficient." Kirk glances at the aides. "We can only go ashore to get supplies once we've cleared it out. As a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Reagan doesn't have to worry about power and energy issues for a decade. But the nuclear reactor won't magically produce food to feed a ship full of crew members. Our planes are identified and won't be shot down by the air defense systems. Theoretically, there shouldn't be a problem," another aide says. "We have to consider the noise the ship will make when approaching the shore. So we can only clear out all the monsters on the island first," as the captain said. Another officer says, "Monsters are easy to deal with. We have all kinds of ground attack weapons, especially against those concentrated in the cities among residents and tourists. We just need to be careful about the locations of the warehouses when bombing, so we don't send our food into the sky." The remaining officers fall silent, unsure if they are contemplating or tacitly agreeing with the plan. "We can start preparing now," Kirk says. "I need a combat plan." The Reagan revs its engines and turns its bow towards the Hawaiian Islands. Below the carrier's deck, the hangar, which originally housed fighter jets, is now set up with several tents, and crew members are lining up in front of one tent to receive food. Some of these crew members were rescued from other ships in the carrier strike group, while others are survivors who heard the Reagan's broadcast and rushed over from other bases. The original rooms on the carrier are no longer sufficient, so they have to push those aircraft worth tens of millions or even over $100 million into the sea to make room for the survivors to live. However, at this point, these creations, filled with the fruits of human technology, are essentially worthless. After all, humanity is about to disappear from this planet, replaced by a group of mutated beings with basic intelligence close to zero. When the disaster broke out, the Reagan strike group was finishing its mission in the first island chain and preparing to return to Hawaii for repairs and resupply. The sudden upheaval clearly disrupted the strike group's planned schedule and diverted the fleet from its course. What they didn't expect was that they would lose contact with the mainland U.S. a few days later. They could only assume that the same disaster had occurred on the mainland, and that it had likely completely fallen as well. After drifting at sea for several days, the Reagan finally received a message from Lieutenant Rod in Hawaii, allowing them to understand the situation at the base. Now, the Reagan is set to head back towards Hawaii. Chapter 42 Parkour expert Shao Ming and Lambert come downstairs. This warehouse has at least dozens of shelves stacked with different items. Since the flashlight Shao Ming found was left with Feng Yusheng in the room on the second floor, Lambert is the one holding the flashlight to provide illumination. You might really have to follow us across Europe and Asia. Are you sure that's okay? Shao Ming can't help but ask Lambert again. Of course. A railway journey across the Eurasian continent. Lambert's excitement returns at the mention of trains. We could even modify my train to make it more suitable for this apocalypse survival. Wait. Shao Ming interrupts Lambert. It's our train. Lambert looks a bit reluctant, and Shao Ming reminds him. Without us, you wouldn't get your train, so technically speaking. It's our train. All right. I'm the train driver now anyway. Lambert shines the flashlight on the boxes on the shelves, most of which are labeled with hardware items. What is this warehouse for? Shao Ming asks. Lambert sweeps the flashlight across the shelves and replies, I don't know, but there's a cafeteria nearby where we occasionally have lunch. Why didn't you mention there was a cafeteria here earlier? Shao Ming feels speechless. If there was food here, why would they go to town to attract so many mutated creatures? The cafeteria uses fresh ingredients every day, Lambert explained. It's been a power outage for 3 or 4 days, so I think everything must have gone bad. But there are still many foods that won't spoil after 3 or 4 days at room temperature. Shao Ming thought about giving Lambert a punch in the face. Never mind, Shao Ming sighed. Let's wait until the zombies outside disperse, then we can check out the cafeteria you mentioned. The two searched through the shelves. But most of the boxes contained items that weren't even suitable for weapons. Gears, PVC pipes, tiles. Shao Ming checked the labels on the boxes and noted there were quite a few building materials. They continued walking forward. Aside from the box of goods where Shao Ming had pulled out the steel pipe at the entrance, nothing else was really suitable for use as a weapon. After finishing the 2 rows of shelves, they moved to another row. So, are you two a couple? You seem to be having some issues lately, Lambert asked. No, we're not. Shao Ming glanced at the second floor, where Feng Yusheng's figure was moving inside. I've only known her for a day longer than you. Oh, sorry. Lambert said. I thought you guys were a couple, 2 Chinese people. You might want to focus your thoughts on other things, Shao Ming replied, rather than on human reproduction. Perhaps it was Lambert's reaction when he left the train, or maybe he was a bit too familiar, but it made Shao Ming feel uncomfortable. All right. Lambert pouted and continued looking at the items on the shelves. Look at this. Shao Ming's gaze landed on the second row of shelves. There was only a label for a metal pipe on the box. The two worked together to lift the box down. Its weight was indeed alarming, and after moving it, Shao Ming felt his hands cramping. Lambert pulled out a pair of scissors from his waist and cut open the packaging. Inside the box were neatly arranged dozens of half-meter-long iron pipes, with a diameter of about 5 centimeters, one end bent. Shao Ming picked up one of the pipes and weighed it in his hand. It felt manageable with both hands. And a heavy strike could definitely crush the head of a mutant. Lambert also tried one and looked quite satisfied, tucking the pipe into his waist. After all, a half-meter-long iron pipe was much more useful than a 20-centimeter-long wrench. Just as they continued, a strange noise came from the ventilation duct on the wall. The two quickly turned around, and Shao Ming only saw a shadow darting into the warehouse. Immediately after, a loud crash echoed in the quiet warehouse. It sounded like something had fallen onto the shelves. What was that? Lambert turned his flashlight, but the beam didn't illuminate anything. Yusheng, Shao Ming shouted. Can you see if anything entered the warehouse? A beam of light came from the second floor, shining on the top of the shelves. Shao Ming pulled Lambert back a few steps away from the shelves so they could see the situation on top more clearly. Over there. Feng Yusheng's voice came from the second floor, and her flashlight beam fell on the top of a shelf. Through the gaps between the shelves, Shao Ming vaguely saw a figure. The ventilation duct was at least 7 or 8 meters high, taller than 2 floors. How did this mutant get in? Close the door. Before Shao Ming could finish speaking, the mutant lunged directly at the second-floor window. Feng Yusheng's scream came from above, but fortunately, the mutant's intelligence was not high enough to understand the meaning of the window glass, and it fell heavily to the ground. Are you okay? Shao Ming shouted. I'm fine. I'm fine, Feng Yusheng replied from the second floor. Shao Ming raised his baseball bat and, together with Lambert, walked towards the spot where the mutant had fallen. The flashlight beam illuminated the ground, but there was no trace of the mutant. The pitch-black warehouse became the perfect cover for the mutant, and through the highest ventilation opening, Shao Ming could barely see the mutant leaping and jumping above the shelves. Is this normal? Lambert asked. Not really. Shao Ming readied his baseball bat. Lambert's flashlight couldn't keep up with the mutant, and using the goods on the shelves as cover, they lost sight of the mutant several times. When they finally found the mutant again, it had already landed right in front of them. The baseball bat swung down hard but missed as the mutant dodged skillfully. The bat struck a nearby metal shelf, breaking it, and the tremendous force caused Shao Ming's right hand to tear at the webbing. The mutant's reaction speed exceeded every mutant Shao Ming had encountered in over a week. None had been able to dodge an approaching baseball bat so nimbly. Not to mention a mutant, even a living person wouldn't be able to do that. The mutant dashed into the shelves and vanished. Lambert was about to chase after it when Shao Ming grabbed him. The space between the shelves was too narrow, and the bats in their hands couldn't be swung properly. Shao Ming endured the pain in his hand and lifted the baseball bat again. Various sounds echoed in the dark warehouse. The mutant seemed to be running around, not allowing them to pinpoint its exact location. The sounds of the mutant came from the shelves, getting closer and closer. It's coming, Shao Ming warned Lambert while preparing to strike. Sure enough, moments later, a shadow leaped down from the shelves. Chapter 43. The night in the warehouse, Shao Ming and Lambert synchronously swung their weapons, but once again, the mutant dodged. This time, their weapons clashed together awkwardly. The already torn webbing of Shao Ming's hand hurt intensely, and he almost lost grip on the bat. This time the mutant didn't run far, but instead stepped back and stood not far from the two. Rather than standing, it looked more like it was in a starting position, ready to move in any direction at any moment. However, it didn't rush to pounce again, but began to constantly change its position in front of them. Feng Yusheng, holding a flashlight on the second floor, shone the light down below. Her light source reached farther and illuminated a larger area. Lambert asked, "What does it want?" "No idea." Shao Ming redistributed the weight of the bat to his left hand, making the torn webbing feel less painful. The mutant suddenly sprang into action. But contrary to what the two expected, it jumped onto a neighboring shelf and then swiftly turned to pounce on Lambert from above. Lambert instinctively raised his iron pipe to block it. The mutant bit down on the pipe, and although it didn't injure Lambert, it knocked him down to the ground. Taking advantage of the flashlight that fell to the ground, Shao Ming swung the baseball bat hard at the mutant's head. The mutant immediately released Lambert, its body bouncing aside. Shao Ming stepped forward, crossing over Lambert still lying on the ground, and swung the bat again. The mutant took a step back, dodging Shao Ming's attack once more. Shao Ming didn't relent. He followed up with another swing. The mutant retreated again, but this brought it closer to the corner. At this point, Lambert had also gotten up from the ground, grabbing the iron pipe and blocking the other side of the mutant. The two gradually cornered the mutant, one on the left and one on the right. It kept roaring at them like a trapped beast. Shao Ming tested the mutant with the baseball bat. Its movements were indeed very agile, almost moving as soon as he made a move. If it weren't for the fact until the mutant's head was completely flattened. He finally stopped his actions. "Tough one." Shao Ming shook his head and said, "If he were a bit smarter, we would have been done for right here." Unfortunately, he wasn't that smart. Lambert walked aside to pick up the flashlight on the ground and said to Shao Ming. The two returned to the office on the second floor together. As Feng Yusheng opened the door, she immediately saw Shao Ming with his hand hanging. "What happened to your hand?" She pulled Shao Ming's hand and saw the torn wound. "It's nothing." Shao Ming quickly retracted his hand, pinching the wound with his thumb and forefinger. "Nothing." Feng Yusheng shone the flashlight on Shao Ming's right hand, where there were still traces of blood between his fingers. Shao Ming opened his hand, revealing a split in the skin at the base of his thumb, almost showing the flesh inside. Feng Yusheng hurriedly pulled Shao Ming to sit down, rummaged through her bag, and took out a roll of bandage to carefully help him wrap the wound. Lambert took a cup of water and gulped it down before refilling it and handing it to Shao Ming. Shao Ming took a sip of water and looked at the desk. Feng Yusheng had already organized everything useful in the office. In reality, there weren't many usable items. The most useful being a paper cutter and a pack of candies, plus a water dispenser in the corner. Feng Yusheng focused on treating Shao Ming's wound. And perhaps due to the faint fragrance from her hair, Shao Ming felt a bit more at peace. "All right." Feng Yusheng released Shao Ming's hand and said, "We'll disinfect it with alcohol on the train later. I didn't bring any out with me." Once Shao Ming was bandaged, the three of them each found a spot where they could lie down. A pack of candies was divided among the three, and everyone was both tired and hungry, so they could only make do with some water and sleep. The sun had already set outside, plunging the warehouse into complete darkness. Shao Ming lay by the door, reflecting on the battle they had just fought. Was it a new variant? Or some special infected? At least in the past few days, they hadn't encountered such a nimble mutant with a certain level of intelligence. Could it be that in less than half a month, the virus had mutated? Or was it possible that the virus could originally enhance a person's physical abilities? Lost in thought, Shao Ming gradually fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had been asleep when he woke up. Sunlight streamed in through the ventilation shaft. Most of the warehouse was still shrouded in darkness. And Shao Ming groped his way up, feeling all his muscles protesting with soreness. Not to mention the torn skin at the base of his thumb. After drinking a cup of water, he heard Feng Yusheng's soft groans from the side. Shao Ming thought he had woken her up. But the girl turned over and fell back asleep. Checking the time on his watch with its glow, it was already past 8. Shao Ming picked up a flashlight and quietly went downstairs, heading to the large door near the cafeteria. There seemed to be no sign of mutants outside. He opened a small window on the iron door to look out. The cafeteria Lambert mentioned was located behind the train station, at a 45-degree angle to the platform of the station. In fact, rather than a train station, this intercity train platform was more like a subway station, covering a small area. Shao Ming looked around. There were about 4 or 5 mutants near the cafeteria, while the others had wandered off to who knows where. If they returned to the town, taking out these few mutants wouldn't attract attention since they were still a bit far from the town. Sounds came from the stairs behind him, and Shao Ming immediately turned around and shone the flashlight. It was Lambert, who raised his hand to block the light. Shao Ming moved the flashlight slightly so Lambert could come down. "I'm so tired." Lambert stretched his hands and said to Shao Ming, "I haven't exercised much. I couldn't handle it after moving a bit yesterday." Lambert sighed. "Thanks to you blocking the zombies yesterday, we wouldn't have been able to hide in here otherwise." "No need for that. It was also to save myself." Shao Ming waved his hand, moving aside from the small window. "Take a look. Is the cafeteria across the street what you mentioned?" Chapter 44. "The cafeteria, we need to take out those few blocking the way at the door," Lambert said. Shao Ming nodded, hoping they wouldn't attract more zombies. Lambert took the flashlight from Shao Ming and checked the shelves that weren't finished from yesterday. They could actually leave the warehouse now to look for food at the cafeteria across the street, but everyone was too exhausted and sore, and no one brought up leaving. Waiting another 2 hours wouldn't kill them, but cramping up while fighting a mutant would be fatal. Shao Ming initially wanted to go back upstairs to lie down a bit more, but thinking he probably wouldn't be able to sleep, he decided to join Lambert to see what else they could find. "Look at this." Lambert shone the flashlight on the top row of shelves, where the packaging of goods showed a picture of a nail gun. "Is this useful?" Shao Ming asked, hands on his hips. "It can definitely penetrate the skull at close range," Lambert replied. "Using this is much better than dragging around a stick with an injured hand." The two worked together to bring a ladder, and Lambert climbed up to take out a well-packaged nail gun from a box. "How's this?" Shao Ming held up the flashlight and asked. "Not bad," Lambert said, coming down the ladder with the box, opening the packaging and handing the nail gun to Shao Ming. "It uses blank cartridges. The advantage is that it doesn't require electricity or gas, but the box only had about 15 shots. Shao Ming took the nail gun and weighed it in his hand, feeling a considerable difference in quality compared to a handgun. It lacks lethality from a distance. Lambert reminded him, "This thing can only be used for close-range shots. It's basically a melee weapon." "Forget about melee weapons. It requires reloading," Shao Ming said, while the pain in his hand seemed to remind him, "but it can still be used, better than nothing." When Feng Yusheng woke up, the three prepared their gear and gathered by the door. Shao Ming checked his watch. It was just past 9, not too late. Outside, there were still only those few mutants, which were relatively easy to deal with. The noise from pushing the iron door would definitely alert the mutants not far across the street. So the three discussed and decided that Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng would push the door together, and once it opened a small crack, Lambert would rush out to block the mutants. "All right." Lambert took a deep breath, weighing the baseball bat in his hand. The door was pushed open a small crack, and Lambert rushed out, knocking down a charging mutant. The other two quickly ran out of the warehouse to provide cover for Lambert. Shao Ming swung the baseball bat with his left hand, hitting a mutant coming straight at him, while his right hand raised the nail gun and fired at a mutant charging from the right. The long nail firmly embedded itself into the mutant's forehead. Shao Ming discarded the nail gun and steadied his grip on the iron bat. There were only 5 mutants at the door, and the three quickly dealt with all of them. The cafeteria wasn't large, looking like it was prepared for nearby warehouses and a small factory. Upon entering the kitchen, the refrigerator was unsurprisingly powered off. Shao Ming opened the refrigerator, and a rotten smell invaded his nose. He quickly closed the refrigerator. The meat had probably been stored there for over a week and was completely inedible. "Look at this." Feng Yusheng dragged out a whole box of potatoes from under a cabinet, with nearly 100 of them. The potatoes were in good condition, showing no signs of turning green or sprouting. This was fantastic news, and the three quickly opened their backpacks to pack all the potatoes inside. Shao Ming slapped his forehead and asked, "Is there a dining car on the train?" Lambert said, "Ours should be a short distance intercity train, with 5 carriages and no dining car. Then we can only make a fire and roast them to eat," Shao Ming said. After packing the potatoes, the three began rummaging through the cabinets again, gradually finding many seasonings and a few boxes of canned luncheon meat. Originally, there were still some vegetables like lettuce in the cafeteria, but perhaps because they had been stored for too long, they had all rotted. Apart from that, everything else was good stuff. The three of them stuffed all the supplies they found into their backpacks and sneaked out of the cafeteria. It was now 10 in the morning, and Shao Ming was almost tempted to roast a potato on the spot and dip it in some seasoning. However, to be safe, the three of them walked to the side of the train before considering eating. Lambert was the first to toss his backpack onto the train and climb aboard, while the other two took some food out of their bags. "Got a lighter?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert tossed one down from the train and also brought down 2 bottles of water. Feng Yusheng gathered some twigs and leaves nearby, and the three of them started a fire on the railway tracks. The flickering flames quickly engulfed the leaves laid on top. "How do we roast this?" Lambert asked. The three exchanged glances, and finally, Shao Ming picked up a potato and threw it directly into the fire. While the potatoes were roasting, Feng Yusheng took Shao Ming to the train door, leaving Lambert squatting by the fire poking the potatoes with an iron rod. "Let me see your hand," Feng Yusheng said without hesitation, grabbing Shao Ming's hand and unwrapping the bandage. The wound showed no signs of infection, and the bleeding had stopped. "Good thing I was smart and brought a roll of bandages in my bag." Feng Yusheng climbed aboard the train and found a bottle of alcohol inside. After treating the wound again, the two joined Lambert by the fire. Lambert was using the iron rod to push out a potato, which rolled on the ground and landed between 2 sleepers. The potato's skin was charred black, but whether it was cooked inside was still uncertain. Lambert picked up the potato and peeled off the burnt skin with a small knife. "I'll try it first," Lambert said, biting into the peeled part. The other two watched expectantly until a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Lambert and Shao Ming each ate 3 potatoes and a pack of biscuits, while Feng Yusheng only ate 1 potato. The three stomped out the fire and returned to the train. Lambert inserted the key and started the train. The scenery outside the window quickly receded, and the train soon passed the town they had just left. Finally, they were back on the road, and all three breathed a sigh of relief. Shao Ming sat on the ground reloading his pistol, while Feng Yusheng sat in the co-pilot's seat, staring out the window lost in thought. After traveling for a while, Feng Yusheng suddenly shouted, and Lambert pressed the emergency brake switch. Sparks flew from the friction between the train wheels and the rails, producing a screeching noise. Shao Ming nearly collided with the control panel as he fell to the ground. He got up and looked out the window, surprised to see another train had actually derailed and was lying on its side on the tracks. Chapter 45. The derailed train ahead was a curve, and a train seemed to have run off the track and toppled beside the rails. Fortunately, it hadn't T-blocked the opposite track, so they still had a path forward. But trains aren't T-cars. Shifting from one track to another isn't so simple. "This just got interesting," Shao Ming said, reaching instinctively for his rifle, only to realize he had left it outside the warehouse. In his panic earlier, he had thrown the gun away. He squinted at the derailed train. It was a passenger train, but there were no mutants in sight. "We need to backtrack," Lambert said. "Find a ramp, then get onto the other track." "I'll go check it out," Shao Ming said, holstering his pistol and opening the door. "I'll go with you." Feng Yusheng grabbed an iron rod and walked to the door as well. Shao Ming glanced at Lambert, who gave a meaningful look and said, "Go ahead. I can handle it alone." The two jumped off the train, while Lambert maneuvered the train to reverse. Shao Ming, pistol in hand, and Feng Yusheng walked toward the carriages. Various luggage was scattered beside the tracks, and looking closely, several rotting corpses were crushed beneath the carriages, flies and gnats buzzing around the mutilated bodies. Feng Yusheng turned her head away, afraid she might vomit up the only potato she had in her stomach. Shao Ming looked at one corpse. Its bloodied and mangled face seemed to still hold a pair of unwilling eyes. The two circled to the other side and entered a toppled carriage. This place should be free of mutants. If there were any, the noise from the train would have already alerted them. Inside the carriage, suitcases were scattered everywhere, with a lot of bloodstains on the floor. For Shao Ming, seeing blood was nothing new. He had become accustomed to the metallic smell mixed with the stench of decayed flesh. Shao Ming inspected the seats, wondering what had happened on this train. The passengers were all gone, and not a single corpse remained. "This place is kinda creepy." Feng Yusheng involuntarily hid behind Shao Ming. With the world turned upside down like this, Shao Ming held his pistol ready. Even ghosts wouldn't be scary now. After confirming the adjacent carriages were safe, Shao Ming picked up a suitcase from the ground. "Sorry," he said, opening it. Feng Yusheng imitated him and began checking the luggage inside the train. Shao Ming opened a suitcase filled with clothes and toiletries. After thinking for a moment, he took out some shower gel and shampoo and put them in his bag. Maybe they'd be useful someday. Most of the luggage on the train contained valuables like gold and silver jewelry. They even found a whole box of cash. Obviously, these people had misjudged the state of human society when fleeing the city. Now these things were worth less than a potato. But the suitcases were numerous, so they could always find some snacks here and there to improve their taste. Opening these suitcases was like opening blind boxes. You never knew what you'd find next. After searching one carriage with no useful findings, the two were sore from bending over the whole time. They continued forward along the carriages. The front had already crashed into a field, and the train head seemed to be farther ahead. Forget it, Shao Ming waved his hand. Let us just see if there's anything useful. Shao Ming pulled out a photo from a box. It was a family portrait. He thought the man's face looked somewhat familiar, like he had seen him somewhere before. Feng Yusheng, seeing Shao Ming stop, leaned over to look. Unexpectedly, she immediately recognized the man in the photo. It was the person crushed under the train. Shao Ming put the photo back and closed the box. As they continued searching the carriages, mutant roars suddenly came from not far away. They immediately stopped what they were doing and crouched down. Shoo, Shao Ming raised his pistol. You back up, I'll go check. Be careful, Feng Yusheng whispered. I'll wait right here. Shao Ming walked to the door and peeked out. The wheat field was empty except for some scattered luggage and train debris. No mutants were in sight. Shao Ming pressed close to the train wreckage, moving forward slowly. He kept an eye on the edge of the field and watched inside the train through the window. Near the train head, Shao Ming finally heard something banging on the door. The head of this train was similar to the 43 type train they were on. The cockpit was separate from the passenger carriage, with a huge engine occupying the entire front. However, Lambert wasn't here, and Shao Ming didn't recognize the model of this train. He raised his pistol and slowly approached the driver's cabin. The sound of slapping seemed to be coming from here. Bang! Suddenly, a face appeared on the driver's cabin in front of him. Shao Ming was startled and took 2 steps back. Fortunately, he didn't unconsciously pull the trigger. It was indeed a mutant. The entire front of the train had been severely deformed from the crash, and the train driver had turned into a mutant. But half of his body was stuck under the control panel, only able to weakly slap the window. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief, knocked on the window with the butt of his gun, and turned to leave. Feng Yusheng was peering over the door frame, and Shao Ming re-engaged the safety on his gun and put it back at his waist. The train driver, Shao Ming said to Feng Yusheng, is trapped in the front cabin. In the distance, the sound of another train could be heard, and the two looked up to see their train approaching from another track. The train slowly came to a stop, and Lambert stood by the door waving at them. What good stuff do you have? Lambert asked the two as they approached. Toiletries, Shao Ming replied, and some snacks. There are too many boxes, but not much useful stuff, Feng Yusheng added. The two boarded the train, and Lambert restarted it. The overturned train gradually disappeared from the three's sight, and the distant railway returned to a clear view. At this speed, we should reach near Birmingham around noon, Lambert said. Shao Ming checked the map on the tablet and asked, we're not short on anything now. Can we find a way to bypass the city? Chapter 46. Choosing the path, Lambert shrugged and said, the railways around here mostly pass through the city. The train whistled through an urban area, leaving a group of mutants roaring behind. This railway has no forks before we reach Crewe, but we can switch tracks at Crewe Station to head west towards Shrewsbury, which will bypass Birmingham, Lambert explained. Seeing that Shao Ming looked confused, he took the tablet from him. In simple terms, we take the route west of Birmingham. There are quite a few small towns over there, but basically no big cities. Shao Ming looked at the map and said, there are supply points and not many zombies. It's quite good, but there's one small problem. Feng Yusheng leaned over to look at the map and said, won't there be too many track changes? Yes, Lambert replied. And the track change in Crewe has to happen at the city center station, but we don't know which direction the tracks inside Crewe Station are facing. City center, Shao Ming said. The train will definitely attract a lot of zombies, and we will have to jump down to move the ramp. The three fell silent. This was indeed a problem. We need some powerful firepower, Shao Ming said, looking up. At least it can buy us a few minutes amid the zombie tide. Since the train would definitely need to switch tracks, and switching tracks would surely encounter a zombie tide. The only way was to block the zombie tide outside the train tracks. Feng Yusheng thought for a moment, and said, could we switch to another train? That might not be realistic, Lambert replied. Trains don't just start up. Like cars, most need a key. The group fell silent again. Where are we going to get such powerful firepower? Lambert asked. We only have a few hours left to Crewe, before they could come to an agreement. A town appeared at the end of the track. The train rushed under an elevated bridge toward the town. Lambert awkwardly said as he saw the urban area. I might have misestimated. This small town will soon lead us into Crew. We probably have half an hour left. Is it too late to stop now? Shao Ming asked. Of course, Lambert said as he pulled the lever, and the train's speed quickly slowed down until it finally came to a complete stop. The train stopped in a patch of woods, still a certain distance from both towns ahead and behind. With a mindset of giving it a try, Shao Ming shot at the map for a gun store, but unexpectedly found no results nearby. However, there was a gun store on the road from Crewe to Birmingham, and it was right next to the railway. Wrong order, Shao Ming said with a bitter smile. What? Feng Yusheng asked. Shao Ming handed the tablet to the other two and said, we should have powerful firepower first, then go through Crewe, not the other way around. Wait, Lambert said. Then what are we afraid of? If the track is heading towards Birmingham, we can score a large batch of weapons. If it's heading towards the suburbs, we can avoid the zombie tide. The train started again, heading toward Crewe. Show me your hand, Feng Yusheng said to Shao Ming. It won't heal that quickly. Shao Ming subconsciously hid his right hand behind him. Even if it's bad, it's time to change the bandage, Feng Yusheng said. Looking at your hand won't get you pregnant. This statement left Shao Ming speechless. The train passed through the town, leaving a group of mutants behind. The tall buildings of Crewe appeared on the horizon as the train sped toward Crewe. In reality, the train would only pass through the suburbs of Crewe, still quite a distance from the busy city center. However, there would still be plenty of activity in the suburbs, and by now, they had all turned into mutants. Lambert slightly slowed down the train, and the group could already see mutants pouring out from the city. Shao Ming recalled the zombie tide he had seen near the airport a few days ago. The situation now was not much different. Dark swarms of mutants were surging out from various gaps in the city. Streets, alleys, everywhere was filled with mutants. Fortunately, the group was inside a powerful, hundreds of ton steel beast. Unless there were too many mutants blocking the tracks, they would only end up as a pile of mush. The train crushed through the wall of mutants, slowly approaching the station. Oh no, the train turned a corner, and all three saw that every track at Crewe station was filled with trains. Lambert quickly reduced the speed and steadied the train. Baby, steady, he gripped the lever, nervously watching the tracks. We're going to crash, Shao Ming said, as mutant blood splattered against the glass from outside. The train pushed away the mutants blocking its path, slowly coming to rest against the back of the train in front. A few mutants got stuck in between, crushed into a meat pie. Luckily, the position of the cabin was high enough that the three inside couldn't actually see the mutants they had run over. Otherwise, they would have trouble sleeping for 3 days. With a click, the two trains connected. The train pushed against the rear of the previous train, slowly pushing it forward. Or perhaps now it was more appropriate to call it a single train. Lambert pushed the lever, the front of the train exerting more force to push the train ahead. The mutants continued to surge in, and as the train entered the platform, the three could already see mutants at eye level. Since there was still a gap between the train and the platform, many mutants fell directly down, being crushed and distorted between the train and the platform. Lambert accelerated again, and Shao Ming saw a mutant rush alongside the train, then suddenly disappear into the gap. What the three didn't know was that many of the mutants' bones and flesh got stuck in the wheels, being directly ground to bits by the wheels. This several hundred meters long station felt like it was several kilometers long at this moment, since the station was semi-open. The three could still see mutants continuously rushing in from the nearby town. Just along this way, it was estimated that nearly 1,000 mutants were crushed to death. Other than the train, it would be hard for Shao Ming to find a vehicle with such power. What strong firepower was needed? With this train moving, its firepower was already strong enough. The train crushed through 2 mutants and drove onto the tracks heading to Birmingham. Lambert looked at the train cars beginning to turn and said, "Looks like we've got a chance to go shopping at the gun store." The train started to gradually accelerate. Although it was pulling 5 cars and still pushing against 7 or 8 cars, its speed did not diminish in the slightest. Chapter 47. Major Arms purchased the train headed toward Birmingham. After confirming they were some distance away from Crewe City, Lambert stopped the train. "I need to get off and detach the front cars," Lambert said. "We can also ditch a few cars at the back," Shao Ming said. "Leaving just 1 or 2 cars is enough." The three of them jumped off the train. The scene outside made them gasp sharply. The originally blue train was half stained red. The front of the train had several dents, and some wheels even had what appeared to be human tissue stuck inside. The air was filled with a stench of blood that couldn't be smelled inside the cars, so strong it sent chills down their spines. Feng Yusheng covered her face and turned away, unwilling to look any longer. Lambert suppressed the urge to vomit and went to the front of the train to start detaching the couplers. "Let's move forward and have a look," Shao Ming said. Inside the coupler was also a scene of bloody horror, making it difficult to discern which parts belonged to which human body. Lambert's face was nearly scrunched up. He nodded with difficulty and unhooked the coupler. Shao Ming quickly pulled Feng Yusheng away from the train. The condition of the previous train was equally nauseating, and the two could only turn their heads as they moved forward. They walked nearly 500 meters before the bloody smell in their nostrils gradually faded. Feeling better? Shao Ming asked. Maybe, Feng Yusheng replied with a bitter smile. If they hadn't been seeing such bloody scenes every day these past few days, the mere smell might have made them vomit for hours. I wonder how things are back home, Feng Yusheng said. It should be fine, Shao Ming said uncertainly. We haven't contacted home for several days. The phones have no signal, and we have no idea what is going on back in the country. We'll be able to go back soon, Shao Ming said, unsure if he was trying to comfort himself or Feng Yusheng. At the current speed, they should be able to return home within half a year. Half a year, Feng Yusheng murmured. As long as we keep moving forward, we'll get home. Shao Ming said. Let us go check ahead. The gun store we saw on the map should be nearby. The two continued walking forward. Soon, a row of small houses appeared on the right side of the railway tracks. Shao Ming pulled Feng Yusheng off the tracks and hid them in a nearby thicket. Using the cover of the trees, the two gradually approached the housing area. The area wasn't safe. Several mutants were scattered around. Fortunately, this housing area was quite isolated. Seemingly a small rest stop by the roadside, far from any towns. Overall, even if they alerted the mutants, the number they'd face wouldn't be too large. Besides the gun store, there was a convenience store, a gas station, and a motel in the area. Except for the motel, the other shops were easy to observe from the outside. You stay here and keep watch. I'll sneak in and have a look, Shao Ming said, pulling out his pistol and moving under the cover of the railway embankment toward the shops. He glanced at Feng Yusheng, who shook her head to signal no mutants nearby. Shao Ming cautiously peeked out. The gun store was still to the left. He could move a bit farther along the embankment. Shao Ming was almost crawling forward, kicking soil off the embankment onto the tracks. He steadied himself and climbed up the embankment. On top was a parking lot. A mutant stood behind a jeep, unaware of Shao Ming's presence. Shao Ming quietly approached the jeep and pulled out a small knife. He tapped on the jeep's door. The mutant was indeed startled and walked around the back of the jeep. Seeing the mutant's silhouette, Shao Ming jumped up and stabbed the mutant in the chin with his knife. Shao Ming had basically mastered the technique of killing with a single stab, especially against unprepared mutants who could be knocked down instantly. He held the mutant's body and gently laid it on the ground. Seeing no other mutants nearby, Shao Ming beckoned Feng Yusheng up from below the embankment. After Feng Yusheng ran up, the two approached the gun store's back door. The door was ajar, making it impossible to see inside. Shao Ming held a flashlight in one hand and carefully pushed the door open with his pistol in the other. They cautiously entered the gun store. Shao Ming heard noise from a door inside the shop and quickly signaled Feng Yusheng to go inside, first while he raised his pistol to cover the rear. Just as they exchanged positions, the door suddenly burst open, and a mutant who seemed to be the gun store owner lunged out. Startled, Shao Ming dropped his pistol due to the shock, with his right hand injured. He could only use his left hand to tightly choke the mutant's neck while searching with his right hand for a usable weapon. Roar! The gun store owner let out a hoarse roar. Shao Ming felt a bad omen. Feng Yusheng turned around, raised an iron rod with both hands, and struck down fiercely. The gun store owner angrily turned toward Feng Yusheng. Shao Ming took the opportunity to break free and grabbed his pistol from the ground. Seeing the gun store owner about to pounce on Feng Yusheng, and with no time to block with the iron rod in the narrow aisle, Shao Ming shouted, Feng Yusheng, get down. Feng Yusheng shouted. Shao Ming pulled the trigger. A bullet tore through the air, hitting the back of the gun store owner's head. Before they could enjoy the relief after the ordeal, the sounds of numerous mutants could be heard outside. The shop's south side facing the road was the main entrance. On both sides of the entrance walls hung a dazzling array of firearms. Though the shop was small, there were nearly 100 guns inside. Shao Ming stood behind the counter and shot down a mutant rushing through the main door. What followed was less a battle and more like target practice. Since the mutants could only enter through the single entrance at the front door, they all became easy targets for Shao Ming's gunfire. He only stopped after emptying all the pistol magazines he carried. Inside and outside the shop, at least a dozen mutant corpses lay on the ground. Seeing no more mutants approaching, Shao Ming lowered his gun. The continuous shooting caused the wound on his hand to reopen, and blood stained the gauze. But this did not dampen his joy. The guns on the walls were like gifts from God, perhaps due to the remote location. Or maybe because the surrounding residence had been sealed off, there were still plenty of guns left here. Most of the guns hanging on the walls were shotguns, including many common small caliber, 22 shotguns, and several semi-automatic shotguns. Shao Ming was not picky. He took all the guns on the walls and the bullets in the cabinets. However, It seemed there were no bullets for his own 9mm P320 pistol here. It appeared the pistol he had been using for so long was an unregistered black gun acquired through some unknown channel. Chapter 48. Shooting training. The two stuffed their 2 backpacks full and slung several guns over their shoulders before leaving the gun store. So heavy, Feng Yusheng said. I wonder how long these guns will last. If we encounter a zombie horde, it won't be enough, Shao Ming said. Recalling the horde they had faced just a few hours earlier. That number of mutants was far beyond what a few semi-automatic hunting shotguns could handle. The two slid down the embankment and slowly walked back along the railway tracks. Not far along, a train appeared in their sight, slowly approaching them. Lambert jumped down from the train that had just stopped and took the weapons from the two. But instead of throwing the fully loaded backpacks into the cockpit, he went all the way to a car nearby. Shao Ming saw that the train, which originally had 5 cars, now only had 1 passenger car left trailing behind the engine. Fortunately, the exit ramp wasn't far. Lambert said, I removed the extra cars. But I was afraid there wouldn't be enough space to store things, so I left one. That's good, Shao Ming replied. 3 people squeezed into one engine is still too cramped. We can modify the back a bit. Lambert nodded, if we have materials. We can even divide it into a few rooms. Shao Ming thought this was a pretty good idea at first, but then realized that obtaining those materials might not be so easy. The 3 of them threw their weapons into the car and returned to the engine to grab some food. Taking advantage of this break, Shao Ming changed the bandage on his wound. After having a meal by the fire, even though it was already afternoon, the group prepared to return to the train and continue their journey. Just as they were about to step into the cockpit, Feng Yusheng suddenly said to Shao Ming, Hey, teach me how to use a gun. Shao Ming thought for a moment. Since they had enough bullets and the surrounding mutants had been cleared out, it was indeed a good time to teach the two how to use guns. Let's do it here, Shao Ming said. There are still plenty of guns left in the gun shop that we couldn't take, and I've already moved the bullets to the train, so it's perfect for practice. Oh. Lambert looked a bit reluctant. I'm a gun control advocate, but I guess I should learn. The 3 of them took 3 rifles and 3 shotguns from the gun shop and returned to the side of the train. Shao Ming took out a paper target he had picked up from the gun shop, walked about 100 meters into the field, and set the target against a wall. He walked back, picked up a shotgun, examined it for a while, and said to the 2, although I can't tell the specific model, this is definitely a .22 caliber shotgun. The advantage is that it has low recoil and is easy to control, but the downside is that this gun is generally used for hunting small animals, so its stopping power against humans is limited. Seeing the 2 look a bit confused, Shao Ming added, in simple terms, it's easy to shoot, but it won't kill unless you hit a vital spot. The 2 nodded. Shao Ming picked up a magazine and inserted it into the gun. This is the magazine. This gun should hold 10 rounds, so try to aim more accurately. He pressed the release button and took out the magazine. If you run out of bullets, press here to remove the magazine, then replace it with a new one and put it back in. Feng Yusheng nodded and tried to reload the bullets himself. Shao Ming opened the safety and said to the 2, this small mechanism behind the bolt is the safety. He explained, if you don't pull it, you can't chamber a round and fire. Similarly, when you're not using it, turn off the safety to avoid accidental discharge. Shao Ming pulled the bolt back, chambering a round. Now it can fire. He raised the rifle and aimed at the distant target. Bang! With a crisp gunshot, the bullet hit the target. Shao Ming pulled the bolt again, ejecting the spent cartridge. Did you see that? After firing a round, you need to eject the cartridge, then repeat the chambering action to keep shooting. The 2 nodded and practiced holding the guns. Shao Ming lifted the shotgun and said, this gun has a built-in sight. Normally, within 100 meters. You just need to align the crosshairs with the target. Feng Yusheng nodded, like a child eager to answer a question in class, and said, I know this. I've seen it in a TV drama. Shao Ming was a bit surprised and asked, you watch that kind of drama? Feng Yusheng replied, I saw it in XXX, advertising space for idol dramas. That wasn't wrong. Shao Ming nodded, you guys give it a try. Lambert and Feng Yusheng followed Shao Ming's instructions to turn off the safety, chamber a round, and aim at the target. They both pulled the trigger at the same time. But unexpectedly, Feng Yusheng hit the target first. My God, Lambert put down the shotgun. Look, my bullet almost flew to the sky. Just use your arms to control the recoil, Shao Ming said. This small caliber has little recoil. With other guns, you might need more than just your arms. The 2 continued to try a few more shots, and fortunately, Lambert finally managed to get his bullets to hit the target. Not bad, Shao Ming said. You 2 are quick learners. After a few rounds with the shotgun, Shao Ming also taught the 2 how to use the shotgun. It wasn't until the sun set that the gunfire by the train gradually stopped. The 3 returned to the train. And this time they didn't sleep in the engine, but rather in the passenger car. After all, lying on a few chairs was much more comfortable than lying on the floor. Shao Ming thought about what Feng Yusheng had said today. He hadn't been in contact with his family for several days and needed to think of a way to reach them. He wondered whether his parents and family were okay. As he fell into a deep sleep, Shao Ming seemed to dream that he had returned home, just as he excitedly ran towards his parents. They turned around and stared at him with blood-red eyes. He woke up from the dream. It was now morning. Shao Ming rubbed his head. He hadn't dreamed since the mutation occurred, but last night, he had a nightmare. Checking the time, it was only around 7 o'clock. Shao Ming got up, ate something, and returned to the living area to search for supplies. By the time the other two woke up, he had already nearly emptied the gun shop. In addition, he had also brought back a lot of water and food from the convenience store at the gas station. Lambert checked the map in the engine and started the train, while Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng organized the collected supplies and practiced shooting in the back car. The train sped forward with the sound of gunfire, leaving the mutants far behind. In the distance, a city billowing thick smoke was slowly appearing on the horizon. Chapter 49. Greenhouse. The train passed through several urban areas and entered the center of a large town. The scenery outside the window gradually changed from trees and wheat fields to an endless row of houses, along with quite a few mutants. The road conditions in the urban area were worse than outside the city, as the railway ran through the city center, causing many roads to intertwine with the railway. Many vehicles trying to escape the city were stuck at the railway junction. Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng were not in the engine, so Lambert had to grit his teeth and not reduce speed as he crashed into the vehicles blocking the way ahead. He gripped the control panel tightly, driving the train forward. With a loud bang and the sharp sound of metal scraping, all the abandoned cars blocking the front of the train were pushed aside. Although this didn't significantly affect the train's performance, it had completely flattened the already uneven front of the engine. At that moment, Shao Ming, who had found a spot to sit and rest in the car, was startled. What happened? Feng Yusheng quickly stood up and asked from the side. The train did not slow down, and soon the wreckage of the cars that had been hit appeared outside the window. Shao Ming had a rough idea of what was going on. He felt it necessary to find a walkie-talkie to maintain contact with Lambert in the engine. There must be something blocking the way, Shao Ming said to Feng Yusheng. Look at that car that was knocked aside. The two thought they could pass through safely from then on, but not long after, a loud bang came from the front of the train again. After traveling a short distance out of the town, Lambert slowly brought the train to a stop. After confirming that there were no mutants around, Shao Ming jumped off the train with a shotgun. Lambert happened to open the door and get off the train as well. Shao Ming hurriedly asked him what had happened. The train's tire is flat. Lambert pointed to the side of the train. Shao Ming looked in the direction he was pointing and saw that the bearing between two wheels had broken, and what appeared to be a water tank had also cracked open with a large hole. Shao Ming looked at it and asked, "What should we do?" Lambert said awkwardly that, logically, they should go to a specialized workshop for repairs, but even if they could find one, they wouldn't have the capability to deal with it. Shao Ming never expected that his journey home would come to an end so soon after it had just begun. The simplest way is to just swap for another one. Lambert said, "But didn't you say swapping for another one is unrealistic?" Shao Ming recalled Lambert's words from yesterday. "You said there was no key." Lambert explained, "I looked at the map, and there should be a repair workshop nearby. Generally speaking, the keys for repairing trains are usually stored there." Shao Ming took the tablet, but was surprised to find that the train repair workshop was actually in the city. "If we stop here, we will be besieged by thousands of zombies, and you can't be sure if there are any usable trains inside." "Our train can't get there either," Lambert said helplessly. "The junctions in the city have led us in another direction, and we can't move the ramp within the city." At that moment, Feng Yusheng also got off the train. Hearing their conversation, she asked in confusion, "Does that mean the train can't go?" "The road conditions in the city are too bad. I don't know if these two wheels will suddenly come off." "Then I'll go find a vehicle," Shao Ming said, looking at the map to see where they were. "We should be on the east side of Stoke-on-Trent. If we take the southern route, we should pass through a town," Lambert explained, as he had been keeping an eye on the map and had the best grasp of the situation outside the train. After exiting Stoke-on-Trent, the city they had just passed through, there were two railways, one heading south towards Birmingham and the other running east towards Nottingham. They were currently stopped on the eastern line, while the repair shop Lambert mentioned was in the city on the southern line, about 7 kilometers apart. Shao Ming felt that taking the train wasn't a great idea. Although it was indeed faster than a car, being limited to fixed tracks felt a bit impractical. Seeing Shao Ming hesitate, Lambert quickly said, "We just need to switch tracks on the outskirts. These problems only occur in the urban area." "It better be." Shao Ming rubbed his head. "Let's find a vehicle first. Whether we go to the repair shop or not, we need a car." The three of them grabbed their bags, took some necessary weapons and food, and left the train, heading back. None of them were thieves. Nor could they simply start a car by connecting two wires like in movies and TV shows. Obtaining a usable vehicle was actually quite troublesome. They first needed to find the car keys. As Shao Ming walked, he pondered, whether it was a train or a car, in such an environment, they would inevitably suffer impacts, unless they could reinforce the vehicle into a mobile fortress wrapped in heavy steel plates like in some movies. After walking for about 10 minutes, a greenhouse-like building appeared on the side of the railway. I'll go take a look first. As usual, Shao Ming gestured for the two to hide while he scouted ahead. He crouched down with his shotgun and approached the wall. Inside the wall was a large greenhouse, and behind it stood a small two-story building. This place was different from other buildings. First, because it only had a solitary greenhouse, which didn't look like a farmer's home, and second, all the windows of the building were boarded up. Could there be survivors here? Shao Ming thought to himself as he climbed over the wall, using the greenhouse as cover. He could see the situation inside the building more clearly. Although the windows were boarded up, he could still see some shadows inside through the gaps. Just by taking a glance, it was hard to tell whether they were living people or mutated beings. After waiting for a while and noticing that the shadows didn't move, he realized they resembled dormant, mutated creatures. It seemed he had overthought it. Shao Ming crawled into the greenhouse, where he was greeted by rows of neatly planted plants. He reached out, plucked a tomato from one of the plants, and took a bite. It was surprisingly sweet. Holding the tomato, he exited the greenhouse through another door. Due to the wooden boards blocking the way, the mutated beings inside showed no signs of movement. He circled around the side of the building to the front and found a small pickup truck parked steadily in front of the small building. Chapter 50. The pickup truck. Shao Ming approached the pickup truck and looked inside. The interior was very clean and tidy, with no dust, suggesting it hadn't been parked there for long. Could there really be real people inside? Shao Ming walked around the building again, and after confirming that all the doors and windows were boarded up, he mustered his courage and shouted, "Is anyone there?" The only response was the growling of the mutated beings. The wooden boards on the first floor were almost knocked as soon as he shouted, and the mutated beings inside roared, trying to get out. Were these mutated beings locked in by someone, or did they lock themselves in and eventually mutate? Seeing that the mutated beings couldn't get out, Shao Ming ignored them and started searching for the keys to the pickup truck. He searched around but didn't find any keys, leaving only one possibility. The keys must be inside the building. Shao Ming walked around the building again, and from some gaps in the boards, he could roughly count 5 or 6 mutated beings inside. Just as he was about to climb back over the wall to the tracks, he saw Feng Yusheng and Lambert climbing in. Seeing Shao Ming standing safely in the yard, Feng Yusheng finally showed a relieved expression. "You scared us," Feng Yusheng said. "We heard the zombies and didn't hear you shooting, so we thought something happened to you." "It's not a big deal." Shao Ming pointed to the house behind him. "They're all locked inside." "Who?" Lambert asked curiously. "Who has the time to lock them in?" "Probably themselves," Shao Ming shrugged. "It looks like they boarded up the doors and windows for defense against the zombies." Feng Yusheng peeked out from behind the greenhouse and immediately noticed the problem. The boards were nailed from the inside. Shao Ming slapped his forehead. He hadn't thought of that. "Did you find the vehicle?" Lambert asked. "There is a vehicle, but the keys should be inside the house." All three looked toward the house, where the mutated beings continued to roar. "I don't want to go in there," Lambert said. Feng Yusheng didn't say much, but asked Shao Ming, "What do you want to do?" "According to the map, this is the only place nearby with people living in it," Shao Ming said. "There are more zombies in the urban area, so it's better to clear this room and see if we get lucky." "Oh, fine," Lambert agreed. The three of them approached the front door, and the mutated beings inside pressed against the front door again. "Remember to aim for the head," Shao Ming reminded them, and stepped up to the door first. He listened to the movements of the mutated beings on the other side through the door panel, took 2 steps back, and raised his shotgun at the door. He aimed the gun at roughly head height and pulled the trigger. The shotgun shell penetrated the wooden door and shot into the head of a mutated being inside. He pulled back the fur end, ejected a shell, and loaded a new round. A terrible scream came from the mutated being inside, but Shao Ming didn't hesitate and fired a second shot. After emptying the 5 shotgun rounds, he reloaded and shot again. Lambert and Feng Yusheng stood by with their hunting rifles, but their guns didn't seem to be of much use at that moment. It wasn't until there was no movement from the mutated beings inside that Shao Ming lowered his gun and approached the battered door. The door was now riddled with bullet holes, and sunlight streamed through these holes into the room. He observed for a while, seemingly not seeing any more mutants alive. Shao Ming kicked open the dilapidated door, only to have a mutant suddenly leap out from the pile of corpses on the ground, knocking him down. With a shotgun in hand, Shao Ming could only wedge the gun barrel into the mutant's mouth, unable to free one hand to reach for the knife or pistol at his waist. Feng Yusheng quickly raised her gun, but as Shao Ming was grappling with the mutant, she couldn't find the right moment to fire and didn't dare pull the trigger. Lambert reacted quickly, turning his gun around and smashing the butt against the mutant's head. Thanks to Lambert's strike, Shao Ming took the opportunity to kick the mutant away and break free. Feng Yusheng raised her shotgun and fired a shot at the mutant lying sideways. Bang! The muzzle was almost pressed against the mutant's head, the bullet penetrating the skull and turning its brain into mush. This zombie, still shaken, got up from the ground and said, "How can there still be people ambushing like this? Are you okay?" Feng Yusheng lowered her gun, feeling her hands tremble. "I'm fine," Shao Ming replied, raising the shotgun again. "Thank you." The wooden fore-end of the shotgun had already been bitten by the mutant, making Shao Ming feel uncomfortable holding it. The three entered the room, the floor covered in mutant blood and brain matter. Due to the obstruction of the wooden boards, the light in the room was poor. Lambert, walking at the back, took out a flashlight to illuminate the room. This room seemed to be a bar, but its decor also resembled that of a clinic. The keys to the pickup truck were not hard to find, quietly lying on the bar counter at the entrance. Shao Ming picked up the keys and took 2 bottles of liquor from the shelf to put in his bag. "What are you going to do with this?" Feng Yusheng asked when she saw Shao Ming putting the liquor in his bag. "Drink it," Lambert answered for Shao Ming. Shao Ming smiled sheepishly and adjusted his bag. The three got into the pickup truck, and Shao Ming glanced at the vehicle and sighed. Ugh, another manual transmission. He started the engine and turned the vehicle towards the railway. The pickup truck rushed down the slope, nearly causing all 3 of their heads to hit the ceiling. "What a reckless driving style," Lambert commented. Feng Yusheng recalled how Shao Ming drove the bus wildly in Manchester, nodding in agreement. Shao Ming pouted, saying, "There are no traffic cops." However, he still tried to keep the vehicle between the 2 rails for a smoother ride. The 3 transferred all the supplies from the train to the truck and drove onto the road. "Which way should we go?" Shao Ming asked Lambert, who was in the passenger seat. Lambert looked at the map and said, "It's best to go through the middle of this area. It's the shortest distance. We could also drive south and take a longer route, or head north into the city, which would be the fastest." Shao Ming took the map, glanced at it, and said, "Let's go south. It's a bit farther, but the road conditions are better and there are fewer towns." Lambert took back the tablet and said, "You decide. The steering wheel is in your hands." The pickup truck turned around and drove in the opposite direction of the city. Chapter 4. Hidden Corners, United States, Tennessee. United Pharmaceutical Biological Research Laboratory, 3 months after the pandemic, 2 months before the mutation occurred. Dr. Aaron. A researcher rushed into the office, calling out to Dr. Aaron, who was about to leave for the day. Dr. Aaron turned around. The woman in her 40s had a kind smile, making it hard to associate her with research on deadly viruses. "What is it?" Seeing someone call her, she stopped hanging up her white coat and asked. "Subject E003 has undergone a secondary mutation." The researcher hurriedly handed a tablet to Aaron, who took it and began to read, her smile gradually fading. "How could this happen? How could the same virus infect itself? It's simply inexplicable. The virus within the E003 mutant is consuming and merging into a new virus," the researcher said. "You need to come see this. The mutation is still ongoing." Aaron quickly put on her lab coat and rushed with the researcher to the laboratory where E003 was located. Behind thick, bulletproof glass, a mutant was tied to a chair, struggling in pain. By the time Aaron saw it, most of the mutant's skin had peeled off, revealing the bright red muscle tissue underneath. Just 10 minutes ago, when Aaron was preparing to leave for home, the E003 mutant was still completely normal, at least. As far as mutants go, Aaron hurried to the desk and pressed the microphone to communicate with the room. "What is going on now?" The 2 researchers standing next to the mutant shook their heads, indicating they didn't know either. The mutant's screams pierced through the thick, bulletproof glass, jarring the nerves of everyone present. The skin of the mutant was visibly peeling off at an alarming rate, and the life sign detection equipment could only show a tangled mess. "Did you inject it with a sedative?" Aaron asked. Another researcher turned around and said, "It had no effect." Aaron pressed the microphone and shouted to the 2 researchers inside, "Get out of the lab." The 2 researchers quickly fled the lab. The scene inside was simply too terrifying. She turned to the researcher beside her and asked, "How long after the vaccine was injected did this start happening?" The researcher glanced at the screen and replied, 10 hours, 5 minutes, and 24 seconds. Blood began to flow out of the mutant's body, and its eyeballs seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. This group of medical elites was at a loss for what to do in the face of the current situation, only able to watch as the mutant on the bed gradually became unrecognizable. Its pelvis suddenly burst open, intestines spilling out, and its eyeballs exploded under the intense pressure. Preliminary estimates suggest that the vaccine catalyzed some viruses within subject 003, causing it to mutate, and the virus combined with the vaccine components began to attack other viruses. Suddenly, the mutant broke free from the restraints on the bed and rolled off. Dr. Aaron pressed the emergency button on the table, and a sharp alarm immediately echoed throughout the research facility. Warning, biological specimen has breached containment. All researchers must evacuate to floors D3 and above immediately. Several security personnel rushed in. Although they had never experienced such a scene, their professionalism kept them steady as they raised their assault rifles. The mutant writhed in pain on the ground, its intestines almost completely outside its body. "Shoot it," Dr. Aaron ordered. The security captain nodded and led his team to the door of the laboratory. Anyone entering the laboratory had to go through a full minute of disinfection procedures. This mutant had only a minute left to live. Subject E003 broke free from the tubes and needles attached to its body, crawling toward the bulletproof glass with its hands and feet. Though separated by a thick layer of bulletproof glass, all the researchers were startled. It was an extremely twisted and horrifying face, with all its muscle tissue exposed, blood flowing from its eye sockets as if it were crying. It howled at the sky, and the researchers could see how the muscle fibers on its face were working. The door finally opened, and security personnel immediately aimed their guns at E003's head and pulled the trigger. Dozens of bullets shot into its head, and blood and brain matter immediately splattered against the bulletproof glass. Seeing the mutant fall silent, the security personnel cautiously approached its body. Suddenly, one of the security personnel let out a scream and fell, and with blood all over the glass, Dr. Aaron found it hard to see the situation inside. Following that, there were intense gunshots and screams coming from the laboratory, with several bullets even hitting the bulletproof glass. More blood was splattered on the bulletproof glass, and it was clearly not from E003, but from the security personnel. "Evacuate, evacuate," Dr. Aaron shouted urgently. The researchers in the observation room finally reacted and fled in panic. One relatively calm researcher immediately closed the laboratory door, not caring whether any security personnel had survived inside. Dr. Aaron quickly input a string of numbers on the screen and was the last to leave the observation room. Inside the laboratory, screams, gunshots, and the roars of the mutated creatures intertwined, creating a horrifying symphony. The alarm in the laboratory changed to a more urgent tone, and a cold, emotionless synthetic female voice broadcasted, "Warning, a severe biological contamination incident has occurred. Level 5 personnel authorization obtained. This facility will begin purification in 2 minutes. Warning, a severe biological contamination incident." Dr. Aaron boarded the elevator, escaping to the ground with other researchers. Inside the laboratory, the E003 mutant was crouched on the ground, gnawing on the body of a security personnel. Suddenly, the ceiling sprayers began spraying liquid. E003 raised its head in confusion, examining the sprayer like an animal. Then, accompanied by a tiny spark, the entire underground section of the laboratory was engulfed in flames. E003 struggled in agony in the fierce fire until its body was completely roasted. In front of the upper part of the laboratory, hundreds of researchers stood waiting for instructions. The vaccine was useless. Dr. Aaron, supported by 2 researchers, walked out of the elevator. The apocalypse was approaching. Just as they stepped out of the laboratory door, a violent explosion occurred throughout the entire building. The mushroom cloud from the explosion was clearly visible several kilometers away in the city, and the entire laboratory, along with all the researchers, turned into a large pit. Chapter 51. Train Repair Factory. Although it was a long detour, the total distance was only about 10 kilometers. Moreover, since they were on rural roads with little traffic, the pickup truck quickly made its way to the other side of the city. The houses on both sides of the street increased, and through the gaps between the houses, one could see the railway on one side. "We're almost there," Lambert said. "The repair factory should be obvious next to a large stadium." "Okay," Shao Ming said as he maneuvered the pickup truck to avoid a mutant. The others were thrown to one side, and then swung back by inertia, with Feng Yusheng and Lambert wearing expressions that indicated they had already become accustomed to it. Shao Ming noticed their expressions in the rearview mirror and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is my driving bad?" As the pickup truck moved forward, the number of mutants on the road increased. Aside from the group of mutants following the truck in the rearview mirror, there were also more and more mutants blocking the road ahead. However, it was fortunate that they were in a small suburban city, and it wouldn't attract an endless horde of mutants like before. He seized the opportunity, turning the steering wheel to dart onto the railway between 2 parking lots. The train repair factory was just a few hundred meters ahead, with 6 workshops standing side by side at the end of the tracks. A mutant suddenly lunged out from the roadside, and due to the obstruction of the surrounding wall, Shao Ming did not see it at first. There was no way to dodge now. Shao Ming could only slow down and brace himself to hit it. "Hold on." With a loud bang, a mutant charging towards them was knocked away, and the pickup trucks had caved in. To make matters worse, the airbag deployed, directly hitting Shao Ming and Lambert in the face. Startled by the airbag, Shao Ming instinctively slammed on the brakes, bringing the pickup truck to a stop on the open tracks. Go, go! Feng Yusheng, who was not blocked by the airbag and was holding a backpack in the back seat, saw that many mutants were rushing toward the pickup truck. Shao Ming could still see the airbag in front of him, but he could guess the situation around him and quickly stepped on the gas again. Bang! Another collision sound echoed as Shao Ming felt the truck shake. Thankfully, the now deflated airbag would not deploy again. Shao Ming drove the pickup truck into an open workshop at the repair factory, and the group hurriedly got out and retrieved their weapons from the truck bed. Go close the door, Shao Ming shouted as he ran toward the door. Lambert and Feng Yusheng each dashed toward a door. Compared to the heavy doors of the warehouse from a couple of days ago, the workshop doors were not only thinner, but also had more tires at the bottom to assist. Shao Ming raised his shotgun and aimed at a mutant's forehead. Several running mutants were taken down one by one. It had to be admitted that the battles over the past few days had improved Shao Ming's shooting skills. Just as he fired another round from his gun, the .22 caliber bullet did not kill the mutant it hit. After falling, it surprisingly got back up. Shao Ming was busy shooting the next mutant and did not notice anything odd at first. It wasn't until he aimed the scope back on the mutant's head that he noticed a bloody bullet hole in its forehead. Shao Ming thought briefly. Although the .22 caliber had low lethality, at this distance of 100 meters, how could it not kill a mutant with no protection on its head? But it didn't matter. He could just shoot it again. The bullets in his gun were all spent, and just as Shao Ming was about to switch to the shotgun he was carrying, the two behind him finally managed to close the door. Hurry in, they shouted almost simultaneously, one in Chinese and the other in English. Shao Ming ran into the workshop, and the door finally closed behind him. He put the shotgun back in the pickup truck and began to inspect the workshop. In the center of the workshop was a train undergoing maintenance, with the right side divided into two levels. The first floor had plenty of tools, while the second floor had a locked room. The sun was now nearly setting, and since the workshop only had skylights, it was quite dim inside. Type 68 locomotive, Lambert said, walking over to the train and stroking it. It was only delivered domestically after 2016. I never expected I would have a chance to operate such a train. Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng exchanged glances. Why did Lambert seem a bit creepy? I'll go find something to start a fire, Feng Yusheng volunteered, beginning to unload food from the pickup truck. Shao Ming, holding the shotgun, went up to the second floor. It started to rain outside the workshop, and the raindrops made a dripping sound against the steel exterior walls. Outside the door, the mutants that had managed to break through were now trapped outside, roaring at the workshop door in the rain. The door to the second floor room was tightly locked, and Shao Ming tried to twist the doorknob, but it had no effect. Lambert seemed to be looking for something on the first floor, while Feng Yusheng had already started a fire. Shao Ming knocked on the door panel. The door was wooden and not very thick. He took 2 steps back and raised his shotgun next to the door lock. Watch your fire, Shao Ming reminded the two downstairs and pulled the trigger. A large hole was shot into the wooden door, but the door lock remained attached to the door panel. He reloaded and pulled the trigger again. This time, the door lock completely separated from the door panel. Shao Ming pushed open the wooden door and raised his flashlight to illuminate the small room. Inside were 2 locked cabinets, and against the window side was a small table with a computer on it. On the wall to the right of the table was a key rack, and Shao Ming took 2 keys from it and put them in his bag. Although he didn't know what these 2 keys were for, it was better to have them than not. He opened the drawer of the small table and found some documents and a box of cigarettes inside. Shao Ming put the cigarettes in his bag. Although he didn't smoke, cigarettes had a social aspect, and as the saying goes, it's better to have them than not. Using the light from the window, Shao Ming flipped through the documents, some of which were registration manuals, while others appeared to be maintenance manuals. There were many technical terms that Shao Ming did not recognize. He picked up the maintenance manual, ready to show it to Lambert downstairs, when he heard the latter calling for him. Shao Ming, have you seen the train key? Shao Ming leaned out from the stairs, rummaged through his bag, and asked, is this what you're looking for? Handing the key and the maintenance manual to Lambert, Shao Ming saw Feng Yusheng squatting obediently by the fire, using an iron rod to poke at the potatoes in the flames. The girl's hair fell down beside her cheeks, and her face appeared especially three-dimensional and charming under the firelight. Chapter 52, Rare Leisure Time Mealtime. Feng Yusheng looked up and made eye contact with Shao Ming. Both of them awkwardly turned their heads away, and Shao Ming wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It's time to eat, finally. Lambert jumped down from the train and eagerly picked up a potato from the ground to peel. They hadn't eaten on time in the past few days. The 2 people next to him couldn't hide their embarrassment. Shao Ming tried to poke out a potato with his gun stock, but when he reached for it, he burned himself and quickly pulled his hand back. He then went to grab a bottle of water from the pickup truck, but ended up knocking down some of the food stacked on it. Shao Ming cursed himself inwardly, thinking, what is wrong with me? I've dated before. Why do I feel like a boy who has never seen a woman? Uffed. Feng Yusheng laughed, covering her mouth as she watched Shao Ming's clumsy antics. Let me help you, she said to Shao Ming, who was picking up potatoes from the ground. No, it's fine, Shao Ming hurriedly replied. I can manage on my own, it's no big deal. Feng Yusheng still stood up and came to Shao Ming's side, squatting down to help him pick things up. Shao Ming said awkwardly, thanks, I'm just so clumsy. No, you're really capable, Feng Yusheng said. At least you brought us through this. Lambert was nibbling on a potato while flipping through the technical manual, most of the terms still familiar to him. We're really lucky. Really lucky, Lambert said, looking at the maintenance report. This train has just finished maintenance and is ready to depart. It doesn't need any repairs, we can just drive it away. Shao Ming stood up from behind the pickup and said, don't you think our train needs to be armored a bit? Lambert thought for a moment and asked, do you mean adding some iron plates on the outside? Shao Ming nodded, recalling a classic movie, Land of the Dead. Although it featured armored vehicles on the road, why couldn't they also convert a train into an armored train? That's feasible, but what about the materials? Lambert asked. Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng sat down by the fire, and Shao Ming said to Lambert, the workshop next door is connected to ours with iron plates. And they don't seem too thick, we could give it a try. Then we need a high-powered cutting machine, Lambert said, but it can't be too big. If we find a CNC machine, it won't be able to cut the walls, it's best if it's handheld. Shao Ming slapped his forehead, recalling a type of equipment. That one, the cutting machine used by the fire department should work. He took out his tablet and searched for the fire department. We also need to check how thick this wall is. Lambert glanced at the iron wall behind the train and said, but it doesn't seem too thick. Shao Ming found the fire department on the map and said, there's a fire station about 3 kilometers away, but it's in the city. Now Shao Ming felt that bringing the tablet was one of the best decisions he made, and he had downloaded a global map on it. We could give it a try, Lambert said, block the side wheels. Okay. Feng Yusheng handed Shao Ming a peeled potato. It's not hot anymore. Ah, thanks. Shao Ming took the potato and stuffed it into his mouth. Lambert muttered softly beside them. Why do I have to peel my own? After the three of them finished their meal, they sat idly by the fire. Shao Ming set up the tablet on the back of the pickup truck, connected it to a power bank, and started playing a TV series. No, what if the power runs out later? Lambert said, confused. What time is it to be watching a TV series? There's a charging port in the truck, Shao Ming replied. The three of them sat down and watched the TV, while the mutated creatures outside had long quieted down and were nowhere to be seen. Watching the moving images on the tablet reminded Shao Ming of Li Long downloading a TV series a month ago. Now, the two were not only separated by life and death, but also thousands of miles apart. He couldn't help but touch the letter of intent in his tactical vest. Thankfully, it was still safely lying in his bag. Feng Yusheng walked to the back of the truck and took out a fruit can to share with everyone, naturally sitting next to Shao Ming. Let me see your hand, Feng Yusheng said as she took Shao Ming's hand and unwrapped the bandage. The wound on his thumb had shown signs of healing, but perhaps due to continuing to fight and shoot with his right hand after being injured, the healing wasn't very good. You need to wrap it again, Feng Yusheng said, getting up to fetch a new bandage. Lambert glanced over and gave Shao Ming a meaningful look. After watching 2 episodes of the TV series, the three of them went to find places to sleep. Feng Yusheng slept in the back seat of the pickup. Shao Ming sat in the driver's seat, while Lambert surprisingly lay down on the floor of the train's cabin. Until midnight, Shao Ming couldn't fall asleep. Outside, besides the sound of rain, there was nothing else, and the whole workshop was silent. His mind wandered. Sometimes he thought of Li Long, who died in bed, and sometimes he recalled the couple he had seen on the rooftop. Feng Yusheng turned over behind him, letting out a small mumble. Shao Ming rubbed his eyes and got out of the truck, draping his jacket over Feng Yusheng. The next day, Shao Ming was awakened by the sunlight. He quickly sat up and saw that it was already 11 o'clock. It was all because he couldn't sleep last night. He got out of the truck. Lambert was studying the train, while Feng Yusheng had already organized the supplies in the back of the truck and placed them in another cabin at the rear. Why didn't you wake me up? Shao Ming yawned and asked. We saw you sleeping so soundly. Feng Yusheng smiled and said, it was hard to wake you. She stepped down from the train and quietly said to Shao Ming, thanks for your jacket. I was going to wake you. Lambert peered out from the cabin with a resentful look. You were snoring, don't sleep sitting up next time. Shao Ming smiled awkwardly and took a sip of water. Let us have lunch and then check the fire department, he said, to see if we can find a cutter. For lunch, we'll have biscuits with potatoes. Feng Yusheng said, it's either potatoes with biscuits or biscuits with potatoes. Lambert's expression of resentment deepened. As long as there is something to eat, it's fine. Don't be picky, Feng Yusheng said to Lambert. Our biscuits are running low. We can also look for more food along the way. Okay, Shao Ming nodded. It was impressive that the biscuits he brought could last for 3 people for several days. After rekindling the fire and having lunch, Shao Ming loaded all the guns with bullets. The bullets are limited, so let us use iron rods when we can. Shao Ming handed the shotgun to the 2 of them and said, Chapter 53, Dog Gordon. Shao Ming pushed open the workshop door, and Lambert pressed the accelerator. Driving along the tracks, the surrounding mutated creatures, hearing the train sound again, became agitated and began to gather towards the train repair factory. Shao Ming jumped onto the back of the pickup truck, tapped the truck bed, signaling that they could set off. Lambert turned a corner and drove onto the road leading into the city. Sitting in the back, Shao Ming felt that the low railing made him feel like he might fall off at any moment. Perhaps because this road leads to another larger city, Birmingham. Not many people choose to leave the city via this route, so the road conditions are relatively good, unlike when Shao Ming initially left Manchester, where there were cars everywhere. The pickup truck quickly drove from the suburbs into the city, and the 3 of them had already shaken off the 3rd wave of over 100 small corpses. Fortunately, Lambert's driving skills were much better than Shao Ming's, and the pickup truck collided with several mutants along the way, but the vehicle did not suffer serious damage. They drove safely into the city center, where the fire station stood quietly by an intersection. Just as Lambert parked the pickup truck, hundreds of mutants charged in from all directions. Shao Ming immediately set up his shotgun in the back, taking out the 2 closest mutants. The 2 inside the truck hurriedly opened the doors and ran toward the fire station. Getting quickly, Shao Ming jumped out of the truck, resting his gun on the hood and firing at the incoming mutants with the support of the truck. Once both of them entered the fire station, Shao Ming put away his shotgun and closed the door. Lambert and Feng Yusheng immediately pushed a table against the door to block it. The mutants crashed against the door, and Shao Ming took the baseball bat from his back and wedged it between the door handles. There were no mutants on the 1st floor of the fire station, and there were no fire trucks in the garage, indicating that all the firefighters must have been dispatched when the mutation first began. Seeing that they were temporarily safe, Shao Ming walked over to the floor plan and said, behind the cafeteria on this floor, there is an equipment room on the 2nd floor. Let's check the cafeteria first. Feng Yusheng suggested. Shao Ming led the way, and the 3 of them entered the cafeteria together. Since the windows of the cafeteria faced away from the street, there were no mutants outside, but the lighting inside was not very good. A shadow flashed in the room and hid behind a cabinet. Shao Ming immediately raised his shotgun. But the shadow did not appear to be a mutant. It looked more like a large dog. The shadow peeked out from behind the cabinet, and the 3 of them could see its true form. It was a very thin German shepherd. Perhaps having seen only mutants during this time, the dog was quite cautious. The 3 of them and the dog watched each other warily. I think this is a normal dog, Feng Yusheng said. I think so too. Shao Ming squatted down, extended his hand, and called out to the German shepherd, Come here, come here. The German shepherd not only did not come over, but also tucked its tail and took 2 steps back. Feng Yusheng whispered, foreign dogs might not understand that. Shao Ming called out in English, Come here, come here. The German shepherd seemed to hesitate for a moment, but still slowly walked over. Good boy, good boy. Shao Ming reached out to pat the dog's head, and it did not refuse but slowly relaxed its guard. Shao Ming picked up the tag on the dog's collar, which had a few lines of text. Hanlini Fire Department. Loyal comrade. Search and rescue dog, Gordon. Shao Ming patted the dog's head and said, Your name is Gordon, right? Hearing its name, Gordon wagged its tail and spun around the 3 of them. It looks so thin. Feng Yusheng also squatted down to pet Gordon's body. You guys don't want to keep it, do you? Lambert said, We barely have enough food for ourselves. Shao Ming stood up, thinking about taking the dog with him. But Lambert was right. A big dog like that would require quite a bit of food, and it wouldn't be easy to feed 3 people. Let's look for food first, Shao Ming said. The 3 of them rummaged through the kitchen, and they couldn't ignore Gordon, who was following closely at their feet. Look here. Lambert opened the upper cabinet, which neatly held about 10 cans. He stuffed the cans into his backpack, and when Gordon heard the sound of the cans, he ran to Lambert's feet and sat down. No, 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 little guy. Lambert shook his head and said, This isn't for you. Feng Yusheng looked at Shao Ming, and the latter could only lower his head. There was nothing else in the kitchen. It seemed that Gordon had eaten all the food he could reach. Shao Ming held the shotgun and cautiously walked up to the 2nd floor. The hallway on the 2nd floor was pitch black, and even the emergency lights were no longer lit. Lambert took out a flashlight from behind and turned it on, allowing the 3 of them to see where the equipment room door was. Upon entering the equipment room, most of the fire tools had already been taken by the firefighters, leaving only some equipment in a wire mesh enclosure at the back. It was not difficult to find the cutting machine, as it was centrally located. Now this wire mesh became the only obstacle. Shao Ming tried to push the door, but as expected, it did not budge. There must be a key, Feng Yusheng said. I'll go look for it. While the three were discussing how to open the door, Gordon seemed to sense their intention and tugged at Shao Ming's pant leg. Do you have something to say? Shao Ming squatted down and patted Gordon's head, asking. Gordon turned and ran forward a couple of steps, then looked back at the three, seemingly guiding them to follow. Shao Ming was the first to follow, and Gordon ran forward a couple of steps again, stopping and looking back. Following Gordon, the three of them arrived at the office opposite the equipment room. Gordon ran to a table and scratched at a drawer with his paw. Shao Ming stepped forward to pull open the drawer, where a set of keys lay quietly. This dog is really smart. Shao Ming took out the keys and casually pointed them toward Lambert. The latter curled his lip and said nothing. Good boy, Gordon. Feng Yusheng squatted down to pet Gordon's head. Using the keys provided by Gordon, the three successfully opened the equipment room door. Shao Ming took out the cutting machine and handed it to Lambert, then retrieved a fire axe from inside. Just right, the baseball bat had been left downstairs. And he still needed a close combat weapon. Lambert asked, all right, now that we have everything, how do we get back? Feng Yusheng looked out the window and saw that although the mutants were no longer agitated, they were still gathering downstairs. According to the usual pattern, they will disperse by night. Shao Ming looked at the sky and said, we'll go back tomorrow morning. Chapter 54. A night of terror at the fire station. The three returned to the office, and the entire second floor only had this one room with 2 exits, which could be blocked with miscellaneous items. Even so, the fire station did not have the huge iron door protection like the workshop did last night. We'll take turns keeping watch. Shao Ming began assigning tasks, from 10 o'clock, 3 hours each. I'll take the first shift, Feng Yusheng said. I'm good at staying up late. Then I'll take the last shift, Lambert quickly added, thinking the person in the middle would have it the hardest. The two on either side could sleep for 6 hours, while the one in the middle would only be able to sleep intermittently. All right, Shao Ming nodded, as he actually didn't care. He wouldn't sleep well here anyway. He walked to the window to look down, and the mutants had all entered a dormant state, standing motionless downstairs. During dinner, Lambert took out 3 cans of peas from his backpack and shared them with everyone. Feng Yusheng took 1 can, found a small bowl, poured some peas into it, and pushed it in front of Gordon. Gordon happily wagged its tail and started eating. Shao Ming patted Gordon's head. This dog was truly delightful. But then he thought about bringing a dog along and having to feed it on the train, which would undoubtedly be a burden. After all, a train is not a car, and it can't just stop whenever. They didn't have a passenger car anymore, and there was no place to keep a dog. In the middle of the night, Feng Yusheng had already fallen asleep, and Shao Ming, taking over the watch, was yawning and staring out the window in a daze. The mutants downstairs had not dispersed yet, and Shao Ming really wanted to see why these mutants disappeared without a trace by the next morning, as if they had respawned. Logically speaking, even if they quickly entered a dormant state, shouldn't they all remain standing still? Why would it scatter on its own? Suddenly, Gordon, who was lying nearby, lifted its head warily, sensing that something had entered the fire station. Shao Ming had not yet noticed Gordon's unusual behavior and was still observing the mutated creature downstairs. Gordon suddenly stood up and ran towards the door. Its claws made a clicking sound on the floor, causing Shao Ming to turn around. And he saw Gordon at the door, sniffing the air. What do you smell? Shao Ming asked Gordon softly while picking up a nearby shotgun. Suddenly, through the small window on the door, Shao Ming seemed to see a shadow flash outside. Gordon let out a threatening sound from its throat, crouched down, and assumed an attack position. Could a mutated creature have come in? Shao Ming thought. But no, he hadn't heard anything moving downstairs. It couldn't be that he was seeing things. Otherwise, how could he explain Gordon's reaction? Shao Ming tapped Lambert several times to wake him up. When Lambert opened his eyes, he saw Shao Ming looking tense and making a shushing gesture. Lambert immediately woke up, grabbed a nearby iron rod, and whispered to Shao Ming, "What's going on?" "There might be something in the hallway," Shao Ming replied, looking at the window on the door, where the hallway outside was pitch dark. Gordon paced back and forth behind the door, its nose sniffing the air. "I want to go take a look," Shao Ming said quietly. "Are you crazy?" Lambert replied. "Why not wait until morning?" "I don't want to sleep with my heart in my throat," Shao Ming answered. "Besides, what if there's a place that's not properly closed off? What if more zombies get in?" He moved the cabinet blocking the door slightly and turned to Lambert, asking, "Do you want to come with me?" All right. Lambert shook his head and picked up the flashlight. Lambert woke Feng Yusheng, telling her to secure the doors and windows and keep an eye on the things in the room after they left. "You guys be careful," Feng Yusheng whispered. Shao Ming took the flashlight from Lambert and opened the door a crack, shining the light left and right. The hallway was empty. and Gordon slipped out between Shao Ming's legs. It continued to differentiate the various scents in the air, eventually looking toward the end of the left hallway. "All right, looks like it's this way," Shao Ming said as he stepped out of the room and handed the flashlight back to Lambert. He picked up a fire axe, hung the shotgun at his waist, and carefully walked toward the end of the hallway. Gordon crouched down and stopped a few meters from the corner, letting out a low growl. Shao Ming slowed his pace and raised the fire axe in his hand. Suddenly, a mutated creature jumped out from around the corner, charging straight at Shao Ming. Just as he was about to block it, Gordon leaped and bit down on the creature's neck. Although it was a hungry search and rescue dog, Gordon's sharp teeth were not for decoration. It clamped down on the creature's neck and shook it violently. The mutated creature struggled wildly for a moment before going limp. Just as Shao Ming was about to pull Gordon away, there was a sound of running behind them. Lambert turned around quickly, only to see a mutated creature rapidly approaching them on all fours. Behind it was another mutated creature in the same posture. It was the same type of mutated creature they had encountered in the warehouse before. Shao Ming had thought it was a rare occurrence, but he didn't expect there to be more mutated creatures with such agile movement after mutation. However, today was different from before, back in the warehouse. Shao Ming didn't have a shotgun in his hands. "Fall back," Shao Ming shouted. One mutated creature lunged at them, and Shao Ming raised the shotgun, firing a shot directly. The creature, mid-leap, twisted and flew backward. The other mutated creature saw this and immediately turned and ran, disappearing around a corner. Lambert recognized it too and said to Shao Ming, "It's the same type of zombie we saw in the warehouse that day." Outside the window, the previously dormant mutated creatures were awakened by the gunfire and began to attack the fire station. There were loud crashing sounds and the roars of mutated creatures coming from downstairs, and the two exchanged worried glances. They didn't know how long the barricade at the front door could hold, and there was still one mutated creature left inside that hadn't been dealt with. "We need to gather our things," Shao Ming said. "We can't stay here." Back in the office, the three immediately grabbed their backpacks and, with Gordon, ran to the other side of the building. With a crack, the baseball bat Shao Ming had used as a door lock broke, and the tables and chairs blocking the door were slowly pushed aside. The first mutated creature burst in with its blood-red eyes, quickly followed by a second and a third. "Which way do we go?" Feng Yusheng asked. "That way." Shao Ming led the two and the dog into a large room, which was the dispatch room above the fire station's garage, allowing firefighters to slide directly into the garage. Shao Ming had memorized this place when he looked at the floor plan yesterday, just for this kind of situation. Suddenly, a mutated creature appeared behind them, charging towards them at high speed. It was the one that had escaped. Shao Ming was watching the situation downstairs when he heard the sound of a mutated creature charging at them. Since he had already used the gun, he wasn't worried about waking up the mutated creatures downstairs again. Shao Ming pulled the trigger, but unexpectedly, the mutated creature quickly dodged to the side. If it had been a different gun, he might have missed. Unfortunately, Shao Ming was holding a shotgun. Although the mutated creature moved quickly, it still took a hit to the leg. It lost its balance, rolling twice on the ground before stopping. Without hesitation, Shao Ming quickly fired a second shot. This time, he wouldn't miss. The mutated creature's head exploded, leaving it lifeless. "Hurry up." Shao Ming heard the roars of the mutated creatures getting closer upstairs. "How do we get out?" Lambert asked anxiously. "Haven't you ever watched TV?" Shao Ming's adrenaline surged again in the face of crisis as he grabbed Gordon, who was spinning nearby, and shouted, "Slide down with this iron rod." Shao Ming was the first to slide down into the garage. Although the garage door was open, there weren't many mutated creatures inside because most had rushed to the second floor where the gunfire had come from. Shao Ming set Gordon down, raised the shotgun, and charged towards the doorway. In the moonlight, he saw the pickup truck parked safely at the entrance, and fortunately, there were only about 100 mutated creatures surrounding the building, with just a few slow ones that hadn't entered the fire station yet. Shao Ming shot the two mutated creatures closest to the pickup truck, threw his backpack into the truck bed, and Feng Yusheng had already slid into the garage. Just as Lambert was grabbing the iron rod, the mutated creatures rushed into the room. One mutated creature reached out from the slide and grabbed Lambert's backpack, leaving him dangling in midair. "Get the backpack off," Feng Yusheng shouted at Lambert in a panic. "I won't give up my canned beef." Lambert managed to free one hand to grab the shotgun behind him, fumbling to aim it at the mutated creature's head. He pulled the trigger with his thumb, and the bullet instantly shot into the creature's forehead. Shao Ming shot another mutated creature, jumped into the pickup truck, and started the engine. Luckily, Lambert had the sense not to take the car keys out yesterday. The other two quickly followed suit and got into the pickup truck. Shao Ming glanced in the rearview mirror, making sure both people and the dog were all accounted for. He pressed down on the gas pedal, knocking down a mutated creature that charged out from the fire station entrance and drove towards the outskirts of the city. After a few blocks, the mutated creatures finally disappeared from sight. It was still deep night, and the headlights shone brightly in the darkness. They drove in silence until they returned to the garage. Shao Ming jumped out of the truck and took out the cutter from his backpack. Lambert yawned and said, "Let's sleep first. We can look at it tomorrow." Early the next morning, Shao Ming was awakened by the sound of metal cutting. He opened his eyes groggily, as if what had happened last night was just a dream. Lambert was cutting wall panels while wearing sunglasses he had found from somewhere. And Feng Yusheng had somehow found a few iron rods and was heating 2 cans over a fire. As for Gordon, he was staring blankly by the front door. Shao Ming climbed out of his seat and walked over to Lambert. Seeing that Shao Ming was awake, Gordon wagged his tail and came over to be petted. "Good morning," Feng Yusheng said, stirring the contents of the can with a spoon. "We can have hot food today." "Morning," Shao Ming said, patting Gordon's head and greeting Feng Yusheng. With a clang, a piece of iron fell down. "There's a welding gun in the next workshop," Lambert said, noticing Shao Ming approaching. "This cutting machine for fire protection is indeed powerful. Did you measure it?" Shao Ming asked. "This is the first piece," Lambert said. "It can be placed on the side of the locomotive to protect the wheels." "Great," Shao Ming said, squatting down to observe the iron plate. The plate was at least 5 centimeters thick, quite solid. "Not bad," Shao Ming nodded. "Do you need my help?" "Now," Lambert gestured with the cutting machine on the wall. "Not right now. I'll need it later." Shao Ming squeezed through a gap into another workshop, which was empty, with no trains parked inside. He walked over to a basket piled with equipment and brought back a welding gun. After chatting with Feng Yusheng for a while, Lambert finished cutting 4 iron plates and called Shao Ming over to take a look. "These 2," Lambert pointed to the longer pieces, "go in the front, and the other 2 in the back." Shao Ming tried to lift one. Even the shorter pieces weighed at least 400 or 500 kilograms. Far too heavy for just the 2 of them to handle. As a long-term university student, he had no concept of weight, and these iron plates were surprisingly heavy. "How are we going to stand these heavy plates up?" Shao Ming asked. "There's a small crane in the next workshop. It shouldn't be a problem," Lambert said, leading Shao Ming into the adjacent workshop. A 2-person tall device with hooks and a stand was parked next to the tracks. From its appearance, it looked like a gantry crane that could move in all directions. "This must be the small crane Lambert mentioned." Shao Ming tried to drag it. Although it had 2 small wheels at the bottom, it was still quite heavy when lowered. However, dragging this thing was certainly easier than moving half a ton of iron plates. Moreover, they also had a pickup truck. After much effort, the 2 finally moved the gantry crane to a suitable position. This crane was designed for maintaining trains and could be fully extended to sit right on top of the locomotive for lifting. Unfortunately, without electricity, they could only operate the crane manually with a hand crank. "Hey," Feng Yusheng, standing nearby, asked, "why don't you 2 eat some hot food before continuing?" After eating, the 2 continued their modification work. Since there were no places on the iron plates for hooks to latch onto, Lambert had to cut another hole so the hook could grab the plate. A new problem arose. The 3 of them could not lift the iron plate that had fallen to the ground. "Come on, that's half a ton, and it's stuck to the ground," Shao Ming said. He found a pry bar, and the 3 of them together could only lift one corner of the plate slightly. He regretted not working out with Li Long back then, but even if he had been gymming regularly, he didn't know how much that would help now. Shao Ming shook his hands and said, "Let's check the truck for a jack." Feng Yusheng, closest to the truck, immediately climbed into the bed of the pickup and really did find a jack in a box. The 3 of them lifted the plate again and managed to wedge the jack underneath, successfully hooking onto the plate. "Not bad," Lambert clapped his hands. "Next, we should be able to weld it on." Chapter 56, The Track Dilemma. After a whole day of effort, the 3 of them finally installed the 4 iron plates on the side of the train. Now all the wheels had a thick outer shell. However, in terms of appearance, it looked rather unappealing, due to the recutting of the iron plates. Some excess scraps were piled up by Lambert at a height just over a person's head at the front of the train. For various reasons, they did not completely cover the front of the train with iron plates. First, this would block the connection point at the front, making it difficult to push it away if another train blocked their path. Second, the front of the 68 type train had a snowplow that could be used to clear mutants. Third, Lambert had already added iron plates in front of the cockpit, so adding more would be unnecessary. Moreover, the workload was still too much for the 3 of them. Shao Ming threw himself into the back of the pickup truck. Although they had help from the crane, it was still purely manual operation, which was exhausting. Fortunately, the windows of the 68 type train were not large, or they would have had to find a way to reinforce them. Now, the only one left with energy in the workshop was probably Gordon. The dog walked around the workshop and finally sat down next to the leftover cans. Shao Ming patted his belly. He was hungry too, but he was too lazy to move and just wanted to lie in the pickup truck and take a nap. It started to rain outside again, and raindrops blurred his vision on the skylight. Feng Yusheng put 3 cans on the fire and added a few potatoes. Time to eat, Feng Yusheng called out. The next morning, the group began packing up to set off again. Shao Ming really wanted to take the pickup truck with them. But right now they only had the front of the train with no place to put the truck. They would have to search for it again when they needed it. The 3 prepared some ammunition and food in the front cabin, while everything else was placed in the back cabin. The door, half a person high, was no problem for Gordon. He jumped in the train. Although no one mentioned Gordon's stay, it was clear they had accepted this new member. Who was going to open the door? Lambert asked when everyone was on the train. Open what door? Shao Ming said. Just crash through it. The train started up and charged towards the exit. The large door of the workshop was smashed open by the train, and after a brief stop of a few days, the journey continued. All right, Lambert said, let's stick to the original plan and head for Birmingham. Accompanied by the sounds of wheels clashing against the tracks, the train headed towards Birmingham. With the iron plates in front of the locomotive, Lambert increased the train's speed a bit, but he still had to be on guard for any other trains on the road. If we're going to take the underwater tunnel, Shao Ming put down the flat panel and asked, do we need to go through London? We can bypass it from the outskirts, Lambert said, taking the flat panel to look at the map. He then said, the urgent matter is to change tracks near Rugeley. Rugeley is the stronghold of Birmingham, where the railway splits into 2 lines. One continues south directly to Birmingham city centre, while the other heads west through a small cluster of towns towards the north side of London. This change of tracks is crucial. Heading south into Birmingham City is tantamount to a death sentence, while heading west can lead directly towards London, exiting England through the underwater tunnel. In fact, the train from Manchester to London takes only 2.5 hours at best. While Shao Ming and his group had already been traveling for almost a week and had barely covered half the distance. So we can't avoid it this time, right? Shao Ming looked at the map, where the track change was in the center of a small town. We'll find out soon, Lambert pointed ahead, where rows of neatly arranged houses had appeared in front of the train. As the train entered the small town, mutants unsurprisingly surrounded them. Unfortunately, they are much worse off than their predecessors. The raised iron plates on both sides of the train became the best weapon for hitting the mutants, and dozens of mutants rushing to eat hot tofu were shredded like tofu blocks. Not far away were 2 tracks going in different directions. Due to the obstruction of the mutants, the 3 people in the cabin could not see the exact situation of the tracks and could only let the train roar forward. Hundreds and thousands of mutants surged in from all directions, but they posed no threat to the 3 inside the train. The train went straight at the junction, entering the road heading west. Oh, Lambert sighed, relieved. They had taken a more favorable route. Shao Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. But a question immediately popped into his mind. He said, we were lucky this time. If we're not lucky next time, how can we move that lever surrounded by thousands of zombies? Lambert awkwardly replied, we can't. Large stations like this are generally remotely controlled, and the manual switch has been cancelled. Shao Ming almost aimed his gun at Lambert's head. Don't worry, Lambert said. Many suburban switching systems still use traditional manual methods. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to change the train's tracks in the last 2 instances. Besides, we can also destroy the automatic control system to move the tracks in the direction we want. Well said, Shao Ming replied, but what if we can't? Lambert answered. If we can't, we'll need to restart the central computer at key locations to change the route. But don't worry, Lambert continued, at least in the UK. Most tracks will eventually lead you to London. Moreover, important places like stations will have their own emergency power sources that can be activated. Shao Ming looked out at the dense crowd of mutants, once again contemplating the correctness of taking the train home. The troubles were far more than he had anticipated. Indeed, trains are sturdy, and if the tracks are clear, they are fast, but in most cases, they cannot control which track the train enters. If they are unlucky next time and take the wrong direction, and if luck runs out, they might only be able to jump off the tracks. No wonder Lambert always slows down significantly at junctions, severely affecting the speed of the 3. Perhaps traveling by car would be more convenient in the suburbs. Perhaps seeing Shao Ming's concerns, Lambert said, cars can't pass through the underwater tunnel. If a train blocks the tunnel, we still need to rely on the train to clear it. Shao Ming glanced worriedly at Feng Yusheng, whose expression was also subtle. I hope you're right, Shao Ming said. I still prefer the feeling of being able to control the direction myself. The train flipped over 2 small cars parked in the middle of the road, dragging the corpses of the mutants as it drove toward the outskirts of the city. Chapter 57. Pilot Wellington. Shao Ming looked at Lambert beside him. Although they had been through life and death together, he felt that this railway engineer still had many things hidden from them. Fortunately, the next stretch of road had no junctions, and the train sped through the countryside, nearing the urban area of London in less than an hour. Moreover, the group noticed that the closer they got to London, the fewer mutants there were in the villages and towns. They decided to stop first and plan how to get through the city of London. I say, why don't we find a car or walk around London? Shao Ming jumped off the train and said, the railway system in London is so complicated. Even if we can switch tracks manually, changing every 100 meters still means battling millions of zombies? Yeah, Feng Yusheng echoed, it's not realistic to walk in the city. Seeing that the two were no longer on the train, Lambert hurriedly said, we just need to find London's railway terminal. Do you know where the terminal is? Shao Ming retorted, have you considered how to safely enter and exit among hundreds of thousands of zombies? Lambert was left speechless by the question. Perhaps he hadn't thought about these issues either. You two stop arguing, Feng Yusheng said, looking at the nearby railway, patting Shao Ming's shoulder. What do you see over there? In a few fields, a helicopter was quietly parked among them. A helicopter? Although there were trees blocking the view, Shao Ming recognized it at a glance as a Jaguar HC-2 helicopter. He pulled out his shotgun, found a spot with minimal obstruction, crouched down, and raised the sight. Through the scope, Shao Ming saw that the helicopter's cockpit door was open, and there were some pots and pans inside. He lowered the shotgun and said, let's go check it out. The three crossed the fields, and a military green helicopter appeared before them. The door of the helicopter was painted with 15 small skulls. Shao Ming boarded the helicopter, and on the floor of the cabin lay a portable alcohol stove next to several open cans. It looked like someone had lived here. Who would live in a helicopter? Shao Ming touched the alcohol stove, and it still had some residual heat. There are still living people. Shao Ming turned to the two outside the helicopter and said. Suddenly, Gordon warily stared at the nearby bushes. And then a person in military uniform jumped out with a gun. To be precise, he was only wearing military underwear. The soldier tightly gripped an assault rifle, aiming it at the three. Feng Yusheng grabbed the restless Gordon, who felt ready to leap forward. Put down your gun. Put down your gun. Lambert shouted urgently. The soldier gradually lowered his gun, his eyes filled with shock. Are you really alive? The soldier asked. Have you ever seen a zombie that can talk? Shao Ming jumped down from the helicopter and replied. I thought everyone was dead. The soldier lowered his rifle, his face full of joy. I am 2nd Lieutenant Wellington of the 16th Air Assault Brigade, Army Aviation helicopter pilot. Shao Ming introduced their group to Wellington and asked, how did you end up here? Wellington climbed aboard the helicopter, feeling no embarrassment, and began to put on his military uniform. About 2 weeks ago, after the mutation outbreak, I received orders to join the team heading to London to maintain order, but then the situation gradually got out of control. Wellington handed the three a can. Want to eat? Seeing the three shake their heads, Wellington continued. Within a few days, we had just set up a temporary base. And 85% of the people in the city had mutated. The same goes for the military. Many comrades have turned into monsters. After 2 days, I and a few remaining comrades received orders to gather at the base, saying there was a new mission. I took them to the base, where there were probably still a few thousand living people. The higher-ups gave us a new mission, asking us all to enter London, to rescue the king and prime minister trapped under Buckingham Palace. Wait, so there are still troops entering London? Shao Ming interrupted Wellington. Not long before you arrived. Wellington tapped the emblem painted on the cabin door. We deployed 15 times to scout for the rescue team. So did you succeed? Do you know what the funniest part is? Wellington sighed and said, those idiots in the base fired cannons for a day and night, attracting all the mutants from the surrounding towns. Yes, we succeeded. Those idiots managed to rescue the high-ranking officials and royal family members. But when I flew back to the base, I found it filled with zombies. And not a single person told us where to regroup. Some said to go to Brighton, that the French Navy would pick us up there. But when I flew over, all that was left was a beach full of abandoned heavy equipment. And then I ended up here, with the helicopter's fuel burned out. The three looked at each other after hearing this, unsure of what to say. An entire unit was sent in just to save a few royal members? Shao Ming didn't know if the king had 2 extra eyes compared to ordinary people. What about you? Wellington asked. We escaped all the way from Manchester by train, Shao Ming said. We plan to return to China. Hearing Shao Ming's words, Wellington hurriedly asked, are you going to Austria? Or passing through Germany would work too. Lambert nodded and said, we will pass through Germany. Can you take me with you? Wellington quickly said, I sent my wife and children to Austria at the beginning of the mutation. I want to find them. Of course. Shao Ming was almost eager. A pilot is a highly skilled professional. Can you fly a big plane? Like a passenger plane? Fixed wing? Wellington awkwardly replied, I only know how to fly a few types of helicopters. I haven't learned fixed-wing aircraft, so I can't find a plane to take you home. If I could, I would have flown to Austria by now. All right, Shao Ming said. Pack up your things and return to the train. Have you flown over London? Lambert asked. What's the situation inside London now? Depends on your route, Wellington said. Most of the zombies are concentrated in the eastern urban area and the military base in the northeast. Haven't you noticed that there aren't many zombies on the west side where we are? The three thought about it, and indeed, the closer they got to London, the fewer mutants there were. After hearing Wellington's words, Lambert quickly asked, "Where's the map?" "On the train." Chapter 58. Luton Airport. Lambert returned to the train and took out a tablet to check the map. His gaze finally landed on a station. "I once visited Paddington Station in London City and toured the control room there. You can control all the railway crossings in London from there." "Is it computer controlled?" Feng Yusheng asked. "But there is no electricity now. Major stations have emergency diesel generators," Lambert said. "They are prepared for sudden power outages and usually have 2 backup power supplies. Otherwise, if a train comes and you can't switch tracks in time, it would cause a major accident." Because some genius who gave 1 star after reading only a few chapters thought only he knew trains needed refueling, Lambert continued. "Generally, large stations have dedicated fueling facilities. Since many trains stop at these stations, don't worry about running out of fuel. Also, changing the locomotive can solve fuel shortage problems. 1 locomotive can be refueled in half an hour and run nearly 1,000 kilometers. Same as always," Shao Ming said. "I hope you're right." Wait. Wellington said from the side. "Are you planning to enter the city of London?" Lambert nodded. "We need to switch all the tracks to the correct positions so we can get through the undersea tunnel smoothly." Suddenly, Wellington seemed to think of something and said, "Go to Luton. There should be usable helicopters at Luton Airport." "Helicopters?" Shao Ming asked. Wellington quickly explained, "Many places in the city have been bombed. Although the west side is not the main attack direction, it's the advance route of another rescue team. So the road conditions in the city might not be very good. So you want us to take a helicopter in?" Feng Yusheng said. "Won't the zombies in the city be attracted?" "No," Wellington said firmly. "There are hardly any zombies left on the west side of the city. Even if there are some, we can quickly evacuate by helicopter." The three thought for a while and decided to agree with Wellington's plan. Driving would also attract many mutants, and they weren't trapped indoors for the first time. Flying over by helicopter is safer. Besides, Luton is only about 15 kilometers from their current location. It's worth a visit. "All right, plan settled." Shao Ming stood up and said, "Let's set off after lunch." After lunch, the group began packing their equipment. Wellington stood at the back of the train, looking at a photo in his hand. Seeing Shao Ming approaching, he quickly pocketed the photo. "Your family?" Shao Ming asked. "Yes," Wellington nodded. The determined soldier's face showed a happy smile. "I have served my country until the last moment. Now it's time to find my family. We will reach Germany soon," Shao Ming said. Deep down, he didn't want this pilot to leave the team. If possible, he even wanted to drag a helicopter along. The 4 prepared their weapons and ammunition, took some food, and left the tracks. From this track to Luton City, they only needed to head northeast, crossing a small hill. At first, they were cautious but soon realized they were too remote and there were no mutants nearby. Combined with Wellington's words, there were hardly any mutants in the city nearby. The group began chatting, and the 3 seemed to have many questions for the newcomer. Walking on the country road, the words apocalypse seemed unrelated to them. They looked more like people on a spring outing. "So you had no doubts after receiving the order?" Shao Ming asked. "To rescue a group of leaders from a country that no longer exists?" "Mind your words," Wellington suddenly said seriously. "It's the army's duty, the soldier's vocation." At that time, the army hadn't completely collapsed. We had to obey orders. "Oh, all right." Shao Ming was startled by Wellington's serious tone. "Sorry, I shouldn't have said that." "It's okay," Wellington said. "If I had known it would be like this, I would have just taken a plane and run away at the start." "You said you sent your family out at the beginning?" Feng Yusheng asked curiously. "How did you get them out? I can't even get plane tickets." Wellington smiled faintly and pointed to his military rank. "I'm at least a junior officer." Wellington paused, "though in London City that doesn't mean much. I still know a few friends in the airlines." Wellington took out a photo of his wife and children from his bag and handed it to the 3. "Look, my wife and kids, nice, right?" After speaking, his eyes seemed a bit dim. "They'll be fine," Feng Yusheng comforted him. The country road after the rain was not too difficult to walk. About 4 hours later, the group saw clusters of houses not far away. "That's Luton." Wellington lowered his voice. "The airport is on the outskirts of the city, quite large, definitely has what we want." Shao Ming could roughly guess. Since although Luton is far from central London, it is still part of London. The 3 climbed a hill, and the airport appeared nearby. Wellington took out binoculars and frowned, then handed them to Shao Ming. Shao Ming took the binoculars and clearly saw the airport terminal. The terminal was crowded with mutants, truly a mountain of corpses. "Look at the hangar opposite the terminal," Wellington said. Following Wellington's voice, Shao Ming looked and saw a Bell 206 helicopter parked in front of a hangar. "Oh, I see it," Shao Ming said. "Helicopter. Classic model, L206. Wellington said, I learned to fly this right after flight school. We need to go around from the other side, Shao Ming said. Too many zombies on the terminal side. He turned the binoculars to the other side, where a C-130 transport plane was parked. Looks like your people have been to this airport, Shao Ming said. Chapter 59. Infiltrating the airport. Wellington took the binoculars and looked at the transport plane's markings. More precisely, it was from the Air Force. But it seems your Air Force friends are blocking our only path, Shao Ming replied. Lambert patted Wellington on the shoulder, indicating he also wanted to see. Wellington handed the telescope to Lambert while saying, we can first go into the hangar and use its cover to clear the mutants next to the transport plane. Then board the helicopter. After thinking for a moment, Wellington added, the helicopter has been there for an unknown amount of time. I still need to bring over the fuel truck next to it. Conservatively, that will take about half an hour. Half an hour? Feng Yusheng, squatting behind the three, said. If it takes that long, the fuel tank doesn't need to be full, but speeding up the pre-flight checks will still take at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes should be manageable, Shao Ming thought for a moment and said, there's an off-road vehicle with a heavy machine gun next to the transport plane. And the zombies will take time to rush out of the terminal and cross the runway to the hangar. It's a gamble between risk and reward. Lambert put down the telescope and said, it seems crossing the runway would only take 2 or 3 minutes. You can help me get to the plane and adjust the trajectory before dark, Wellington said. Or we could choose to head into London to see which rooms still have zombies hiding. Both Shao Ming and Lambert didn't want to choose either option. Although Wellington's words had proven true along the way, most mutants had been attracted away. What if there were still mutants in the city like those that hadn't left the airport? With a helicopter, they could also hover in the air to observe before taking action. On the other hand, there were indeed many mutants resting inside the terminal. And if any part of the plan went wrong, it could be more than just being torn to pieces for the 4 of them. Shao Ming recalled the horror at Manchester Airport train station, where nothing was left behind. Noticing that Shao Ming was a bit hesitant, Wellington said, we can observe a bit longer. I can fuel and check at the same time. It'll take 5 minutes to get it done. Shao Ming took back the telescope and looked, asking, is the fuel truck connected to that small plane on the left? Through the telescope, he saw a Cessna 172 towing a fuel truck parked on the other side of the helicopter. The 2 planes weren't far apart. Can we fly directly to the underwater tunnel? Shao Ming asked. From the journey's perspective, it's definitely possible, Wellington replied, but then we would need more time to refuel. Shao Ming glanced back at Feng Yusheng, who remained silent as always. Although he knew she would support him no matter what choice he made, he sometimes really sought her opinion. Let us give it a try, Shao Ming ultimately decided, thinking that even if they didn't get the helicopter, they had several off-road vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns. The group left the small hill and walked towards the airport. First, let us observe the situation next to the transport plane, Wellington said. If there aren't too many zombies, we'll try to deal with it this way. Saying this, he drew the dagger from his vest. The 3 behind him nodded. 2 took out half-meter-long iron rods, while 1 produced a fire axe from behind. Wellington put the dagger back and said, if my Air Force friends are a bit too many, let us make it quick and get the heavy machine guns. The 3 behind him nodded. Who has the best shooting skills? Wellington asked. Feng Yusheng and Lambert pointed at Shao Ming in unison. Shao Ming explained, I just spend more time at the shooting range. Okay, Wellington said, I'm about the same. On the way, Feng Yusheng picked up a rope from somewhere and looped it around Gordon's neck. The 4 of them and the dog arrived at a road that led directly to the entrance of Luton Airport. In the direction towards the airport, they saw hundreds of cars piled up. Shao Ming and Wellington observed for a while, seeing no sign of mutants on the road, and crossed it first. Once all 4 of them had crossed the road, they headed toward the hangar. The wall surrounding Luton Airport was different from that of Manchester Airport. It was merely a barbed wire fence 2 or 3 meters high enclosing the airport. The group easily climbed into the airport, and the large hangar blocked the mutants' line of sight from the terminal. Okay, it should be in this nearby hangar, Wellington said quietly. He led the way toward the back door of the hangar, raised his handgun, and pushed the back door open a crack. After confirming it was safe, Wellington slowly approached the inside of the hangar. Shao Ming followed closely behind Wellington. Near the back door of the hangar, there were many mechanical devices Shao Ming couldn't name, likely used for aircraft maintenance. These machines blocked the mutants outside the hangar from seeing them, and the 2 crouched behind the cover, cautiously observing. Shao Ming peered out, and right at the hangar door was the C-130 transport plane, with 2 Land Rover Defenders parked behind the open cargo door. One of the Defenders was a convertible model, equipped with a 762mm caliber M240 machine gun and a 127mm M2 machine gun. The other was a standard model without any weapons. Due to the transport plane's obstruction, Shao Ming hadn't seen the situation of the mutants nearby until he moved behind the transport plane. Now he could see clearly. There were 3 mutants standing near the transport plane, 2 of them fully armed, and 1 seemed to be an officer. In addition, there were many dried bloodstains inside the cabin and on the off-road vehicle. Looks like your Air Force friends had a meal of your Air Force friends. Shao Ming retracted his head and said. Wellington said, 3, not many. We can deal with them quickly. Shao Ming looked at the nearly 50-meter-long hangar and saw a long open space from where they were hiding to behind the transport plane. How do we get over? Shao Ming asked. Let them come to us, Wellington said. The 2 called the remaining 2 into the hangar, and when Gordon's paws touched the ground, everyone's hearts raced. Then, Wellington tapped a nearby scaffolding with his dagger. The noise indeed woke the mutants, and the 3 of them walked curiously toward the hiding place of the 4. As the first mutant approached, Shao Ming, closest to it, leaped up and swung the fire axe down. Immediately afterward, Wellington shouted and lunged with his dagger at another mutant. As for the farthest one, Feng Yusheng let go of the rope holding Gordon. 1 minute later, only 3 corpses remained on the ground. Shao Ming's hand still throbbed a bit, but it was much better than a few days ago, thanks to the thick bandaging done by Feng Yusheng. I'll go look for the helicopter keys. Wellington patted Shao Ming's shoulder and said, Well done. Let us check the vehicles, Shao Ming said. Taking an L-85A1 assault rifle from the corpse and addressing Feng Yusheng and Lambert. L-85A1, Shao Ming thought while looking at the assault rifle in his hand. Known as the world's most excellent bolt-action rifle due to its extremely high failure rate. However, at least it was a military product, and its power was certainly greater than his. 22 hunting rifle left on the train. Approaching the 2 defenders, Shao Ming discovered that the M2 heavy machine gun on the convertible version was not fed by a magazine, but was directly linked to the receiver with a belt. The belt dragged all the way down to the vehicle's floor, piled up with what seemed to be 600 or 700 rounds. The M240 at the front was still using a bullet box for feeding, with an estimated capacity of about 100 rounds. Although Shao Ming had never handled the real thing, he had seen enough in video games and movies to have a rough idea of how to operate the 2 machine guns. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Both defenders were covered in blood, and a bulletproof vest with chunks of flesh lay nearby. The bodies were already decaying, attracting a swarm of flies nearby. It seemed the mutants couldn't untie the bulletproof vests or bite through the inserts inside. Go look for the car keys, Shao Ming said to Lambert, adding that if something unexpected happened later, they would need these 2 vehicles to escape. Lambert nodded and got up in the car. Shao Ming led Feng Yusheng to bypass the corpse and entered the cargo hold of the transport plane. After searching for a while, they found nothing of value in the cargo hold, and the pilot was also missing. Next, it was up to Wellington. In the hangar, Wellington pried open the window of the small storage room and climbed inside. There were several keys hanging in the storage room, but fortunately, each key had a number. So he quickly found the key for the Bell 206. After rummaging through the storage room, he noticed that 2 keys were missing from the key rack. Shao Ming saw Wellington running out of the hangar, waving a key in his hand. Wellington made his way to the Cessna 172, and Shao Ming saw him open the cockpit door and climb inside. Do you need to go inside the plane to get the fuel hose? Feng Yusheng asked from the side. Shao Ming frowned and shook his head. I don't know. That old guy isn't thinking of flying away himself, is he? Fortunately, the 2 saw Wellington crawl out of the Cessna's cockpit again and start removing the fuel hose. Shao Ming took Feng Yusheng back to the car, but Lambert still hadn't found the key. Stop looking, Shao Ming said, grabbing Lambert, who was about to dive into another vehicle. Can you use a machine gun? How could I? Lambert replied, confused. Shao Ming turned to Feng Yusheng and said, go see if there are any car keys on those corpses inside. He turned back to Lambert and said, come over, I'll teach you how to use a machine gun. Once Wellington started the fuel truck, it could very likely alert the thousands of mutants inside the terminal, and then they would have to start suppressing fire. Shao Ming loaded the M240 for Lambert, saying, watch closely, pull here to open the top box, directly load the bullets inside, secure it, and then close the top box. Oh, okay, Lambert replied. Remember to pull the side bolt to chamber around, Shao Ming reminded him, then climbed onto the roof of the car and set up the M2. Wellington did not start the fuel truck, but instead dragged the fuel hose to the helicopter. Due to the helicopter blocking the view, Shao Ming could not see what Wellington was doing, only noticing that he took something else from the fuel truck and ran over. Shao Ming aimed the machine gun at the terminal. Although he appeared calm, he was very nervous inside. After all, there were still 2 people relying on him, and he had unconsciously taken on a leadership role, but facing a floor full of mutants, it would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious. He felt both of his thumbs on the trigger trembling. At that moment, the terminal felt like a huge cage, tightly holding the mutants inside. As soon as they made too much noise, this fragile cage would break. Fortunately, Feng Yusheng returned with the car keys, giving Shao Ming a bit of confidence. At least they could escape. Wellington peeked out from behind the helicopter and gave Shao Ming a thumbs up. Shao Ming nodded, signaling that they were ready. Wellington opened the helicopter door and climbed inside. About half a minute later, the helicopter's rotor began to slowly spin. In the hangar across the runway, a mutant slowly raised its head. It saw the already started helicopter and let out an angry howl. The surrounding mutants were awakened, and they all emitted terrifying cries. Shao Ming gripped the machine gun tightly, unsure which direction of the terminal's glass would break first. The mutants smashed through the terminal's glass and charged out. However, it seemed they forgot that the area where passengers stayed in the terminal was generally one floor higher than the ground. Most of the first mutants to charge out directly broke their legs, buying Shao Ming and the others more time. The mutants poured down from the second floor like a waterfall, dense enough to be suffocating. However, the few of them had seen many hordes of corpses before, so they were not about to get weak in the knees. This was the first time they faced a horde of corpses directly. Lambert shouted and pulled the trigger. The machine gun spat fire, bullets pouring into the mutants like a torrential rain. Oh no, Shao Ming thought, realizing he forgot to tell Lambert that firing like this would damage the barrel. But now he couldn't care less. The firepower of a single machine gun was not enough to stop the horde. Shao Ming's mind was filled with many films he had seen before, and he adopted a longer burst firing method. There was no need to aim now, just firing would take down a group of mutants. The 127mm caliber was no joke. The sound of two machine guns firing at the same time was deafening, but Feng Yusheng continued to shoot at the mutants that slipped through the gunfire with her shotgun. Gordon had never seen such a scene. It curled up, tucking its tail and hiding behind Feng Yusheng, trembling all over. Bullet casings clattered against the car floor, making a ringing sound. Fortunately, the mutants were relatively concentrated, and so far, none had crossed the runway. However, what Shao Ming didn't expect was that after a while, his M2 suddenly jammed. Chapter 61, Betrayal. Damn, I've seen how Lao Ganma likes to jam. I didn't expect to be so unlucky now. Lambert had also emptied a magazine and was reloading. His hands were shaking uncontrollably, making it difficult to load the bullets. Shao Ming watched the approaching mutants. Thinking he had never learned how to clear a jam, this was a disaster. Now both machine guns had stopped firing, and the mutants were rushing across the runway at an alarming speed. If they crossed the runway, there was only a taxiway in between, at most just a few dozen meters away. Shao Ming punched the receiver of the M2, and unexpectedly, the gun started working normally again. He quickly pressed the trigger, and the machine gun continued to unleash ammunition. The helicopter had already started, and the rotor was spinning rapidly. What safety rules? None of that mattered now. If mutants were sensitive to sound, then their small position was like someone shouting with 200 loudspeakers. Dinner time. Dinner time. The sound of the helicopter's rotor, the gunfire, and the mutants' roars was deafening. To be precise, the three people in the car were nearly deaf. However, at that moment, the Cessna next to the helicopter actually started to move. None of the three noticed that Wellington had long since left the helicopter and climbed into the Cessna. Wellington started the engine and began to taxi down the runway. Sorry, guys, Wellington said from the cockpit, taking this little plane with you might not get me to Austria. The train is just too slow. As he spoke, he took out a photo from his pocket and glanced at it. Thank you so much, Wellington said, looking at the three still fighting. Without your cover, I wouldn't have been able to get the plane. I will always remember you. Shao Ming was firing at the endless stream of mutants, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed that the Cessna 172 was accelerating down the runway. He couldn't believe his eyes, realizing that Wellington was clearly in the cockpit of that plane. That old guy really ran away, due to the helicopter blocking the view. Shao Ming hadn't seen Wellington start the plane, and with the sound of gunfire and the helicopter's rotor, he didn't hear the sound of another plane starting. Shao Ming released the trigger and kicked the already frenzied Lambert. Stop shooting, stop shooting. Shao Ming shouted, we're being played. That son of a bitch ran away. Lambert also stopped shooting, turning his head just in time to see the small plane accelerating towards the end of the runway. What? Lambert could hardly believe his eyes. Feng Yusheng was the quickest to react. She threw the shotgun into the back seat and hurried into the driver's seat. Fortunately, the Cessna 172 is just a four-seat single-wing propeller plane, which doesn't require a long runway to take off. As they approached the end of the runway, Wellington pulled the control stick and soared into the blue sky. Shao Ming was about to turn the machine gun toward Wellington to fire a burst, but he discovered that a mutated creature had already charged onto the taxiway, only 50 meters away from them. He cursed every Chinese and English swear word he could think of in his heart, directing all his anger at the mutated creature. Feng Yusheng struggled several times before finally getting the key into the ignition. She immediately started the engine and turned the vehicle toward the airport exit. Due to the hangar's blockage, the vehicle had to first drive along the taxiway to exit the hangar. She nearly pressed the accelerator pedal into the gas tank. Shao Ming aimed the machine gun at the mutated creature, but noticed that Gordon was running behind the vehicle. Gordon hadn't gotten in the car yet. The poor dog had been forgotten by the three, fleeing for their lives. Dog! Dog! Shao Ming hurriedly shouted, tapping on the roof of the car. Feng Yusheng quickly slowed down, and fortunately, Gordon was a rescue dog and had received quite a bit of training. It leaped up and jumped into the car. Within seconds, the mutated creatures had rushed to the helicopter's side. Shao Ming turned the machine gun and fired a barrage at the fuel truck. Several bullets penetrated the tank, sparking and igniting the fumes that were wafting out. Immediately, flames erupted from the opening in the fuel tank. The mutated creatures had already engulfed the fuel truck. Just as the fuel truck exploded violently, boom, the explosion took out at least 100 mutated creatures, and those farther away were also blown to pieces. Since the fuel truck was still connected to the helicopter by a fuel line, the explosion of the fuel truck triggered the helicopter's explosion. The rapidly spinning main rotor of the helicopter was blown away, and a section of the severed rotor flew directly over Shao Ming's head, embedding itself in the iron wall of the nearby hangar. Feng Yusheng pressed the accelerator down and shouted, "Everyone hold on." Then, she drove the vehicle through a section of barbed wire and charged onto the land outside the airport. If the pickup truck they had been in a couple of days ago had good shock absorption for comfort, this military vehicle, the Guardian, had no concept of shock absorption at all. Shao Ming was jolted so much that he could barely hold onto his gun and had to return to his seat. The Guardian made another turn, heading back toward the train station. Shao Ming recalled what Wellington had said, and only then did he feel something was off. How did he know there would definitely be a helicopter at Luton Airport, and that there just happened to be a fixed-wing aircraft being refueled next to it? Perhaps what Wellington said about the number of mutated creatures was true. After all, they hadn't encountered many mutated creatures along the way. But how could there be so many mutated creatures in the airport terminal, just when he needed a group of people to cover him? Wellington must have scouted the area long ago. He just couldn't take off without alarming the horde of corpses by himself. Nor could he take off while fighting off the horde. His plan was perfect, just missing a few eager young people to help him draw fire. Unfortunately, Shao Ming and the others were the first batch of eager young people that Wellington encountered. Shao Ming slammed his fist on the back of the seat, startling Lambert in the front. Lambert didn't say anything. No one expected that Wellington would actually run away by himself. Shao Ming turned back to look, and the mutated creatures inside the airport had already been shaken off. They bounced back along the same country road to the train, with no one saying a word. At least they were all safe. The three of them were in a daze for a while, and then Feng Yusheng held Gordon beside her and said, "Plus, we brought back such strong firepower." Shao Ming sighed, thinking that now there was only the positive side to consider. Chapter 5. The King's Address to the People of Great Britain. My dear subjects, in the past 2 weeks, our country, like most countries in the world, has suffered tremendous disasters. The government has collapsed, the military has been destroyed, society has crumbled, and the efforts of human civilization over the millennia have gone up in flames. Just half a month ago, there were 7 billion humans on this blue planet, but now, it is difficult to estimate if there are even 100 million left alive. When the pandemic broke out 6 months ago, no one could have predicted today. When people started to mutate a few weeks ago, few could have anticipated today. But today has come, and it will not leave. Darkness has enveloped the world. Please remember, we are facing an unprecedented enemy, who just days ago were your friends, brothers, and parents. But today, he or she has become a monster that wants to swallow you whole. Some of you may ask me, my king, is this the sunset of human civilization? Is this the swan song of England? I can only tell you, this is not the sunset of human civilization, nor will it be the sunset of the great English people. Some say that the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has gone downhill. No longer the maritime empire it once was. But in my eyes, we are still as strong as we were a century ago. Some in Parliament have suggested using nuclear weapons against our homeland, but such cowards have been driven back amidst everyone's curses. We will fight for tomorrow. We will fight for hope. I have granted the Prime Minister and Parliament the highest powers to act. We will gather all remaining armed forces. We will gather all medical resources. We will collect all available supplies. We will unite all remaining countries in the world that are still resisting. And with the help of our allies, we will take back our land and rebuild our civilization. If there are survivors, please head to France, in Paris. The spark of human civilization still continues. The British people and the French people will fight side by side. whether to eliminate the evil virus or to reclaim our cities and country. The desire to survive has erased the barriers between our two nations. We will achieve victory through our great friendship and joint efforts, and we will join hands to welcome tomorrow. As far as we know, most countries in the world are still resisting. In Asia, they have established the largest survivor camp in the world. In North America, vaccine development has entered a critical stage. In Central Europe, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and even Africa, we will not give up, we will not retreat. Although there are few humans left in the world, we will resolutely resist, and we will never let the spark of human civilization be extinguished in our generation. Oh, people of England, we will never give up our land. Just as we fought against the Nazis a century ago, we will fight in France. We will fight in the countryside. And we will fight in the cities with growing confidence and strength. Our nation once conquered the world. Our fleet once spanned the globe. We were the most powerful empire in history. No matter what the cost, we will defend our islands. We will fight on the beaches. We will fight on the landing grounds. We will fight in the fields and on the streets. We will fight in the hills. We will never surrender. God save Britain. Glory belongs to England. God will always stand by our side. Great human civilization. Long life. The King of Britain delivers a speech in Paris, France. Chapter 62. Entering London, Wellington's actions took the three by surprise, and during dinner, Shao Ming wore a gloomy face. What a bastard, Lambert said fiercely, biting into a potato. An ungrateful wolf, heartless. I just counted the things we brought back, Feng Yusheng said quietly. There's a shovel, a spare tire, and a few grenades in the car. Seeing Feng Yusheng's timid expression, Shao Ming couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so scared? I'm not angry with you. I can see you're not in a good mood. Feng Yusheng handed Shao Ming a candy. Here, eat this candy and you'll be happy. Lambert asked, is no one listening to me? After lunch, Shao Ming was moving the MREs that Wellington had left in the helicopter into the train when he suddenly noticed that several of the potatoes they had brought last time had sprouted. They definitely couldn't eat them, but could they plant them on the train? Shao Ming pondered the possibility of farming on the train, jumped down from the engine, and happened to run into Lambert, who was coming toward him. Now that the pilot is gone, how do you plan to get into the city? Lambert asked. I think Wellington's words still have some credibility. Shao Ming understood what Lambert meant. They were currently driving an open-top vehicle, and the protection was really too weak. For example, there aren't many zombies in that area, Lambert said. Yes, he can't deceive us on this point. Lambert nodded, but the situation inside London could be different. Yes. Shao Ming sighed. We didn't think carefully about what he said at that time. London is so large. Relying on artillery to bombard it for a day and night is probably not enough to turn it into ruins, not to mention that according to his claim, the west side isn't even the main attack direction. Lambert nodded. The few of them weren't fooled because Wellington's tricks were so clever, but because they were too gullible. Can your drone still be used? Shao Ming suddenly asked. It's out of battery, Lambert replied. Who brings charging cables during an apocalypse? The sky had darkened, and the three decided not to travel at night and to set off the next day. The next day, as soon as Shao Ming woke up, he found that it was pouring rain outside, which was quite unfriendly for the few who were in an open-top vehicle. Lambert was outside the train in the rain, tying the rain cover on the engine hood to the roof of the car, while Feng Yusheng was still sound asleep beside him. Shao Ming gently woke Feng Yusheng and went outside to help Lambert with the rain cover. After the few were ready, they drove the drafty and leaky open-top car into the city of London. After bumping along the tracks for 20 minutes, the open-top car finally reached the road. Shao Ming was sitting in the passenger seat checking the machine gun, while Feng Yusheng, feeling cold, tightly hugged Gordon in her arms. Gordon blinked his round eyes, looking around, unsure of what was different about the scenery on this journey. Before long, an overturned truck completely blocked a small bridge. Under the bridge was a river ditch. The depth unknown. I'll go see how deep this river is, Shao Ming said, putting on a helmet from the car and getting out. Hey, be careful. Feng Yusheng hurriedly jumped out of the car as well. Why are you following me? Shao Ming took off the helmet and put it on Feng Yusheng's head. It's raining so hard. Feng Yusheng said, you don't know how deep that river is. It's dangerous to just jump in. I'm not that stupid. Shao Ming looked at the small river, which appeared quite turbulent due to the rain. He used a fire axe to chop off a longer branch from a nearby tree, took it in hand, and walked toward the riverbank. He poked at the riverbed with the branch. Although the branch could only reach about a third of the small river, it was sufficient. It seemed that the river wasn't too deep, it just had a lot of rocks. Shao Ming dropped the branch and clapped his hands, saying, it's just a small ditch, not very deep, let's go back. Lambert drove the car through the small river, splashing water all over the three of them. The overturned truck blocked the road, and the traffic behind the truck stretched for several kilometers. The three could only drive along the railing, and not far away. The buildings of London had appeared in their sight. Wellington hadn't deceived them. The mutants in the west of the city had all been attracted away. Under the curtain of heavy rain, London appeared to them as a dead city, devoid of humans, mutants, and even birds and beasts. It stood there quietly, as if this vast city had become a relic of ancient times. As the three drove into the city, the road was filled with vehicles fleeing the city, forcing Lambert to drive slowly on the narrow sidewalk. Shao Ming vigilantly watched the nearby buildings, fearing that two mutants might suddenly jump out. As they passed a clothing store, Feng Yusheng called out to Lambert to stop the car. Lambert turned back and asked, "Miss, do you still want to shop for clothes?" Feng Yusheng replied, "Think about how long it's been since we changed our clothes. It's raining so heavily today. If you don't have anything to change into, just wait to catch a cold. It's not like before, where clinics could give you IVs." Lambert moved his wet toes in his shoes and said, "It would be best to find 2 more pairs of shoes. Look," Feng Yusheng pointed ahead. "There's a sneaker store not far away. Let's go shop." Feng Yusheng and Shao Ming jumped out of the open-top car and dashed into the clothing store. Fine, I'll go pick out some shoes myself." Lambert pulled out the keys and walked toward the shoe store, hiding under the awning of a street-side shop to avoid the rain. Shao Ming shone the flashlight around the clothing store. Although it wasn't large, it had a decent variety. Moreover, during the disaster, no one would loot clothing stores, so the store was relatively intact. Feng Yusheng picked several pieces of clothing off the shelf and hugged them to her chest. Shao Ming also casually selected a few items. To be honest, even in the past, he wore whatever he could find. Shao Ming noticed that Feng Yusheng didn't seem picky about the clothes, mostly grabbing jackets and raincoats. Suddenly, Feng Yusheng saw a piece of clothing, set aside the ones she was holding, and took that one to try it on. She turned around and asked Shao Ming, "Does it look good?" "It looks good," Shao Ming replied without hesitation, which reminded him of shopping with his ex-girlfriend back home. Fortunately, the mutants had all been attracted away. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to enter such a big city and slowly consider clothing. The two tossed a pile of clothes and pants into the back seat of the car, and Lambert was returning with several boxes of shoes. They exchanged places, and everyone selected some clothes to change into. "All right, ladies and gentlemen," Lambert restarted the engine. "Let's get back to business." Chapter 63 Control Room. Along the way, no mutants appeared to block the path of the three. Rather, the abandoned vehicles on the road created quite a bit of obstruction. Following the map's guidance, the open-top car came to a steady stop at the entrance of Paddington Station. "Do you remember where the control room is?" Shao Ming asked. "Of course, it's on the second floor of a standalone small building," Lambert replied. "This is London's second emergency dispatch room, capable of controlling all junctions within the city and 25 kilometers nearby when the main station becomes inoperative." "What about the backup generator?" Shao Ming continued asking. Lambert said, "Probably near the small building." Shao Ming shook his head and got out of the car with his shotgun. Due to the route Lambert pointed out, the three did not enter the train station but walked toward the tracks. Shao Ming looked at the platform. Every time he stood on the platform waiting for the train, he felt an impulse to jump down. The three crossed several train tracks and finally arrived in front of the control room. Shao Ming approached and turned the doorknob, but it wouldn't open. The door was a stainless steel security door and couldn't be directly blasted open with a gun. Shao Ming had no choice but to smash a nearby window with the butt of his gun. "I wish we could have an army help us attract zombies before we enter every city," Lambert sighed. If every city had an army, Shao Ming glanced back at Lambert. There wouldn't be any zombies left. Shao Ming reached in to unlock the window. The three could have crawled directly through the window, but there was still a lot of broken glass that hadn't been cleaned up. After opening the window, the three climbed in one after another, while Gordon jumped in. The first floor seemed to be a staff dormitory, with beds and living supplies. Feng Yusheng, who was the last to walk in, took 2 towels and stuffed them into her bag. Lambert followed the route from his memory to the second floor, and sure enough, a room with a giant screen appeared before them. This was the control room. Lambert illuminated the room with a flashlight, and it seemed like a lot of dust was floating around. "All right, I'll go see where the generator is," Shao Ming said. A little hint. Lambert was already focused on checking the equipment and said without turning his head, "This thing should be pretty big." Since Lambert said so, it wouldn't be hard to find. In fact, it could be seen at a glance. As soon as Shao Ming reached the first floor, he saw the sign of the adjacent small building through the corridor window, Emergency Power Supply Room. Shao Ming found a keyring in the small building, and after a long time, finally managed to open the door to the power supply room. Inside, there was a large and seemingly complex generator setup. Upon closer inspection, Shao Ming realized it wasn't too complicated. The identity of the backup generator required it to be able to start quickly to replace the normal power supply. Therefore, there was a large fuel tank and generating equipment in this room. He walked over and turned the valve, and the fuel in the tank made a flowing sound. Immediately after, Shao Ming pulled down a red lever that you couldn't possibly miss, and the entire generator roared to life. The lights in the room came on immediately. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief, surprised that it could still generate power. He thought to himself, if they could take this thing on a train, it could provide a lot of energy. Unfortunately, all they had left was the locomotive. Back in the control room, the lights were already on, but the screen was still pitch black. Shao Ming asked. Wait. Lambert gestured for Shao Ming to be quiet. This kind of equipment is like this. After a short wait, the large screen finally powered on. Aha, success. Lambert looked at the lit-up screen, his face full of excitement. I thought I would only control tracks and drive trains in games for the rest of my life, but I never expected this. Lambert happily activated the central control system, and in an instant, the signal lights on the railway lit up. Not far away, the warning bells at the intersection of a road and railway suddenly rang, and the barriers slowly lifted. In the desolate, lifeless city, this scene appeared particularly eerie. The screen displayed all the railway nodes within London, densely packed to the point of being dazzling. However, Shao Ming noticed that almost all the nodes on the eastern and northeastern sides showed no signal. Not sure if they were destroyed by the military. All right, let's take a look. Lambert took the tablet from Feng Yusheng's hand and began to compare the routes. While Lambert adjusted the route, Feng Yusheng took out a towel and began to wipe Shao Ming's head. Shao Ming instinctively dodged, and Feng Yusheng hurriedly said, I just washed it with rainwater. Look at you. You look like a drenched chicken. Shao Ming scratched his head and said, what's the big deal? Anyway, I'll get wet again when we go out. Feng Yusheng frowned and said, I am the laborer from Shu Dao Mountain. This is what you call not getting angry, but still being intimidating. Shao Ming had no choice but to obediently take the towel and wipe his head. Feng Yusheng chuckled and handed another towel to Lambert. Oh, thank you. Lambert took the towel and stuffed it into his pocket. All done. Lambert clapped his hands and said, now we can just drive the train straight to the underwater tunnel. Perfect, Shao Ming sighed. Finally, they could leave the UK today. The rain outside had lessened significantly, and the sun seemed about to come out soon. The three of them returned to the convertible and headed towards the train. By the time they returned to the train, it was almost noon. Fortunately, there were no mutants in the city. Otherwise, driving on such a congested road would have been disastrous. It seems Wellington wasn't lying. Shao Ming had wanted to take the convertible. He wanted to take everything. But with just the locomotive, there was nothing to take. Since they couldn't take a complete car, they decided to dismantle it and take the parts. Shao Ming and Lambert cut down the M2 machine gun along with its mount and welded it onto the top of the train. They also made a hole in the train's roof, elevated the floor with the convertible's mount and hood so that someone could stick their upper body out to operate the machine gun. Since there was a hole in the roof, to prevent rain from leaking in, they took down several supports and the rain cover from the convertible and made a new rain cover for the train's roof. They certainly didn't overlook the M240, which was mounted on the window of the right side cockpit door. All the visible large sheets of metal on the car were cut off and welded onto the sides of the train to reinforce the body. Essentially, the convertible version of the Land Rover Defender was left with just 4 tires and an engine. In the end, they didn't even spare the tires. They were all secured at the front of the locomotive for impact cushioning. After finishing all this, the cutting machine was already overburdened and needed a blade change. And the welding gun was out of fuel. Chapter 64. Safe travels. The afternoon was almost over when the three of them finished counting and organizing their supplies. Preparing to set off. The current food supply was quite ample, although the potatoes were sprouting more and more. The canned food and water were still sufficient for a week for the three of them and a dog. Although Wellington had fled, he had also left behind a considerable amount of military rations and an alcohol stove, as well as cups and a small pot, so they finally had cooking utensils. In terms of long-range firepower, aside from each having about 200 rounds of ammunition for the machine guns, there were 4 hunting rifles, 2 shotguns, 1 assault rifle, and 3 handguns of different calibers, with a total of nearly 600 rounds. Additionally, there were 2 grenades. For close combat weapons, they had iron rods, knives, and a fire axe. Shao Ming only regretted that Li Long's baseball bat was left at the fire station. Overall, they had ample firepower, enough to fight off a small horde of about 1,000 zombies. Other daily necessities, toiletries, and change of clothes were all available. And all these items basically filled the back of the vehicle's cabin. The locomotive had also improved its protective capability after 2 reinforcements. While it couldn't clear a path through a zombie horde in a big city, it would no longer suffer from broken wheels. The weather gradually cleared up, and the three of them changed into new clothes. Let's set off, Lambert said as he boarded the train. The train slowly accelerated, leaving behind the wreckage of the Land Rover. Compared to the congested roads filled with vehicles, The railway was simply uninterrupted. Shao Ming noticed that some weeds had already sprouted from the gravel piles under the tracks, dotting the gray ground. Since they had prepared the route in advance, Lambert boldly increased the speed of the train. The train was no longer crawling at 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. The speed displayed on the control panel was slowly approaching 100. Do you want to slow down a bit? Shao Ming reminded. With a hole in the ceiling. The wind noise became terrifying as the train picked up speed. Lambert couldn't help but smile. After all, this train was cruising without any detours or mutants blocking the way. So of course, he wanted to enjoy the ride. Although London was large, it was only a matter of half an hour for a high-speed train. The train soon crossed the Thames River and sped towards the southern part of the city. It wasn't that Lambert intentionally avoided the eastern urban area where the mutants gathered while planning the route. It was that most of the roads on the eastern side had indeed been destroyed by the military. Even so, the group still saw layers of ruins in the distance over the Thames River. The once towering city center had turned into a pile of rubble, with the few buildings still standing already riddled with holes. Shao Ming always felt that something was missing by the Thames River. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that the London Eye was gone. Even worse, Big Ben was also missing. Lambert reduced the speed, and the train weaved through London. Fortunately, although there were many platforms in the city, most trains were parked at the major stations. Not long after, the buildings next to the railway began to dwindle, and surprisingly, London, which was expected to be the most challenging, turned out to be the fastest to pass through. The train entered a high-speed railway that ran in a straight line from the south side of London to Ashford, without any turns. This thrilled Lambert, who completely forgot that the window had been shattered by a heavy machine gun. However, his joy didn't last long, as the other two, shivering from the cold, interrupted him. Now it finally looked a bit like a railway journey. The train sped through Ashford, and the entrance to the underwater tunnel was just ahead. Lambert began to slow down the train, while Shao Ming looked around at the scenery beside the railway, which was nothing but trees. Where's the sea? Shao Ming asked. The entrance to the underwater tunnel isn't in the sea, Lambert explained. Actually, it's still a certain distance from the coast, so you might not see the sea. Shao Ming nodded regretfully. He really wanted to see the English Channel. After studying abroad for 2 years, he had gone out to play, but during the pandemic, he had stayed in his home country for over a year. The train slowly turned a corner and passed through a tunnel, revealing a massive train parking lot. Different trains were parked there, some pulling freight containers, others specifically for transporting vehicles. At the end of the railway was a pitch-black opening, resembling a deep, insatiable mouth ready to swallow the train. Lambert said slowly, "Well, I hope you don't have claustrophobia." Seconds later, the train plunged into the darkness. Shao Ming was initially worried about the illegal construction above the train, but fortunately, the height inside the tunnel was sufficient, and they passed through perfectly. How long will it take to get through the underwater tunnel? Shao Ming shouted. The train was already loud enough, and the noise from the tunnel was deafening. They could only hope that after the 2 days they had experienced, they would still have a pair of healthy ears. If all goes well, 35 minutes, Lambert shouted back. Let's hope we don't run into any roadblocks. Meanwhile, Feng Yusheng quietly stuffed 2 balls of cotton in her ears, which she had just pulled from her clothes, and handed 2 more to the 2 men. Lambert seemed to have struck gold. 10 minutes later, a shadow of a train suddenly appeared in the empty tunnel ahead. The headlights illuminated the tunnel, revealing it to be a passenger train. The roar of the mutants even drowned out the sound of the train. And as the front of the train approached, the 3 saw the passenger carriages filled with mutants. Without a second thought, Shao Ming grabbed the shotgun and climbed onto the roof of the train. He leaned out halfway and set up the heavy machine gun. Lambert did not reduce speed. Due to the added iron plates and tires at the front of the train, the extra distance was no longer enough to hook onto the front train. It was better to just crash into it and push. The front of the train collided solidly with the rear of the preceding train, causing Shao Ming to be thrown forward by inertia and hit the machine gun. Dazed, Shao Ming remembered that just a few days ago, he had thought about getting Lambert a walkie-talkie. It now seemed very necessary. This collision pushed the front train forward but also smashed several windows of the preceding carriage. Due to the obstruction of the front train, the acceleration of their train noticeably slowed, giving the mutants the opportunity they needed. The mutants began to assault the windows, climbing out from inside. Since the 2 trains were not moving fast, the mutants started to climb up to the front of Shao Ming's train. Shao Ming rubbed his head, enduring the pain, and raised the shotgun. Chapter 65. Underwater Tunnel. Shao Ming pulled the trigger, blasting 1 mutant off the front of the train. Due to the obstruction of the front train, the headlights could only illuminate a small area, and most of the surroundings fell back into darkness. As the train rapidly delved deeper into the cave, the air around them became increasingly foul and difficult to breathe. Shao Ming shot another climbing mutant, and as it fell, it dragged down two of its companions into the darkness. Fortunately, as the train sped up, the mutants could no longer climb onto the roof from the sides. The threat was not yet over. With the two trains connected, the mutants began to crawl towards Shao Ming through the windshield. Inside the train, Lambert and Feng Yusheng saw the distorted faces of the mutants pressed against the glass by the wind pressure. Shao Ming was afraid to shoot the shotgun again, fearing that he might accidentally shatter the windshield. So he pulled out his handgun and shot the heads of the two mutants crawling at the front. Shao Ming didn't know how fast the train was going at that moment, but he felt the wind stinging his eyes painfully. However, soon he no longer felt that sensation. As the train moved deeper into the underwater tunnel, the ventilation system, which had been out of service for a month due to power failure, had long since stopped working, and the air in the tunnel was becoming increasingly thin. The two inside the train began to feel drowsy, prompting Lambert to increase the train's speed. Outside, Shao Ming also felt chest tightness and fatigue, struggling to breathe, and he could no longer steady his grip on the gun. His body was desperately trying to speed up its breathing, but there was hardly any oxygen left in the environment. Coupled with the blow to his head and his ears not recovering from the noise, Shao Ming felt extremely uncomfortable. Yet, he continued to shoot at the mutants climbing onto the train. He silently counted the time in his mind, 10 minutes. If he could hold on for 10 minutes, there should be oxygen again. The train had already been in the tunnel for 10 minutes when they encountered the mutants, and after a while of fighting, they began to experience oxygen deprivation, indicating they were likely at the deepest part of the tunnel. Shao Ming noticed that the mutants were also starting to move sluggishly, proving that despite becoming monsters, they could not escape the limitations of the human body. However, the mutants did have the advantage of viral paralysis, so Shao Ming could only rely on his willpower to contend with them. If he passed out at this moment, he, along with the two inside the train and the dog, would only end up as food for the mutants. Oxygen deprivation was far more lethal than the mutants. At this moment, Shao Ming could not think about how the mutants survived in such a low oxygen environment. Perhaps it was due to a hibernation mechanism or the paralysis caused by the virus. All he felt was that he was about to faint. Even the foul, murky smell he had just detected was dissipating in his nostrils, not because the air had improved, but because his mind was clouding. Fortunately, there was not completely no oxygen in the tunnel. It was just that there were too many other pollutants. And the hundreds of mutants in the front train were still competing for oxygen, leaving the content in the lungs of the three of them extremely low. The two inside the train had already lost consciousness and were silent. Shao Ming's mind began to fill with images like a slideshow. He saw his family thousands of miles away, saw Li Long, who died tragically on the bed, and saw the blood-red eyes of the mutants. Then, joyful images began to surface in his mind, the smiles of his family, and the mutual help he shared with his two companions on the road to survival. His heartbeat gradually slowed, and his fingers lacked the strength to pull the trigger, with only the sight of mutants slowly climbing onto the roof remaining in his eyes. Was this the end? Suddenly, Shao Ming felt he could breathe again. Although the air was still just as murky, the oxygen content had clearly increased. Shao Ming's breathing became rapid again as oxygen flowed into his lungs through his mouth, and his brain began to regain clarity. Without needing to think much, Shao Ming lifted his handgun and aimed it at the head of the mutant that had crawled right in front of him. The underwater tunnel, which took 35 minutes to traverse, was nearing its exit after only 20 minutes. While Lambert was unconscious, his hand remained on the speed control lever, and as he slumped forward in his unconscious state, he inadvertently pushed the train to full speed. Shao Ming once again detected the foul smell in the air, and he felt the wind rushing past his face. He probably never thought he would find that smell pleasant in his lifetime. Shao Ming set up the machine gun and aimed at the front car's cabin, pulling the trigger. The bullets pierced through the metal roof of the cabin and shot into the interior. Shao Ming wasn't sure how many mutants this would kill. His mind hadn't fully caught up yet. At that moment, a slight bend occurred ahead on the tracks. The train, moving at full speed, pushed the front car off the tracks, crashing into the tunnel wall. Since the rear engine hadn't slowed down, the front car was pushed along the tunnel wall and tipped over. Even so, Lambert was still unconscious, and the engine they were in continued to push the cabins forward with all its might. The front car was twisted into a Z shape, its roof and front scraping against the tunnel wall, creating sparks. Fortunately, the flammable gas content in the tunnel was low at that moment. Otherwise, these train cars would likely have been forever submerged in the tunnel. It was also thanks to Shao Ming and Lambert extending the engine that the couplings didn't connect with the front car. Otherwise, their train would have struggled to escape doom as well. The dark tunnel was illuminated by sparks, and Shao Ming saw the front car nearly lying sideways, stuck and being pushed forward in the tunnel. Shao Ming left the roof and crouched down, suddenly falling off the elevated platform. He covered his aching and dizzy head, got up, and reached out to try to wake the unconscious Lambert. The tunnel began to curve again, and the front car's cabin was almost lifted off the ground, scraping the top of the tunnel and setting off the emergency lights above. Shao Ming desperately shook Lambert, reaching out to check his nostrils. Finding that Lambert's breathing was starting to slowly recover, light appeared at the end of the tunnel. The exit was not far away. Seeing that he couldn't wake Lambert after a long time, Shao Ming could only pull Lambert's hand and pull the handle down completely. But this deceleration was still too slow. The curve continued, and once they lost the blockage of the front car, they could easily regain high speed and fly off the tracks. Shao Ming noticed the red button next to the control panel and slammed it hard. The emergency brakes were activated, and the train's wheels screeched on the tracks as the braking system finally began to slow down. The front car had already left the tunnel, crashing heavily onto the tracks. Since the end of the tunnel was still a curve, the front car was completely pushed off the tracks. Chapter 6: The Last Line of Defense. Paris, France. Arc de Triomphe. 2 weeks after the mutation occurred. Although it was nighttime, the area around the Louvre was ablaze with artillery fire. Fierce battles had been ongoing for 10 days and nights in the city, with over 10 million mutants gathered in Paris. The defending troops were nearing the end of their supplies. 10 days of fighting had taken out almost 4 million mutants, nearly double the core population of Paris. Helicopters were coming and going, delivering ammunition from surrounding military bases into the encirclement and evacuating survivors to safer southern areas. All the young people had gone to the front lines. Men and women, everyone aged between 16 and 65 had taken up arms. Thanks to ample preparations before the disaster struck, the entire Paris urban area had held out for a full 10 days. However, by today, over 100 tanks and armored vehicles had been abandoned in the middle of the streets due to fuel and ammunition exhaustion, and only a few field guns and mortars remained firing near the Arc de Triomphe. On the east and north sides, the defensive lines had been breached one after another, forcing the defending troops to retreat continuously. The mutants continued to surge in. From the first day, the army fired artillery in the city. Today, a situation had already been determined. The mutants inside the city were attracted by the sound of gunfire, which soon drew mutants from the suburbs and nearby towns, whose roars would bring in even more mutants from farther towns. The surrounding villages, compounded by the effects of deurbanization, also gathered a large number of mutants, until all the mutants within 100 kilometers surged toward the city center like a tide. Unlike the British army, the French military had to hold their ground in the city until everyone was safely evacuated. They had to withstand wave after wave of mutants. These mutants surged into the city just like their ancestors did centuries ago, except that while the ancestors sought wealth and glory, these mutants craved a feast of flesh and blood. Fortunately, over 20,000 civilians had already been evacuated via helicopters, boats, and convoys, leaving only about 3,000 soldiers and young people in the rear guard. Albert hurriedly walked into the underground catacombs. Before the mutation occurred, the government had never opened the catacomb area north of the Seine River. After the disaster, this became the best refuge. Over 20 meters above ground, shells fell, sending clouds of dust raining down. He turned down a corridor, and the skulls on either side seemed so friendly at that moment. In one of the catacombs, a dozen soldiers in French military uniforms were anxiously communicating with the outside through radios. A soldier who appeared to be the commander turned to Albert as he entered and said, "Major, the evacuation helicopters will arrive in 15 minutes, and the fleet will arrive in half an hour." "No, that's not it," Albert replied. "Our ammunition reserves are almost depleted. The artillery can only last a few more minutes." "What about the tanks?" the commander asked. "Let the tanks break through. The tanks can't move anymore. Only 5 are still defending the Arc de Triomphe. But they're out of fuel, only shells left. The helicopters will bring some supplies," the commander said, taking a puff of his cigarette. "There are no more ammunition at nearby bases. We need to go to farther bases to bring in supplies." Another shell fell, and dust settled on the commander's helmet. "We are facing over 2,000 times the enemy," Albert said. "Without enough ammunition and supplies, we can't hold out." The commander tossed his cigarette but on the ground and said, "There's nothing we can do. Fuel and ammunition still need to be shared with the convoy trying to break out. We can only wait for them to return." "How are we going to evacuate?" Albert asked. "The last 1,500 will follow the convoy to evacuate. Helicopters and boats can take away 500 people. But there are no usable vehicles left for the last 500. I said from the beginning," Albert shouted angrily. "We should have gathered all armored forces to break out of the city instead of waiting here to die." The catacomb fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Albert. The commander pulled out another cigarette and said, "Without our vehicles, the civilians' cars can't break out of the urban area. You've seen the numbers of those guys. They could even overturn armored vehicles when gathered together. The commander patted Albert on the shoulder and said, "That's why we are soldiers." On the ground, the mutants were crowding the streets, charging forward. Some mutants even stepped on piles of their fallen companions to climb onto rooftops. Within a 10-kilometer radius from the suburbs of Paris to the Arc de Triomphe, there was nothing left but rubble, except near the Arc de Triomphe, where artillery fire had not reached. Now these remaining buildings provided the mutants with a more three-dimensional approach to attack, with searchlights set up on walls made of containers and sandbags illuminating the entire area around the Arc de Triomphe. Some mutants charged down from rooftops and jumped onto the barricades. Gunfire, roars, and cannon fire mixed together. Human firepower was indeed strong, but after 10 consecutive days of battle, the mutants seemed to finally gain the upper hand through sheer numbers. The supply from helicopters was clearly far from enough to sustain the consumption rate of the artillery. Perhaps the army should have evacuated with the civilians when the number of mutants inside the city exceeded that of humans, but at that time, the High Command made the decision to establish a quarantine zone in the city for various reasons. On one hand, the army had already built walls inside the city to control the crowd that had mutated from the beginning. But they didn't anticipate that the situation would develop so quickly and severely. The military initially thought this was just a small-scale public health incident, but they did not expect it to involve the vast majority of humanity's mutations. On the other hand, the army was also unaware of the influence among the mutated beings. The roar of a small group of corpses gathered together could often be heard nearly a kilometer away, attracting even more mutants. By the time the survivors in the city began to evacuate, the number of mutants surging toward Paris had already multiplied several times. Perhaps holding onto the city saved more people inside, but now it left those who could not evacuate in a desperate situation. No one can evaluate whether the decision to hold Paris was right or wrong. Everything can only be judged by future generations. Chapter 7. The Last Line of Defense. 2. Paris, France, Arc de Triomphe, 2 weeks after the mutation. Boom, boom, boom. 3-2 are 2 M120mm mortars fired in succession, and the shells traced a perfect arc in the air, accurately landing in the forefront of the corpse tide. The movement trajectory of the corpse tide was not difficult to calculate, since they had almost lost their pain response and did not feel tired. They were essentially charging at full force. Moreover, due to various buildings and debris blocking the way, the path of the corpse tide charging towards the Arc de Triomphe position was also fixed. Now, for the French troops holding the Arc de Triomphe position, the biggest problem was a shortage of ammunition. Moreover, the recent wave of corpses had breached the defensive line, causing some casualties among the defenders. Several soldiers dragged an unconscious, wounded man from the front line. Half of his leg had been bitten by a mutant, exposing white bones through the remaining flesh. Albert, accompanied by several soldiers, rushed out from the entrance of the underground cave, running towards the front line of defense. This wave of corpses had ended. And since the mutants were attracted from different places outside the city, their arrival at the Arc de Triomphe position was staggered. The remaining defenders had a temporary respite as they collected leftover supplies and tended to the wounded. A lieutenant ran towards Albert, exhaustion written all over his dirty, blood-stained face. "Commander," the lieutenant reported to Albert, "count the numbers and prepare to evacuate." Albert said. A hint of relief finally appeared on the lieutenant's face, but he immediately returned to a state of alertness. After all, the battle was not over yet. "The helicopter will arrive soon." Albert looked towards the horizon, where some incendiary bombs had ignited large fires still spreading outside the city, turning the pitch-black night sky into a fiery red. "They will bring some supplies. All available helicopters will come to assist with the evacuation." The lieutenant and Albert walked towards the edge of the defense line together. "How many can we take?" "Super stallions, cougars, and servals. The entire fleet can probably take 500 people." The lieutenant said. 2 stallions can fit 100 people. "What about the rest?" Albert asked. "The convoy will come back," Albert replied, "though some people might have to sit on the roof." The lieutenant was taken aback and helplessly replied, "Having a vehicle is already good enough. I thought the convoy had retreated to the south. They volunteered to come back." Albert's tone was somewhat elusive. It seemed he did not want the convoy to return. He would rather die here than let his comrades come in to die. "The biggest problem is that we still need to prepare ammunition to cover the convoy. Without the cover of those 155 artillery pieces, it will be difficult for the convoy to enter the city," Albert said as he looked at the more than 10 silent 155 artillery pieces. There were originally 40 155 artillery pieces at the Arc de Triomphe position, but even with rotation, the continuous high-intensity combat had rendered most of the artillery inoperable. The sound of helicopters came from the distant sky. Several people looked towards the sound and saw a group of helicopters illuminated by flames flying toward them with supplies. Clear the landing zone. The lieutenant immediately sprang into action, shouting, "Move fast. Get the seriously injured up first." Albert checked the time. It was already late at night, and the roar of a new wave of corpses was coming from afar. The helicopter group and the corpse tide surged towards the Arc de Triomphe from two different directions, one bringing hope and the other bringing death. The battle would continue. A few hours later, the sun rose from the east, and sunlight spilled onto the streets filled with corpses and flesh. The mutants surged over the remnants of human resistance, madly charging towards the last few fallen soldiers. They tore at each other, fighting for the corpses of these soldiers until one mutant could rush up and take a bite. There was no longer a living person in all of Paris. Chapter 66. Landing at Calais, the train in front rolled over in the wide parking lot until it collided with two other trains before coming to a stop. Meanwhile, the train carrying Shao Ming and the others finally came to a halt and did not move forward anymore. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the driver's cabin door to let the air circulate. They could not stay here too long, regardless of whether there were any surviving mutants in the overturned train. The noise of the crash was hardly different from cannon fire. What Shao Ming did not know was that the exit of the underwater tunnel in France was a large train station. Not only were there trains parked here, but also many cars waiting to be transported to the UK. Of course, in addition to that, there were numerous people as well. Just after the door opened, he saw the two who had fainted starting to awaken when a large group of mutants appeared at the front of the train. Without thinking too much, Shao Ming slapped Lambert hard on the face. The pain proved effective as Lambert groggily opened his eyes. Drive. As soon as Lambert opened his eyes, he saw Shao Ming slapping himself, and he groggily raised his hand to cover his face, asking, "What happened?" "Get up and drive. We arrived in France." Shao Ming climbed onto the machine gun on the roof, starting to shoot at the incoming mutants. The 127mm caliber bullets could penetrate several stacked mutants at once, but unfortunately, these guys continued to advance despite their intestines spilling out. Hiss! Lambert covered his head and got up, but saw a hellish scene. Trains knocked over, and mutants rushing in from the overturned train. What is going on? Lambert was still trying to comprehend, his memory still stuck in the tunnel. Bullet casings fell from the roof, landing on Lambert's head and scalding him. That snapped him wide awake. Lambert shook the still-dazed Feng Yusheng, who was covering his head and getting up from the floor. Fortunately, the train had been moving fast in the middle of the tunnel. They had only been completely deprived of oxygen for a short while, and the amount of toxic gas inhaled was not much. Shao Ming continued firing at the approaching corpse tide, but soon the machine gun emitted a click as the ammo belt ran out. Lambert realized they could not stay on the train any longer. He grabbed the shotgun lying on the ground and pulled Shao Ming down. Shao Ming glanced at Lambert and then staggered over to the machine gun on the right door to start shooting. Lambert realized that Shao Ming completely misunderstood his intention. He meant for him to run, not to tell him there was still a machine gun below. The corpse tide was approaching the front of the train. The crashing sounds had not only startled the mutants inside the train yard, but had also attracted mutants from the surrounding towns. Suddenly, a rocket flew out from a small hill behind the train, exploding in the corpse tide. The sudden explosion startled Shao Ming. Before he could react, a girl's voice came from outside the train. "Still shooting? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Shao Ming turned his head to see a girl with an Asian face standing beside the train. However, she was speaking French with a Japanese accent, and Shao Ming could not understand what she was saying at all. Looking at the approaching mutants, the girl seemed a bit anxious and spoke again in English. "Quick, quick, go." Although her English had a Japanese accent, Shao Ming finally understood a little. At this moment, Feng Yusheng also woke up, and the two people in the car were clearly surprised by the sudden appearance of the girl outside. "Let's go." Shao Ming continued to cover the two people in the car with his machine gun. "Hurry up." Feng Yusheng pulled up the still unconscious Gordon and carried the dog on her back. Lambert hurried over to help drag Gordon's body, and the two of them ran towards the back of the car with the suddenly appeared girl. Shao Ming glanced back and wondered why he was the only one shooting among the four of them. He pulled the pin from a grenade and threw it towards the horde of corpses, then turned to catch up with the others. The grenade did not explode like in movies, but instead, there was almost no fire, just a bunch of shrapnel that took down a group of mutants around. An off-road vehicle charged down from the hillside, and the unfamiliar girl jumped into the vehicle first. A burly man in military uniform crawled out from the driver's seat, with a low recognition French flag on his shoulder patch. The burly man raised an H-416 and fired at the mutants chasing Shao Ming. Even with Lambert's help, Feng Yusheng's pace slowed down as she carried the 60-pound Gordon on her back. Shao Ming turned around, crouched down, and aimed his L-85A1 at the pursuing mutants. As expected, after firing just a couple of shots, the gun jammed. The gun taken from the mutant was definitely not maintained well. Shao Ming pulled the bolt back to eject a bullet and was finally able to shoot again. The Japanese girl seemed to feel that sitting in the car was a bit inappropriate, so she hurriedly jumped out to help lift Gordon into the car. "Kid, it's time to go," the burly man shouted. Shao Ming put away his rifle and ran to the passenger seat of the car. The burly man pulled back into the vehicle, revving the engine to leave the parking area. "You guys are amazing," the burly man said, holding the steering wheel. "You are the first group of people I've seen leave England alive in the past few days." "Is it just us?" Shao Ming asked. "Ordinary people probably suffocated in the underwater tunnel," the burly man replied. "I'm Askiko's man, a second lieutenant from the 13th Parachute Dragoon Regiment of the French Army." Askiko's continued. "This is Yamada Rio in the back seat, a student from the National Conservatory of Music in Calais. Her English isn't very good." "Yamada Rio?" Lambert asked. "The one from Lonely Rock." Upon finding a kindred spirit, Yamada Rio was quite excited. "Yes, that's the one." "All right," Shao Ming thought. Chinese, French, British, Japanese. The off-road vehicle shook off the horde of corpses and drove along a country road. "You guys are lucky today," Askiko said. "We went out to look for supplies. Heard all this noise and came to check it out. Otherwise, you would have a hard time escaping." Shao Ming nodded and said, "Thank you." He turned to look at Feng Yusheng, who was staring blankly at the unconscious Gordon. "The dog will be fine," Shao Ming comforted her. "It's so strong, and besides, the tunnel was actually quick to cross." Feng Yusheng nodded, patted Gordon's head, and said, "I believe in it. It's still breathing and has a heartbeat, just tired." The off-road vehicle turned into a forest and stopped in front of a small cabin. "We're here." Askiko's opened the car door. "Make yourself at home." Shao Ming nodded and looked around. The cabin was far from town and main roads, and through the gaps in the trees, he could still see the coastline. He greedily breathed in the hard-won fresh air. Chapter 67. A deal. The group worked together to carry Gordon into the cabin and placed him on the dining table. Gordon's belly was still rising and falling, but he remained unconscious. Feng Yusheng stayed by Gordon's side, observing his condition. The cabin had 2 floors, with a relatively spacious living room on the first floor, decorated with various animal head trophies above the fireplace. The kitchen was separated from the living room by a bar, where, in addition to a pile of canned food, there were also quite a few fresh fruits and meats. As for the second floor, Shao Ming could not see, but generally, the second floor had bedrooms. "How's my home?" Askikos took down his assault rifle and placed it on a nearby table. "There's some food in the kitchen, and there are plenty of small animals in this forest." Shao Ming followed Askikos closer and finally saw that the meat on the table was a skinned rabbit and another similarly prepared squirrel. "Aren't these animals infected?" Shao Ming asked. "Your dog isn't infected either," Askikos replied. "As far as we know, this virus is of the same type as the pandemic from half a year ago, and it only infects humans." "That sounds like some kind of biological weapon," Shao Ming said. "When I was still in the unit, that's what they said," Askikos said as he tossed the rabbit onto the cutting board and began to process the carcass. "But that's just hearsay, right now? No one has time to study the virus." Shao Ming asked, "What about your unit?" "It was scattered," Askikos said, "when the mutation first occurred. We were sent to assist with the lockdown in Fabi, but later the troops responsible for the lockdown turned into monsters themselves." Askikos cut open the rabbit's belly and cleaned out its insides. "I met her on the way back to Amiens." Askikos nodded towards Yamada Rio, who was animatedly chatting with Lambert in the living room. At first, there were more than 200 people in the unit, both civilians and soldiers. Later, the number dwindled. Some mutated, and others were captured by the mutants. Askikos scooped up a ladle of water from a bucket to wash the rabbit's body. "Later, we learned that Amiens also fell, and the troops there mutated even before the civilians." Hearing this, Shao Ming sighed. It seemed that the situation in France was not much better than in the UK. "About a week ago, I completely lost contact with my unit, but before that, I received news that Paris was still resisting. Some troops had cleared part of the urban area to accommodate survivors." Askikos set the rabbit aside and began to clean the squirrel. "Squirrel meat isn't tasty," Askikos said, glancing at Yamada Rio in the living room. "Sometimes she reminds me of my daughter." "What about your daughter?" Shao Ming asked. "After I divorced her mother, she stayed in Paris. We originally lived in Calais, which is why I have this little house here." Askikos slowed his movements as he talked about his daughter. "I don't know how she is doing in Paris." Shao Ming asked in confusion, "Why don't you go look for her?" "The area outside Paris is filled with zombies," Askikos said. "It's not far from here to Paris, but there are countless villages and towns. Even if I could get through those layers of blockades, I wouldn't be able to enter Paris." Askikos paused in his movements, then turned to Shao Ming and asked, "Your train looks very sturdy. Can you take me to Paris?" "We're heading to Germany," Then back home, Shao Ming replied. We probably won't pass through Paris. You're going back to China? Yamada Rio in the living room asked. Can I come along? Of course, of course. Lambert replied eagerly before Shao Ming could say anything. Askikos pulled Shao Ming aside and whispered, this is a request, or rather a deal. I believe that given the current situation, you certainly can't get back to the train. Askikos looked at the gear of the group. If I'm not mistaken, all your stuff is on the train, right? Shao Ming asked directly. So your bargaining chip is our train? I can help you get back to the train. Shao Ming walked into the living room and called for Feng Yusheng and Lambert. This soldier hopes we can take him to Paris to find his daughter, and in return, he can help us get our train back. Lambert said, he looks very capable. Feng Yusheng said, did you forget a couple of days ago? That was also a very tough-looking soldier. Yes, he looks very capable. Shao Ming said, we can still take back the train without him. But what I want is to take him away with us. Actually, what Shao Ming was thinking was that if they didn't find another capable fighter to join the team, he would be exhausted, especially if Yamada Rio was going to join the team. How do you want to talk to him? Will he come with us? Feng Yusheng asked. Shao Ming thought for a moment and said, if he can cover us to get the train, the initiative will be in our hands. We can run or take them with us. He paused, then added, Paris doesn't have city walls. I don't think his daughter has much chance of surviving inside. I just heard your conversation, Feng Yusheng said. He said there are zombies all outside Paris. Otherwise, why wouldn't he go himself? And this will slow down our progress. Lambert said, the best way is to break the deal, get the train and leave. We can't do that. Shao Ming shook his head and said, being abandoned doesn't mean we abandon others. Either agree with him and work together, Shao Ming said, or don't agree, stay overnight, and then figure out our own way. The three discussed for a while longer and decided to agree to Askai's proposal. If you can help us get the train back, we'll take you to Paris. Shao Ming said, but there are two additional conditions. First, if the number of zombies outside Paris is too many, we won't take you into the city. Askai nodded. No problem. Second, if we enter Paris, regardless of whether you find your daughter or not, after leaving Paris you have to come with us. Askai was silent for a moment, then asked, if I find my daughter, can I take her with me? Then you need to add another carriage to the train. Shao Ming said, 2 cabins can't fit that many people. You can add it at the freight yard just now. Askai said, I can buy you at least 2 hours. Shao Ming reached out his hand and said, pleasure to cooperate. Chapter 68. Recuperation. Let's eat first. Askai said, you need to rest. After dinner, we'll set off again tomorrow. Although Shao Ming could tell that Askai was eager to leave immediately, he still decided not to go out in the pitch-dark night. Shao Ming knew, even if there were troops inside Paris, the longer they delayed, the more dangerous it became. Thinking this way, he admired Askai quite a bit. At least much better than Wellington, who they didn't even know where he had flown off to. Where are you going? Yamada Rio asked. Going to get our stuff back from the zombies' mouths, Shao Ming answered. Askai returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After a while, he took all the ingredients outside. Why did he take them outside? Lambert asked, puzzled. Ran out of fuel. Yamada Rio continued in heavily accented English. He only knows how to make fire with funny noodles. Shao Ming shook his head. He really tried to listen to every word Yamada Rio said. Gordon finally woke up too, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Feng Yusheng, who was overjoyed. However, this dog had been unconscious from lack of oxygen for half a day and seemed to have lost some intelligence. It was biting an old pillow and shaking its head wildly, no matter how much they tried to stop it. Such a good German shepherd was turning into a husky. Feng Yusheng finally pulled the pillow out of its mouth, but didn't expect it to bite the nearby sofa instead. After calming Gordon down, Feng Yusheng came over to Shao Ming, who was inspecting the assault rifle beside her. Are you okay? Feng Yusheng asked. Shao Ming thought. I almost suffocated in the underwater tunnel, got caught by zombies, hit my head on a machine gun, and my tiger mouth hasn't healed yet. He said. What could be wrong with me? You're not dizzy or anything, right? Feng Yusheng asked with concern. No, Shao Ming said. How about you? Much better. That was really close just now. Yeah, Shao Ming recalled the tunnel. I saw flashes like a carousel in front of my eyes. Feng Yusheng took Shao Ming's hand and, while unwrapping the bandage, said, I just want to say, thank you. Shao Ming couldn't help but reach out and pat Feng Yusheng's head, saying, thank what? I'm waiting for you to come back home and treat me to spicy hot pot and rabbit head. Askai's cooking was indeed very good. The three couldn't stop praising it. Even if it wasn't great, it was the first proper meal they'd had in weeks. It smelled amazing. You were a cook in the army, right? Lambert joked. The cook in the team isn't as good as me, Askai laughed. Your English is great, Feng Yusheng said to Askai. You two aren't bad either. Askai pointed to his armband and said, see this? Special Forces. Shao Ming cut a rabbit leg and put it on Feng Yusheng's plate. Yo, cutting rabbit legs. Lambert said, I drove the train all the way here and you don't cut me any? Shao Ming said softly, get lost. Everyone laughed. It had been a long time since they had such a relaxed atmosphere. Shao Ming interrupted. All right, let's get to business. What's your plan? Shao Ming broke off a squirrel leg and put it in his mouth. It really didn't taste good. I will activate Calais air raid siren, Askai said. The sound is enough to attract all zombies within dozens of kilometers. Isn't the power out? Feng Yusheng asked. That's the secret. Askai put his index finger to his lips. I have to keep a trump card. You just need to know, the time I get you is enough for you to adjust the track and add another carriage. Good. Shao Ming said. We'll follow your air raid siren plan. I know what you're thinking, Askai said. Crossing all of Europe, long and dangerous journey. You need me and my gun. Shao Ming nodded and said, as far as we know, the situation in our country is better. So coming with us won't be a loss for you. Gordon poked his head out from the dining table, drooling over the roasted rabbit on the table. I know. Askai said. That's why I agreed, right? After dinner, the sun outside gradually set. Askai lit candles inside and drew all the curtains. If you want to wash up, there's a bucket of water behind the house, Askai said. The bedrooms are upstairs, 2 girls per room, and the 3 of us together. Gordon carried the pillow, circling at Askai's feet, as if asking, what about me? What about me? Askai patted Gordon's head and said, you, little guy, sleep on the living room sofa. After everyone tidied up, Askai locked the door. Yamada Ryo sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a bass guitar, and began to sing. The bass's deep sound, combined with the girl's melodious voice, relaxed everyone. The night fell amid the singing. Early the next morning, Shao Ming and Askai began packing their gear. Askai glanced at Shao Ming's L85A1 and said, lousy gun. It is a lousy gun. Do you have a better one? Shao Ming asked. Askai went upstairs and after a while brought down a sniper rifle. The unique design made Shao Ming immediately recognize it as an FRF-2 sniper rifle, using 10 rounds of 7.62 NATO standard ammo, with an effective range of up to 800 meters. Can you use it? Askai asked. Shao Ming took the sniper rifle, admiring it. As a light weapons enthusiast, he realized there would be plenty of guns to play with on this journey. He unfolded the bipod, set the sniper rifle on the table, and began calibrating the scope. Very professional, Askai said. Have you been in the military? Shao Ming shook his head and answered. Just a VIP at the Manchester shooting range. Then I suggest you start shooting at distances within 200 meters, Askai said. This gun is very accurate, but don't waste bullets. You giving it to me? Shao Ming asked excitedly. Lending it to you, Asaji said, until you find a better long-range weapon than the shotgun and that assault rifle. Half an hour later, Shao Ming, Asaji, and Lambert arrived outside the door. You two stay here with Gordon. Shao Ming turned to the 2 girls and said, we'll move the train to a safe spot and come back to get you. Asaji walked over to Yamada Ryo and handed her a note. If I can't return safely from Calais, make sure to find a way to give this to my daughter. I will, Yamada Ryo said firmly. I want to believe you. Chapter 69. Reclaiming the train, I'll drive you to somewhere near the parking lot, Asaji said as he tossed a backpack into the SUV. How long do you need? Shao Ming asked. Maybe 3 or 4 hours, Asaji replied. It'll definitely be done before noon. No problem. The SUV turned around and drove toward the edge of the forest. Let's go, Feng Yusheng patted Yamada Ryo's shoulder. They'll be fine. Remember the small hill above the parking lot, the top of the cave exit? Shao Ming nodded. Of course. I remember. After all, that was just yesterday. You two just wait on that hill for my signal. Lambert asked. After we move the train, where will you find us? Do you have a map? Asaji asked. There's one in the train. That's good, Asaji said. There's a station called Pion not far from the tunnel. Just wait for me there. It's a small station, so there shouldn't be many zombies. If you don't want to go inside, wait outside. I will come find you. Shao Ming looked at the burly man beside him and asked, Calais isn't a small city, right? Can you handle it alone? That's my hometown. I know every street in the city like the back of my hand, Asaji said. Besides, when I was stationed in Afghanistan, Taliban bullets ran faster than zombies. The SUV soon arrived at the hill near the parking lot. Shao Ming got out carrying his sniper rifle. Take good care of my gun, kid, Asaji said, stepping on the gas and driving off into the distance. Lambert looked at the shotgun in his hands and sighed deeply. Don't worry, Shao Ming said. This satisfies your anti-gun ideology. The two walked toward the hill. The wide parking lot soon appeared before them. The parking lot was the same as yesterday, filled with overturned trains and countless mutants. The mutants seemed not to have left. Shao Ming wondered if it was due to the different national conditions between the UK and France. He found a spot to lie down and set up his sniper rifle to observe. At first glance, everything seemed fine, but Shao Ming noticed something that shouldn't be there. Some train cars had insulation layers made from clothes, quilts, leaves, and branches. Shao Ming tapped Lambert and had him look through the shotgun scope. Did the zombies build this? Lambert asked. Shao Ming shook his head. I don't know. I don't recall seeing this yesterday. You were dumb yesterday. Lambert shook his head too. Could it have appeared overnight? Shao Ming looked through the scope again. The mutants all stood there motionless. But besides the mutants, who else could have built insulation layers among the corpses? Dormancy. Shao Ming recalled what some biology students in the UK told him. This dormancy seemed different from animal hibernation. Lambert turned the gun body and aimed the scope at their train's head. The front door of the train was open, parked among dozens of mutants. It was unclear whether there were mutants inside the cabin. When we get down, I'll reverse the train, Lambert said, after backing out of the first switch. You pull the lever to change the track. Shao Ming nodded, seeing the switch through the scope. After I drive the train onto the right track and switch it back, I'll reverse the train. Shao Ming roughly understood and asked, Are you going to connect to the carriage behind? The carriage Shao Ming referred to was parked on a parallel track next to their train head. It looked like a carriage specifically for transporting cars through the undersea tunnel. Unlike most fully enclosed car transport carriages in China, the car transport carriages in the UK-France undersea tunnel were semi-enclosed, with only steel frames supporting and blocking the left and right sides. In simple terms, they could not be converted into passenger carriages. Lambert nodded. That way, we can bring one or even several cars. Shao Ming asked, Where do people sit? Lambert shook his head. The passenger carriages in this parking lot all have train heads. It's hard to get down. Shao Ming continued scanning with the scope and pointed at a train parked at the end of the track. There. That train has the head facing inward, and the back has no head. We can reverse into it and connect. You're a genius, Lambert said. The two lay on the hill for 2 hours. Lambert was almost falling asleep. Shao Ming kept observing the zombie group. No mutants left the group to gather materials for insulation. They either sat on the ground or leaned against the cars, heads down, silent. I hope Asagi is okay, Shao Ming whispered. Though they had known each other less than a day, this muscular special forces man left a very good impression on him. Good physique, high combat ability, good cook, and good personality. Having missed today, it was uncertain whether they could find someone so perfect along the way. I think he'll be fine. Lambert turned over and sat up. He's been to battlefields before, and this is his home ground. No problem. What? Aren't you afraid he'll run off again today? Shao Ming asked. Suddenly, a sharp air raid siren sounded from the north, startling a flock of birds in the dense forest. Of course, it also startled the mutants in the train yard. The mutants woke up and ran toward the north. He succeeded. Lambert said, Great, let's go down quickly. Wait a moment. Shao Ming set a 1.5-hour countdown on his watch and pressed start. After confirming all mutants had disappeared without a trace, the two followed the slope down into the parking lot. Lambert was the first to board the train. Inside was no different than when they left yesterday. Shao Ming kicked out all the shell casings inside the carriage, and Lambert pulled out keys from his pocket and started the train. This kid is getting more reliable, Shao Ming thought. Even in yesterday's situation, he remembered to stop and remove the keys. Following Lambert's instructions, they quickly attached the passenger carriages. Shao Ming checked the time. Half an hour had passed. By the time the second carriage, specifically for vehicle transport, was attached, the 1.5-hour mark had passed. Next, they had to adjust the track direction to drive the train out of the parking lot. Lambert opened his tablet. All right, let me see the route. Chapter 70. Setting off again. This track is electrically controlled. Lambert hurriedly ran from outside the train yard tracks to Shao Ming and said, Isn't there a lever or something? Shao Ming asked. Aren't there some in the yard? Lambert shook his head. Although this track can be manually operated, you need to find a special turnout lever at the depot. Some switches need limiters after manual operation. We don't have any of these. Shao Ming looked around. The empty train parking lot only had a lone warehouse at the car entrance. It definitely didn't look like a rail dispatch center. All right, Shao Ming asked. If there's no electricity, how can we switch the train tracks? At that moment, Shao Ming's watch timer went off. 1.5 hours were up. We need to speed up. Lambert led Shao Ming along the tracks to a junction. He pointed to a small box on the ground beside the tracks and said to Shao Ming, This small box contains the system that controls the tracks. If I'm not mistaken, inside it, like the British Railways, there are 2 hydraulic rods to control the tracks. This means that if we can manually push the rods. Theoretically, yes. Lambert nodded, but without the hydraulic system for positioning, I'm afraid human power won't be able to push it to the locking position. And when the train passes, the tracks might loosen. Let us open this first. Shao Ming said, If it doesn't work, we can find a stone to jam it. Lambert hesitated, fearing that the hardness of the stone wouldn't withstand the vibrations when the train passed. However, at this point, they could only try. Although Lambert had changed his clothes, his tool belt was still at his waist. He pulled out a crowbar and began to pry open the box containing the hydraulic device. Click! The box lid popped open, revealing a mechanism that wasn't too complicated. Shao Ming squatted down and tried to pull the hydraulic rod. It didn't budge. "We need to destroy the hydraulic system first," Lambert explained. "It's pulling the tracks." After saying that, Lambert signaled Shao Ming to step back and raise the crowbar to smash down. After several strikes, Shao Ming saw the hydraulic rod move a bit. Shao Ming squatted down again and tried to pull the hydraulic rod. This time, the track really moved. Lambert quickly set the crowbar aside and pushed the hydraulic pipe with Shao Ming. The air raid siren was still wailing, and it seemed they had a bit of time. A total of 4 such operations were needed. Lambert turned the map and said, "Go along the railway until a small station. Then you don't have to worry about it. The road ahead is fine?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert confirmed again by looking at the map, nodded, and said, "Yes. And then it's a straight road to Le Touquet, Paris Plage." Shao Ming shook his hands and said, "Then let us hurry up." Lambert glanced at the map again and sighed. This is much simpler than the British railway system. The two adjusted all the tracks and returned to the front of the train. Lambert started the train and drove towards the first junction. Although Shao Ming had stuffed a lot of stones under the tracks to jam the hydraulic rod, Lambert felt his heart in his throat. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The train slowly slid past the first junction without any issues. Shao Ming looked at his watch. It had been over 4 hours since Askai left. The air raid siren in the city was still blaring, and he wondered how Askai was doing. A person charging into a city alone. Although Askai seemed confident, Shao Ming still had doubts in his mind. As the train safely passed the second junction, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Next came the third and fourth. The train safely passed all the junctions and headed towards the road to Paris. "We did it." Joy uncontainable appeared on Lambert's face. "We moved the train out." "I hope Askai is okay," Shao Ming said. The train turned a big bend and began to ascend slowly. The French fields appeared flatter, and the sunlight shone on the green grass, showcasing a vibrant scene. Lambert stopped the train in a field, and Shao Ming could see a small town not far away basking in the sunlight. "It seems this is the meeting point Askai mentioned. This place is quite suitable for retirement." Lambert opened the door and said. The wind blew from the sea, sweeping over the treetops and mountain peaks. "When humanity reclaims the world, you can live wherever you want," Shao Ming said. "After all, there won't be many people left by then." Shao Ming climbed onto the roof of the train, holding onto the machine gun and looking back. That was in the north, and the air raid siren was still coming from that direction. Shao Ming prayed in his heart for Askai, hoping this kind soldier wouldn't run into trouble. Perhaps the prayer worked. Not long after, an off-road vehicle, painted anew with blood, burst out from the woods. He is coming, he is coming." Shao Ming shouted to Lambert inside the train. The off-road vehicle stopped beside the train, and the two jumped down to see Askai inside the vehicle. Askai pushed open the car door and almost rolled out of the car. The two hurriedly approached, only to see Askai wave his hand and lean on the car hood to vomit. Shao Ming noticed that Askai's military uniform was covered in mud and emitted a foul smell. Some gaps even had a lot of indescribable substances. "Damn it," Askai cursed. Standing up straight, "These things are tougher than I thought." Shao Ming wanted to check if Askai was injured, but the foul smell made it hard to get close. This odor was even more nauseating than that of decaying corpses. "I need to go back and take a shower." Askai opened the trunk and pulled out a towel to wipe off the dirt on himself. "Those zombies followed me into the sewer, relentlessly pursuing me," Askai said to himself, taking back the sniper rifle from Shao Ming's hands. "Give it back to me, kid," Askai said. "I'm really sorry. I wanted to let you play with it a few more days, but I ran out of bullets." "It's fine as long as you're okay," Shao Ming said. "Let us go back and get them." Lambert pinched his nose and muttered 2 words, "Tough guy." The three drove back to the small house, and Shao Ming truly wished his nose had malfunctioned in the underwater tunnel. Seeing the 3 return safely, the 2 girls who had been waiting at the door finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yusheng ran up to Shao Ming and hugged him tightly. "Why did it take you so long to come back?" Shao Ming was taken aback by this sudden hug and hurriedly said, I'm fine. There wasn't much danger there." Yamada Ryo saw that Askai had returned safely and quickly took him to wash up behind the house. Wajio said the mud would be fine. Yamada Ryo said, "Mud is so nasty." Lambert stood alone by the car, looking at Gordon, who turned his head and walked away. Chapter 71. Seaside Railway. After Askai cleaned up, Shao Ming couldn't help but ask him, "Did you really charge in alone?" "I'm not that capable. I wasn't driving an armored vehicle," Askai said. "I parked the car outside the city and entered the air raid shelter through the sewer to start the generator." The generator is the emergency power source that connects all the air raid sirens in the city, so I didn't need to start each siren individually. I waited until I thought you were about done before preparing to return the same way, but unexpectedly, zombies rushed in. Shao Ming said, I thought you charged straight in. Askai smiled bitterly and said, do you think I'm Superman? If I had that ability, I would have already made it to Paris myself. That's still impressive. Shao Ming said, I wouldn't have the guts to do that. The sewer, Shao Ming thought, how come I didn't think of that before? This is indeed a way to avoid the tide of zombies. With the intelligence of those mutated beings, they definitely wouldn't think of how to open a manhole cover. Regardless, Shao Ming felt he had struck gold. However, he still kept his guard up with their level. It would be a matter of minutes for them to seize the train. Although one should not harbor malicious intent, one should also be cautious of others. What Askai didn't say was that even a second before getting into the off-road vehicle, he was still contemplating whether he could survive to find his daughter. Even entering and exiting through the sewer, he faced a lot of dangers, relying on years of special operations experience to navigate through it all. Even if he had stayed for 2 more minutes back then, he wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to Shao Ming now. Askai wiped his hands and said, all right, kid, it's your turn to take care of your part now. Pack your things. Shao Ming replied that if they moved quickly, they could reach the vicinity of Paris before dark. The few of them stuffed all the useful items they could carry from Askai's room into the off-road vehicle and headed towards the train. It must be said that Askai's supplies had once again replenished the food reserves and living supplies on the train. For example, they could now cover themselves with blankets and sleep on the train. On the train, Lambert couldn't help but ask, what do you think are the chances of finding your daughter in Paris? Askai fell silent for a moment and said, the hope is slim, but I still want to take a look. The car fell silent again, with only the sound of tires grinding against gravel. I won't drag you down, Askai said. If there are too many zombies, I'll leave with you. Shao Ming looked at Askai. He didn't know what this man was thinking at that moment. Perhaps if there were too many mutants in Paris, it would leave him with some hope that maybe his daughter and other survivors were still alive somewhere. The few of them boarded the train and headed towards Paris. The driver's cabin could barely fit 5 people and a dog, so besides Lambert, the others returned to the passenger compartment at the back of the car. Clearly, Lambert was quite satisfied with the French railway, and Shao Ming felt he had noticeably increased the speed of the train. Ryo Yamada was sitting next to Askai, comforting him, while Feng Yusheng and Shao Ming continued to pack their things. Actually, I don't have much, Askai said. I just want to see if there is still hope. The military is quite powerful, Ryo Yamada said, having witnessed the combat capabilities of a complete human army, and it was during that time that Askai saved her. I know better than you, Askai said with a bitter smile. Perhaps before Shao Ming and the others arrived, he had already given up hope. Paris was indefensible. Relying solely on their military's firepower might mean having to fight against millions of zombies. But you haven't given up hope, have you? Ryo Yamada said. Otherwise, we would be on our way to Germany now. The train hadn't been traveling for long when it turned along a winding railway towards the seaside. The waves of the English Channel violently battered the cliffs, which had witnessed many wars, never collapsing. Now it was their turn to witness humanity's final battle. Shao Ming looked out the window. The weather was nice today, and he could even see the island of England across the water. Isn't the sea beautiful? Feng Yusheng found a spot to sit down and looked out the window. I really wanted to see the sea back then. We kids from the inland are like that. Shao Ming also sat down opposite Feng Yusheng. Askai lowered his voice and said, do you trust him? Which aspect do you mean? Shao Ming asked. I don't know. Whether he will join us or betray us. So far, I think he can be trusted, Shao Ming said. He seems to have no reason to betray us. If he wanted to, he could have acted while we were sleeping at his house. Shao Ming continued. He could have entered Calais alone, activated the air raid siren, and then driven our train away. I don't think Lambert would have a strong enough will to be loyal to us under Askai's gun. Gordon jumped onto a seat, squeezing in with Feng Yusheng. Shao Ming glanced at the time. They would be able to have lunch during the next track switch. The train hadn't been running along the coast for long when, after passing through a small town, a larger city appeared ahead. Lambert slowed down as he saw the mutants pouring out of the city. The urban structure in northern France is centered around large cities, with various villages and towns distributed in between, all within a kilometer or 2 of each other. This is why Askai had not set out for Paris. Every town had mutants, forming a tight blockade. Lambert slowed down and drove towards the mutants. The modifications on the front of the train once again proved their worth, turning the blocking mutants into piles of bloody flesh. Askai stood up to grab the gun he had placed on the table. Don't worry, Shao Ming waved his hand. At this speed, they can't climb up, they can only be swept under the train. Shao Ming noticed that the streets in France were vastly different from those in England. Apart from the architectural styles, the French streets were filled with barricades made of various garbage and sandbags and barbed wire set up by the military. It seemed that the French had resisted for a longer time than the British. However, no matter how well these obstacles were set up, if people had turned into mutants, they were just decorations. The train passed a platform and gradually drove deeper into the city. The mutants followed closely behind the train, but unfortunately, even though Lambert slowed down, they couldn't keep up. After crossing a large bridge, the group clearly felt that the number of mutants around them was decreasing. It seemed they had reached the edge of the city. This should be Bruay, Asgai explained, the first city the railway from Calais passes through. Chapter 72. Plage. The train exited Bruay and stopped under an elevated bridge after making a sharp turn. Lambert ran over from the front of the train and bumped into Shao Ming, who had just gotten off. The walkie-talkies, Shao Ming thought, they really need these. Right ahead is Le Touquet, Paris Plage. Lambert handed his tablet to Shao Ming. Also, the tablet is out of battery. Take it to the back seat to charge. You're local. You talk, Shao Ming said to Asgai. Plage. Asgai thought for a moment and said, it's not a big city. There aren't many people. But there is an airport we need to pay attention to. By the way, the beach there has a unique beauty, Asgai added. Lambert pointed at the map and said, I think I'll park the train near the marshes at the estuary, and then we can get off to check the junction. No problem, Shao Ming nodded. Let's go to the car and grab some gear. Shao Ming and Asgai took some weapons and ammunition from the back compartment and returned to the driver's cabin with Lambert. The train started up again, passing through 2 towns. This would undoubtedly alert many mutants. Some would give up after chasing for a while, while others would continue to follow the train outside the city. These mutants seemed to have developed some awareness, as they did not relentlessly pursue the fast-moving train. And it appeared that groups of mutants had their own territories to manage. The train had no rearview mirror, and the 3 people in the front cabin didn't notice this situation. Lambert was about to open the door to get off when he saw dozens of mutants chasing after the train from the city in the distance. Zombies are coming. Lambert quickly pulled back and said to the other 2 in the cabin, should we move forward a bit? Shao Ming asked. No, Asgai replied. If I remember correctly, moving forward would take us very close to Plage, and we would be surrounded. The 2 towns were about 3 kilometers apart, and the train was currently stopped in between them. Asgai also opened the door to take a look. The mutants were still a bit far away. It's hard to deal with them without guns, Asgai said. There are probably around 40 to 50 of them. Shao Ming pushed open the car door and said, then let's just use guns to solve it. We've been stopped here for a while. With the noise from the train, if there were zombies nearby, they would have shown up by now. He ran to the back compartment and knocked on it. 3 heads popped out from the car window. Stay in the car, Shao Ming said. We have some zombies to deal with. Asgai set up his sniper rifle and quickly fired, taking down 1 mutant. Through the scope, Shao Ming estimated the distance to be over 200 meters. Lifting his gun, he hit the target effortlessly, as if it were easier than shooting at a target. Looks like I've struck gold, Shao Ming thought. With Asgai, the sharpshooter from the special forces, the 40 or so mutants didn't even get close to the back of the train before all of them fell to the ground as corpses. Phew. Shao Ming ejected the last shell from his shotgun and got up from the ground. Your shooting is pretty good, kid, Asgai said, patting Shao Ming on the shoulder. Practice more. You have the potential to be a sniper. Hearing such high praise from Asgai, Shao Ming couldn't help but smile. All right, time to get to work. Asgai said, we'll go with you. Feng Yusheng, standing by the train door, said. Watch the train, Shao Ming replied. We'll be back soon. The junction is inside the city. Bringing more people might not help against the numerous mutants. Fewer people make stealth easier. Besides, the train is much safer than outside. The 3 headed north away from the train. Although the station is on the edge of the city, it's on the east side, while the train is on the west side. So they had to move north first, then circle around through the forest outside the city to the station on the east side. Looks like you've been holding out for some time, Shao Ming said, looking at the obstacles made of various debris piled on the road. Better than England, I guess, Asgai, walking ahead, nodded and said, our people mutated a bit later, but we still couldn't avoid it. Shao Ming sighed. No way around it. The best defenses collapsed from within. Though there was still a kilometer or 2 to go, the forest wasn't hard to traverse. The group passed through a cemetery and saw the city ahead. It was a typical European small town, made up of blocks with sparse houses and plenty of green spaces. Shao Ming raised his scope and glanced around. Some silhouettes were still visible in the windows of houses lining the street. Let us move forward and see where there are fewer zombies, Shao Ming said. The 3 continued eastward under the cover of the forest, and a comprehensive sports center appeared before them. Through gaps in the stadium, they saw a school under construction not far behind the sports center, and behind the school was the train station with the junction. Let me confirm, Shao Ming asked Asgai beside him. Your government has also locked down, right? Of course, Asgai nodded. Shao Ming continued. So this sports center and school are already closed? Exactly. Askai said. Nobody would go to school or exercise a week or two ago under those conditions. The three moved along the forest to the sports center. It consisted of a large stadium, a swimming pool, and an indoor gymnasium. Shao Ming peeked out from behind the gym and saw the swimming pool ahead, with a badminton court in the open space between the two buildings. How is the situation? Lambert asked. No problem going through here, Shao Ming said. But the stadium in the middle is pretty open, with little cover. So keep it light and fast, Askai said. Shao Ming nodded. The three quickly slipped past the tennis court, using the swimming pool as cover, and safely reached the street. The school was at the end of the street, but many apartments lined both sides. Walking along the street would definitely alert the mutants inside the apartments. There, Lambert pointed to an apartment opposite the swimming pool, where a row of scaffolding was set up beside the building. Climbing the scaffolding could lead directly to the apartment rooftop. A pretty good idea. The three climbed to the rooftop, but encountered a new problem. Unlike the row houses in England, the apartment buildings here had some distance between them. Askai took 2 steps back and sprinted forward, leaping first to the neighboring rooftop. Shao Ming held the wall and looked down. The height of 6 or 7 floors was still intimidating. All right. Shao Ming took a deep breath and jumped to the neighboring rooftop. Oh damn. Seeing the other two jump over, Lambert's legs began trembling. I should VE signed up for long jump back in college. Chapter 73. Rooftop Crisis. Lambert ran a few steps forward, kicked up a half-meter high wall, and jumped toward another apartment. He leapt up and reached out to grab the adjacent rooftop, but he jumped just a bit too low. Oh no. Lambert cried out involuntarily. Just as Lambert was about to fall, Shao Ming quickly lunged and grabbed him. Lambert slipped down with Shao Ming, almost falling off the building. Askai rushed over to help, firmly grabbing Shao Ming and pulling him backward. Lambert's legs kicked against a window below, and mutant sounds came from inside. No, no, no. Lambert was on the verge of tears, hanging 6 floors up, with 2 mutants charging at his lower body. Shao Ming and Askai pulled hard together and finally dragged the nearly pure pants Lambert up. Fortunately, Lambert had a relatively well-proportioned body. If it had been a heavier person, it might have been a dead end. The surrounding mutants were all alarmed. Shao Ming turned his head and saw mutants across the street roaring angrily at them from inside a building. We better hurry, Shao Ming said, helping the collapsed Lambert to his feet. All right. Lambert shakily got up and followed behind them. After just a few steps, his legs went weak again. So Shao Ming had to support him as they walked. Not far ahead on the rooftop, the school appeared before them. Many mutants had already rushed out from their apartments and were running toward the 3 below. Shao Ming looked down. Dozens of mutants had reached the base of the apartment building, wildly banging on the front door. Shao Ming asked, what now? The downstairs is full of zombies. I have a rope on my back. Askai turned around and showed Shao Ming the back of his tactical vest. It was a standard JPC-20 tactical vest with a MAL system, the same as the FCPC tactical vest Shao Ming had stripped from a SWAT officer. The MAL system could attach many accessories. On Askai's back hung a bundle of rappelling ropes. Shao Ming took the rappel rope and handed it to Askai. Askai quickly opened the rope and tied it to a nearby ventilation pipe. Then, he tied the other end around Lambert. Listen up, guys, Askai said. You don't have hooks on you, so I can only lower you down like this. Once you land, stay alert. The zombies can't see what's behind the building. Is it secure? Lambert asked shakily. Of course. Askai said as he led Lambert to the rooftop edge. We'll hold you tight. Shao Ming squeezed Lambert's shoulder. Using the rappel rope, Lambert was safely lowered to the ground, followed by Shao Ming. Lastly, Askai slid down the rope quickly. This was the back street of the apartment building, and the mutants were all crowded at the front door. Let us go. The 3 used parked cars on the street as cover and successfully slipped to the side of the school. The mutants were still gathered downstairs, only hearing noise from above. Lambert had recovered quite a bit. His legs finally felt steady. The 3 climbed into the school and made their way to the train station. There were no mutants inside the station. The entrance had already been sealed off by the police. Shao Ming spotted a police car with its door wide open and said to the others, you go check the track switch. I'll see if there's a radio in the police car. Be careful, kid, Askai said. Shao Ming patted the shotgun on his back. If there's danger, it'll protect me. The 3 split up. Shao Ming crouched low and ran toward the police car. As expected, there were no guns or ammo inside, but fortunately, he found 2 spare radios inside the glove compartment on the passenger side. Just as Shao Ming was about to leave, he saw 2 mutants staggering out at the intersection. He quickly lowered his body. These 2 mutants looked somewhat familiar, just like one of those that had surrounded them downstairs a moment ago. The 2 mutants seemed to be wandering aimlessly and had not yet noticed Shao Ming in the car. Shao Ming slowly took his shotgun from his back and held it in his arms. He He cautiously moved his body towards the car door, resting his finger on the trigger. At that moment, Ashji and Lambert emerged from behind the train station. The two mutants suddenly had a target and charged towards the two of them. Ashji raised his gun but saw Shao Ming waving at him from inside the police car. Understanding the situation, Ashji pulled out his dagger from his shoulder. The mutants rushed past the police car, and Shao Ming quickly slid out from the driver's seat, swinging the shotgun but down onto one mutant's neck. Ashji also rushed out from behind the wall, aiming his dagger at the head of another mutant. The mutant charged at Ashji, who bent down and dodged the incoming mutant, slashing through the mutant's abdomen with his dagger. Then, Ashji spun around, and the dagger sank firmly into the back of the mutant's head. Meanwhile, Shao Ming continued to strike the fallen mutant with the shotgun, but hitting its head repeatedly. The mutant covered its head with its hands and crawled forward, angrily attempting to turn around, but Shao Ming pinned it down to the ground. Shao Ming only stopped when the mutant beneath him showed no more signs of movement. The wooden shotgun, but had even cracked from the blows. "We got it," Ashji said as he pulled out his dagger, wiping the blood off on the mutant's clothing. "Let's go back to the train." Wait, Lambert said as he stepped out from behind the wall. "Are we going back the same way?" Shao Ming replied. "Unless you want to go through the center of town along the railway." The three of them retraced their steps, and the mutants that had gathered downstairs at the apartment had already dispersed, wandering through the various streets. Since they were no longer gathered together, it became much simpler. The three of them worked together to silently eliminate all the mutants on the two roads they had to pass. In total, there were only 5 mutants. As they returned along the path they had come, the three unexpectedly saw a scene before them. The area around the train was swarming with mutants. Chapter 74, Fight What Is Going On? The three quickly spread out and hid behind a tree to avoid being detected by the mutants near the train. Shao Ming felt a sweat in his heart, but it appeared that the train cars had not been breached. He raised his shotgun to look inside the train. He did not see the 2 girls nor any mutants entering the car. The gunfire from earlier by the train had indeed attracted more mutants, but they had only arrived near the train after the 3 had left. It seemed that these mutants had not completely entered a dormant state. Although they were currently standing still, they were still turning their bodies intentionally or unintentionally. "What do you think, kid?" Ashji slowly moved next to Shao Ming and asked. "I didn't see them," Shao Ming replied. "It looks like they aren't in the train." Ashji said, "We need to deal with the train first." "There are quite a few." Shao Ming observed the situation by the train again, estimating there were over 100. A direct attack would definitely not work. Ashji agreed, stating that even though the 3 had guns, they could not possibly engage in a direct firefight with the mutants in this terrain. Once the mutants entered the woods, their hit rate would drop significantly. Even Ashji, who had undergone special forces training, could not guarantee he could take down over 100 mutants. High individual quality does not equate to being that abnormal. "What about grenades?" Lambert suggested, eyeing the 2 grenades on Ashji's waist. Using them directly would be too inefficient. Ashji shook his head. "Besides, they are too close to the train. I don't know if using grenades would cause damage to the train." "What do you think?" Shao Ming asked. "We definitely need to draw them away," Ashji replied. "I'll go. You guys find out where those 2 girls are." "You're going alone?" Shao Ming asked incredulously. "There are no sewers for you to crawl through here. It's easier to avoid detection alone," Ashji said. "I'll say it again. No matter how fast you run, it's not faster than a bullet." With no other options, Shao Ming could only say to Ashji, "Come back in one piece." After Ashji left, Lambert moved closer to Shao Ming. "He won't just run away because there are too many zombies, will he?" Shao Ming glanced at Lambert and said, "You got PTSD from that pilot, didn't you? Don't worry, he still needs us. Besides, do you want to go draw the zombies away?" Lambert shook his head. After that, the 2 of them quietly moved towards the other side. Not long after, a gunshot rang out from the woods, and a mutant by the train fell to the ground. The mutants were immediately alerted and rushed towards the woods. Once most of the mutants had left, Shao Ming and Lambert ran towards the train. "Go prepare to start the train." Shao Ming threw a walkie-talkie to Lambert. "Press the biggest button. I've already set the channel." Lambert nodded and climbed into the driver's seat. Shao Ming quickly approached the passenger car and opened the door. It was indeed empty inside. Even Gordon was nowhere to be found. Just as Shao Ming was about to leave the train, 2 girls emerged from the nearby swamp with Gordon. Seeing Feng Yusheng safe and sound, Shao Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yusheng dove into Shao Ming's arms, her voice trembling as she said, "As soon as you left, zombies came running from the city, and we had to hide in that swamp over there." Shao Ming gently patted Feng Yusheng's back, saying, "It's fine, it's fine." The 2 girls and the dog were all soaked, indicating they had been hiding in the swamp. "You guys are really lucky," Shao Ming said as he cleaned the dirt off Feng Yusheng. Why didn't you run into the woods? What if you got stuck in the swamp? No, we didn't. Feng Yusheng quickly explained. The swamp over there isn't continuous. We went around the edge to the seaside, and many zombies got stuck in there. Shao Ming looked at the swamp. In reality, it looked more like small lakes, making it easy for people to distinguish the actual swamp. And if you were standing on the other side of the swamp, the mutants charging straight towards you couldn't differentiate where was safe and where was dangerous. Very smart. Shao Ming hugged Feng Yusheng tightly. It's good that nothing happened. Yamada Ryo looked around and asked, "Where's Ashji? Why don't I see him?" Another gunshot rang out from the woods, answering Shao Ming's question. The few of them ran to the window and saw a figure in the woods. Ashji was limping towards the train, with several mutants following him from the woods. "Cover him," Shao Ming shouted as he set the shotgun on the window. Shao Ming couldn't shoot properly. The tree trunks blocked his line of sight and bullets. Ashji finally ran out of the woods, and Shao Ming grabbed the shotgun, jumped off the train, and ran towards him. Yamada Ryo and Feng Yusheng quickly ran over to support Ashji. Shao Ming aimed at the first mutant that burst out of the forest and pulled the trigger, blowing it in half. The three covered Ashji as he boarded the train, and Shao Ming quickly used the walkie-talkie to notify Lambert to start driving. The train gradually accelerated, leaving the mutants behind. Shao Ming approached Ashji, only to see a bloody wound on his leg. It was a bite mark. Seeing Shao Ming come over, Feng Yusheng looked up at him with a complex expression. "How could this happen?" Shao Ming asked. "I need to admit one thing," Ashji said. "Some of those guys really can run fast." Shao Ming had already tightened his grip on the gun, ready to put his finger on the trigger at any moment. "I can understand," Ashji said, noticing Shao Ming's nervousness. "Kid, if I turn, give me a shot in the head." Yamada Ryo beside him began to sob, and Shao Ming took a deep breath and squatted down. Asuji's wound on his leg wasn't too deep, but it had already exposed the flesh. Shao Ming recalled all the zombie movies and TV shows he had watched, where almost all bitten people had no chance of survival. "Didn't I tell you to come back unscathed?" Shao Ming said. Asuji smiled, looking like he had failed the mission a bit. "Lambert," Shao Ming pressed the intercom. "Stop the car. I won't give up on you," Shao Ming said. "We don't know if this virus will mutate when bitten, but just in case, I have to lock you up." "I understand, kid," Asuji nodded. A few people bandaged Asuji's wound and locked him in the empty driver's cabin at the front of the vehicle. Lambert closed the car door and said to Shao Ming, "We should have gone with him to draw the zombies away." Shao Ming shook his head. "If two of us had gone, there might have been two people locked inside." Chapter 75. Amiens Cemetery. The door of the driver's cabin was heavily shut, and inside, there were enough food, water, and medicine for Asuji for 7 days. "Are we still going to Paris?" Lambert asked. Shao Ming answered firmly, "Yes, of course, but in his condition." Lambert lowered his voice and leaned closer to Shao Ming's ear, not to mention whether he can hold on until Paris, even if we get there. "What are the chances his daughter is still alive?" "He saved us," Shao Ming immediately replied, "and in just these 2 days, he saved us more than once." I know, Lambert hurriedly explained. "What I mean is, even though he's fine now, if he changes, someone has to make sacrifices." Shao Ming shouted. "One day this will happen again. You will die, I will die, we all might die. This is no longer the world we used to know," he continued. "Now that Asuji has been bitten, next time it will be my turn. If he really changes, I'll put a bullet in his head." Shao Ming paused, and then said, "It's not the first time I've done this. If it happens to me, I hope you will put a bullet in my head too. But right now, he hasn't mutated. He is still a person." Lambert looked at this college student who was a few years younger than himself, feeling an indescribable emotion. "I'll drive," Lambert said. The train started moving again, heading towards Amiens. The 3 people in the car set up a temporary stove with various debris and an alcohol stove. There was still 1 pack of alcohol blocks left, so they could have hot meals for a while. It's just a pity they didn't find a dining car or sleeper car in the parking lot that day. Otherwise, it would save them the trouble of modification. Everything was as usual. The train sped past, with the mutants chasing but being left behind. However, gradually, the few people inside the car began to feel that something was wrong. The train passed several towns, and the number of mutants chasing them decreased. It wasn't that the mutants had become smarter, but that there were fewer mutants in the towns. The intercom lit up, and Lambert's voice came through. "Amiens is coming up. Do we need to change tracks?" Shao Ming picked up the intercom and asked. Lambert hesitated. "We need to, but it doesn't seem like we need cover." "What do you mean?" Shao Ming asked. "There are no zombies here at all." The train slowed down and entered the city of Amiens. Outside the window appeared various houses. Barricades made of debris, abandoned vehicles, a scene of the apocalypse. Yet there were no signs of any mutants. Shao Ming picked up the intercom and said, "Stop." The train stopped, and Shao Ming opened the door and jumped down. Gordon also followed and jumped out, frolicking on the empty street. Yamada Ryo and Feng Yusheng got off the train. The street here was terrifyingly quiet. Besides the birds on the telephone poles, Shao Ming didn't see any living things other than them. But he always felt something was strange. Every household had intact doors and windows. Could mutants really pass through walls to leave their homes? Or did people actually mutate only after leaving their homes? As Shao Ming walked past the front of the train, he heard Asuji knocking from inside the cabin. Where are we? Asuji asked. Amiens, Shao Ming replied. Amiens, Asuji thought. They were very close to Paris. Just over 100 kilometers away. The fewer mutants outside Paris meant there would be more inside. Moreover, with such a large Amiens, not a single mutant was present. One could imagine how bad the situation was inside Paris. No need to go any further, Asuji suddenly said. Shao Ming pressed the pedal, and Asuji's face inside the driver's cabin still looked relatively normal. It was a bit hard to communicate through the door, so Shao Ming opened the door. Aren't you going? Asuji was slowly sitting on the floor of the driver's cabin against the wall, looking at his injured leg. It's fine. Asuji's eyes dimmed. I never had much hope anyway. Shao Ming placed his hand on Asuji's shoulder, unsure of what to say. Thank you for taking me to see this, Asuji said. This is enough. If we go any further, we might encounter a horde of corpses. What about your daughter? Maybe she evacuated with the troops, Asuji said. Besides, in my current state, returning to the team would only get me shot. While they were talking, the others gathered around. Shao Ming said, think it through. Once we leave this time, we won't come back. Asuji closed his eyes. Perhaps he had already accepted the fact that he would never see his daughter again a few days ago. We can walk a bit further, Feng Yusheng said beside him. We can see what the situation in Paris is really like. At that moment, this man felt extremely conflicted. That was his own flesh and blood, and not wanting to search was definitely a lie. But now with an injured leg, he didn't even know if he could survive. And the hope of finding his daughter was even more remote. If he really turned into a mutant, there was no need to take the remaining few to die with him. Moreover, if Paris really had 1 million zombies, even with a train, it would be very difficult to push into the city. I'm not going. Asuji shook his head. Even the zombies in Amiens have surged over. I originally thought the situation in Paris would be a bit better. Even if only the remaining troops in Paris could handle the zombies. This is simply too many. Shao Ming patted Asuji's shoulder and said, then we really have to go back. Yeah, Asuji nodded, tears streaming down the eyes of this tough man. Shao Ming jumped off the train, and the others looked at him. Let's go. Let's see if there's anything we can use. The few of them scattered and walked towards the shops on the side of the street. Only Yamada Ryo climbed back onto the train and came to Asuji's side. Are we really just leaving like this? Feng Yusheng and Shao Ming walked into a convenience store and asked. He made a decision. We also fulfilled our promise. Shao Ming shrugged and said, to put it bluntly, isn't it better for us if he doesn't go to Paris with us? Feng Yusheng asked, what about his leg injury? At least nothing has gone wrong yet. Shao Ming turned back, and Yamada Ryo was sitting beside Asuji, comforting him. Let's observe. It's just right for us to find out if a bite leads to mutation. All right, Feng Yusheng nodded. The convenience store had long been ransacked, and even the warehouse was not spared. Fortunately, there was an entire city of Amiens for them to search for supplies. Chapter 8, Top Secret, Prion 20 Virus File. Dear, unencrypted, Sir, I am Dr. Shelton from the CDC. I believe that by the time you receive this email, our country and even the world will be in turmoil. Before the redacted was decrypted, we had submitted a report regarding the Prion 20 virus to the redacted department, but unfortunately, the redacted department did not give this report sufficient attention. As early as redacted, when the first case of the Prion 20 virus, hereafter referred to as P virus, appeared in Northern California, our department had already begun research on the P virus and its potential aftereffects. Based on the experimental report submitted by the redacted laboratory, we have made the following estimates regarding the effects of the P virus aftereffects. Of course, I will try to explain the issues related to the P virus in a straightforward manner. Firstly, unlike other prion, the P virus is larger in size and can trigger immune responses in humans, which means that a significant portion of infected individuals may develop antibodies. Secondly, compared to the conventional prion viruses that completely destroy the human central nervous system, the P virus produces a dangerous form of control. The P virus can take over human behavior by completely commandeering the central nervous system, leading individuals to become entirely mad and attack other living beings. This aggressive behavior is not driven by the need for the virus to spread, similar to ordinary prion. The P virus does not contain nucleic acids but replicates extensively through its protein structure as genetic material. Furthermore, the P virus can completely block the commands sent from the brain to the body tissues. In simple terms, Humans infected with the P virus will be unable to control their actions while fully conscious. For example, subject D01, after being fully infected with the P virus, had a highly active state of brain cortex thinking, while their behavior exhibited uncontrollable rage. Research indicates that the P virus can only infect humans and cannot infect other organic life forms such as animals and plants. Additionally, the P virus has a latency period of up to 6 months after entering the human body, during which the virus remains dormant, and the patient will be in a completely normal state without any discomfort symptoms. When the viral concentration reaches redacted, the virus within the body will fully awaken and completely take over the human central nervous system within a time frame of 24 to 168 hours. Almost all subjects experienced a significant enhancement in their physical abilities after being infected with the P virus, and we unanimously agree that this enhancement is due to the release of the body's own protective mechanisms. Naturally, this also means that the enhancement is related to the physical state of the subjects prior to infection. The good news is that, as I mentioned earlier, a significant portion of infected individuals developed antibodies after being infected with the P virus. In our 2 control experiments conducted at redacted, we found that subject A, after developing antibodies, was re-injected with the P virus, and the virus within their body was still eliminated by the antibodies. The antibodies remained effective during the 2 stages of viral mutation. However, due to insufficient observation time, we cannot rule out whether the antibodies retain their resistance to the virus after these 2 stages. Furthermore, the vaccine produced during the widespread outbreak of the P virus has been confirmed ineffective by the redacted department located at redacted for infected individuals with viral concentrations reaching redacted. This vaccine would further catalyze the mutation of the virus within the body, resulting in a brand new subspecies. Since the redacted department has been completely destroyed, we can only temporarily name this subspecies P-bio. Finally, we hope your department can contact the redacted department, as we suspect that the emergence and widespread outbreak of the P virus may be related to the biological weapon research conducted by the redacted department. Chapter 76. Anti-aircraft gun. After dinner, a few people decided to stay in Amiens a little longer and leave tomorrow. However, to be safe, they first took the train back to the outskirts of the city. After all, no one knows whether the mutants heading towards Paris would come home at midnight. Although the seats in the compartment were narrow, it was still better than lying on the floor, and since Ashji had also brought several blankets from home, Shao Ming slept very well. The next morning, the 4 of them drove towards the city center. The city had erected quite a few street barricades, and the off-road vehicle had to squeeze through narrow alleys several times to continue on. Fortunately, the mutants were still gathering in Paris, and the city was as quiet as it had been yesterday. We need food, water, most importantly, water, Shao Ming said, and some tools, ammunition, whatever you think is useful. Load it all into the car. As he spoke, he felt like laughing. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an entire city waiting for them to scavenge. The French army fighting in the city probably never expected their defense would have this effect. The off-road vehicle stopped at a fork in the road, and the group got out to act separately. Remember to come back here to the car by noon. We don't know when the tide of corpses will return, so be careful and quick, Shao Ming told everyone. We're leaving France this afternoon. Shao Ming did not want to linger too long on this unexpected route. They were heading in the opposite direction of home. Lambert was looking for a tool shop in the city. The cutting machine blades brought from the fire station had already worn out, and the welding gun was out of fuel. Various tools were essential if they wanted to continue their train journey. Feng Yusheng and Yamada Ryo went together to search for food and water, as well as books on agriculture and machinery from a bookstore. The knowledge in their heads was clearly insufficient to cope with the increasingly harsh environment, and maintaining and repairing trains and cars also required expertise from books. There were many auto repair and appliance repair shops on both sides of the fork where the off-road vehicle was parked. Walking backward, there was also a large bookstore and a gardening center, which was why they decided to stop the car at this intersection. As for Shao Ming, he focused on searching for weapons. Citizens in France are allowed to possess shotguns, so .22 caliber ammunition should still be relatively easy to find. Moreover, it had become apparent during their journey that the French government had set up checkpoints in major cities, making it possible to find some military weapons and equipment. Shao Ming wandered around several blocks centered on the off-road vehicle, and a zoo appeared before him. Clearly, this was not the time to visit a zoo, but he could still see the situation inside through the fence. He raised the shotgun in his hand, in case a mutated animal suddenly appeared. Looking through the fence, he saw that the closest area to the wall was littered with bones. It seemed that these animals had become the meal of the mutants. Looking deeper into the zoo, the whole place was silent. Even if there were animals separated by cages, they had already starved to death inside. Leaving the zoo, Shao Ming continued toward the city center. There were indeed many auto repair shops in this area, with one visible every few steps. However, with Lambert around, there was no need to search for anything inside. Walk to be safe, he still raised the gun in his hand first. The tent was empty, with only some empty ammunition boxes and a few portable tables and chairs scattered on the ground. The rear door of the armored vehicle was open, and inside it was equally empty. Shao Ming put down the shotgun. It seemed that Amiens City was indeed devoid of any bodies. He picked up a FAMAS rifle from the ground. The magazine was empty, with no bullets inside. He continuously picked up several more guns from the ground, all of which were already out of ammo. Shao Ming's mood at this moment was like winning a prize, but being told it was just a handful of air. He threw the H.416 rifle he had just picked up onto the ground and began searching for ammunition boxes, bullet boxes, grenade boxes, artillery shell boxes. All the boxes were completely empty. It seemed the French army had taken all usable weapons and ammunition when retreating. It can't be this clean, Shao Ming said as he crawled into the crew compartment of a VBCI armored vehicle. Inside the vehicle, no useful weapons were seen either. But Shao Ming picked up a map from one of the seats. The map was marked in French with several red circles, which appeared to be gathering points for survivors, one of which was Amiens. It seemed this map was somewhat outdated, Shao Ming thought. Continuing to look further, the remaining gathering points were Paris, Lyon, and Bordeaux. Paris was hopeless, but maybe there were still survivors in the more southern cities of Lyon and Bordeaux. Shao Ming put down the map. France was not his destination, but Esquir's daughter was very likely in one of these survivor gathering points, if she was lucky enough. Shao Ming did not intend to tell Esquir this news. Perhaps having no hope at the moment was the greatest hope for this man. Besides, he had selfish reasons too. If Esquir knew his daughter might survive, would he still calmly cross the Eurasian continent with them? The armored vehicle's keys were not here either. Now it was just a pile of scrap metal. Shao Ming crawled out of the VBCI, bypassed the vehicle blockade, and came to the city center green space. Here he found a surprise he had never expected. Due to the vehicles blocking the view, he hadn't noticed it immediately. It was an anti-aircraft gun. More precisely, it was a Swedish-made Bofors GDF 35mm anti-aircraft gun. Obviously, this fixed weapon hadn't been dragged away by the French army in time. Likewise, the 35mm shells that could only be used by this anti-aircraft gun were all intact and placed aside. Shao Ming was so excited, he almost jumped up. This really was a grand prize. Around noon, Shao Ming waited by the off-road vehicle with 2 boxes of 35mm shells. Lambert, carrying a fully packed backpack and 2 gas canisters, walked toward the off-road vehicle. Look what I found. Lambert raised a gas canister and said, "It's gas welding equipment." Seeing Shao Ming sitting by the off-road vehicle smiling but with empty hands, he asked, "Did you find anything?" Shao Ming laughed. "A big discovery. You'll see soon." Chapter 77. Return to Calais. Food and water had been replenished, but there was no place to put the anti-aircraft gun dragged back by the off-road vehicle. Because the cargo compartment of the transport vehicle had a frame roof, the anti-aircraft gun couldn't be directly placed at the rear, as it would block the off-road vehicle's entrance and exit. Now the off-road vehicle couldn't even be driven back into the compartment, let alone with the anti-aircraft gun blocking the way. "We can add a flatbed carriage in front of the vehicle," Lambert said, hands on hips, looking at the train. "First, we can load the anti-aircraft gun onto it, and second, it can protect the front of the vehicle." Shao Ming looked at the front of the vehicle. The flatbed carriage was lower, so there was no need to worry about the protruding iron plate blocking the connection. "Let us go find one," Shao Ming said. Since there are no zombies now, such a big city like Amiens must have a freight train. The two started the off-road vehicle again and, guided by the map, headed toward the train station in Amiens City. After passing 2 stations, they finally found a train with a flatbed carriage. After some hard work, they pulled away one flatbed carriage, but a new problem arose. The height of the flatbed carriage was not suitable for directly loading the anti-aircraft gun. They had to move both the train and the anti-aircraft gun to a freight warehouse, using a platform about as high as the flatbed carriage. They finally dragged the anti-aircraft gun onto the flatbed carriage with the help of the off-road vehicle. Problem followed problem. The fully extended anti-aircraft gun placed horizontally on the flatbed carriage caused serious overwidth on both sides. Shao Ming circled the anti-aircraft gun and said, "I think we need to let Esquir out." "Let him out?" Lambert asked. In his current state, Shao Ming pointed at the anti-aircraft gun. "Can you handle this thing?" "Damn it," Yamada Ryo quickly said beside them. "Esquir will be fine." Lambert looked at the two and said nothing more. "What is going on, kid?" Esquir was helped out of the cabin by Yamada Ryo and Shao Ming. "Wow," he immediately saw the anti-aircraft gun on the flatbed carriage. "This is a good thing." "Where did you find it?" "Your outpost," Shao Ming replied. "They took all the weapons except this one." This is not easy to move. A 6 or 7-ton heavy artillery. Askir limped toward the anti-aircraft gun and said, "Those big boxes on both sides can be removed." He pointed at the 2 boxes. "They contain the automatic feeder and fire control system. No need to bring them. Just take them all off. After all, for us now, a scope is enough." "Don't want the automatic feeder?" Shao Ming asked quickly. Askir looked at the ammunition stacked aside and shook his head. "With such little ammo, the automatic feeding system is useless. Besides, what we remove are just the auxiliary ammo boxes used for quick ammo switching." Askir then asked, "You drag the gun back like this?" "Yeah," Shao Ming nodded. "Anyway, I think the 2 wheels can be taken off." "Impressive," Askir exclaimed. Then turned back to study the anti-aircraft gun. "But I haven't used this model either. It's not our unit's responsibility." Shao Ming saw Lambert standing behind Askir, his gun slightly raised. "Relax." Shao Ming quickly came to Lambert's side, pressed down his gun, and whispered, "Does he look like he's about to mutate right now?" Askir turned around and asked, "Screwdriver, do you have a screwdriver?" Shao Ming immediately released Lambert's gun, patted his shoulder, and said, "Screwdriver, go get a screwdriver." Lambert glanced at Shao Ming and nodded. Askir took the tool belt Lambert handed over, and after some tinkering, finally removed all the overwith parts. Now the anti-aircraft gun was reduced to just the main gun body, which was perfectly suitable to be mounted on the flatbed carriage. With Lambert's new welding torch, the anti-aircraft gun was fixed at the very front of the flatbed carriage. Shao Ming patted the 35mm caliber barrel, and a happy smile involuntarily appeared on his face. "It would be great if it could be converted to remote control," Shao Ming said. "It's still a bit troublesome now. Better fix the support frame again," Askir said. "I don't know if this train can withstand the vibration caused by firing." The group found some iron plates and heavy objects at the construction site opposite the warehouse, and, with Lambert's welding, secured the anti-aircraft gun firmly. "Good, very good." Lambert took off his protective mask and asked, "Anything else to add? While the zombies haven't returned home yet, we still have time. I have a suggestion." Feng Yusheng suddenly spoke up. "Since the flatbed carriage is still half empty, I saw some extra iron plates at the construction site across the way. Why don't we make a nursery?" In a nursery, Shao Ming thought of those sprouting potatoes. It didn't seem impossible to farm on a train. "Is it feasible?" Shao Ming asked about the train environment. Feng Yusheng replied, "I think it's pretty much the same as planting in the ground. We brought back a lot of seeds." Yamashita Ryo said, "We can give it a try." I agreed. Lambert raised his hand. "Let's do it," and a few of them ran again, using iron sheets to awkwardly build a nursery on the flatbed. After dinner, the modifications to the flatbed were finally completed. Now, in addition to the original locomotive, passenger cars, and the cargo car, an extra flatbed with an anti-aircraft gun and a small field was added in front of the locomotive. After helping out, Ashki voluntarily went back to the driver's cabin to lock himself in, but Shao Ming believed that the chances of him mutating were minimal. After all, a day and a night had passed, Ashki's condition had improved significantly, and there were no signs of infection in his wounds, nor any symptoms like fever or confusion. Moreover, he still had a good appetite, so everyone had to give him more canned food. However, for safety's sake, he still locked himself in the driver's cabin. Gordon seemed very interested in the newly built nursery. He ran over to the seeds just planted by Feng Yusheng and Yashida Ryo and lifted a leg. "Hey!" Feng Yusheng quickly stopped Gordon. "This is not your toilet." Everyone laughed, and Shao Ming joked, "What's the big deal? Just consider it organic fertilizer." After sleeping for a night, except for Lambert and Ashki, Shao Ming took the 2 girls into the city to gather supplies. At the Amiens terminal, Lambert turned the train around using the tracks, heading back the way they came. The dense buildings outside gradually disappeared, replaced by clusters of small housing areas that were not connected. Since they had already traveled this way once, Lambert increased the speed on the return trip, and before noon, the train was back near the entrance of the underwater tunnel. Moving forward would lead them to Calais. The train finally set off towards home. Chapter 78. Revisiting the parking lot. The train was speeding along the tracks, with Shao Ming and Lambert standing in the driver's cabin. "We can't go back the same way," Lambert said. "Ashki set off the air raid alarm a couple of days ago. There must be a lot of zombies in Calais. So how should we go?" Shao Ming asked. Looking at the map, Lambert picked up the tablet. "We should change course at the parking lot, bypass Calais and Dunkirk, and head directly to Lille." Shao Ming wasn't very clear on where Lille was, but he knew about Calais and Dunkirk. There was no way to change tracks in Calais, so they had to detour inland at the parking lot, away from the 2 coastal cities. Ahead is Belgium. Lambert put down the tablet and said, "From Lille, we can go directly to Brussels." Wait. Shao Ming remembered something, took the tablet, zoomed out a bit on the map, and checked Lille and Brussels. He zoomed in again to confirm the route. From Lille to Brussels, There were hardly any forests or grasslands visible on the map. It was all covered by housing districts. I don't think this is a good idea, Shao Ming said. Most of the route is densely populated urban areas, and the road network is quite complicated. It might be difficult to pass through. That's a problem. Lambert took back the tablet and continued studying the map. But if we don't cross the border at Lille, we have to head south for hundreds of kilometers to leave France. Let's detour then, Shao Ming said. It's better than plunging into a sea of zombies. As you say? Commander, Lambert nodded. But we need to check the situation in the parking lot before we drive the train in. I'll just walk over, Shao Ming sighed. It's too troublesome to get the off-road vehicle down and then back up again. Besides, there's not much fuel left. The train stopped at Pion Station, which was where they had picked up Ashki a few days ago. Shao Ming returned to the passenger car. He originally wanted to take his hunting rifle. But after seeing Ashki's FRF-2, he decided to take that sniper rifle instead. Ashki, Shao Ming knocked on the door of the driver's cabin. Can I use your sniper rifle? Take care of it, kid, Ashki shouted. Shao Ming carried the sniper rifle towards the front of the train. Lambert leaned against the driver's cabin door and asked, Do you need me to go with you? I'll just take a look and come back. Shao Ming shook the walkie-talkie and said, Stay in touch. Be safe. Feng Yusheng shouted from behind him. Got it. Shao Ming replied as he walked into the woods. Gordon, who had finally come out to have some fun, obediently sat beside Feng Yusheng, watching Shao Ming leave with her. The weather today wasn't great. Even though it was already 10 in the morning, the woods still looked quite dim. Shao Ming gripped the sniper rifle tightly. The air in the woods seemed to be mixed with a bloody scent. If it weren't for the sound of birds chirping, he would have thought he had entered a desolate parallel world. However, this world was already not far from being desolate. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the sniper rifle was proving to be of little use. Shao Ming slung the FRF-2 on his back and pulled out the handgun from his waist. The P-320 had only a few rounds left, most of them having been used up in the underwater tunnel. Considering that the other guns they had on hand were either hunting rifles or shotguns with limited ammo, Shao Ming decided to keep this illegal handgun he had borrowed from a neighbor. All in all, he still had 1.5 magazines left. As Shao Ming was walking forward, he heard some rustling nearby. He quickly leaned against a tree, braced his arm against the trunk, and aimed the handgun in the direction of the sound. It seemed like something was running through the woods, crunching many fallen branches and leaves underfoot. Shao Ming took a couple of deep breaths, nervously looking into the woods. With the forest currently so quiet, the sound, though not loud, reached his ears. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through the woods. It was a deer. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't one of those agile zombies that jump around. The deer seemed to have spotted Shao Ming. It raised its head and stared at him warily. Although Shao Ming had the impulse to shoot the deer, he still controlled his finger. After all, he was only here to scout. Hunting would be better done with the off-road vehicle in a more suitable place. A patch of woods between a few cities? Clearly not appropriate. The deer watched Shao Ming for a while, and seeing that he remained still, it ignored him and lowered its head to graze. Just as Shao Ming was about to continue moving forward, a sound of running came from further away from the deer. This time, Shao Ming was sure it wasn't a small animal, as he heard the growling of a mutant. It sounded like the noise of the deer running had startled this mutant, prompting it to chase after. Immediately, the deer, frightened, raised its head and ran away. Shao Ming saw a mutant quickly pursuing it. Its speed was incredible, darting through the woods. The thought that a human could match the speed of a deer in the woods was truly frightening. However, Shao Ming noticed that this mutant behaved differently from the agile mutants he had encountered before. It wasn't relying heavily on pouncing or ambushing. Instead, its actions seemed more like pure endurance and speed in hunting. Several times, the mutant had already charged close behind the deer, although trees obstructed the view. Shao Ming was certain that the mutant was just continuing to chase, not pouncing forward to pin the deer down. It couldn't be said that the mutant was showing kindness to the deer, could it? Could it be that they had encountered a new variant? Fortunately, the deer on the other side completely attracted the mutant's attention. After they ran a certain distance away, Shao Ming seized the opportunity to continue moving toward the parking lot. The direction they ran toward was precisely the hillside behind the parking lot, which forced Shao Ming to continue moving downhill. He passed through the woods, and a small station appeared before his eyes. Shao Ming remembered this station. It was the first station outside the parking lot. Using the platform as cover, he set up his sniper rifle and looked toward the parking lot. Due to the warehouse blocking the view, he couldn't see the situation inside the parking lot clearly, so he had to continue along the road toward a position closer to the parking lot. However, after only a few steps, just arriving at the roundabout near the parking lot, Shao Ming saw an extremely terrifying scene. About several hundred mutants were hibernating at the parking lot, appearing between the tracks, inside carriages, and in houses. Mutants were everywhere. Fortunately, they hadn't noticed Shao Ming yet. So he hurriedly lowered his steps and slowly retreated. It seemed that those mutants originally attracted away by Ish had all returned. Chapter 79. Formulating a plan. Shao Ming returned along the original path to the train. Fortunately, there was no sound coming from the woods this time. He still preferred the quietness of the woods. Seeing Shao Ming emerge from the woods, the few people beside the train finally relaxed. How's the situation? Feng Yusheng asked. Not good, not good. Shao Ming shook his head. The zombies had all returned. The parking lot was full of zombies. He paused, then continued. And I found a mutant in the woods. It runs very fast and seems to have good endurance. You have a walkie-talkie. Lambert pointed to the walkie-talkie on Shao Ming's tactical vest as a reminder. Next time you can tell us earlier. Shao Ming slapped his forehead. Sorry. I was just thinking about checking the parking lot situation and forgot to inform everyone about the mutant in the woods, which is so important. So what do we do? Feng Yusheng asked. Is passing through this parking lot necessary? Lambert nodded and looked at Shao Ming. We need to have a small meeting. Shao Ming said as he opened the driver's cabin door. Shao Ming briefly explained the situation to Ush, whose face showed anxiety. Ush shook his head and said, with the ammunition we currently have, it's not enough to support the anti-aircraft gun for 30 seconds of firing. Besides, we removed the fire control system and the auxiliary box of the automatic feeder. Reloading the ammo box now requires manual loading. Lambert raised his hand and asked, then why did we remove them back then? We couldn't install it on the train without removing them. Shao Ming glanced at him. You installed it yourself and don't know? Lambert asked again. Can we restart the air defense alarm to lure them away like last time? Impossible. Ush immediately rejected Lambert's idea. That was an emergency diesel generator. Think about it. It's for the whole city's air defense alarm. How many times can it be used? What about the off-road vehicle? Feng Yusheng asked. The off-road vehicle can attract quite a few zombies, right? That probably won't work either, Yamada Ryo said. The west side of the parking lot is the sea, the east and north sides are urban areas, and the south is here. Shao Ming found that after listening to Yamada Ryo's Japanese-style English for 2 days, he could understand quite a bit. So we only have one way now? Shao Ming asked. The group fell silent. That one way naturally referred to breaking through by force. Actually, it's not impossible. Lambert broke the silence first. Last time, Shao Ming and I already broke the hydraulic control system of the tracks, so this time we should be able to switch tracks quickly. Using the train to crush them back and forth? Feng Yusheng asked. That's too slow, Shao Ming said. We need to finish before the zombies in the city are attracted by the sound of the train and gunfire. It's the sound of the cannon. Ish said beside them. Help me off the vehicle. I want to check what ammunition you all brought back. The group helped Ish out. And he limped toward the anti-aircraft gun at the front of the train. They helped Ish climb onto the flatbed again. He laughed and said, I didn't expect to enjoy the treatment of an 80-year-old at 40. 40? Shao Ming looked at Ish's build and face. Although Westerners are said to look older, he looked at most just in his early 30s. The twin-barrel anti-aircraft gun's ammo boxes on both sides of the barrels still contained quite a lot of ammunition. And Ish estimated there were about 100 rounds in total. He also looked at the 2 ammo boxes placed nearby. Actually, for a 35mm caliber anti-aircraft gun, one ammo box only contains about 50 rounds. No more? Ish asked. It was already difficult for your off-road vehicle to tow this guy back, Shao Ming said, standing under the flatbed and looking up. Besides, we have to carry other supplies too. You can make more trips, kid, Ish said, but it should be enough. He sat in the main gunner position of the anti-aircraft gun, stretching his head to look into the ammo box. Mixed ammunition belt, Ish said. I don't know if this thing hurts when it hits a person. Most ammo types aren't designed to deal with flesh and blood. Isn't that better? Shao Ming asked. Not really, Ish explained. As far as I know, the armor-piercing rounds of this anti-aircraft gun may pass through a human body without exploding. And the proximity fuse might not work. Also, there is another problem. These anti-aircraft gun ammo belts usually have specialized cartridge pushers, right? I swear. I didn't see any cartridge pusher, Shao Ming hurriedly said. You probably just don't recognize it, kid, Ish said. I'm not exactly sure myself. Every profession has its specialty, especially in the military. Wait, Lambert hurriedly said. So can you use this gun? Ish began rotating the gun barrel, answering Lambert with practical action. I am trained. All right. So we decided to break through by force, Shao Ming told everyone. We first drive the train outside the parking lot. Then Ush and Yusheng operate the anti-aircraft gun together to clear the zombies on the surrounding tracks. Me? Feng Yusheng pointed to herself. Shao Ming continued. Yamada Ryo and Lambert will drive the car, and Lambert will get off to switch tracks. Okay, sounds good, Lambert quickly said, but he immediately stopped smiling and asked. What about you? I'll drive the off-road vehicle to clear the zombies directly in front of the train, Shao Ming said. The anti-aircraft gun can't directly bombard the tracks we need to pass. Ash stroked his chin. Sounds barely feasible. Then I need to go to the hillside again. Lambert said. We can't tell which tracks we need from the map. I'll go with you, Shao Ming said, to observe the terrain inside the site again. Come on, miss. Ash put his injured leg into the seat and said to Feng Yusheng, your husband has given us a mission. Feng Yusheng's face immediately flushed red to the base of her neck. He is not my husband. Why yeah, Shao Ming hastily explained, don't misunderstand. What about me? Yamada Ryo asked. You come with me. Lambert leaned close to Yamada Ryo. I'll teach you to drive the train. So we can keep the train moving while switching tracks. Gordon, Feng Yusheng suddenly shouted. I told you not to pee in my field. Gordon's ears twitched. And he lowered his head and jumped down from the flatbed. All right, let us start preparing. Chapter 80. The eve of battle. Shao Ming was loading bullets into all the firearms inside the carriage when Feng Yusheng climbed up from the door. What's wrong? Shao Ming asked. She sat down on the seat opposite Shao Ming and said, I want to go with you. Go where? Shao Ming asked. To sit in the off-road vehicle and fight zombies? No, Shao Ming immediately refused. You stay on the train and help us operate the cannon to protect the carriage. Seeing that Feng Yusheng seemed a bit reluctant, Shao Ming continued. Driving nearby is too dangerous. Staying on the train is much safer. Feng Yusheng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shao Ming. Just listen and stay in the car to cover me. Askage looked at Feng Yusheng as she climbed back onto the flatbed car and said to her, It's okay. Actually, you wouldn't be much help by following. Thank you. Feng Yusheng replied. You really know how to comfort people. All right, let me teach you how to reload, he said. He took out a row of magazines, with 7 rounds of shells lying quietly on top. Askage looked somewhat surprised. This isn't belt-fed? How would I know? Feng Yusheng said. I've never used this thing. Askage continued. I had anti-aircraft training 20 years ago during training camp, and since then I haven't touched any large air defense equipment. So, Feng Yusheng asked. No wonder that kid said he hadn't seen a bullet feeder. Askage said. This magazine can be loaded by hand. Feng Yusheng looked as if she suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Askage, while putting the magazine back into the box, said, so what I took apart wasn't an automatic feeder, just the fire control system and its power supply. Feng Yusheng nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, I guess so. You're right. On the grass, Shao Ming was walking towards the parking area with Lambert. Askage and Lambert, seeing they had already left the train a good distance, said, Have we kept him out too long? I think he's fine now, Shao Ming replied. Glancing back at the position of the anti-aircraft gun. Did you not notice how well he's recovered? But we don't know. Lambert was interrupted by Shao Ming, who said, Let's not argue about this anymore. Okay, I'm just worried about our team's safety, Lambert said. Shao Ming replied. Do you think that if you pointed your gun at him like yesterday, he wouldn't notice? To put it another way, which would you rather deal with, a living, experienced special forces soldier or a mindless zombie? Lambert raised both hands and said, I get it, I get it. Shao Ming said, Stop talking and watch the woods. Lambert whispered, I hope that zombie has left. The two raised their weapons and walked toward the woods. Just like half an hour ago, the woods were still silent. Shao Ming didn't think that the mutated creature would leave the woods at that moment. The only thing that could make it leave was that deer running out. The two examined their surroundings with vigilance. Shao Ming chose to take a handgun, while Lambert took a double-barreled shotgun. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the environment became more complex. This direction, Shao Ming patted Lambert's shoulder. They headed up the slope when suddenly some noise appeared ahead. They quickly hid behind a bush, and Shao Ming looked forward through the gaps in the trees. Just near the top of the slope, the mutated creature from half an hour ago was gnawing on a deer's corpse. Don't shoot, Shao Ming whispered to Lambert. We're too close to the cargo area. Gunfire will attract other zombies. Lambert nodded and pulled out an iron bar from his waist. This mutated creature was blocking the path for the two to reach the high ground outside the parking area, to observe the situation inside. They had to either eliminate or distract it. What do you want to do? Lambert asked quietly. Running is definitely not an option, Shao Ming said. Having just witnessed the terrifying speed and endurance of that mutated creature, which couldn't even outrun a deer, let alone two modern people living in the city. The only advantage they had was that there were two of them. Remember how we dealt with those jumping zombies in the warehouse? Shao Ming said, We have two people. Before he finished speaking, a roar came from the direction of the mutated creature. Shao Ming peeked out and saw the creature charging toward them with its hands outstretched. Damn it! The mutated creature was incredibly fast. Before the two could react, it was already upon them. Without thinking, Shao Ming instinctively raised his handgun and pulled the trigger. Bang! What endurance! It's right in front of the gun. It's just a matter of one bullet. The birds in the woods were startled and flew away. Of course, it wasn't just the birds that were startled. Hundreds of mutated creatures in the parking area were also alerted. Didn't you say not to shoot? Lambert shouted. I didn't have time, Shao Ming said. Who knew it would spot us? I wanted to ambush it. Now we're the ones being ambushed, Lambert pulled Shao Ming. As distant roaring from the mutated creatures began to echo, run. The two immediately turned and ran back, and Shao Ming pressed the intercom button shouting, we've been spotted. Prepare for battle, prepare for battle. Askij's voice came through the intercom, received. The two ran desperately toward the edge of the woods, with the sounds of the mutated creatures growing louder behind them. Shao Ming didn't dare look back, but knew the situation behind him was surely not good. Fortunately, the mutated creatures needed to charge up the slope, which bought them some time. Bursting out of the woods, Askij had already aimed the cannon at the tree line. You drive, Shao Ming shouted while running to Lambert. I'll get the off-road vehicle. Where to? Lambert asked. Where else? Just charge in. Before they could reach the train, mutated creatures had already rushed out of the woods. Askij turned the anti-aircraft gun and opened fire behind them. The deafening explosion sounded from behind, causing Shao Ming to quickly duck and run toward the rear of the vehicle. Armor-piercing rounds swept through the woods, and the two 35mm cannons unleashed more than 14 rounds in a second, tearing trees as thick as a person's waist in half. In an instant, the edge of the woods was in chaos, leaves and branches flying everywhere. However, due to the type of shells used, the number of mutated creatures killed by the shells might not be as many as those crushed by falling trees. Chapter 81. Full firepower. The train began to move, with Askij maintaining a burst fire mode every few seconds. Meanwhile, Feng Yusheng set up a shotgun beside her, firing at the stragglers beneath the anti-aircraft guns. In the driver's cabin, Yamada Ryo skillfully grabbed the M240 machine gun mounted on the right side window, disengaged the safety, and loaded it in one smooth motion. This operation left Lambert, who was starting the train, stunned. As the train began to move, not yet at full speed, Shao Ming grabbed the support column of the car and climbed up. He cut the rope binding the tires and jumped into the off-road vehicle, releasing the handbrake and shifting into reverse before Shao Ming could even step on the gas. The off-road vehicle had already fallen off the train. Under the cover of the anti-aircraft gun and machine gun, the train quickly accelerated, leaving the mutated creatures behind before they could reach the tracks. Of course, it also left the off-road vehicle behind. A manual transmission. Shao Ming angrily pressed down on the clutch. Why does everyone buy manual cars? A mutated creature lunged at the off-road vehicle, crashing into the window. Goodbye, Shao Ming said, stepping on the gas and catching up to the train. The off-road vehicle passed alongside the train, driving onto the tracks in front of it. The sounds of gunfire and cannon fire had ceased, as the train was now far enough from the tide of corpses, no longer needing to waste precious ammunition. Shao Ming drove the off-road vehicle along the tracks into the parking area, knocking down two mutated creatures blocking the way. The massive figure of the train appeared on the bend behind the off-road vehicle. As a silver lining, many of the mutated creatures in the parking area had been drawn away by the gunfire, and there were not many left on the spot. Shao Ming rolled down the window and extended the shotgun out of the window. In the moving vehicle, Shao Ming had no confidence in his accuracy while aiming a shotgun with one hand, but he was sure he could hit targets within 1 meter. He adjusted his stance, firmly placing the butt of the gun against his shoulder, with his left hand on the steering wheel providing some support. A mutant charged towards the off-road vehicle, and Shao Ming quickly turned the steering wheel to the right, aiming the gun directly at the approaching mutant. A few rounds flew out of the barrel, directly blasting the mutant away. The recoil from the shot caused pain in Shao Ming's shoulder. He was fortunate not to have dislocated it while holding the gun at such an awkward angle. Askij rotated the anti-aircraft gun, targeting the mutants gathered on the platform of the parking area. With a series of bursts, the gun's muzzle spat fire, and armor-piercing rounds tore through the air, turning the train parked next to the platform into a sieve. A barrage of shells rained down, even breaking one of the platform's support columns. A group of mutants charged out from the residential area on the east side of the parking lot, heading towards the right side of the train. While Askij's anti-aircraft gun was still aimed to the left, Shao Ming drove the off-road vehicle over the tracks, moving towards the mutants that had just emerged from the residential area. Compared to the train further away, the mutants were clearly more interested in the suddenly approaching off-road vehicle. Bang! As a round was fired, one mutant's arm flew off. Shao Ming tossed aside the hunting shotgun, which had already fired 2 rounds, and pulled out a handgun from his waist. Although shooting while driving significantly reduced his accuracy, the moving off-road vehicle was still capable of drawing away many mutants. Now the mutants were split into 2 groups, those charging out from the parking lot on the left side of the train, and those coming from the right side residential area. The mutants on the left side suffered countless casualties under the anti-aircraft gun's fire, with some being blasted in half, while many others were crushed into pulp by debris and fallen columns on the platform. Lambert climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, straining to identify the tracks amidst the sea of corpses. Seeing that the area around the train was relatively safe, he stopped the train and ran towards the track switch. Fortunately, most of the mutants had already been cleared out, and Lambert quickly got the train onto the turnaround track. The next task was to move this behemoth out. Shao Ming circled around the residential area next to the parking lot and returned to it. Seeing the off-road vehicle come back, Lambert hurriedly waved at him. Shao Ming quickly turned the steering wheel, performing a drift to stop the vehicle right in front of Lambert. "Get in." Shao Ming helped Lambert open the door and asked him, "What's the situation?" "The last one is outside." Lambert quickly got into the off-road vehicle, and together with Shao Ming, they drove towards the next junction. Just as Shao Ming came to a stop at the last junction, his expression suddenly turned grim. Oh no! What appeared before his eyes was a horde of mutants. The parking area was less than a kilometer in a straight line from the city center of Calais, and the loud noise from the anti-aircraft gun had disturbed these dormant mutants. If it weren't for the obstruction of the residential area and the hillside, this wave of corpses would have reached the parking lot 10 minutes ago. Shao Ming glanced at the train and saw Ashji and Feng Yusheng reloading ammunition. Just when it rains, it pours. A larger wave of corpses was coming, but the most powerful weapon was out of ammo. Shao Ming hurriedly got out and set up a sniper rifle on the roof of the vehicle, firing at the mutants on the hillside. It couldn't be said to be a drop in the bucket. It was more like better than nothing. Fortunately, Lambert was now adjusting the track at a breakneck speed, and the two quickly returned to the off-road vehicle. Two mutants leaped down from the hillside, grabbing the rear of the off-road vehicle. The two inside the vehicle were completely unaware, and Shao Ming slammed on the gas, thinking only of how fast he could go. The two mutants were almost lifted off the ground, one of them being thrown off due to the bumps on the tracks, while the other clung tightly to the rear of the vehicle. "Is everything okay?" Shao Ming asked, gripping the steering wheel. Okay, Lambert said, shaken. That was the last one. The off-road vehicle came to a stop beside the train's cab, and Lambert jumped out, running towards the inside of the train. The mutant that had been dragged along finally managed to get back on its feet, but the next second, a hole appeared in its head. Feng Yusheng lowered the hunting rifle in his hands, panting heavily. The train started up again, heading straight towards the horde rushing down the hillside. This was tough for the two exposed at the front of the vehicle, as they relied on the anti-aircraft gun to knock down the mutants trying to climb onto the flatbed. Shao Ming also crawled out from the front of the vehicle, firing at the mutants approaching the train. "Did you see that?" Feng Yusheng shouted as he smashed a mutant with the butt of his gun, addressing Ashji. "I'm not just dead weight." Within minutes, the train passed through the area with the most mutants at the bottom of the hillside, turned a corner, and drove out of the parking lot. Due to the lack of time to secure the tracks and the train being heavier than in previous days, the tracks shifted as the train passed over them. The train tilted slightly before crashing back down onto the tracks. Everyone was nearly scared to death, feeling that they were just a hair's breadth away from derailing. Chapter 9, Top Secret, Prion 20 Virus File, 2. Dear Redacted, thank you for finally giving our report the attention it deserves. This will help the government regain control of the situation as soon as possible. Below is a summary of all our research on the P virus over the past 3 months. Detailed research reports have been submitted in the weekly reports, which you can view at Redacted. Based on our research in the Redacted area, it has been proven that P virus infection is irreversible. It is impossible to restore normalcy by removing the P virus's control over the central nervous system. The subject groups, Redacted and Redacted, immediately lost vital signs after we forcibly eliminated the P virus from their bodies. Specific experimental records can be found in the attachment. We are still working to discover how the P virus achieves this. Regarding the population with post-symptom transition, we have named them P01 infected individuals. And what we currently know about their habits and the P virus includes: 1. Infected individuals can enter a dormant state that reduces their metabolism to nearly zero. This dormancy mechanism is achieved through the P virus's control over brain neural signals, and the specific method is still under investigation. It is primarily characterized by the cessation of growth in nails and hair, and almost complete inactivity in brain activity, maintaining only the most basic life support functions like blood circulation and respiration. At this point, it becomes very difficult for us to medically determine whether the person is alive. Which reminds me of a term for movies, the living dead. However, what strikes us as very strange is that the auditory and visual systems of the infected individuals in a dormant state still function normally, and they can quickly restore bodily functions to normal levels when disturbed, activated by the P virus. when the energy within the infected individual is too low, causing the P virus to fail to maintain the concentration at, redacted, through proliferation, the infected individual will be reawakened. 2. Due to the effects of the dormancy mechanism. Infected individuals will still enter a state of natural death if they cannot obtain energy for an extended period. Here, death refers to the complete loss of the P virus's ability to divide and proliferate, losing its control over the human body. This also causes the P virus to be unable to provide energy to the human body with its protein properties, ultimately leading to complete death. Moreover, the longer the dormancy period, the higher the likelihood of brain necrosis, and infected individuals who have been dormant for too long may completely lose consciousness, with all bodily functions controlled by the P virus. 3. The retention of consciousness in infected individuals is inversely related to the duration and frequency of dormancy. In the early stages, especially when the P virus has just gained control over the human body, the brains of the infected individuals are in a fully awake state. As the energy in the body decreases and the concentration of the P virus increases, the infected individual's brain will gradually lose consciousness. 4. Cannibalism may occur among the infected. In experiments conducted in undeciphered, several infected individuals were locked in the same foodless laboratory, and they exhibited cannibalistic behavior to maintain their energy consumption. 5. Over time, the infected may develop various unpredictable subspecies. The known subspecies of infected individuals, apart from P organisms, are all caused by the lifting of restrictions on human capabilities by the P virus. For example, some infected individuals have enhanced reflexes or mobility, but we do not believe they can be fully classified as a subspecies. Research indicates that after sufficient feeding, infected individuals will undergo unrestricted proliferation, which is reflected not only in the rapid reproduction of the P virus within the body, but also in symptoms such as the emergence of sarcomas and a significant increase in muscle density. In some infected individuals, muscle tissue has shown varying degrees of deformity and mutation after combining with the P virus, but due to the limitations of the human skeletal structure, there have not yet been any infected individuals that completely surpass human limits. It cannot be ruled out that in the future, subspecies completely detached from human tissue structure may emerge, and more variants are still being discovered. This point requires extra attention, combined with predictions from other studies. We believe that infected individuals may not naturally perish within a few years, but rather, a significant number of subspecies may emerge in densely populated areas. 6. Experiments using P virus extraction factors for human enhancement have all ended in failure. Antibodies cannot simply eliminate the infectious factors in the virus to achieve symbiosis. 99% of natural antibody carriers have developed complete immunity to the P virus. We have also been unable to find other methods to control the P virus in the human body in a short time. 7. The P virus remains infectious to pure individuals who have not developed antibodies. Many heavily mutated survivors were those who managed to escape viral transmission during the pandemic phase, and these individuals still face the risk of reinfection by the P virus. Research indicates that the transmission method of the P virus during the major mutation phase is different from that during the pandemic phase. It can currently only be transmitted through blood and saliva. Whether the virus in the current major mutation phase still has the potential to cause sequelae is still under investigation. We are currently applying to the undeciphered department for more pure individuals who have not been infected by the P virus and have not developed antibodies for further research. 8. Some infected individuals have exhibited varying degrees of territorial awareness, according to intelligence from some frontline military units and satellite maps. Some infected individuals may have developed a sense of territory. Some maps indicate that they may have constructed structures similar to nests. It is currently unclear whether this behavior is a remnant of the infected individual's habitual actions before infection or if they have partially regained awareness. If this characteristic is confirmed, our understanding of the P virus will once again be shrouded in mystery. Infected individuals completely controlled by the virus should exhibit unconscious behaviors such as hunting for food to maintain bodily functions, and territorial awareness should not be present. 9. The P virus is more akin to a man-made virus. We have ample reason to suspect that the P virus is a product of biological weapons experiments. First is its targeted nature solely against humans, species other than humans, including gorillas, pigs, and white mice, species with similar genes to humans, cannot be infected. Second is its unreasonable proliferation and targeted control over the human nervous system, which has completely exceeded the laws of natural evolution. We hope your department can strive to establish contact with the undeciphered department. If the undeciphered department has already fallen, please send a team to collect data, which will greatly aid our research on the P virus. Chapter 82. Heading south, the train burst out of the parking lot, heading straight for the border between Germany and France. About 5 kilometers after leaving the parking lot, the train stopped beside a forest. Shao Ming also drove his off-road vehicle to the front of the train, and Ashji climbed down from the front of the train with Feng Yusheng's help. "Not bad, kid," Ashji said to Shao Ming. Lambert jumped down from the driver's cabin, mumbling, "Time to eat, time to eat." Shao Ming checked the time. It was indeed time to eat. And after a tense morning, it was time to take a break. The place where the train stopped was next to a forest, with an open field on the other side, and a small town was a couple of kilometers away. It was relatively safe to stop here and rest for a while. "Finally time for a meal," Ashji said, limping toward his vehicle. "Hey," Lambert suddenly called out to Ashji. "Are you staying to eat with us?" Ashji shook his head. "Forget it, I still have plenty of canned food." The others watched Ashji's limping figure, and Lambert turned to Shao Ming as if to say, "This is not my problem." The makeshift stove in the passenger compartment was heating up again, with a small pot simmering beef and luncheon meat. "We still have several densely populated areas to pass through," Lambert said, looking at the tablet, planning the route. "Lille, Charleroi, Liège, Cologne, these are all big cities. Once we get past this stretch, it will be fine," Shao Ming said. "This area has too many people, and the cities are all connected." Feng Yusheng stirred the food in the pot and asked, "Isn't there any other way to avoid this area?" "There is," Lambert said, showing the screen of the tablet to everyone. "After Charleroi, head southeast into Luxembourg, then north to the east side of Cologne. This way, we can maximize the avoidance of densely populated areas. But this detour is long. The mountainous roads in Luxembourg have many twists and turns, which will greatly slow down the train's speed. Given our current firepower, it's better to take a detour," Shao Ming said. "Just dealing with a few hundred zombies used up a lot of our ammunition. It will be difficult to find opportunities to change tracks when we enter the city. Let's eat, and then take stock," Feng Yusheng reminded. "Let's see what we're missing." Off-road vehicle, Yamada Ryo, who was petting the dog nearby, suddenly said, "We can't take the off-road vehicle with us." Shao Ming looked out the window. There was no way to drive the off-road vehicle onto the train here. He nodded regretfully and said to Lambert, "Is there any way to have a board like a truck that can be used to load and unload?" "This is a train," Lambert replied. "Loading cars requires specific steel ramps. Otherwise, they can only be driven in from the platform." Yamada Ryo asked, "So can we only throw one away for everyone we have?" No, Lambert hurriedly explained. "If we have enough tools and time, we can certainly modify a ramp ourselves." Feng Yusheng served a bowl of meat soup from the pot and handed it to Yamada Ryo. "Thank you." Yamada Ryo took the soup and stood up to walk outside the carriage. "Where is she going?" Lambert asked. "To bring food to Ashji," Shao Ming shrugged and replied. "Don't be jealous," Feng Yusheng said with a smile. "He saved her life, and you still have a long way to go." "A loli with an uncle?" Shao Ming asked. "I don't think there's any chance for them." Feng Yusheng shook her head and said, "Doesn't feel like it. You better be telling the truth," Lambert said with a mournful face. "Oh," Shao Ming handed a bowl of meat soup to Lambert. "Eating is the most important thing." After lunch, Lambert and Shao Ming began to take stock of the supplies on the train. Going to Paris cannot be said to be without gains. Although we turned back halfway, we still obtained a lot of supplies in Amiens. This includes enough rations and water for several people for a week. Some small gardening tools because Yamada Ryo and Feng Yusheng believed that normal-sized tools were useless in the train. In addition, there were also some fertilizers and seeds. Aside from that, the rest were basically leftover items from the previous journey. To Shao Ming's surprise, there were still a few packs of cookies left from the ones he initially brought back with Li Long. It seemed they were indeed not very tasty. Thanks to the train being in constant motion, Shao Ming and his group did not have to worry about the supplies being completely scavenged in any particular place. Even if the canned goods or other necessities in a future town were completely used up, they only needed to move on to the next town. After all, most bottled water and canned food have a shelf life of about 2 years or even longer, and Shao Ming did not believe that the train would not reach home within 2 years. In terms of firearms, it was basically possible to have 2 guns per person. Aside from Ashji's 416 and FRF2, the rest were civilian firearms. Fortunately, the standard magazine of the L85A1 that Shao Ming picked up was compatible with the 416, and Ashji still had 2 magazines available. There were only a little over 100 rounds left for the anti-aircraft gun, and its rate of fire placed high demands on ammunition. If one wasn't careful and pressed the trigger for a couple of seconds too long, all the spare rounds in the box would be gone. Shao Ming said, "Next time we go to collect food and water, we should be in Germany, right?" "If we continue at this pace, yes," Lambert nodded and said, 4 to 5 days should be enough for us to reach Germany." "In front of the train?" Feng Yusheng and Yamada Ryo were crouched together studying the seeds in the nursery. Do we need to loosen the soil? Yamada Ryo asked while flipping through a book about planting. I don't think so. Feng Yusheng thought for a moment and said. The bumps of the train should be enough to loosen the soil. Yamada Ryo continued flipping through the book and said. The book doesn't say how to plant on a train. Gordon followed Lambert and Shao Ming to the nursery, and in these few days, he had completely learned how to climb the ladder onto the train like a human and was quite skilled at it. However, as soon as he climbed onto the flatbed, he was pushed off by Feng Yusheng. Get out of here. I told you not to come up and treat this place like a toilet. Gordon ran back to sit behind Shao Ming with his tail between his legs. Shao Ming looked up at Feng Yusheng and said, How are the radishes and potatoes you planted? The potatoes are doing well, Feng Yusheng said. The ones that had already sprouted are fine. And the radishes were only planted 2 days ago. Shao Ming pondered that it was still April, which seemed to be the planting season for potatoes. In 2 or 3 months, they could harvest more potatoes. Of course, it would be best if they were already home in 2 to 3 months and did not have to live like this anymore. A rumbling noise seemed to come from the sky, and several people looked up at the same time. It was an airplane. Chapter 83. Emergency landing to be precise. It was an A-400M transport aircraft. The plane was flying at a low altitude, and from its paint scheme and the direction it was coming from, it could still be identified as a transport aircraft belonging to the French Air Force. As for its low flying height, it was more accurate to say it was plummeting rapidly. The 2 engines on the left wing were billowing thick smoke, and as it passed overhead, Shao Ming noticed that those 2 engines were completely out of commission. He looked closely at the plane and seemed to see one of the engine's blades lodged in the other engine. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Lambert asked, looking up. The plane passed over their heads and then disappeared behind the trees. Without thinking, Shao Ming jumped off the flatbed and ran towards the off-road vehicle. Lambert hurriedly jumped off and grabbed Shao Ming. What are you doing? Of course, I'm chasing the plane, Shao Ming said. Didn't you see it was going down? Are you crazy? Lambert said. I know it's going down, but why should we chase it? What if there are survivors? Feng Yusheng asked from the train. Shao Ming replied. And it's a military transport plane. Who knows what good things it might be carrying? Lambert hesitated for a moment and then got into the off-road vehicle with Shao Ming. After all, the prospect of good things was quite enticing. Given the plane's descent rate, it was likely that very few people could survive intact. With their current medical capabilities, dragging along a wounded Ashji would be manageable. But if they encountered an injured person with serious injuries, it would only slow down the team's progress. After all, this was about survival, not charity. Fortunately, the off-road vehicle had not yet been abandoned. Shao Ming quickly started the engine and drove towards the direction where the plane was crashing. Since the plane had flown over the treetops, the off-road vehicle could not go through the woods directly and had to make a big detour around the trees. Shao Ming couldn't help but push the accelerator a little harder. This patch of woods was much larger than Shao Ming had imagined, but fortunately, a gap soon appeared ahead that allowed the off-road vehicle to pass quickly through the trees, thanks to the relatively flat terrain here. Once the 2 of them got out of the woods in the off-road vehicle, they quickly spotted the transport plane in the sky. At that moment, it was very close to the ground. The A-400M transport aircraft was wobbling downwards, and it was evident that the pilot was trying hard to control its position. But the plane was completely failing. Logically, even a 4-engine passenger aircraft could barely maintain flight posture after 2 engines were out of commission. But this military transport aircraft was descending towards the ground, which puzzled Shao Ming. He couldn't help but think of scenes from some movies where the military transported experimental subjects on a transport plane, and then the subjects broke free on the plane. A loud rumbling sound came from afar, even louder than the sound of the 4-engine transport aircraft passing overhead. Shao Ming saw clouds of dust and mechanical debris rising not far away. After going over a small hill, the crashed plane appeared before them. The aircraft did not explode or catch fire. Aside from the completely destroyed wings and engines, the main structure was relatively intact. Its rear cargo door was wide open. It was unclear whether the pilot had opened it intentionally or if it had been forced open during the emergency landing. A long, deep trench appeared on the grass behind the plane, with the landing gear and some pieces of the aircraft scattered nearby. Shao Ming stopped the vehicle on the hillside, raised his sniper rifle, and looked in the direction of the transport aircraft. The left wing of the plane seemed to be leaking fuel, while the 2 engines on the right wing had been completely shattered. Through the wide-open cargo door, Shao Ming saw that the cabin was empty. There were no vehicles, supplies, or survivors inside. Should we get closer to take a look? Lambert asked while holding onto the car door. Are there any survivors? Shao Ming glanced at the distant horizon and through the sniper scope. He could see mutated creatures running towards them from a town a couple of kilometers away. They had about 10 minutes. Let's take a look. Shao Ming put away the sniper rifle and got into the vehicle. The off-road vehicle drove along the trajectory of the plane's emergency landing or crash and soon arrived beside the transport aircraft. The two jumped out of the vehicle and took out a shotgun from the back seat of the off-road vehicle. A faint smell of aviation fuel wafted around the entire area of the plane, confirming that Shao Ming's judgment was correct. The left wing of the plane was indeed leaking fuel. The two walked into the cabin, and the spacious cabin was completely empty. With the seats on both sides folded up, Lambert asked, "Who would fly an empty plane out now? Is it coming from the direction of Paris?" Shao Ming said, "Maybe they were trying to escape. In any case, the way this plane crashed was very illogical. There were no anti-air missiles from the mutated creatures. So how could they take down a plane in the sky? The height of the plane's rotors was also high enough that there should be no issue of a mutated creature being sucked into the engines, causing an explosion. Unless someone shot it down, or the plane itself had some problem and was forcibly taken off by the pilot. You go check the cockpit," Shao Ming said to Lambert as he ran towards the cabin. Lambert asked, "What are you going to do?" Shao Ming went outside to look for the remnants of the engine, and indeed found a large piece of debris not far away, judging by its size. This should be the engine of the plane. From Shao Ming's knowledge reserve, it seemed that the engine had not been attacked. But he couldn't be sure what exactly was going on. It was really strange. Shao Ming looked at the wreckage in front of him, wondering why planes had been falling from the sky so often lately. He turned and walked towards the main body of the plane, where Lambert was already standing by the cabin door. "What's wrong?" Lambert asked. "I have no idea what happened to this plane," Shao Ming replied. "What about you? Any findings?" Lambert shook his head. "All 3 crew members are dead, but there's someone inside who looks very familiar, like a high-ranking official. I've seen him on the news." "Is he still alive?" Shao Ming followed Lambert into the cabin and asked. "He's dead too," Lambert said, "but he really looks familiar. You should take a look." Shao Ming climbed into the cockpit, where chaos reigned. The immense impact had completely deformed the still relatively intact nose of the plane, and the 2 pilots were nothing but a bloody mess. Turning his head, he immediately spotted a man in a suit with his head down. Upon closer inspection, Shao Ming was shocked to recognize him. It was the president of France. No wonder Lambert said he looked familiar. How could he not? It now seemed that this plane was not shot down intentionally. The roar of the mutants was coming from the distance. It was time to leave. Chapter 84. Fuel Crisis. What's the situation? When the off-road vehicle returned, Feng Yusheng bent down to ask. It was a wasted trip. Shao Ming got out of the vehicle and said, "It's empty, no cargo at all." "Everyone is dead," Lambert said, "but there was someone I recognized." "All right." Shao Ming hurriedly interrupted Lambert. "Don't say any more." The train was restarted and left just before the mutants attracted by the transport plane could arrive. Lambert had planned a new route for parking, which was a fast track that bypassed most towns along the way, allowing direct access from Calais to Lille. Not long after the train started moving, the intercom on the table began to ring. "Shao Ming, Shao Ming." Lambert's voice came through. Shao Ming, who was chatting with Feng Yusheng, picked up the intercom and asked, "What's up?" Lambert paused for a moment and said, "The train might be low on fuel." "How could that be?" Shao Ming asked. "We just switched to this vehicle not long ago." "It's been a while," Lambert replied, "but that's not the main issue. The main issue is, if we need to take a detour around Luxembourg, we'll inevitably have to go through a long stretch of mountain roads. And the fuel we have left might not be enough. What should we do?" Shao Ming asked. "You know trains. Think of something. We can only go to Lille. That's where there are large train stations to refuel." Listening nearby, Feng Yusheng asked, "The diesel used for internal combustion locomotives is the same as that for large trucks, right?" "Yes." "Then why do we have to go to the station? Can't we just find a gas station and siphon the fuel out?" "In theory, that's possible. But there's a problem." Lambert paused and continued. "The fuel nozzle for cars is vastly different from that of trains. Perhaps the tanker truck's interface could match the refueling pipe for the train, but the fuel nozzle won't work. Looks like we need to find a fuel nozzle." Shao Ming said, "Lille is a must-go, right? We need to change tracks there." "Yes," Lambert replied. "Only in Lille can we get the train heading towards the French border." One team would go look for gas stations and tankers, while another team would head into the city to adjust the tracks and retrieve the nozzle. Shao Ming looked at Feng Yusheng and Yamada Ryo, who had gathered around. "What do you think?" "No problem." Feng Yusheng nodded and replied. "I have a question," Lambert asked. "We only have 4 people who can move. Will splitting into 2 teams be able to handle the zombies in Lille?" "For guns won't be enough," Shao Ming said. "Look at the map and see if there's a river in Lille." "What do we need the river for?" Lambert asked. "Ascage's method," Shao Ming replied, "the sewers." "There are a few small ditches," Lambert said, "but there's a problem. I need to park the train at least 10 kilometers outside the urban area because the railway along the suburbs is lined with houses." "That's too far," Yamada Ryo said. "There's no choice. We'll have to abandon the car," Lambert said. I plan to stop near 2 small towns and see if there's a tanker truck or gas station. There should be a gas station, Shao Ming said. There seem to be quite a few tankers, Lambert said. It's not that there aren't tankers on the road, Shao Ming corrected, but what's in them might not necessarily be fuel, and it might not all be diesel. How should we split up? Feng Yusheng asked. The group fell silent. Damn, Lambert said. I know. Only I can find out where there are fuel nozzles. And only I know how to take them off. I'll go into the sewer. I'll go with you, Yamada Ryo said. Wow, Lambert stammered. Really? Then should you go alone? Yamada Ryo asked. Lambert hurriedly said. No. I just meant the city is very dangerous. I'm not afraid, Yamada Ryo said. Lambert wanted to say, but I'm scared. Then Yusheng and I will go to the town to find the tanker and gas station, Shao Ming said. Everyone get ready. To be honest, it was hard to say which of the two teams would be more dangerous. Although getting the tanker was in a small town, if the tanker had no fuel, they would still need to stop and fill the vehicle. The noise from the truck wouldn't be quiet either. For the two entering the city, the greatest threat lay in the complex and intricate sewers, while the area used for refueling at the train station was generally quite open. If there was a train parked inside for cover, it would be even simpler. As long as they didn't fire their guns, everything would be manageable. It was all a life and death gamble. As per usual, Shao Ming slung Askage sniper rifle over his back and strapped the only 5-round shotgun around his waist. Feng Yusheng only took her hunting rifle and held a metal rod in her hand. The train slowly came to a stop in front of a small town, which was the quietest parking area Lambert could find in this district. Yamada Ryo went to explain the situation to Askage, who took his handgun from his chest and handed it to her. Then, Yamada Ryo walked with Lambert towards Leo. Be careful, Shao Ming said to Lambert. You too. Lambert waved the intercom in his hand and said, contact me anytime if there's a problem, but let's not communicate once we enter the city. The four of them split into 2 pairs and headed in different directions. Askage sat at the door of the cockpit, stroking Gordon beside him. The town that Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng were going to was not hard to find. They could see it at the end of a field shortly after heading south from the train. Shao Ming found a patch of grass to crouch down, using the gun barrel to push aside the weeds obstructing his scope. At that moment, it started to drizzle in the sky, after being overcast for half a day. The weather had finally let the rain fall. Fortunately, it was just a light drizzle, which didn't affect visibility or movement too much. Through the scope, Shao Ming was surprised to find that there were no traces of mutants in this town at all. Whether at the entrance of the town or inside some of the houses, he could see no mutants. Did you see anything moving? Shao Ming asked. Feng Yusheng lowered her hunting rifle and shook her head. That's strange, Shao Ming thought. Is this a ghost town? Were the mutants all attracted away? Or had these people already left their homes when the disaster struck? Chapter 85. The corpse party. What do you think? Shao Ming asked. That's great, Feng Yusheng replied. Isn't it a good thing that there are no zombies? However, Shao Ming said, it's a bit strange. There doesn't seem to be anything here that would attract them. Should we still go in? Feng Yusheng asked. Let's go in and take a look. The two of them left the hiding grass and walked towards the small town. Although they hadn't found any traces of the mutated creatures for now, they chose to approach the town cautiously from the fields. After all, they had only seen the edge of the town. Perhaps there were still many mutated creatures in the town center. They climbed up from the field path onto the road, and the entire town exuded a strange atmosphere. Over there is the commercial street. Feng Yusheng patted Shao Ming and pointed to the street on the left. The main road should be over there, Shao Ming said. The gas station should be on one of these main roads. The two headed towards the commercial street, and the streets of the town were empty. Not even a small animal in sight. The layout of the town was not complicated. A wide main road ran east-west through the center, with a small road running north-south perpendicular to it. And most of the houses were distributed on either side of the main road. One could see straight through the town while standing on the main road. However, in this small town, there was not a single trace of a mutated creature. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few zombies here, Shao Ming said, looking at the empty street. Isn't this type of town, which is a bit distant from big cities, but not too far, the first choice for people to escape? Maybe the mutations spread here, and the people ran away? Feng Yusheng asked. Shao Ming shook his head. There are still many cars on the street. Would you choose to escape on foot? This is the only town within a few kilometers. Something bad might have happened, Feng Yusheng said. That doesn't have much to do with us now, Shao Ming said while surveying the houses and shops on either side. For us now, having no zombies is indeed a good thing. Shall we see if there's anything to eat? Feng Yusheng asked. Since we're here, we might as well take whatever we can get, Shao Ming said. The two entered a small supermarket by the street. Feng Yusheng went to gather supplies while Shao Ming pulled out a map from a shelf at the entrance. Gas station, Shao Ming searched the map. There's a gas station just a kilometer north along this road. There are still quite a few things left here, Feng Yusheng said while grabbing items from the shelf. It seems these people ran off directly. Let's fill up and leave, Shao Ming said. Finding fuel is urgent. It will be dark soon. The two returned to the street. And Shao Ming looked down at the map, which had some information not marked on the online maps downloaded on tablets. It looked like a tourist map, indicating the location, name, population, and nearby attractions. Steinwick, Shao Ming read the information, a population of 10,000? This area should be it. This small town can house a few hundred people at most. The information is outdated, Feng Yusheng said. I see the current population is 0. There are no bodies left. Shao Ming said. Oh, Feng Yusheng suddenly exclaimed, and Shao Ming quickly looked back. She was facing a small alley where a corpse was hanging. Shao Ming looked down at the map and had just missed that alley. Judging by the freshness of the corpse, it was definitely a mutated creature that had just died recently. Of course, it could also be a human. Who hung it here? Shao Ming said. The two looked up along the corpse and saw a hook piercing through the neck, suspending it between two two-story shops. The corpse appeared to be a young man around 20 years old, dressed in a police uniform, and the gun at his waist was nowhere to be found. Why hang it up? Feng Yusheng said. Shao Ming looked at the walls on either side of the hook and saw some ropes and machinery that clearly did not belong to the walls. After pondering for a moment with a frown, Shao Ming said, "This is a trap." Feng Yusheng also began to examine the nearby machinery. But it looked like no one had lived here. They continued walking forward, but not long after, they discovered another corpse in the alley. This time, it was not hung up but impaled from head to toe by a sharp iron rod, nailed to the ground. Who did this? Feng Yusheng said. Through the gap next to this corpse, Shao Ming saw a solitary house standing in the midst of a green field. Coincidentally, there was a somewhat old oil tanker parked next to the house. The two really did not want to walk past this gruesome corpse, so they took a small path beside the main road towards the house. This is too strange, Feng Yusheng complained. Normal people wouldn't walk like this. If this small town still had a lot of people, then this house wouldn't seem particularly unusual. It was just a small manor house. But in the current silent environment, it did feel a bit eerie. Shao Ming looked back and said, "This is the nearest place with an oil tanker. Could there be ghosts? What could be scarier than a zombie suddenly jumping out right now?" As they approached the house, it also appeared to be empty. The oil tanker was quietly parked beside the small house. Although it looked a bit old, it seemed operational. A rumbling sound came from the nearby barn, sounding like some machinery was running. "I want to see what's in the barn," Feng Yusheng said. "Wait," Shao Ming said, "I'll go with you." Feng Yusheng opened the large barn door, and a mixture of rust and blood came rushing at them. The scene before them left both of them speechless in shock. Various traps were stacked in a semi-finished state in the garage. Pitchforks, chainsaws, all sorts of iron rods, blunt instruments, sharp tools, and mechanical gears made them feel like they had stumbled onto a horror movie set. Even for mutated creatures, this was too cruel. They tiptoed into the barn, afraid of stepping on any traps that could cost them their lives. "Look at this," Feng Yusheng said. A running diesel generator was sitting at the far end of the barn. "So there are people living here." Shao Ming raised his shotgun and looked at the various killing traps piled around. It seemed like these were not good people. Chapter 86. The Cannibalistic Maniac. The two exited the barn and walked towards the house. Shao Ming signaled for Feng Yusheng to hide behind the vehicle first while he went to check the situation by the window. Feng Yusheng went to the front of the oil tanker and placed the shotgun on the connection between the tanker and the cab, where he could aim directly at the front door of the house. Shao Ming bent down and approached a tightly closed window, peering through the curtain's gap to vaguely see the situation inside the house. The interior had the layout of a typical rural home, looking very ordinary. If he hadn't seen the pile of traps in the barn first, Shao Ming would have likely pushed the door open by now. He walked around the house and found that all the windows and doors were tightly shut, except for one window on the second floor near the rooftop of the first floor that was ajar. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem. There weren't many mutated creatures that could jump high, but coincidentally, there was a ladder placed right under that window. Shao Ming picked up the ladder and propped it against the roof of the first floor. He climbed up the ladder to the roof, and the window on the second floor was right in front of him. The drizzle made the roof wet, and Shao Ming carefully climbed up to the window. Although there was a diesel generator in the barn, the house was currently pitch black, and the outside light wasn't too good either. So Shao Ming couldn't see the interior clearly. He took out his gun, pulled out a flashlight, and climbed into the house. This room was clearly a secondary bedroom, containing a small bed and a dressing table. Although the room looked uninhabited, it was very clean. Shao Ming returned to the open window on the second floor and waved to Feng Yusheng. Feng Yusheng climbed up the stairs and slipped through the window into the room. The two pushed open the door and entered the hallway. Although the sky outside hadn't completely darkened, The curtains covered all the windows, leaving the room pitch black. Combined with the sound of light rain outside, it felt like a haunted house. Shao Ming turned on his flashlight and raised it. At the end of the hallway was a door, and on the other side, a staircase. The flashlight beam shone down the stairs, illuminating the room Shao Ming had just seen from outside. What was unclear before became evident. Everything inside was neatly arranged, and the cleanliness was excellent. The two descended the stairs to the first floor and saw a crossbow placed on a rack directly opposite the door. The crossbow was secured with some items, and its trigger was tied by a rope to the door handle. If anyone opened the door, the crossbow would be triggered. It was definitely not that simple. Luckily, they had prepared beforehand. If they had just pushed the door open, the arrow would have pierced their throats. Thinking of this, Shao Ming's hair stood on end. Look, Feng Yusheng said. Shao Ming shone the flashlight around and saw that under every window there were animal traps. Descending to the first floor, the house's furnishings gave off an unreal feeling. If anything, it resembled a show home. Everything was clean and neatly placed in its proper position, with no dust on the tables or floor. This obviously indicated someone lived here, but even for an obsessive cleaner, it was too spotless. Fortunately, many items appeared old, adding a bit of a lived-in atmosphere. On one of the shelves were numerous certificates and trophies. Neither of them could read French, so they had no idea what was written on them. This place is scary, Feng Yusheng said. Shao Ming agreed. Let us find the key and get out of here. Feng Yusheng tried to turn on the lights, but found that none of them worked. That is strange, Feng Yusheng said. I saw the generator hooked up inside. Shao Ming walked behind the stairs, where a faint light was shining from behind a door. Probably the only power supply here, Shao Ming said. When Feng Yusheng reached the door, Shao Ming stood beside it and gently turned the handle. With a click, the door opened. After confirming there were no traps inside, the two entered. Inside was a small chandelier, its weak light barely illuminating the entire room. The most striking feature was 4 large freezers in the room. Shao Ming looked inside and was shocked again. The freezer contained neatly arranged human arms and legs. Another freezer was filled entirely with human heads. Feng Yusheng also saw the scene, mostly human torsos and internal organs. She couldn't bear it and turned away, going outside to retch. Shao Ming counted with difficulty and saw at least a dozen visible heads, with more piled underneath. Even after killing many mutants along the way, Shao Ming felt disgusted to his core. What kind of person would store so many human corpses in their house? Shao Ming quickly exited the room and closed the door. The two soon discovered the reason for so many human bodies inside. They turned back to the kitchen and saw a row of dried human hands hanging by the window. It was obvious this person used these for food. Suddenly, the sound of a car came from outside. Feng Yusheng instinctively wanted to hide, while Shao Ming raised his shotgun. Shao Ming suddenly realized a problem. The staircase outside the first floor had not been removed, clearly signaling to the homeowner that there was an intruder. The car stopped at the door, followed by sounds of doors opening and closing. Shao Ming realized the person would not enter through the main door on the first floor and quickly took Feng Yusheng upstairs, using the door frame for cover. Shao Ming aimed his shotgun at the window. A deep male voice came from the stairs, speaking in French, which neither of them understood. Shao Ming glanced at Feng Yusheng and shouted outside, "Do you speak English? Who are you?" The man outside asked in broken English, "Who are you?" "We're just passing through." Shao Ming thought for a moment and replied, "How can you just enter my home?" The man's voice was clearly angry. "Sorry. We were just sheltering from the rain," Shao Ming said. "And you? Anyone else?" The man asked. Damn, Shao Ming thought. He inadvertently revealed some information. Unexpectedly, Feng Yusheng shouted, "Me." Apparently hearing a woman's voice, the man's tone softened noticeably. He asked, "When did you arrive?" Shao Ming didn't answer and instead said, "Can you come up and talk?" Unexpectedly, the man actually climbed up. He looked like an ordinary European white man, dressed like a farmer, with a short beard. Nothing special. Shao Ming saw he was holding a compound bow. Compared to Shao Ming's weapon, it didn't seem very threatening. "We just arrived," Shao Ming said. Chapter 87. The trap house. The man's expression gradually grew kind. He said, "If you want to enter my house, you'd better be careful." "Yes, I noticed," Shao Ming said, still keeping the shotgun aimed at the man from the doorway. "I mean no harm," the man said, slowly taking the compound bow off his body. Shao Ming already had his finger on the trigger, confident that even if the man drew the bowstring quickly, he wouldn't be faster than him. Fortunately, the man placed the bow on the roof, seemingly to show he had no hostile intent. "The traps are for monsters," the man said. His voice naturally had a soothing quality that made people feel at ease. After all, surviving in this world until now, Shao Ming believed they could understand. Shao Ming asked, "Then you better explain the human flesh hanging in the kitchen. That is food," the man answered without hesitation. "You know," Food is hard to find in this world. Feng Yusheng whispered in Shao Ming's ear in Chinese. The convenience stores in town have food. How can there be no food? Shao Ming recalled that besides the human meat and some vegetables, there was no other food in the house. As a farm owner living in the suburbs, having some chicken, duck, or beef wouldn't be difficult. The man's latter statement was a lie, but the first half was likely true. He ate people. There were indeed creatures more terrifying than mutants in this world. Shao Ming asked, "Don't you have other ways to find food? You have such a large field. No other kinds of meat?" The man was clearly annoyed. He dropped the polite and kind facade and shouted inside the house, "I don't know why you're here. But you're in my house now, so get the hell out." With that, the man suddenly pulled a revolver from behind and began firing inside the window. "This is my home. The world has collapsed, and I eat whatever I want." Shao Ming almost simultaneously pulled the trigger and instinctively dodged the bullets. Although he successfully hid completely behind the door frame and avoided being hit, the shotgun's muzzle rose, causing the pellets to miss the target. Shao Ming hurriedly pulled the still-shocked Feng Yusheng forward and took 2 steps into the house. The gunshots outside the window stopped, and the man seemed to have left the staircase. Shao Ming peeked out quickly and saw that the rooftop outside the window was empty, with no sign of the compound bow either. After a few gunshots, the world seemed to return to calm, and Shao Ming could hear the sound of rain outside again. Remembering the man's image, the neat furnishings in the house, and a cabinet full of awards and trophies, a cannibalistic psychopathic killer, who appeared humble but was dark within, appeared in Shao Ming's mind. If possible, he had to check the news to see if there were often any missing person cases in the area. In the past, Shao Ming would have run away immediately, but now it was different. He raised the shotgun. It was his talisman. He signaled Feng Yusheng to stay in the hallway and not move while he went out to check the situation. "We can't leave here until we eliminate him," Shao Ming said. "Right now, he's in the dark, and we're in the light. I need you to guard this entrance. Wait for me to come back, okay?" One of the benefits of bringing a companion was the ability to encrypt communications, set up a team voice channel, and not worry about the ill-intentioned locals eavesdropping. "I want to cover you," Feng Yusheng said. "If you want, look for an opportunity on the first floor," Shao Ming replied. "You're safer inside the house while he's outside. And also, let's see if the keys to the fuel truck are here," Shao Ming added. Feng Yusheng hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Shao Ming raised the shotgun and approached the window on the second floor. The staircase that connected the first floor to the roof had been kicked down by the man, leaving only the front door as an exit for the two inside the house. The back door had been sealed off by the man, with no way out. Suddenly, an arrow shot up from downstairs. Luckily, Shao Ming hadn't leaned too far out and narrowly escaped. Bang! Shao Ming fired a shot, knocking off 2 bricks from the exterior wall of the house. The man quickly disappeared from sight, and Shao Ming hurriedly ran across the roof in pursuit. Due to the rain, the rooftop was very slippery, and he almost lost his balance and slid down several times. This wasn't a video game or a superhero movie. Shao Ming couldn't casually jump down from a 1-story height. After all, he hadn't received any professional training, and a sprained ankle or a fracture could be fatal in the current situation. Fortunately, he quickly spotted the man's back again, who seemed to be running towards the barn. However, the man's figure didn't appear in the direction of the barn. It seemed he was still outside the first-floor window. Shao Ming circled around the rooftop to check, but found no trace of the man. Just then, a scream from Feng Yusheng echoed inside the house. Shao Ming cursed inwardly. It was said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. And how could a psychopath leave only one exit in his own house? He rushed towards the sound and reached the corner of the staircase inside, where he saw the man angrily pinning Feng Yusheng to the ground on the first floor, stabbing at her with a sharp knife about 10 centimeters long. Feng Yusheng was desperately trying to block the man's blade with a shotgun. "Fresh meat. You're a tender girl, definitely tastier than those monsters." Without time to think, Shao Ming quickly drew his handgun and fired a shot at the man. Due to the urgency of the situation, he didn't aim carefully, and the bullet hit the man's left arm. The man covered his arm and, seeing the situation was dire, immediately ran towards the living room. Shao Ming fired 2 more shots, but they were blocked and missed. He immediately chased down the stairs, seizing the last opportunity to shoot, and fired 3 more shots. 1 bullet hit the man's leg, causing him to stumble a couple of steps, but unexpectedly, he stepped into a bear trap under the window. The man screamed in agony, dragging the bear trap as he staggered a couple of steps, crashing right into the rope of a crossbow at the entrance. The rope was pulled taut, and the crossbow bolt was released, shooting through the man's neck. Chapter 88. Gas station. Shao Ming looked at the man's corpse on the ground, cautiously approached with his handgun drawn, and confirmed he was dead. Fortunately, the dead wouldn't turn into mutants again. The man pierced by the crossbow bolt in the neck wouldn't move again. To be safe, he shot the man in the forehead again, Turning around, he saw Feng Yusheng was almost in tears. She rushed forward and hugged Shao Ming tightly, tears streaming down her face. It's okay, it's okay. Shao Ming gently patted Feng Yusheng's back and said, we need to go. It's almost dark. The girl quickly adjusted her mood, tossed her hair, wiped her tears, and released Shao Ming. Let us go, Feng Yusheng said. She took a key from the hanging rack at the door, seemingly the key to the fuel truck beside the house. I'll go try starting the truck, Feng Yusheng said, turning around and quickly leaving the room. Shao Ming pulled the crossbow bolt out of the man's neck, and blood gushed out immediately, making him step back 2 paces. This unfortunate man had managed to stab himself in the carotid artery with his own crossbow bolt, but he was grateful. Shao Ming took the crossbow from the rack by the door. He was worried about not having a quiet ranged weapon, and now he had one. Plus, it conveniently provided both a bow and a crossbow. Shao Ming wasn't very familiar with bows and crossbows, aside from recognizing it as a compound bow. He couldn't tell much else. He also pulled a revolver from the man's waist. It appeared all his gear was for hunting before the apocalypse. However, this revolver was also .22 caliber. At first glance, Shao Ming couldn't tell if it was a Ruger LCR revolver or a Smith Wesson Model 43C revolver. Both had an 8-round capacity and looked quite compact. Fortunately, there was a Ruger logo on the gun. He opened the cylinder to check and found 2 rounds left. Judging by the color, they were 29-grain personal defense ammunition. A sound of a truck starting came from outside the window, so he put away all the loot he had found and went outside. He initially wanted to search the man's car for supplies, but was shocked to find 2 corpses strapped to the back seat with seatbelts. It seemed these were the man's hunting spoils for the day. Moreover, looking through the car window, there didn't seem to be anything worth taking inside. So Shao Ming decided to abandon the man's car. Feng Yusheng was already in the driver's seat, starting the fuel truck. With thick smoke billowing from the exhaust pipe, Shao Ming walked around the fuel truck. Aside from looking a bit worn, the truck was in decent condition, including the fuel pump equipment. However, the pressure gauge and similar devices next to the fuel tank seemed to be damaged and were not functioning properly. He was curious why this man had a fuel truck at home. Why would a farmer keep such an old fuel truck at his house? Shao Ming glanced at the car the man had driven back. Aside from a bit of mud, it looked quite clean overall. In contrast, the fuel truck was filthy and dilapidated, with mud all over the front and tank, flowing down to the ground with the rain. Remembering the neat furnishings inside the house, it seemed the fuel truck did not belong to the deceased owner of the house, but rather looked like something he had stolen from somewhere. Shao Ming climbed onto the fuel tank to check if it was empty inside. Upon opening the cap, a strong smell of blood wafted out. He quickly shouted to Feng Yusheng, "Stay in the truck." "What's wrong?" Feng Yusheng asked. Shao Ming returned to the ground and said, "Just don't get out of the truck." He then took off the hose and aimed the nozzle towards the back of the truck. He opened the valve of the oil pump, and blood plasma immediately gushed out of the nozzle. Shao Ming felt a chill at the thought that most of what was inside was likely human blood. He couldn't help but glance at the water tower beside him, unable to imagine whether it contained water or blood. Fortunately, the stock in the tanker wasn't too much, and it all flowed out in no time. Shao Ming set the hose down and returned to the driver's cabin, where Feng Yusheng had already vacated the driver's seat. "What's behind?" Feng Yusheng asked. "I don't know." Shao Ming shook his head, "And it's probably best that we don't." The tanker started up and drove towards the town. Feng Yusheng looked at the map to guide Shao Ming, and they quickly arrived outside the gas station. The tanker hit a hapless mutant standing at the gas station entrance and drove all the way to the back of the station. 4 or 5 other mutants charged at the tanker, and Shao Ming jumped out of the vehicle, pulling out the revolver he had just acquired. The gas station was situated between 2 urban areas, and there were no mutants along the way, making it a suitable place to practice with his new revolver. "What are you doing?" Feng Yusheng quickly stopped him. "It's the gas station." Shao Ming hurriedly tucked the handgun away and took the iron rod that Feng Yusheng tossed to him. That was close. Ever since the mutations, he had long discarded the safety rules of human civilization. He weighed the iron rod in his hand and swung it, striking the first mutant charging at him. Shao Ming felt as if he hadn't used close combat in a long time. Ever since getting a gun, he had been wasting ammunition, which wasn't right. The mutant he hit had its face deformed but still struggled to charge at Shao Ming. Fortunately, the wound on his hand had mostly healed, and he immediately swung again, hitting the mutant's jaw. At this point, Feng Yusheng had also gotten out of the car, and she was holding the crossbow. With a whoosh, a crossbow bolt shot out, taking down a mutant that was charging towards her. This thing was much easier to handle than a bow, and at less than 10 meters, the bolt hit the mutant squarely in the face. The sharp bolt pierced right through the mutant's cheek. However, since Shao Ming had only found that one bolt, Feng Yusheng quickly discarded the crossbow and retrieved a compound bow from the vehicle. Shao Ming knocked down another approaching mutant, but another mutant quickly followed. He had no time to retract the iron rod and had to draw his knife from his waist to stab. The mutant's hand had already reached Shao Ming, but his knife also plunged into the mutant's neck, ignoring the blood spraying in front of him. Shao Ming turned and raised the iron rod to smash down on the mutant lying on the ground. Feng Yusheng drew back her bow and shot an arrow, but it flew who knows where. Seeing the last mutant about to reach Shao Ming, she hurriedly grabbed an arrow and charged at the mutant, stabbing the arrow directly into its head. The two were panting heavily, looking at the corpses scattered around. "Thank you," Shao Ming said. "No problem," Feng Yusheng replied. Picking up the compound bow from the ground, "I owed you one just now. Normally, the tank of a fuel truck would need to be cleaned, especially in a case like this one. 1. The conditions didn't allow it. They couldn't even do the most basic high-pressure washing, let alone other methods like high-temperature steam or dry cleaning. 2. Shao Ming really didn't want to face this fuel tank anymore. If it weren't for the train needing the oil truck to refuel, he would have wanted to blow this fuel truck up along with that twisted house." Chapter 89. Impure diesel. The two drove the fuel truck filled with diesel back to the train. Aski was sitting next to the open door of the driver's cabin, cleaning his H-416 rifle. When he saw the fuel truck approaching, he set the rifle aside. "Ah, kid, you guys are back first," Aski said to Shao Ming. Then turned to Gordon. "You lost the bet. You won't have any canned food for dinner tonight." Gordon, who had been excitedly running towards Feng Yusheng, drooped his ears. "Haven't they come back yet?" Shao Ming jumped out of the vehicle and asked. Aski looked at the sky. It was already getting dark. He shook his head and said, "Not yet. They're probably having a hard time over there." After dinner, Shao Ming climbed up to the opening at the front of the train by himself. "Get some sleep," Feng Yusheng said from below. "They'll be fine." "It's okay," Shao Ming replied. "You go sleep first. I'll just keep watch here." Feng Yusheng climbed onto the roof of the train anyway, and Shao Ming shifted a bit to make room for her. "Thanks for today," Feng Yusheng said as she sat next to Shao Ming. "I don't know what he was thinking," Shao Ming said. "Maybe he underestimated your combat ability." Feng Yusheng chuckled and said, "Then can you take me out again next time? I don't want to always stay on the train. I'm useful too." "Sure," Shao Ming said. "If you behave and go to sleep now, I'll take you out." "Pinky promise. Don't lie to me," Feng Yusheng said, extending her pinky finger towards Shao Ming. "Pinky promise." Shao Ming took Feng Yusheng's finger. "We'll get home safely." Feng Yusheng left the train roof, leaving Shao Ming alone to gaze at the starry sky. The stars twinkled. If it were before, he might not have been able to see such a sky. He couldn't help but think of home, of his parents far across the continent, wondering how they were doing. He touched his bulletproof vest. Li Long's letter lay still in place. "We will get home." Shao Ming's eyelids were getting heavy, and finally, the figures of two people appeared with a beam of flashlight light in front of the train. One of the taller figures was carrying something on his shoulder. It must be Lambert and Yamada Rio, and thankfully they were back safely. Shao Ming turned on the flashlight to illuminate their path. Yamada Rio waved excitedly at Shao Ming, while Lambert beside him already looked exhausted. Shao Ming hurriedly climbed down from the train and ran towards the two. The duo from the sewer emitted a unique odor. But considering their daring venture into the city, that wasn't much. The nozzle, Lambert said. "Quick, try to see if it fits." Shao Ming took the thing Lambert was carrying on his shoulder and pinched his nose, saying, "You guys go rest. We'll check it out in the morning." Early the next morning, Lambert got up to study the fuel truck. Shao Ming jumped down from the train, chewing on a biscuit, and saw Lambert connecting the nozzle to the hose of the fuel truck. Yamada Rio was watching nearby, while Feng Yusheng was feeding breakfast to Gordon. "Looks pretty good," Lambert said. "This nozzle fits tightly with the hose, but I still feel there's a bloody smell coming from this truck. Is that normal?" At this question, Shao Ming stopped Lambert, saying, "This fuel truck might have transported human blood before." Wait, Aski, sitting at the door of the driver's cabin, said. "What did you say this fuel truck was carrying before?" "Blood," Shao Ming replied. Lambert's mouth dropped open involuntarily, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He asked, "Excuse me, did I hear wrong, or is it really blood?" Shao Ming glanced at the fuel truck, and the images of the human remains he had seen earlier flashed through his mind again. Lambert said, "How could anyone put blood in a fuel truck?" Shao Ming shook his head and said, "I want to ask that too. These days, all sorts of monsters can pop up," Aski remarked, "so it's not too strange." Lambert looked at Shao Ming and, after a moment of silence, said, "But if impurities are mixed in with the diesel, it could affect the engine's performance. So what do we do now?" Shao Ming asked. "I don't know," Lambert replied. "I've never tried it, and even if the blood concentration isn't high, it would still affect the engine." Feng Yusheng asked, "But we can't clean the fuel tank properly, can we?" Lambert nodded and answered, "Yes. Even if we could pump clean water into the tank, we wouldn't be able to separate the oil from the water. Moreover, under our current conditions, we can't completely dry out the inside of the tank. So what do we do with this barrel of oil? Shao Ming asked. Let's give it a try, Lambert said. I've never learned what happens when blood mixes with diesel. Shao Ming looked at Asagi again. The latter shook his head and said, I don't know either. And we definitely wouldn't learn about this. Normally, it's impossible to encounter such a situation. If it doesn't work, then just try it, Shao Ming said. It's better than nothing. Can't we find another tanker? Feng Yusheng asked. I'm not too keen on using this oil. The key is to find another tanker. Lambert said. Even if we find a tanker, if it's filled with gasoline or some other liquid, it would be the same result. Anyway, it won't run. Yamada Ryo said from the side. Adding this oil might not make it run, but without adding oil, it definitely won't run. Alright then, add it. Lambert connected the hose from the oil tanker to the train's refueling port and turned on the oil pump. No one present said a word. They just silently watched the fuel hose. No one knew what effect the oil, full of impurities, would have once added to the train. Shao Ming was already ready to find 2 more vehicles. Moreover, just thinking that the diesel was mixed with human blood made even Asagi, a seasoned battlefield veteran, feel uneasy. The oil was quickly filled up. Lambert climbed into the cab, and everyone else, except Asagi, took 2 steps back. The train engine started, emitting a groan. The engine made a strange noise, then gradually stabilized. Lambert poked his head out of the cab and waved to the others, saying, Looks like there's no problem. Just then, the engine started to sputter violently again. Everyone was startled, but fortunately, the engine returned to calm. Chapter 10. The Good Man Lance Before the Great Mutation Occurred. Lance was always a man praised by everyone. He lived in this small town with only a few hundred residents. Just like the positive rural characters in all movies and TV shows. He was cheerful, kind, and helpful. He truly loved the town he lived in. He liked parties, helping others, and giving the vegetables and fruits he grew in his fields to the townspeople. He liked hunting, often going to the woods around the town to hunt rabbits or field mice. Occasionally, if he managed to hunt a deer or some larger animal, he would share the meat with his neighbors. He also enjoyed studying mechanics and used his skills to help townsfolk repair their farm machinery and household appliances. Additionally, Lance had a strong voice that naturally made people feel at ease, trust him, and rely on him. He also had a wall of honors, many awarded for acts of bravery. Others recognized him for helping the weak or for being a major farmer in town. If he had any flaws, it might be his bad temper towards those who provoked him, if that could even be called a flaw. Overall, the townspeople liked this man who had moved here 30 years ago. They all believed this man radiated personal charm from the inside out. Indeed, Lance wasn't originally from the town, at least not 30 years ago. No one knew where Lance came from before, nor where his relatives were. Not even his beloved wife knew. His wife and others only knew that this land belonged to Lance's grandfather. Besides that, the townspeople speculated wildly about Lance's origins. But more than the mystery of his background, Lance harbored a more unspeakable secret in his heart. He wanted to taste human flesh. He wanted to eat people. The reason wasn't because he watched Hannibal, but because he inadvertently saw a video of cannibalism online. Although that video was quickly deleted and confirmed as a fake for sensationalism, the idea of cannibalism left a mark on his mind. Later, he tried every means to join a cannibal club on the dark web. These people shared tips on cannibalism, made plans, and even agreed to meet to dismember corpses. Lance's heart itched. He often watched live streams and videos on the forum when no one was around. While watching, he fantasized about the wonderful taste of flesh chunks. But this was a civilized society, and he didn't have the courage. The evil thoughts were suppressed deep inside, in front of everyone. He was still the good man Lance, the kindest neighbor in town. Until that day came. After the Great Mutation, Lance was the first in the town to understand what was going on. His wife, suffering from relapse symptoms, groaned painfully in front of him, begging him to end her life. Lance agreed. After shooting an arrow through his wife's head, he looked out the window, realizing that this town would never return to its former peace. Not just this town, the whole world was collapsing. Lance sat beside his wife's corpse all afternoon, then finally went to the kitchen and picked up a bone cleaver. How troublesome was it to cut up a human corpse? Not much different from animals. He was intoxicated, enjoying it. His wife's flesh was chewed, swallowed, and finally settled in his stomach. Lance fell in love with the feeling. A kind of unprecedented satisfaction enveloped him. Human flesh didn't taste delicious. God designed humans with a natural aversion to cannibalism. But when he thought about the finger in his mouth and saw the cooked remnants on the table, a strong emotion surged in his heart. He thought it was love. And not just love, he also felt sexual arousal. He suddenly realized one thing. He truly loved this town and all its residents. Yes, he had shown love for this town before, and the townspeople loved him back, because he was kind and good. But this love was different. Perhaps it was an excuse to deceive his heart into accepting that filthy and inhuman idea. But he accepted that excuse. He also believed he was a lucky man destined to survive the great mutation while others turned into mindless monsters. He felt it necessary to make them all, like his wife, merge with him. He started making traps to hunt down the mutants in town. As a hunting enthusiast, he treated the mutants like large animals. His decades of hunting experience came in handy, and he invented various traps. He usually only ate the thighs and arms of the corpses, occasionally cooking the internal organs. Other parts were used as bait traps for other prey. He even brought back a tanker truck from town to store the blood released from the corpses. But after killing 2 mutants again, he recognized them. They were the 2 brothers who had sold him seeds before. Lance found the meat less tasty. He thought it was because of those 2 brothers, but after tasting more mutants, he realized no matter the age or gender, none satisfied his palate anymore. Lance thought maybe the meat wasn't fresh enough. So he trapped a mutant alive in a field pit and hacked off an arm. It was Mrs. Maria, the only doctor in town. Lance recognized every one of them, but it was still not delicious enough. Although mutant meat was also human meat, Lance didn't know why. But the more he ate, the less flavorful it became, the worse it tasted. He racked his brains, trying to figure out why it no longer tasted good. Lance discovered the reason. He wanted to eat live human flesh. But the world had become like this. There wasn't a single living human left. He was also unwilling to give up his land. He had set up too many traps here and had hundreds of mutants enough to feed him for life. Until that day, Lance went to check the traps as usual. When he returned home with his spoils, he found the stairs leading to the 2nd floor had been propped up by someone. Lance knew the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. Chapter 90. Crossing the zombie tide. This doesn't sound good at all, Shao Ming said, hands on his hips. Guy nodded in agreement and said, "Why don't you guys throw me down?" Lambert, standing beside the driver's cabin, shrugged and said, "No choice. But it looks okay now, at least it's stable." "We won't know until we start moving," Guy said. "I think we can start preparing to replace the train." The train engine sound steadied, seemingly not much different from before. Maybe the blood inside the tank was already scarce, so its concentration compared to the full tank of diesel wasn't high. Or perhaps because the blood's density was heavier than diesel, the diesel mixed with blood in the train's fuel tank was proportionally higher. In any case, the engine had calmed down. "Get on board," Shao Ming said. "Let's set off and see the situation." "Take the fuel nozzle with you," Lambert said. "It can still be cleaned if we need to refuel outside the station later." Shao Ming looked toward the distant horizon, the direction of Lille. He murmured, "I don't think we'll have any chance to refuel inside the station." The train started moving again, and the distance from home was further shortened. Although the engine ran relatively smoothly, Lambert clearly felt the train's power had weakened. He could only silently pray that nothing would go wrong with the train while crossing the zombie tide. Yesterday, although Lambert and Yamada Rio circled through Lille's sewers several times, they finally emerged to the surface through the subway tunnel. Although they stealthily slipped into the train station under the cover of parked subway cars and trains, the number of mutants outside the station exceeded his expectations. He didn't want the train to have power shortages or even stall when facing the zombie tide later. Thinking of this, Lambert increased the train's speed. This way, at least it could glide forward a good distance by inertia. Inside the carriage, Yamada Rio was vividly sharing the stories of their rush into Lille yesterday with Feng Yusheng. Shao Ming sat nearby, checking all the guns and ammunition. He really coveted the 2 military firearms in Guy's hands, but whether it was the 416 or the F2, they only unleashed their full killing power in Guy's hands. Since Shao Ming got the FRF2, he had only fired 2 shots at the parking lot and never used it again. Shao Ming thought he should first get familiar with this pile of civilian firearms. He looked at the compound bow on another table. Maybe mastering this wouldn't be bad. He sat at the table holding the compound bow and picked it up. Like most compound bows, it consisted of a pulley system and a futuristic-looking bow limb and grip, plus a unique arrow rest and an exclusive sight. Besides, there were 12 arrows with tungsten steel tips in the quiver. Shao Ming carefully examined the bow and indeed found the manufacturer's logo and a line of small text on it. The brand was in French, which he did not recognize. But the 70 pounds marked below, he did understand. Shao Ming mounted an arrow and tried to draw the string. The 70-pound draw weight was indeed beyond his imagination. It took a lot of effort just to pull the string back. No wonder Feng Yusheng's shot at the gas station was weak and directionless. The force needed to pull this bowstring was really considerable. It was impressive she could even draw it and shoot an arrow at the gas station. Shao Ming felt his arms trembling, but still couldn't fully draw the bowstring. Before the string was fully drawn, he lost control and released the arrow. It shot forward like a wild horse, accompanied by a loud bang. The arrow bounced off the wall and fell to the ground. The sudden loud noise startled the two girls, and they both looked sharply at Shao Ming. "What are you doing?" Feng Yusheng asked. Nothing," Shao Ming said awkwardly as he walked to the wall and pulled the arrow out of the ground. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lambert, the conductor of this train." Fortunately, Lambert's voice came through the walkie-talkie, easing Shao Ming's embarrassment. "Next stop, Lille Station. Please do not disembark. The train will not stop here." Outside the window, many houses appeared. It seemed the train had entered the city outskirts. This would be the last large city the train passed before reaching Luxembourg. Lambert shouted over the walkie-talkie, "Ladies and gentlemen, road conditions ahead are poor, so please take your seats." The three in the carriage grabbed their weapons and quickly sat down. The train rushed into Lille City, and many buildings with a strong European style appeared outside the window. Of course, many mutants also burst out from houses and streets. "All right." Lambert patted the control panel and said, "Let's see how you handle some bad fuel." Directly in front of the train, a small car was halfway blocking the track. It seemed the unlucky owner had brushed against a utility pole beside the tracks and stopped on the rails. Lambert did not slow down. He forced the train to crash into it. Luckily, the train's front was equipped with a 6-ton anti-aircraft gun that firmly pressed down the flatbed car, preventing the train from being overturned by a small car with flying iron debris. The car was pushed off the rails and spun several times on the roadside road before coming to a stop upside down. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lambert recalled the situation inside the station last night. He remembered a train was parked on their only route. The train turned a bend, and Lille train station appeared before his eyes. Sure enough, a train was parked on the track inside the station ahead. All right, Lambert said to himself while watching mutants rushing onto the platform. "You can do this. You've done it before." The train gradually slowed and gently pushed the tail of the train in front. They needed to push the blocking train out of the way again. The train's speed slowed noticeably. Lambert used the lever to accelerate again. The locomotive pushed the train ahead toward the station exit. Because the train was moving slowly, a group of mutants climbed onto the flatbed cars and rushed toward the driver's cabin. "Here they come again," Lambert said, increasing the train's power once more. Although he didn't know the engine's current condition, the train still pushed forward with full force. Inertia caused many mutants standing on the edge of the flatbed cars to lose balance and fall off. Due to the dim light last night, Lambert didn't know how many cars the train ahead had. He could only estimate about 12 cars. Fortunately, the train engine had not yet shown any serious problems. Its power remained strong, or at least it didn't feel weak yet. Mutants surged at the train from all directions, but no matter how many came, they were only ghosts under the train's wheels. The blue passenger cars were almost stained bright red. The bloody smell filled the air. Chapter 91. Valenciennes. The locomotive pushed the train ahead forward, but Lambert clearly felt it was very hard to accelerate. It wasn't that the engine had any problem. From the control panel, the engine's operating power was fine. Although the train was still moving at about 20-something kilometers per hour, except for the sudden acceleration earlier, it was difficult to move forward. Lambert quickly realized that the train had iron shoes underneath. The so-called iron shoes are small devices placed on the tracks in front of the wheels to prevent trains from rolling back when they stop. Since these trains were likely ordered to be taken out of service by the government at the beginning of the Great Mutation, it is very possible that the railway workers here tightened the iron shoes. The sudden acceleration just now may have loosened the iron shoes, but they did not come off the tracks and remained pressed against the wheels. This forced the train to push the one in front with greater force, also giving the mutants an opportunity to jump on. Lambert had never felt that the platform was so long. The situation inside the carriage was equally grim. The original height of the carriage was much taller than an average person, but the height of the platform was already level with the carriage. The mutants charged over, crashing against the train windows. Dozens of mutants crowded outside the windows, their faces distorted by the train's movement. The three people inside the carriage huddled together on the other side, unsure which one to aim their guns at. Shao Ming said quietly, "If we get the chance, we must put a layer of iron on the windows." "I agree," Feng Yusheng said. "I also agree," Yamada Ryo said, "and we could add some iron spikes outside." Although the train's speed was not high, its weight still made it quite deadly. Fortunately, the railway they were passing through did not need to travel within the city for too long. The connected train stations were only a few hundred meters apart. The entire Lille, or rather most of Europe, was not composed of densely packed cities, but rather urban areas made up of suburbs, small towns, and central cities. Therefore, even though the train had left Lille City, the houses outside still did not decrease. The continuous buildings were basically built along the railway line, and this continued even outside the city. The 4- to 5-story European-style buildings were gradually replaced by modern factories and some commercial buildings, and the number of mutants also decreased somewhat. Shao Ming was almost driven crazy by the sounds of mutants outside the window. There's a problem," Lambert said over the intercom. "We basically adjusted the tracks in Lille last night, but the train is about to reach the next town." "Where?" Shao Ming asked. "Valenciennes." Valenciennes is also a city located in northern France near the Belgian border, with a long history and a population of only 40,000. "Then let's do it again," Shao Ming said. "The problem is I can't find a good stopping point. I can only find a neighborhood that looks the least populated. But it will definitely alert the zombies." Shao Ming sighed and loaded his gun. The train stopped near a farm. Although the train was still over 300 meters away from the farm, the loud sound of the brakes reached the ears of the mutants. The mutants on the farm ran towards the tracks. This was not a family farm, but a commercial experience center. Taking advantage of the train's cover, Shao Ming set up his sniper rifle. He put his finger on the trigger and could finally try this gun again. He held his breath and looked at the small ditch not far from the train. Due to the water plants blocking the view, he could not directly observe the situation on the other side from the train. Shao Ming could only wait patiently. Once he crossed the water plants, he could see the pointed roof of the farm's barn. The mutants would definitely come. Before long, accompanied by a roar, a mutant burst out of the water plants. Then came the second and the third. Shao Ming had no confidence in hitting such moving targets over 100 meters away. Instead, the scope now became a burden, preventing him from quickly tracking the moving targets. 5 mutants rushed out of the water plants. It seemed that this was all of them. Wait, Shao Ming shouted. "There aren't many. Don't use your guns." The two beside him exchanged glances and put away their guns. To be safe, Yamata Ryo still continued to hold the shotgun, in case a few more mutants came rushing over. Shao Ming opened the train door, and the leading mutant had already charged to the door. He raised his crossbow and aimed at the mutant's head. With one shot, the mutant was knocked down and no longer moved. For left, Shao Ming tossed the crossbow aside and grabbed the firefighting axe. Using the momentum from jumping off the train, he brought the axe down hard on one mutant's head. At that moment, Lambert also ran over from the front of the train and knocked a mutant down with an iron rod. Shao Ming pulled out the firefighting axe and swung it at another incoming mutant's head. The axe cleanly severed the mutant's neck, sending blood and flesh flying. Feng Yusheng hit the head of the last fallen mutant with the iron rod until it was completely still. Luckily, these mutants were quite stupid and showed no signs of retreating from the incoming weapons. Shao Ming pulled out the crossbow bolt stuck in the mutant's forehead just as Askai opened the door. "I want to come out and fight too," Askai said, sitting by the door. "Once my leg is healed, I can join." Yamata Ryo, who jumped down from the carriage, remarked, "You lost quite a chunk of meat. I'll need to trouble you to keep an eye on the train for another 2 days," Shao Ming said, wiping the crossbow bolt on the mutant's clothes. "We're going to the next town to adjust the tracks." "Go ahead," Askai said. "Be safe, kid." Lambert looked at the tablet and said, "The good news is that Valenciennes only has 2 railway junctions." "And the bad news?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert handed the tablet to Shao Ming and said, "The bad news is that the junctions are on the other side of the city." After taking the tablet and checking their location, Shao Ming found that they were still quite far from Valenciennes. "Why is it so far?" Shao Ming asked. "About 10 kilometers?" Lambert nodded awkwardly and said, "There's no way. If we go further, the railway is surrounded by houses and there's no way to stop." Shao Ming scrolled through the map and said, "It looks like there's another city between us and Valenciennes." "That's right," Lambert nodded, saying, "I'm not sure if this neighborhood belongs to Valenciennes." "All right." Shao Ming handed the tablet back to Lambert. "It seems we still have a long way to go." Chapter 92. Shopping Center. Shao Ming shouldered the sniper rifle, slung on his backpack, and held the firefighting axe in hand. He picked up the compound bow, thought for a moment, and then put the bow and arrows back. He could always take the bow out again after practicing archery a bit more. The other 3 also prepared their gear and brought food needed for lunch and dinner. Although they had walked quite a distance since morning, it was still not lunchtime. "Come back safe," Askai said, patting Gordon's head as he sat by the door. The 4 bid farewell to Askai and headed towards Valenciennes. "We need to cross this small town first, then continue forward," Lambert said. "After crossing a patch of woods about 5 kilometers long, we can reach Valenciennes." "Let's go around," Shao Ming said. "Yes, let's go around." Although it was a country road, it wasn't necessarily hard to walk. This area was flat land, and even if there were small hills, they were not high and easy to cross. An hour later, the group climbed a small hill. Before them lay an expansive field, dotted with a few windmills and barns. "This feels so European," Feng Yusheng remarked. Shao Ming nodded in agreement, saying, "It fits my impression of the French countryside." "Britain has such scenery too," Lambert said somewhat discontentedly. "Don't you guys ever go see it while living in Britain?" "If I ever go back, I will," Shao Ming replied. Lambert said. Once all the zombies are starved to death, I'll drive the train back. Lambert looked around, confirming their location by comparing it to several landmarks. We have bypassed the obstructive neighborhood, he said confidently. We're about 5 kilometers away. Then let's keep moving, Shao Ming said. After a simple lunch in the woods, the group continued on their way. Before long, a large shopping mall appeared before them. This shopping mall was located behind an overpass, with urban areas on both sides. But there was an expanse of greenery only to the southwest, where Shao Ming and his group were. Shao Ming found a stone and set up his sniper rifle. There didn't seem to be many mutants around. Although there were many abandoned vehicles piled up under the overpass, it looked like their owners had already left. Only a few mutants could be seen resting in the square in front of the shopping mall. With the spirit of having come this far, the group unanimously decided to go in and scavenge a bit. It was only about 5 kilometers back from here, and they had plenty of time to drop off some items first. After adjusting the track in Valenciennes, they could also pick up a lot of supplies on the way back. Shao Ming recalled the classic line from the map and left 4 dead too. It's not just the price that gets cut. 8 mutants were cleared out by the 4 of them in just 3 minutes. The group quickly arrived at the open entrance of the shopping mall. Like most stores, it showed clear signs of having been looted. The ground was littered with open doors, broken windows, discarded advertisements, collapsed shelves, and the few remaining goods. Before entering the shopping mall, Feng Yusheng said to Shao Ming, "It's a bit strange that there are so few zombies here." Shao Ming raised the fire axe in his hand and replied, "There shouldn't be too many zombies here." There was a row of glass windows on the roof of the shopping mall for lighting. It was noon, and sunlight streamed through the windows into the mall, allowing the group to see clearly without needing artificial light. Below the glass windows were various flower beds, which were meant for decoration and as resting spots for customers. However, all the intricate landscaping design had lost its meaning now, and the flowers in the flower beds had withered. Shao Ming turned on his flashlight and surveyed the shops that were not illuminated by sunlight. The air was filled with dust, floating in front of the group under the light. Lambert seemed to suddenly see something and walked over to a shop, stopping in front of it. "Look at this," he said, pulling up the rolling shutter and squeezing into a store. Shao Ming looked up and saw that the store was prominently named DJI. It wasn't a very large store, and it didn't just sell drones. It looked more like an electronics general store than a dedicated DJI drone shop. The sign at the entrance was just a facade. Lambert rummaged through the shelves for a while and pulled out a charger. "Aha, here it is." He waved the charger in the air happily like a child who just got a toy. "Is this a drone charger?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert corrected him. "It's a specialized drone charger from the DJI factory." "You use DJI too?" Shao Ming inquired. "Of course, can't you tell?" Lambert replied, stuffing the charger into his bag. Shao Ming shook his head, uninterested. Lambert picked up another charger and said, "I thought every Chinese person had a DJI." Feng Yusheng couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Where did you get these stereotypes from?" "Tito," Lambert answered matter-of-factly. "Do you want to learn how to fly?" Lambert took down a box of drones that was hanging on the wall and said, "It's very simple. Take it, take it." Shao Ming thought, "It's better to have it than not. Who knows when it might come in handy." "Look, Yamata Ryo is standing in front of the shopping mall sign," he said. "The large supermarket is at the other end, and there are plenty of daily necessities on the first floor." "Forget about the first floor." Shao Ming looked around and saw the mess. "The second floor still has some," Yamata Ryo quickly added. "There are many outdoor shops, clothing stores, and some vending machines. Maybe there are still some items in those places. And there's a warehouse." Shao Ming recalled his experience in the UK at the outbreak, where most people rushed to grab supplies they could see in the stores while ignoring the treasure trove that was the warehouse. "Guys." Lambert walked over to the emergency exit and pulled on the handle, saying, "The way to the second floor is blocked." Shao Ming also approached the emergency exit. He looked at it and said, "This lock has almost no dust." He estimated the time since the outbreak began. It had been about a month. Logically, even if this lock didn't have a thick layer of dust, it should have a noticeable amount. But this lock was as clean as new. It seemed that someone had been using this door all along. Chapter 93. The attacker. Shao Ming stepped back a few paces and arrived at the center of the hall. The entire hall had an open design, allowing a direct view from the first floor to the ceiling on the fourth floor. There were no signs of activity in the corridors on either side. It seemed as if this place had been abandoned for a long time. How strange. Could I be mistaken? Shao Ming looked down at the ground, but unfortunately, the dust on the floor wasn't thick enough to reveal any footprints. Could there really be someone living here? Feng Yusheng asked. "I don't think so," Yamada Ryo replied. "If someone lived here, wouldn't we have noticed by now after being here for so long? In any case, we should check it out," Shao Ming said, returning to the sign to see if there were any other routes to go up. Feng Yusheng also came over to look at the sign and said, "This shopping mall has another venue. Maybe someone is living on the other side?" Only then did Shao Ming notice that there was a venue drawn on the sign. But it was on the other side of the sign, which he and Yamada Ryo had missed at first glance. There are 2 more floors here, Shao Ming said. Just next to the other venue. Should we check if there are any survivors? Feng Yusheng asked. Shao Ming didn't want to check for survivors. First, he didn't know if there really were survivors up there, and even if there were, having them tag along would inevitably add trouble. Second, even if there were survivors, he wasn't sure if they were good or bad. Yesterday's events were still fresh in his mind. Moreover, they had been in this venue for half a day without seeing a single living person. Even if someone lived in the adjacent venue, they might not even notice them sneaking in. Compared to living people, Shao Ming would be much happier just grabbing a couple of bags of chips. We're not going, Shao Ming said, looking at the sign. We're going to the 2nd floor to collect some usable items and then leave. He left the sign, walked around the hall, and said to the others, I know how to get up. Arriving at the elevator shaft, Shao Ming tried to pry open the elevator door while saying, the emergency exit can be locked with a chain, but this can't. Yamada Ryo asked, how do you know we can climb up here? Isn't that how they do it in movies? Shao Ming replied matter-of-factly. At that moment, he noticed Lambert still lingering in the drone store and called out to him, Lambert, what are you doing? Come over and pry the door open. Hey. Lambert poked half his body out of the store, holding up the drone in his hand. We have a drone now. Let me see if I can send it up to take a look. Lambert was holding a small quadcopter, and the remote control in his other hand had already lit up. The 3 of them returned to Lambert's side, gathering around to look at the small screen on the remote control. For the 4 of them, the small screen on the remote control was a bit inadequate. So Feng Yusheng and Yamada Ryo went to the store's entrance to observe the situation outside. Lambert placed the drone outside the store and advised the 2 girls. You should come inside. If the blades spin, it could take off a chunk of flesh. Blades? Feng Yusheng asked. Lambert did not provide an explanation, only continuing. Although it is not easy to happen, it is still a small safety reminder to be cautious. Once the 2 entered, Lambert activated the rotor blades. The small drone took off and ascended to the 2nd floor. Lambert rotated the camera so that it could capture most of the shops on the 2nd floor. Through the images transmitted back by the drone, Shao Ming found that the 2nd floor was indeed well preserved. Perhaps because the 2nd floor sold outdoor sports goods. It was likely that no one considered these items when the disaster first began. There, Lambert turned the drone towards a passageway. It seemed that the drone could fly directly from this passage to another venue. Let's fly in and take a look, Shao Ming said. This passage was actually a glass corridor suspended between the 2nd floors, with decent lighting. However, the other end of the corridor was completely dark, making it impossible to see inside. The other venue was mostly enclosed, although Shao Ming had glimpsed a glass curtain wall in the adjacent venue before entering the shopping center. It appeared that the curtain wall was still a considerable distance from the corridor. Don't you have night vision goggles? Shao Ming asked from the side. Not on this one, Lambert replied. The one I have on the train is a WU-2 equipped with night vision. So advanced. Shao Ming followed up, while manipulating the drone deeper into the venue. Lambert explained, it's company issued. With this thing, it's easier for us to inspect the tracks. The drone hovered in front of the door leading to the other venue, where they could still see a bit of the situation inside thanks to the sunlight. Can you fly a bit to the right? There should be some light coming through there, Shao Ming said, but before he could finish, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of the camera, knocking the drone down. Before the 2 could react, they saw the display screen jump back to an unconnected state. Lambert exclaimed, my drone. Someone's coming. Shao Ming raised his sniper rifle and was the first to enter the hall. There was a bit of time between when the person knocked the drone down and when they walked over. Shao Ming found a billboard, using the corridor extending from the 2nd floor for cover, cautiously peeking out. Suddenly, he saw a head peek out from the 2nd floor, then quickly retract. It was a black man. Fortunately, the positions they were peeking from were not the same. Otherwise, they would have locked eyes. There's someone, really someone. Shao Ming quickly lowered his voice to the others. I saw a black man. The group exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Just then, a voice came from upstairs. I said you are not welcome here. Hurry up and leave. Shao Ming looked at the others and quickly spoke up. Hey, we mean no harm. How do I know you mean no harm? The person asked. Shao Ming quickly thought for a moment and made a decision. He signaled Lambert to step forward to take his place while he lowered his sniper rifle and stepped out. Feng Yusheng, hiding in the corridor, quickly shook her head at him. So far, she was the only one who had faced a life threat from survivors. But Shao Ming did not stop his actions. Instead, he took 2 steps outside, allowing the person upstairs to see half of his body. He did not raise his hands. He simply spread his arms out from his waist to the sides, ensuring he could quickly draw the handgun tucked behind him. Seeing this, Lambert raised his shotgun and moved to the opposite side of Shao Ming. If anything went wrong, he could shoot directly upstairs from there. Chapter 94, The Black Brothers. There was silence upstairs for a moment, and Shao Ming was already preparing to reach for the handgun at his waist. Fortunately, a black man leaned out from upstairs, and he had no weapon in hand. This black man appeared tall and large, and the railing, which was at the same height as Shao Ming's chest, only covered his stomach. "You're not with those guys?" the black man asked. "Who?" Shao Ming retorted. "What guys?" The black man remained silent, observing Shao Ming for a while before speaking. "There are a group of people dressed in military clothes, robbing supplies around here. It looks like you're not one of them." As he spoke, another black man leaned out. Compared to the previous one, this one was noticeably shorter, but he looked very similar to the other black man. It could also be that Shao Ming thought all black people looked alike. "We just arrived here," Shao Ming said. "Who are they?" "I'm your dad, Asian monkey," the shorter black man said. Shao Ming immediately felt his temper rising, and the taller black man quickly said, "Sorry, this is my brother. He hasn't been taught well." Saying this, the taller black man pulled the shorter one aside. "Not the only ones here?" the tall black man asked. "How many of you are there?" "4," Shao Ming replied, thinking that if it weren't for the tall one being somewhat polite, he would have wanted to draw his gun right there. "You wait a moment." After the tall black man finished speaking, he withdrew back into the corridor. "I don't like that brother of his," Yamada Ryo said. Shao Ming only said, "Load the bullets." After a while, the tall black man came out from another secure passage in the mall. This guy was indeed tall. Shao Ming estimated he was close to 2 meters tall. The tall black man said to the group, "Come up and talk. It might attract zombies down here." The 4 followed the tall black man into the secure passage, and he locked the door after everyone entered. Shao Ming noticed that Lambert's finger was still on the trigger. He did not stop Lambert, but instead shifted his handgun to a more convenient position. "Is it just you two here?" Shao Ming asked. "There were quite a few people here before," the tall man said, "but that was several weeks ago." Before they could say 2 words, they had already reached the 2nd floor via the fire escape. The shorter one was standing at the door waiting for them. "Aha, Asian monkey and white pig," the shorter black man said just as he saw the 2 girls behind them. "Wow, Thailand." The tall black man punched the shorter one in the stomach, saying, "Haven't you caused enough trouble?" The shorter one doubled over, taking 2 steps back and holding his stomach to the side. "I'm really sorry. He has been spoiled a bit too much." The tall man turned to the group and said, "I'm Adam Gonzalez, and this is my brother, Thailand Gonzalez." "And you are?" Shao Ming asked. "Our parents are Tanzanian. We were both born in France." "Good," Shao Ming thought. At least they could find out where their father was. He glanced at Thailand, who exuded a rogue vibe, looking like someone selling grass on the roadside. Fortunately, after being reprimanded by his brother, he was now just standing aside with an unwilling expression. "What about you?" Gonzalez asked. "We came from the UK, aiming to return to Asia." After introducing everyone's names, Shao Ming added, "UK?" Gonzalez quickly asked, "How did you come here?" "By plane?" Shao Ming shook his head and replied with one word, "Train." "That's impressive," Gonzalez marveled. "You should hurry back," Thailand said. Lambert shot back, "You're the one who should hurry back." Gonzalez shot Thailand a glare, and the latter shrank back again. "How did you end up here?" Shao Ming asked. "And what about that group you mentioned?" "I'm a local firefighter," Gonzalez said as he led the group to the other side. "After the disaster broke out, we were helping the military evacuate people, but later, all the military withdrew." "Did they go back to Paris?" Shao Ming asked. Gonzalez nodded. "Not just Paris. I heard there were other places too." "And then?" "After the army left, we continued to try to control the situation with the local police, but it was already too late. I came here to take this kid home. A friend of mine at the police station told me he was stealing things here." Gonzalez pointed at Tyran and said that this was originally the largest shopping mall in the city, and when people first went crazy over it, no one stopped them. Later, the police managed to control the area, and supplies were limited. "I didn't see any police presence," Lambert asked. "Because the police ran away later," Gonzalez replied. "Either they showed symptoms themselves, or their family did. No one wanted to maintain order anymore. So, it was just me and a few brothers left to keep the peace. And eventually, it was just the 2 of us." Shao Ming was skeptical of Gonzalez's words. He always felt that this seemingly honest firefighter wasn't telling the truth. Just then, Tyran turned back to Feng Yusheng and Yamada Ryo and said, "Girls, have you ever tasted a man's flavor?" Lambert couldn't take it anymore. He raised his shotgun and aimed it at Tyran. Unexpectedly, the other party was tough too, directly drawing a sawed-off gun from his waist. This gun left Shao Ming speechless. It was originally a long-barreled sporting rifle, but the stock and barrel were brutally sawed off, leaving only the most basic firing mechanism. However, he quickly drew his own pistol and aimed it at Tyran's forehead. Even though this small-caliber sporting rifle was sawed off like that, it was still lethal at this distance. Oh. The tall guy immediately stepped in between the 3, saying, calm down. The atmosphere grew tense again. Want to give it a try? Tyron was clearly fearless, or maybe not quite sane. Any rational person would have thrown their gun away by now. But Tyron continued speaking, pushing the gun's muzzle forward past his brother's body. Don't move. It was simply a reckless challenge. You better think it over, Shao Ming said, tilting his head to signal the man to drop the gun on the ground. Feng Yusheng and Yamada Ryo naturally couldn't stand it either and raised their guns. We have 4 guns, you only have 1.